Already busy enough. You've also been reading, I saw your email earlier this morning, you've been reading a 166-page oral history Barr shared with the University of Virginia during his first term as an Attorney General. What have you discovered in reading that?
Well, you've clearly discovered that I'm a bit of a legal nerd, but it is very interesting. I've never seen this before, where someone who's been an attorney general can speak to all of the issues, all of the challenges. You get so much insight into how he thinks. But what's so interesting is he was attorney general 30 years ago. So much has obviously changed. This was pre-9/11. The threats that we face are now much different. We have cyber threats. There are whole new divisions of the Justice Department that he's never worked with. And it was very interesting to hear him talk about giving advice to former President George H.W. Bush on the first Gulf War, the Pan Am 103 investigation, sort of what they were doing with Guantanamo at the time. It was so interesting to me to sort of hear him explain all of his decisions. And what came across to me is this is a serious legal scholar. This is a legal mind. He doesn't seem to be a real political animal. He obviously is to an extent to get that high in government, but he has a very clear jurisprudence, clear legal theory. And it is one, though, I will say, that has a very expansive view of executive power. He's very permissive when it comes to the president, takes a very expansive view of the powers that office holds. And I think you're going to see a lot of questions about that today.
You will. And of course, you're going to see a lot of questions about his perspective on the Mueller investigation. And he actually already submitted some written remarks that we're going to hear from it. And part of the written remarks, he writes, "I'm on watch. Bob will be allowed to complete his work," Bob Mueller. "I also believe it is very important for the public and Congress to be informed of the results of the special counsel's work. For that reason, my goal will be to provide as much transparency as I can, consistent with the law." So that's your little qualifying phrase, consistent with the law. What does that mean?
Oh, that's some tricky lawyer language, because really the law doesn't say anything about any transparency that is owed to people when there is a special counsel. The only thing that the special counsel is required to do is submit a final report to the Attorney General. It's then up to the Attorney General to decide what happens to that. If there is any evidence of wrongdoing on behalf of the president, it is up to the Attorney General whether or not he can be indicted, or whether or not that evidence is passed along to Congress. And certainly it's up to the Attorney General about whether any of that is made public. Now, House Democrats, they have vowed that this will become public, even if they have to subpoena Mueller and have him sit there and read it page by page. But the fact is, the law doesn't require any of that. So that's really what Barr is saying here. He's sort of offering assurances, but legally speaking, that means nothing.
I'm just looking now, Paula, as we see a live look inside that hearing room, and it does sound as if the chairman, Lindsey Graham, who is now the new chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, have they gavelled in control room? I think they have. No, they have not. Okay. All right. So let's keep our discussion going with Paula.
Yeah.
So Paula, we were talking to Bob Litt earlier, and he had an interesting take, and it was one that I was curious about, which has to do with sort of a moment of bipartisanship. Certainly, we expect Democrats will be very forceful in their grilling of Mr. Barr, but I wonder if you could see if he gives the right answers and he.
It seems as if Senator Chuck Grassley has sort of started his opening remarks.
Okay, so do we want those opening remarks?
Yeah, do we want to go there, or can we keep up with
Paula?
Nation's most pressing problem.
All right, so Paula, you're getting the boot. You're getting the boot for Senator Chuck Grassley.
I'll cede the floor to the senator.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
I really appreciate that. In my view, nobody looks over 100, so we're actually. We're aging well as a committee. The bottom line is, how do you get this job? Your colleagues have to vote for you. Thank you. You have to get reelected and outlive the person to your right. So I've been able to do that. And I look forward to working with Senator Feinstein, who I have a lot of affection and fondness for. She, to me, represents a seriousness that the body needs, and a demeanor that I think we should all aspire to. To the new colleagues, Senator Hawley, Blackburn, and Ernst, thank you for being part of this committee. To Senator Blackburn and Ernst, thank you for making history, I think, on our side. As to the hopes and dreams for this committee, to get as much done as possible and to fight when we have to over things that matter to the public, and show two different views of an issue that's important, but do it as respectfully as possible. Sentencing reform, criminal justice reform was a very big deal. And this committee delivered for the country. Senator Durbin, I want to thank you very, very much for working with Senator Lee and Senator Grassley and Senator Booker. That's a big deal that's going to change lives, I think, in a positive way. So this committee has within it the ability to do big things long overdue. I know Senator Blackburn wants to do something on social media. Senator Klobuchar's got some ideas about how to make sure if you put an ad up on social media, you have to stand by it. We're all worried about the social media platforms being hijacked by terrorists and bad actors throughout the international world. We're worried about privacy. Do you really know what you're signing up for when you get on one of these platforms? I'd like this committee working with Commerce to see if we can find some way to tame the Wild West. Intellectual property, Senator Tillis and Senator Coons have some ideas that I look forward to hearing about. Senator Sass wants to make sure that we act ethically. You got a package of ethic reforms, and I look forward to working with you there. On this side, I know there are a lot of ideas that I'm sure that if we sat down and talked, we could embrace, and I look forward to solving as many problems as we can and having a contest over ideas that really matter to the American people. Senator Hatch, thank you for coming. In terms of my chairmanship, if I can do what you and Senator Grassley were able to do during your time, I will have done the committee a good service. Senator Grassley, thank you very much. Last year was tough, but I think you and Senator Feinstein did the best you could in the environment in which we live. The times in which we live are very difficult times. I don't see them getting better overnight, but I do see them getting better if we all want them to. So about me, I want us to do better, and I'll be as measured as possible. The immigration Lindsay will show up, but the other guy's there too, and I don't like him any more than you do. So the bottom line is we're starting off with something that would be good for the country. We have a vacancy for the Attorney General spot. We have a chance to fill that vacancy. Mr. Barr, you can't hold a job. When you look at what he's done in his life, it's incredible. So I want to thank the President for nominating somebody who is worthy of the job, who will understand on day one what the job is about, and can right the ship over there. I think we all have concerns. I know Senator Whitehouse is passionate about cybersecurity and Fort Cyber and all these other ideas that Sheldon has been pushing. It's just a matter of time before we hit hard if somebody doesn't step up to the plate with some solutions. But a little bit about the nominee. He's been Attorney General before, from 91 to 93, by voice vote. Those were the days. Deputy Attorney General from 90 to 91, unanimous consent without a recorded vote. Assistant Attorney General, Office of Legal Counsel, voice vote. That's pretty amazing. I think you're going to have an actual vote this time. Academically gifted, George Washington Law School, Columbia University undergraduate. Outside of DOJ, he was the General Counsel, Legislative Counsel for the CIA. That's how he met Bush 41. He's been a law clerk. He's worked in private practice. I'm not going to bore the committee with all the things he's done. He's been the Senior Vice President, General Counsel of GTE. He's lived a consequential life, General Counsel for Verizon. You lived a life that I think has been honorable and noteworthy and accomplished, and I want to thank you for being willing to take this task on. We got a lot of problems at the Department of Justice. I think morale is low, and we need to change that. So I look forward to this hearing. You will be challenged. You should be challenged. The memo, there will be a lot of talk about it, as there should be. But I just want to let you know, Mr. Barr, that we appreciate you stepping up at a time when the country needs somebody of your background and your temperament to be in charge of the rule of law. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want you to know I really look forward to working with
Me
you.
too.
And I think we can work productively together. And Senator Grassley, I want to thank you for the time we worked together. It really was a pleasure, and I had an opportunity to get to know you as the fine person that you are. So thank you very much. I want to say just one word or two or three about women. 25 years ago, there were no women on this committee. I'll never forget watching the Anita Hill hearing on a television in the London airport with a lot of people gathered around. So I went over to take a look, and I saw this all-male Judiciary Committee. And it took all these years, but here we are. And I want to particularly welcome Senator Ernst and Senator Blackburn. I think it's extraordinarily important that this committee be representative of our society at large, and we are growing that way. And so thank you very much for being here. I'd also like to welcome Bill Barr and his family. I know you're proud to be here, and you served as Attorney General before, from 91 to 93, and I think we all have great respect for your commitment to public service. When we met, your previous tenure marked a very different, we talked about a very different time for our country, and today we find ourselves in a unique time with a different administration and different challenges. And now, perhaps more than ever before, the country needs someone who will uphold the rule of law, defend the independence of the Justice Department, and truly understand their job is to serve as the people's lawyer, not the president's lawyer. Top of mind for all of us is the ongoing Mueller investigation. Importantly, the Attorney General must be willing to resist political pressure and be committed to protecting this investigation. I'm pleased that in our private meeting, as well as in your written statement submitted to the committee, you stated that it's vitally important, and this is a quote, that the special counsel be allowed to complete his investigation, end quote, and that, quote, the public and Congress be informed of the results of the special counsel's work, end quote. However, there are at least two aspects of Mr. Mueller's investigation. First, Russian interference in the United States election, and whether any U.S. persons were involved in that interference. And second, possible obstruction of justice. It's the second component that you have written on. And just 5 months before you were nominated, I spent the weekend on your 19-page legal memo to Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, criticizing Mueller's investigation, specifically the investigation into potential obstruction of justice. In the memo, you conclude, I think, that Special Counsel Mueller is, quote, grossly irresponsible for pursuing an obstruction case against the president, and pursuing the obstruction inquiry is fatally misconceived. So I hope we can straighten that out in this hearing.
Okay.
But your memo also shows a large, sweeping view of presidential authority and a determined effort, I thought, to undermine Bob Mueller, even though you state you have been friends and are in the dark about many of the facts of the investigation. So it does raise questions about your willingness to reach conclusions before knowing the facts and whether you prejudge the Mueller investigation. And I hope you'll make that clear today. It also raises a number of serious questions about your views on executive authority and whether the president is, in fact, above the law. For example, you wrote, the president, and I quote, alone is the executive branch. As such, he is the sole repository of all executive powers conferred by the Constitution. Thus, the full measure of law enforcement authority is placed in the president's hands, and no limit is placed on the kinds of cases subject to his control and supervision. This is in your memo on page 10, and I will ask you about it. This analysis included cases involving potential misconduct, where you concluded, and I quote, "The president may exercise his supervisory authority over cases dealing with his own interests, and the president transgresses no legal limitation when he does so." That's on page 12. In fact, you went so far as to conclude that, quote, "The framers' plan contemplates that the president's law enforcement powers extend to all matters, including those in which he has a personal stake." You also wrote the Constitution itself places no limit on the president's authority to act on matters which concern him or his own conduct, page 10. Later, you conceded that certain supervisory actions, such as the firing of Director Comey, may be unlawful obstruction. However, this too is qualified. You argue that in such a case, obstruction of justice occurs only if first a prosecutor proves that the president or his aides colluded with Russia. Specifically, you conclude, and I quote, "The issue of obstruction only becomes ripe after the alleged collusion by the president or his campaign is established first," end quote. So that's some of the things I hope to ask you about. And in conclusion, let me just say that some of your past statements on the role of Attorney General and presidential power are concerning. For instance, you've said in the past that the Attorney General is the president's lawyer. In November of 2017, you made comments suggesting it would be permissible for the president to direct the Justice Department to open an investigation into his political opponents. And this is notable in light of President Trump's repeated calls for the investigation of Hillary Clinton and others who disagree with him. I believe it's important that the next Attorney General be able to strongly resist pressure, whether from the administration or Congress, to conduct investigations for political purposes. He must have the integrity, the strength, and the fortitude to tell the president no, regardless of the consequences. In short, he must be willing to defend the independence of the Justice Department. So my questions will be, do you have that strength and commitment to be independent of the White House pressures you will undoubtedly face? Will you protect the integrity of the Justice Department above all else? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Feinstein. Well, Senator Hatch, welcome back. We truly miss you. You were a great chairman and an incredible member of this body, and you're very welcome to share your thoughts about Mr. Barr with this committee.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Feinstein as well, and members of the committee. It is my distinct pleasure to be here today to introduce William Barr, the President's nominee to be Attorney General of the United States. I have known and worked with Bill closely over the years, and I'm glad to call him a friend. Bill has had a distinguished career in public service and in the private sector. He started his career at the Central Intelligence Agency. While there, he went to law school part-time at George Washington University. Following graduation, he was selected for a prestigious clerkship with a federal judge on the D.C. Circuit before heading to private practice. Later, he served in the Reagan White House in the Office of Policy Development. Following another stint in private practice, Bill began his distinguished career at the Department of Justice under President George H.W. Bush. Bill served as the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel, then as Deputy Attorney General, and finally as Attorney General of the United States. As Attorney General, Bill oversaw a number of sensitive criminal investigations, including the investigation into the Pan Am Flight 103 bombing. He prioritized fighting violent crime and became known as the Law and Order Attorney General. Throughout his time at the Justice Department, Bill earned a reputation as a fierce advocate for the rule of law, as a principled and independent decision maker, and as a lawyer's lawyer. He has shown his commitment to the Constitution time and time again while serving our country. That is why he has been confirmed by the Senate unanimously 3 times. After completing his service at the DOJ, Bill returned to the private sector working at law firms and as counsel for some of America's largest companies. I could go on at length describing Bill's distinguished career. There is no question, none whatsoever, that Bill is well qualified to serve as Attorney General. He has held this position before and won high praise during his tenure for his fairness, his tenacity, and his work ethic. So instead of droning on about Bill's resume, I want to tell you about what Bill identifies as the most important achievement of his private service as Attorney General. At least I believe this is what he believes. I believe his answer tells you much about how he will approach the job and who he is. When asked what his most important accomplishment was as Attorney General, Bill does not point to one of his many policy successes. He doesn't talk about his role in setting antitrust merger guidelines. He doesn't say it was his role leading the DOJ's response to the savings and loans crisis. No, for him, it was something more. It was something more tangible. It was Talladega. 3 days after Bill was named acting Attorney General by President Bush, 121 prisoners noted and seized control of the Talladega Federal Correctional Institution in Alabama. This was a very serious matter. And they took 10 hostages. Planning at the DOJ began immediately for how best to resolve the situation and secure the safe release of the hostages. In such a situation, some would have sought political cover, not Bill. He was in charge. He knew the response was his decision to make, his responsibility. He maintained his focus on the safety of the men and women held hostage by the prisoners. The standoff lasted 10 days. Then, on Bill's order, FBI agents stormed the prison. 3 minutes later, it was over. The hostages were safe. The mission was well planned and executed. That federal agents did not even have to fire a single shot. Bill's decision-making and judgment helped save lives. When President Bush nominated Bill to be Attorney General in 1991, I noted why he had been selected. He was not a member of President Bush's political or personal inner circle. He was not a part of the president's brain trust. He was not a politician or former politician who brought political clout to the position from prior elections or prior elected office. Bill Barr was a lawyer's lawyer. Talent, merit, and performance. Those were the reasons President Bush selected him to be the Attorney General at that time. That statement holds true today. Bill Barr, in my opinion, is an outstanding choice for Attorney General. His vast experience, renowned judgment, and reputation as an ardent defender of the rule of law make him a nominee that the American people, the President, and the Senate should all be proud of. So I feel very honored to be here today to speak in his favor, and I hope that his nomination will be approved expeditiously. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Senator Hatch. I'd like to note at the outset that the rules of the Senate prohibit outbursts, clapping, or demonstrations of any kind. This includes blocking the view of people around you. Please be mindful of these rules. As we conduct this hearing, I will ask the Capitol Police to remove anyone who violates the rules of this committee. Thanks, Senator Hatch. Ms. Barr, would you come forward, please?
Thank you.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Floor is yours.
Before I begin, Mr. Chairman, could I introduce my family?
Absolutely.
My wife of 46 years, Christine, a retired librarian. My daughter, Margaret, who we called Meg, she was an assistant United States attorney in the District of Columbia, but now has moved up to Capitol Hill and works for Senator Braun. My middle daughter, Patricia, who's also an attorney, and she has been counsel to the House Agriculture Committee for how long now, Patty? 10? 11 years. And my daughter, Mary, who is a longtime federal prosecutor and is currently the coordinator for opioid enforcement in the Office of the Deputy Attorney General. Mary's husband, Mike, who is also an attorney at the Department of Justice in the National Security Division, and their son, Mary and Mike's son, Liam, who will someday be in the Department of Justice. Patricia's husband, Pelham, who is a founding partner of a consulting firm, and Meg's husband, Tyler, who is also an assistant United States attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia. Did I leave anyone out?
Think about medical school, Liam. Somebody needs to make money in the family.
When Meg was starting at Notre Dame, I told her I wanted a doctor in the family, and I made her take organic chem. Needless to say, she's now a lawyer. So, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Feinstein, and members of the committee. It's a privilege to come before you today, and I'm honored that President Trump has nominated me for the position of Attorney General. I regret that I come before this committee at a time when much of our government is shut down, and my thoughts are with the dedicated men and women of the Department of Justice and other federal workers, many of whom continue to perform their critical jobs. As you know, if the Senate confirms me, this would be my second time I would have the honor of holding this office. During the 4 years I served under President George H.W. Bush, he nominated me for 3 successive positions in the department: the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel, the Deputy Attorney General, and finally the Attorney General. And this committee unanimously approved me for each of those offices. 27 years ago at my confirmation hearing, I explained that the Office of Attorney General is not like any other cabinet post. It is unique and has a critical role to play under our constitutional system. I said then, the Attorney General has a very special obligation, unique obligations. He holds in trust the fair and impartial administration of justice. It is the Attorney General's responsibility to enforce the law even-handedly and with integrity. The Attorney General must ensure that the administration of justice, the enforcement of the law, is above and away from politics. Nothing could be more destructive of our system of government, of the rule of law, or the Department of Justice as an institution than any toleration of political interference with the enforcement of the law. I believe this as strongly today as I did 27 years ago, indeed more strongly. We live in a time when the country is deeply divided. In the current environment, the American people have to know that there are places in the government where the rule of law, not politics, holds sway, and where they will be treated fairly based solely on the facts and the even-handed application of the law. The Department of Justice must be that place. I did not pursue this position, and when my name was first raised, I was reluctant to be considered and indeed proposed a number of alternative candidates. I'm 68 years old, partially retired, and nearing the end of a long legal career. My wife and I were looking forward to a peaceful and cherished time with our daughters and grandchildren. And I've had this job before. But ultimately, I agreed to serve because I believe strongly in public service. I revere the law. I love the Department of Justice and the dedicated professionals who serve there. And I believe that I can do a good job leading the department in these times. If confirmed, I will serve with the same independence I did in 1991. At that time, when President Bush chose me, he sought no promises and asked only that his Attorney General act with professionalism and integrity. Likewise, President Trump has sought no assurances, promises, or commitments from me of any kind, either express or implied, and I have not given him any, other than that I would run the department with professionalism and integrity. As Attorney General, my allegiance will be to the rule of law, the Constitution, and the American people. This is how it should be. This is how it must be, and if you confirm me, this is how it will be. Now let me address a few matters I know are on the minds of some of the members of this committee. First, I believe it is vitally important that the special counsel be allowed to complete his investigation. I have known Bob Mueller for 30 years. We worked closely together throughout my previous tenure at the Department of Justice. We've been friends since, and I have the utmost respect for Bob and his distinguished record of public service. And when he was named special counsel, I said his selection was good news, and that knowing him, I had confidence he would handle the matter properly, and I still have that confidence today. Given his public actions to date, I expect that the special counsel is well along in his investigation. At the same time, the President has been steadfast that he was not involved in any collusion with Russian attempts to interfere in the election. I believe it is in the best interest of everyone, the President, Congress, and the American people, that this matter be resolved by allowing the special counsel to complete his work. The country needs a credible resolution to these issues, and if confirmed, I will not permit partisan politics, personal interests, or any other improper consideration to interfere with this or any other investigation. I will follow the special counsel regulations scrupulously and in good faith, and on my watch, Bob will be allowed to finish his work. Second, I also believe it is very important that the public and Congress be informed of the results of the special counsel's work. My goal will be to provide as much transparency as I can consistent with the law. I can assure you that where judgments are to be made, I will make those judgments based solely on the law, and I will not let personal, political, or other improper interests influence my decision. Third, I would like to briefly address the memorandum that I wrote last June. I wrote the memo as a former Attorney General who has often weighed in on legal issues of public importance, and I distributed it broadly so that other lawyers would have the benefit of my views. My memo was narrow, explaining my thinking on a specific obstruction of justice theory under a single statute that I thought, based on media reports, the special counsel might be considering. The memo did not address or in any other way question the special counsel's core investigation into Russian efforts to interfere in the election, nor did it address other potential obstruction of justice theories or argue that some have wrongly suggested that a president can never obstruct justice. I wrote it myself on my own initiative without any assistance and based solely on public information. I would like to comment very briefly on my priorities if confirmed as Attorney General. First, we must continue the progress we've made on violent crime, while at the same time recognizing the changes that have occurred since I last served as Attorney General. The recently passed First Step Act, which I intend to diligently implement if confirmed, recognizes the progress we have made over the past 3 decades in fighting violent crime. As Attorney General, I will ensure that we will continue our efforts to combat violent crime. In the past, I was focused on predatory violence, but today I am also concerned about another kind of violence. We can only survive and thrive as a nation if we are mutually tolerant of each other's differences, whether they be differences based on race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or political thinking. And yet we see some people violently attacking others simply because of their differences. We must have zero tolerance for such crimes, and I will make this a priority as Attorney General if confirmed. Next, the Department will continue to prioritize enforcing and improving our immigration laws. As a nation, we have the most liberal and expansive immigration laws in the world. Legal immigration has historically been a huge benefit to this country. However, as we open our front door and try to admit people in an orderly way, we cannot allow others to flout our legal system by crashing in through the back doors. In order to ensure that our immigration system works properly, we must secure our nation's borders, and we must ensure that our laws allow us to process, hold, and remove those who unlawfully enter. Finally, in a democracy like ours, the right to vote is paramount. In a period of great political division, one of the foundations of our nation is our enduring commitment to the peaceful transition of power through elections. If confirmed, I will ensure that the full might of our resources are brought to bear against foreign persons who unlawfully interfere in our elections. Fostering confidence in the outcome of elections also means ensuring that the right to vote is fully protected, as well as ensuring the integrity of elections. Let me conclude by making the point that over the long run, the course of justice in this country has more to do with the character of the Department of Justice as an enduring institution than with the tenure of any particular Attorney General. Above all else, if confirmed, I will work diligently to protect the professionalism and integrity of the department as an institution, and I will strive to leave it and the nation a stronger and better place. Thank you very much for your time today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. We'll try to break around 11:30, I think, to get a quick bite and break up the day for you. But one thing I want to tell you is that I support the idea that politicians, no matter what party, should not interfere with criminal investigations. That makes eminent sense to me. Once you go down that road, then the rule of law collapses. But there's another side to this equation, if I may say a two-way street. What about those in charge of enforcing the law? What about those with the power to bring charges against American citizens, including people up here? I remember Senator Stevens' case in Alaska. So we should always be on guard about the politician interfering in an investigation, but we should also have oversight of how the department works and those with this tremendous power use that power. Are you familiar with the January 11th New York Times article about FBI open inquiry into whether Trump was secretly working on behalf of Russians?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Would you promise me and this committee to look into this and tell us whether or not, in the appropriate way, a counterintelligence investigation was opened up by somebody at the FBI/Department of Justice against President Trump?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think there are a number of investigations, as I understand it, going on in the department.
Have you ever heard of such a thing in all the time you've been associated with the Department of Justice?
I have never heard of that.
Are there rules about how you can do counterintelligence investigations?
I believe there are, Mr. Chairman.
So if you want to open up one against the president, are there any checks and balances?
Not outside the FBI.
Okay, well, we need to look at that. In terms of people who are actually enforcing the law, don't we want to make sure they don't have an agenda?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Do you know a Lisa Page or Peter Strzok?
I've heard their names.
But do you know them personally?
No, I don't.
This is a message, August 8th, 2016, a text message. Trump's not ever going to become president, right? Right. Strzok responded, no, he's not. We'll stop him. Strzok was in charge of the Clinton email investigation. Ms. Page worked at the Department of Justice. August 15th, 2016. I want to believe the path you threw out for consideration in Andy's office, that there's no way he gets elected, but I'm afraid we can't take that risk. It's like an insurance policy in the unlikely event you die before 40. March 4th, 2016. Page to Strzok. God, Trump is a loathsome human being. October the 20th, 2016. Trump is an effing idiot, is unable to provide a coherent answer. To all those who enforce the law, you can have any opinion of us that you like, but you're supposed to do your job without an agenda. Do you promise me as Attorney General, if you get this job, to look in to see what happened in 2016?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
How do these statements sit with you?
I was shocked when I saw them.
Okay, please get to the bottom of it. I promise you we will protect the investigation, but we're relying upon you to clean this place up. FISA warrants, are you familiar with a FISA warrant?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. During the process of obtaining a warrant, is there a certification made by the Department of Justice to the court that the information being provided is reliable?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Bruce Orr?
No, I'm not.
Bruce Orr was Associate Deputy Attorney General for Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement. His wife worked at Fusion GPS. Are you familiar with Fusion GPS?
Yes, I've read about that.
Fusion GPS, Mr. Barr, was hired by the Democratic National Committee and the Clinton campaign to do opposition research against candidate Trump and maybe other candidates. But we now know that they hired Fusion GPS, Michael Steele, who is a former British agent, to do opposition research and produce the famous dossier. Were you aware that Mr. Orr's wife worked for that organization?
I've read that.
Does that bother you if he had anything to do with the case?
Yes.
Are you aware that on numerous occasions he met with Mr. Steele while his wife worked with Fusion GPS?
I've read that.
Okay. The warrant certification against Carter Page on 4 different occasions certifies that the dossier, which was the main source of the warrant, was reliable. Would you look in to see whether or not that was an accurate statement and hold people accountable if it was not?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mueller. You say you've known Mueller a long time. Would you say you have a close relationship with Mr. Mueller?
I would say we were good friends.
Would you say that you understand him to be a fair-minded person?
Absolutely.
Do you trust him to be fair to the president and the country as a whole?
Yes.
When his report comes to you, will you share it with us as much as possible?
Consistent with the regulations and the law, yes.
Do you believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt against anybody?
I don't believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt.
What are the circumstances that would allow a special counsel to be appointed, generally speaking?
Well, I appointed 3, Mr. Chairman, a special counsel, and generally, when something comes up, an issue comes up that needs to be investigated, and there are good reasons to have it investigated by a special counsel outside the normal chain at the department, someone usually of public stature that can provide additional assurance of nonpartisan.
Do you believe that Attorney General Sessions had a conflict because he worked on the Trump campaign?
I'm not sure of all the facts, but I think he probably did the right thing recusing himself.
I agree. I think he did the right thing to recuse himself. Do you know Rod Rosenstein?
Yes, I do.
What's your opinion of him?
I have a very high opinion of Rod Rosenstein and his service in the department.
Okay. Why did you write the memo?
I wrote the memo because starting, I think, in June of 2017, there were many news reports, and I had no facts, and none of us really outside the department have facts. But I read a lot of news reports suggesting that there were a number of potential obstruction theories that were being contemplated, or at least explored. One theory in particular that appeared to be under consideration under a specific statute concerned me because I thought it would involve stretching the statute beyond what was intended, and it would do it in a way that would have serious adverse consequences for all agencies that are involved in the administration of justice, especially the Department of Justice. And I thought it would have a chilling effect going forward over time. And my memo is very clear. That is the concern that was driving me. The impact, not the particular case, but its impact of a rule over time. And I wanted to make sure that before anyone went down this path, if that was in fact being considered, that the full implications of the theory were carefully thought out. So I wanted my views to get in front of the people who would be involved in, and the various lawyers who would be involved in those discussions. So I first raised these concerns verbally with Rod Rosenstein when I had lunch with him early in 2008. And he did not respond and was Sphinx-like in his reaction, but I expounded on my concerns. And then I later attempted to provide a written analysis as follow-up. Now, I initially thought of an op-ed, and because of the material, it wasn't working out. And I talked to his staff, and I said, you know, I want to follow up and send something to Rod in writing, but is he a one-pager kind of guy, or you know, how much will he read? And the guy said, he's like you. He doesn't mind wading into a dense
Don't you
legal
think
memo.
President Trump is a one-pager kind of guy?
Excuse me?
President Trump is a one-pager kind of guy.
I suspect he is.
Okay, just remember that. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so I provided the memo to Rod, and I provided it, distributed it freely among the other lawyers that I thought would be interested in it. And I think it was entirely proper. It's very common for me and for other former senior officials to weigh in on matters that they think may be ill-advised and may have ramifications down the road. For example, just a few months before that, I had weighed in repeatedly to complain about the idea of prosecuting Senator Menendez. I think I made 3 calls. I think it was 2 to Sessions, to AG Sessions, and 1 to Rosenstein. Now, I didn't know Senator Menendez. I don't represent Senator Menendez. No one was paying me to do it. And in fact, I don't support Senator Menendez politically. But I carefully watched this case. My friend Abby Lowell was his defense counsel, and it was very much like a line of cases that I had been concerned about when I was AG. And so I was watching it, and I thought the prosecution was based on a fallacious theory that would have bad long-term consequences. And so I freely weighed in at the department. And I did so because I care about the rule of law. And I want to say one final thing on the rule of law because it picks up on something you said, Mr. Chairman. What is the rule of law? We all use that term. In the area of enforcement, I think the rule of law is that when you apply a rule to A, it has to be the same rule and approach you apply to B, C, D, and E, and so forth. And that seems to me to suggest 2 corollaries for an attorney general. The first, that's why we don't like political interference. Political interference means that the rule being applied to A isn't the rule you're applying to A. It's special treatment because someone's in there exerting political influence. The corollary to that, and this is what you're driving at, Mr. Chairman, is that when you apply a rule, when a prosecutor is applying a rule to A, you've got to be careful that it's not torqued, especially for that case, in a way that couldn't be applied down the road, or if it is applied, will create problems down the road. And I think the Attorney General's job is both. It is both to protect against interference, but it's also to provide oversight to make sure that in each individual case, the same rule that would be applied broadly is being applied to the individual.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 6 quick yes or no questions. Will you commit to no interference with the scope of the special counsel's investigation?
I will. The scope of the special counsel's investigation
By not limiting-
is set by his charter and by the regulations, and I will ensure that those are maintained.
Will you commit to providing Mr. Mueller with the resources, funds, and time needed to complete his investigation?
Yes.
Will you commit to ensuring that Special Counsel Mueller is not terminated without good cause, consistent with department regulations?
Absolutely.
If Special Counsel Mueller makes any request, for instance, about the scope of his investigation or resources for his investigation, will you commit to notifying Congress if you deny that request?
I think the regulations require notification of Congress if there's a disagreement.
Thank you. And I have two questions from the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. Will you commit to making any report Mueller produces at the conclusion of his investigation available to Congress and to the public?
As I said in my statement, I am going to make as much information available as I can, consistent with the rules and regulations that are part of the special counsel regulations.
Will you commit to making any report on the obstruction of justice public?
That's the same answer.
Thank
Yes.
you. In your June 2018 memo about obstruction of justice to the Mueller investigation, you repeatedly referred to Mueller's, quote, sweeping and all-encompassing interpretation of Section 1512, which is a statute on obstruction. How do you know what Mueller's interpretation of 1512 is?
Well, as I said, I was speculating. I freely said at the beginning, I was writing in the dark, and we're all in the dark. Every lawyer, every talking head, everyone who thinks about or talks about it doesn't have the facts.
So I spent my Saturday reading that memorandum.
Yeah.
So are you saying this is all your speculation? It's a big memo.
Well, it was informed to the extent that I thought that was one of the theories being considered. And I don't know how seriously, whether it was being considered or how seriously it was being considered. But as a shorthand way in the memo of referring to what I was speculating might be the theory, I referred to it as Mueller's theory, rather than go in every time I mention it, say, well, this is
Do
speculative.
you know what Mueller's interpretation of 1512 is?
No, I don't know what Mueller's interpretation. But, and just one point, Senator, I think, you said in your opening statement, I said he was grossly irresponsible. I think I said if something happens, it would be grossly irresponsible. I was not calling Mueller grossly irresponsible.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Has anyone given you non-public information about Mueller's investigation?
I don't recall getting any confidential information about the investigation.
Your 2018 in it, you stated, and I quote, "The framers' plan contemplates that the president's law enforcement powers extend to all matters, including those in which he had a personal stake," end quote. Please explain what you base this conclusion on.
Yes. Here's the Department of Justice right here. And within the Department of Justice, enforcement decisions are being made. The president's over here. And I think of it as there are two categories of potential communications. One would be on a case that the president wants to communicate about that he has no personal interest in, no political interest in. Let's say the president's concerned about Chinese stealing trade secrets and say, I want you to go after this company that's being, that may be stealing trade secrets. That's perfectly appropriate for him to do, to communicate that. But whether it's bona fide or not, the Department of Justice's obligation and the Attorney General's obligation is not to take any action unless the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, reach their own independent conclusion that it is justified under the law, and regardless of the instruction. And that's my quote that everyone is saying, I'm sicking the, it's okay for the president to direct things. All I said was, it's not per se improper for the president to call on the department for doing something, especially if he has no personal or political interest in it. The other category of cases, and let's pick an easy bad example, would be if a member of the president's family or a business associate or something was under investigation and he tries to intervene. He's the chief law enforcement officer, and you could say, well, he has the power, but that would be a breach of his obligation under the Constitution to faithfully execute the laws. So, in my opinion, if a president attempts to intervene in a matter that he has a stake in to protect himself, that should first be looked at as a breach of his constitutional duties. Whether it also violates a statute, depending on what statute comes into play and what all the facts are.
Including the emollients clause of the Constitution.
Well, I think there's a dispute as to what the emoluments clause relates to. I have not personally researched the emoluments clause. I can't even tell you what it says at this point. Off the top of my head, I would have said, well, emoluments are essentially a stipend attached to some office, but I don't know if that's correct or not. But I'm sure, I think it's being litigated right now.
I don't know either, so I'm going to try and find out. We'll come back another day and maybe discuss it. Your memo stated a fatal flaw in Mueller's interpretation of 1512C2 is that while defining obstruction solely as acting corruptly, Mueller offers no definition of what corruptly means. My understanding is that there's nothing in the public record that sheds light on his definition of obstruction. Do you know what his definition is?
I don't know what his definition is. I read a book where people were asking whether someone was, I don't know if it was accurate, but whether the president was acting with corrupt intent. And what I say in my memo is actually people don't understand what the word corruptly means in that statute. It's an adverb, and it's not meant to mean with the state of mind. It's actually meant the way in which the influence or obstruction is committed. That's its adverbial function in the statute. And what it means is, using it in the 19th century sense, it meant to influence it in a way that changes something that's good and fit to something that's bad and unfit, namely the corruption of evidence or the corruption of a decision maker. That's what the word corruptly means, because once you dissociate it from that, it really means very hard to discern what it means. It means bad. What does bad mean?
Let me go on because my time is so limited. You argue that and I quote, the Constitution's plenary grant of those powers to the president also extends to the unitary character of the executive branch itself. Specifically, you argue, and this is a quote, while Mueller's immediate target is the president's exercise of his discretionary powers, his obstruction theory reaches all exercises of prosecutorial discretion by the president's subordinates, from the attorney general down to the most junior line prosecutor, end quote. So if the president orders the attorney general to halt a criminal investigation for personal reasons, would that be prohibited under your theory?
Prohibited by what?
By
the Constitution.
the Constitution?
I think it would be a breach of the president's duties to faithfully execute the law. It would be an abuse of power. Whether it would violate a statute depends on all the facts and what statute someone would cite me to. But I certainly think it would be an abuse of his power. And let me just say that the position—
Would that be the same thing if an attorney general fired U.S. attorneys for political reasons?
No, because U.S. attorneys are political appointments.
According to news reports, President Trump interviewed you and asked you to be part of the legal team defending him in the Mueller investigation twice. First in the spring of 2017, when the investigation was just beginning and again earlier this year. Is that correct?
No. I had one conversation with him that related to his private representation, and I can describe that for you. That was in June of 2017. That's the only time I met him before I talked to him about the job of Attorney General, which obviously is not the same as representing him.
Have you discussed the Mueller investigation with the president or anyone else in the White House?
I discussed the Mueller investigation, but not in any particular substance. I can go through my conversations with you if you want.
Well, not at this time, but I may come back to you
Okay.
and ask you about that. I don't want to take any more time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Dress.
Before I ask my first question, and I don't want you to respond to this, I just want you to know what my interest is in the transparency of the Mueller report. When we spend I don't know whether it's $25 million or $35 million, the taxpayers, that's billions of dollars, the taxpayers ought to know what their money was spent for. So if you've got some reservations about some part of it not being public, I hope that that's related to traditional things that of the public's business that shouldn't be public, like national security as an example, not being made public. But beyond that, the only way I know for the taxpayers to hold anybody that spends the taxpayers' money responsibly is through transparency, because that brings accountability. My first question, and as you would expect from our conversation in my office, 86, Reagan signed the False Claims Act. I worked hard to get that passed, especially provisions empowering whistleblowers to help government identify fraud. More than a decade ago, you said the key TAM provisions in the False Claims Act were, your words, an abomination and were unconstitutional. You said you, in your words, wanted to attack the law, but the Supreme Court upheld the law's constitutionality. Prosecutors from both sides of the aisle have praised the law as the most effective tool government has to detect and actually recover public money lost to fraud. Since 1986, the law that was passed in 1986 brought in $56 billion into the federal treasury. Most of that's because patriotic whistleblowers found the fraud and brought the case to the attention of the government. Is the False Claims Act unconstitutional?
No, Senator. It's been upheld by the Supreme Court.
Do you consider the False Claims Act to be an abomination?
No, I don't.
Does the False Claims Act benefit the taxpayer, specifically its provisions to empower and protect whistleblowers?
Yes, Senator.
If confirmed, do you commit to not take any action to undermine the False Claims Act? Further, if confirmed, will you continue current Justice Department staff and funding levels to properly support and prosecute False Claims Act cases?
Yes, I will diligently enforce the False Claims Act.
Now, with all those positive answers, you'd think I'd be done, wouldn't you, with that? But let me go on. Yeah. Just to show you that there is some forces out there that I'm suspicious about within the Department of Justice, we have a new Department of Justice guidance document out last year known as the Granston Memo. Provides a long list of reasons that the department can use to dismiss False Claims Act cases. Some of them pretty darn vague, such as preserving, these are their words, preserving government resources. Just think of all the mischief those three words can bring. Of course, the government can dismiss obviously meritless cases. I don't argue with that. But even when the department declines to participate in False Claims Act cases, the taxpayer can in many cases still recover financially. So it's important to allow whistleblowers to pursue cases even when the department isn't able to be involved. Under what circumstances can or should the Justice Department move to dismiss false claims cases?
Senator, I haven't reviewed that memorandum, so I'm not familiar with the thinking of the people in this. I think it's the Civil Division that did that, but if I'm confirmed, I will review it, and I would be glad to come and sit down with you and discuss it, and if there are areas you're concerned about, I'd be glad to work with you on that.
Unless you find that my presumption is wrong, that there's reasons to be suspicious, I hope you'll take into consideration my feeling about how, in various suspicious ways, people that are faceless bureaucrats can undermine this effort. In circumstances where the government doesn't intervene in false claims cases, if confirmed, will you commit to ensuring the department doesn't unnecessarily dismiss false act cases?
Yes, Senator, I will enforce the law in good faith.
Okay. Now, got an act that the Justice Department just took, and I can't obviously expect you to respond specifically to their act, but I use it as an example of their uncooperation with the Department of Congressional Oversight. This uncooperative behavior needs to change. On December the 10th last year, the department confirmed a briefing for your staff regarding asset forfeiture fund, and to do that last week, January the 8th. On January the 7th, Department of Justice Office of Legal or Legislative Affairs informed our staff that they will no longer provide the briefing because they consider the matter closed as a result of the change in chairmanship, and because you released a public memo, because I released a public memo on the Marshal Service study or investigation. It's important to gain your commitment on how you would handle this as an example. Let me explain how ridiculous it is to get somebody in this administration saying that they don't have to answer if you aren't chairman of a committee. We went through this in January, the first month this president was in office, when he said, or he put out a memo, we aren't going to answer any oversight except for chairman of committees. So you're going to write off 500 members of Congress not doing oversight. So we told them all about this and the constitutional cases on this. We got them up. They wrote a memo again 2 months later that said that they were going to respond to all this stuff. Now you got people in the bowels of the bureaucracy that are still saying, if you aren't a chairman, you ain't going to get an answer to anything. How ridiculous. It's our constitutional responsibility. So then I laid out, I'll give you an example. I sent the Justice Department a classified letter regarding information acquired from the Justice Department Inspector General report on the Clinton investigation. The department ought to answer for what the Inspector General has found, but I haven't heard a peep, not a peep, on that yet. On December the 10th, the Justice Department, well, I'm repeating here. So the question is, do you understand that if you're confirmed, you have an obligation to ensure the Justice Department, and particularly the FBI is a problem, respond to congressional inquiries and to do it in a timely manner?
Absolutely, Senator.
Do you understand that this obligation applies regardless of whether you're a member of Congress or a committee chairman?
Yes, Senator. You and Senator Leahy, I think, are the only members of the committee now who were here 27 years ago when I was first confirmed. But I think you will recall that we were able to establish very cooperative and productive relationships with all the members and try to respond to their questions and deal with their concerns and work with them on projects they're interested in. And that will be the same approach that I will bring to the job if you confirm me.
Okay. Then let me be specific on my last question on oversight. You remember when you were in my office, I gave you, as I gave Attorney General Sessions, as I gave Holder, a long list of things that the department has not answered. And one of these was an October 17, 2018 letter. And I'd like to have your response to answering that letter and respond to all outstanding and future oversight requests in a timely manner. And then remember, I said all you cabinet people come up here to tell us yes when we ask you if you're going to answer our stuff. I said maybe you better say maybe. So if you want to say maybe now and be really honest, say maybe. Otherwise, I hope you'll answer that October 17th letter once we get you voted into office.
Yes, Senator.
Throughout your career, you've expressed concern with congressional attempts to enact criminal justice reform and at times advocated for stricter mandatory minimum sentences. In '92, under your direction, DOJ published a report entitled The Case for More Incarceration. This report declared that the problem with our criminal justice system was that we were incarcerating too few criminals. More recently, in 2015, you signed a letter opposing the Sentencing Reform and Corrections Act of 2015. This letter states quite clearly your opposition to sentencing reform, particularly the lessening of mandatory minimum sentences, any sort of retroactivity. The First Step Act was signed by President Trump. As Attorney General, it'll be your job to implement the legislation. Even though you've opposed criminal justice reform in the past, will you commit to fully implementing the First Step Act?
Yes, Senator. But, in 1992, when I was Attorney General, the violent crime rates were the highest in American history. The sentences were extremely short. Typically, in many states, the time served for rape was 3 years. For murder, time served 5 to 7 years. It was, the system had broken down. And I think through a series of administrations, Reagan, Bush, and Clinton, the laws were changed, and we targeted chronic violent offenders, especially those using guns. And I think the reason the crime rate is much lower today is because of those policies. So I don't think comparing the policies that were in effect in 1992 to the situation now is really fair. And I think, and I've said, that right now we have greater regularity in sentencing. There's broader recognition that chronic violent offenders should be incarcerated for significant periods of time to get them off the streets. And I think the time was right to take stock and make changes to our penal system based on current experience. So I have no problem with the approach of reforming the sentencing structure. And I will faithfully enforce that law.
Don't take it personal if I raise my voice to you. I'm not mad at you.
If I were you, I'd answer his letters just as sort of a tip that may help you through your job if you get it. I'll take the time away from my second round. I'm very curious about the conversations you had about personal representation being Attorney General. You mentioned it, Senator Feinstein. Can you kind of give us a summary of what you were talking about?
Yeah, so in June of 2017, middle of June, Ambassador David Friedman, who's the U.S. ambassador to Israel, who I didn't know. I knew that he was a top-tier lawyer in New York and apparently a friend of the president's. He reached out to me, and we talked one evening, and he said that my understanding was he was interested in finding lawyers that could augment the defense team, and failing that, he wanted to identify Washington lawyers who had broad experience that whose perspective might be useful to the president's. And he asked me a number of questions like, what have you said about the president publicly? Do you have any conflicts and so forth? And I told him that I didn't think I could take this on, that I had just taken on a big corporate client that was very important to me and I expected a lot of work. And I said at my point in life, I really didn't want to take on this burden and that I actually preferred the freedom to not have any representation of an individual, but just say what I thought about anything without having to worry about that. And I said that my wife and I were sort of looking forward to a bit of respite, and I didn't want to stick my head into that meat grinder. He asked me if I would nonetheless just briefly go over the next day to meet with the president. And I said, sure, I'll go and meet with the president. And he brought me over and was squeezing me in. It looked to me like it was before the morning staff meeting because people were grouping by the door to get in, and I went in. And he was there, the ambassador was there, sat through the meeting. It was a very brief meeting where essentially the president wanted to know, he said, oh, you know Bob Mueller. How well do you know Bob Mueller? And I told him how well I knew Bob Mueller and how, the Barrs and Muellers were good friends and would be good friends when this is all over and so forth. And he was interested in that, wanted to know, what I thought about, Mueller's integrity and so forth and so on. And I said, Bob is a straight shooter and should be dealt with as such. And he said something to the effect like, so are you envisioning some role here? And I said, actually, Mr. President, right now I couldn't do it. My personal and my professional obligations are such that I'm unable to do it. So he asked me for my phone number. I gave it to him, and I never heard from him again until.
Well, I tried that once. So you did better.
Well, I didn't hear from him until later, but about something different, which was the Attorney General position.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barr. Good to see you again. As you mentioned, Senator Grassley and I were here at your hearing a number of years ago. Let me go back even before that. 46 years ago, I was not in the Senate. I was state's attorney in Vermont, and I watched with a great deal of interest the Elliot Richardson hearings. He'd been nominated to be Attorney General in the midst of Watergate. He made several commitments to the committee, including appointing a special prosecutor, and he promised to protect his independence. And I, as one who had total independence as an elected prosecutor in Vermont, I thought how important it was to have that same independence at the national level. And Mr. Richardson said it was necessary to create the maximum possible degree of public confidence in the integrity of the process. I've never forgotten that. But I think the integrity of our institutions is just as much at risk today. President Trump has made it clear he views the Justice Department as an extension of his political power. He's called on it to target his opponents. He obsesses over the Russia investigation, which looms over his presidency, may define it. He attacks the special counsel almost daily. He fired both the previous FBI director and attorney general for not handling the investigation as he pleased. That tells me the rule of law can no longer be taken for granted. So if confirmed, the president's going to expect you to do his bidding. I can almost guarantee you he'll cross the line at some point. That's why the commitments you make here today, just like those I watched Elliot Richardson make years ago, matter greatly. So will you commit, if confirmed, to both seeking and following the advice of the department's career ethics officials on whether you must recuse from the special counsel's investigation?
I will seek the advice of the career ethics personnel, but under the regulations, I make the decision as the head of the agency as to my own recusal. So I certainly would consult with them, and at the end of the day, I would make a decision in good faith based on the laws and the facts that are evident at that time.
Same thing if you're talking about a conflict of interest?
Well, no, some conflicts, as you know, are mandatory.
I'm thinking what Attorney General Sessions, and when asked a similar question, he said he'll seek and follow the advice. Seek and follow the advice of the Department of Justice's designated ethics officials. So let me ask you, maybe in a different way. I know you promised to not interfere with the special counsel. Are there any circumstances that would cause you to terminate the investigation or any component of it, or significantly restrict its funding?
Under the regulations, Bob Mueller could only be terminated for good cause, and frankly, it's unimaginable to me that Bob would ever do anything that gave rise to good cause. But in theory, if something happened that was good cause, for me, it would actually take more than that. It'd have to be pretty grave, and the public interest would essentially have to compel it, because I believe right now the overarching public interest is to allow him to finish.
I would agree with that, but I also think over the past 18 months, you rather harshly prejudged the investigation in some of your writings.
Well, I don't see that at all, Senator. You know, when you strip away a lot of the rhetoric, the two things that have been thrown up as me sort of being antagonistic to the investigation are two things. One, a very mild comment I made that, gee, I wish the team had been more balanced. I wasn't criticizing Mueller. I believe that prosecutors, and I think you would agree, they can handle the case professionally, whatever their politics are. A good prosecutor can leave their politics at the door and go in and do the job. And I think that's what Justice Department prosecutors do in general.
But you also are very critical of the Russian probe. And I mean, I can't think of anything that would, in your memo, for example, that would jump out more for this president because of his commitment to it. And I ask that because some have said on both sides, that it looked like a job application. And so that's what I want you to refer to.
Well, that's ludicrous. If I wanted the job and was going after the job, there are many more direct ways of me bringing myself to the president's attention than writing an 18-page legal memorandum, or sending it to the Department of Justice and routing it to other.
But also publicly criticizing a Russian probe. I mean,
how have I criticized the Russian probe?
You don't have any criticism of the Russian probe?
Not at all. I believe the Russians interfered or attempted to interfere with the election, and I think we have to get to the bottom of it.
So you would be in favor of releasing the investigative report when it's completed?
As I've said, I'm in favor of as much transparency as there can be, consistent with the rules and the law.
Do you see a case where the president could claim executive privilege and say that parts of the report could not be released?
Well, I don't have a clue as to what would be in the report. The report could end up being, not very big. I don't know what's going to be in the report. In theory, if there was executive privilege material to which an executive privilege claim could be made, it might, someone might raise a claim of executive privilege.
That'd be pretty difficult following the U.S. versus Nixon, when the Supreme Court unanimously rejected President Nixon's claims of executive privilege over the Watergate tapes. But I ask him because the president's attorney, Mr. Giuliani, said the president should be able to correct the Mueller report before any public release. So in other words, he could take this investigative report, put his own spin on it, and correct it before it's released. Do you commit that would not happen if you were Attorney General?
That will not happen.
Thank you. You had, when you're AG, I remember this well because I was here in the Senate at the time, you encouraged President George H.W. Bush to pardon all 6 individuals who were targeted in Iran-Contra. The independent prosecutor investigating the matter labeled that a cover-up. Now, you and I talked about this in my office, and I appreciate you coming by. I found the conversation the two of us had be well worthwhile. Do you believe a president could lawfully issue a pardon in exchange for the recipient's promise to not incriminate him?
No, that would be a crime.
Thank you. in 1990, you argued that Congress appropriation power is not an independent source of congressional power to control the allocation of government resources. There are only 3 committees in the Senate to have a vice chairman. Appropriations is one of them. Obviously, as vice chairman, I kind of looked at that. You claim that if a president finds no appropriated funds within a given category, he may use funds from another category, as long as both categories are in his constitutional purview. Now, this says Vice Chairman Appropriations Committee. Don't be surprised, I disagree. Congress's power of the purse, Article 1, Section 9, I believe constitutes one of the most fundamental and foundational checks and balances on the executive branch. So do you believe the president can ignore Congress appropriations allocations, conditions, and restrictions in law? Just ignore them and take the money and
Not as a general proposition, but that was a
general proposition.
I actually thought that was a good law review article. I gave it as a speech, and it was really a thought piece. And what I was really saying was, and I say right up front, that the more I thought about the appropriations power, the more confused I got. And I was just laying out a potential template, which is this. People frequently say, the power to, spend money on this division or this missile system is part of the power of the purse. And what I was actually saying was, actually what the power being exercised there is the substantive power that Congress has to raise armies. And it's not, it doesn't come from the power of
specific appropriations on agriculture or on defense. I mean, for example, could a president just build a wall along our southern border because he wanted to and just take the money, whether appropriate or not? What about eminent domain?
What about eminent domain?
Well, if you're going to build a wall, you got to take a whole lot of land away from landowners in Texas and elsewhere.
Well, you'd have to show me what statute is being invoked and also what appropriations is being used. I can't answer that in the abstract.
So you're saying the president, though, can have the power to go into money even if the Congress is appropriated for a different purpose?
I didn't say that. But some
You mean that?
I don't mean that. I'm saying that there are monies that the president may have power to shift because of statutory authority.
But that would have been because Congress gave him that authority.
Right.
Not because he has it automatically.
I'm not taking that position. As I said, my law review, it was published as a law review article, and it was a thought piece exploring what limits there might be to the appropriations power and where Congress's power comes from in certain areas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just to follow up on that real quick, and I won't take this against the corner. Did the Article 2 powers, the inherent authority of the Commander-in-Chief, give him the ability to take appropriated dollars for the Department of Defense and build a wall?
I can't, without looking at the statute, I really couldn't answer that.
I'm not talking about a statute. I'm talking about the inherent authority of the President as Commander-in-Chief.
That's the kind of question I would go to OLC to answer.
Okay. Get back with us on that. Senator Corn.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me congratulate you on your election as chairman of the Judiciary Committee and tell you we look forward to working with you and supporting this committee's efforts. Thank you for convening today's hearing. And I want to express my profound and sincere thanks to the nominee, Mr. Barr, for agreeing to serve a second time as Attorney General. I noted in your statement you said it was 27 years ago that you sat in this chair and went through your first confirmation hearing. And to me, that says a lot about your character and your commitment to the rule of law, that you would be willing to go through this process again and serve once again as the chief law enforcement officer of the country. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you to your family as well. To me, the Attorney General is one of the most challenging cabinet offices to hold because, as you point out in your opening statement, you are committed to the rule of law and enforcing the laws of the land, but you are also a political appointee of a president. If you are serving another cabinet position, certainly you're committed to implementing the president's agenda or the agenda of an administration, but as Attorney General, that is not an unequivocal commitment, because there may be some things that the administration wants you to do that you cannot do consistent with the rule of law, correct?
That's right, Senator. One of the reasons I ultimately decided that I would accept this position if it was offered to me was because I feel that I'm in a position to be independent. You know, over the years, a lot of people have some politicians have called me up saying, you know, I'm thinking of going for the Attorney General position in this administration and so forth. And I say, you're crazy. Because if you view yourself as having a political future down the road, don't take the job. Because if you take this job, you have to be ready, you know, to make decisions and spend all your political capital and have no future. Because you have to have that freedom of action. And I feel I'm in a position in life where I can do the right thing and not really care about the consequences, in the sense that I can truly be independent.
Mr. Barr, thinking back about the run-up to the 2016 election, where the nominee of both political parties for President of the United States ended up being investigated by the FBI, can you think of any precedent in American history where that's occurred that you know of?
No, I can't, Senator.
And thinking back to James Comey's press conference of July the 7th, 2016, where he took the step of talking about the evidence against Mrs. Clinton, talking about the legal standard that would apply as to whether she might or might not be indicted for committing a crime under the Espionage Act. Have you ever seen a situation where an FBI director would usurp the authority of the Department of Justice to make that charging decision and hold a press conference and talk about all of the derogatory information that the investigation had gleaned against a potential defendant, and then say, now we're not going to, no reasonable prosecutor would indict her? Have you ever seen anything like that happen before?
No, I've never seen that, and I thought it was a little bit, more than a little bit. It was weird at the time, but my initial reaction to it was, I think Attorney General Lynch had said something, you know, she was under pressure to recuse herself, I think, because of the so-called tarmac meeting. Right. And I think she said something like she was going to defer to the FBI. Mm-hmm. So my initial reaction to that whole thing was, well, she must have agreed, or it must have been the plan, that he was going to make the decision and go out and announce his decision.
Under the normal rules, if the Attorney General has a conflict of interest,
it would go to the deputy.
It would go to the deputy,
correct,
not to the FBI director to make that decision, correct?
Right. So that's why I thought it was very strange. But I think later it became clearer, to the extent there's anything clear about it, that I don't think Attorney General Lynch had essentially delegated that authority to the director. And I think Jim Comey is as I've said, is a extremely gifted man who's served the country with distinction in many roles. But I thought that to the extent he actually announced a decision was wrong. And the other thing is, if you're not going to indict someone, then you don't stand up there and unload negative information about the person. That's not the way the Department of Justice does business.
I was shocked when Mr. Comey later wrote a letter saying that based on the discovery of Clinton emails on the Wiener laptop, that they were reopening the investigation that he had already announced closed. And then finally, just days before the general election, November the 6th, 2016, said, we didn't find anything on the laptop that would change my conclusions based on the press conference of July the 6th. Did you likewise find that to be an extraordinary, I will use the word bizarre, but certainly unprecedented event?
Yeah, the whole sequence was very herky-jerky and bizarre, but at that time, I was a little of a contrarian in that I basically took the position that once he did what he did in July and said the thing was over, and then found out it wasn't over, he had no choice but to correct the record. So I said that he had no choice but to do what he did, but it sort of shows you what happens when you start disregarding the normal procedures and established practice, is that you sort of dig yourself a deeper and deeper hole.
Why is it that the Department of Justice rules, which also apply to the FBI, make it clear that our chief law enforcement agencies in this country should not get tangled up in election politics? Are there policies in place that try to insulate the investigations and the decisions of the Department of Justice and FBI from getting involved in elections?
Yes, Senator, there are.
And why is that?
Well, obviously, because the incumbent party has their hands on the, among other reasons, they have their hands on the levers of the law enforcement apparatus of the country, and you don't want it used against the opposing political party.
And that's what happened when the counterintelligence investigation of the Trump campaign began in late July and continued on through, well, presumably to Director Comey's firing and beyond.
Well, I'm not in a position to, make a judgment about it because I don't know what the predicate was for it. I think I said, it's strange to have a counterintelligence investigation of a president, but I'm not, I just don't know what the predicate is, and if I'm confirmed, I assume I'll find out.
Rod Rosenstein's memo recommending the termination of James Comey as FBI director was dated May the 9th, 2017. It's entitled Restoring Public Confidence in the FBI. I take it you've read the memo, and do you agree with its conclusion?
I completely agree with Rod Rosenstein, and I thought the important point he made from my standpoint was not the particular usurpation that occurred, but it was, as I think he says, that Director Comey just didn't recognize that was a mistake, and so it was going to potentially be a continuing problem, that his appreciation of his role vis-a-vis the Attorney General.
As I said, the title of the memo is Restoring Public Confidence in the FBI. Do you agree that restoration of public confidence in the FBI and Department of Justice as a apolitical or non-political law enforcement organization is important?
It's critical
and needed.
It's critical, and that's one of the reasons I'm sitting here. I'd like to help with that process.
Well, Mr. Barr, I think you're uniquely qualified to do that, and I wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Senator.
It couldn't be more important. Thank you.
Mr. Barr, we've never had a chance to meet, but I welcome you to this committee.
Thank you.
You seem like a rational person. I'd like to ask you a question. When you consider what Jeff Sessions went through as the Attorney General for President Donald Trump, where he was subjected to unrelenting criticism, primarily because, as a matter of conscience, he decided he had a conflict of interest and should remove himself from any decisions by the special counsel concerning the Russia investigation. When you consider that this president has lashed out on a personal basis against federal judges who ruled against his administration, when you consider the criticism which he has leveled at the chief law enforcement investigative agency of the Department of Justice, the FBI, as well as our intelligence agencies, when you see the exit lanes glutted, those leaving the White House at every single level, why do you want this job?
Well, because I love the department, I love and all its components, including the FBI. I think they're critical institutions. that are essential to preserving the rule of law, which is the heartbeat of this country. And I'd like to think that there was bipartisan consensus when I was last in this position, that I acted with independence and professionalism and integrity, and I had very strong and productive relationships across the aisle, which were important, I think, to trying to get some things done. And I feel that I'm in a position in life where I can provide the leadership necessary to protect the independence and the reputation of the department and serve in this administration.
A number of my colleagues on both sides have asked, and I'll bet you'll hear more, questions along the line of what would be your breaking point? When would you pick up and leave? When is your Jim Mattis moment when the president has asked you to do something which you think is inconsistent with your oath? Doesn't that give you some pause as you embark on this journey?
It might give me pause if I was 45 or 50 years old, but it doesn't give me pause right now, because I had a very good life. I have a very good life. I love it. But I also want to help in this circumstance, and I am not going to do anything that I think is wrong, and I will not be bullied into doing anything I think is wrong by anybody, whether it be editorial boards or Congress or the president. I'm going to do what I think is right.
You have a very nice family behind you.
Thank you.
I'm glad you introduced.
Thank you, sir.
And I don't want to give your grandson any career advice. He's received quite a bit this morning already. But he ought to consider, at least for some balance, being a public defender. One of the things that you alluded to as a major issue of concern is immigration, and I'm glad you said it. Our government is shut down now over the issues of border security and immigration, and the Attorney General plays a central role, which many people don't know as they look at the Department of Homeland Security for most of the action on the issue of immigration. I was surprised at the exit interview by General Kelly when he said, and I'm paraphrasing, that Attorney General Sessions was responsible for the zero tolerance policy that was announced in mid-2018, and that it was because of that policy, that was one of the reasons why he was being asked to leave. That's the first I'd ever heard. Are you familiar with the zero tolerance policy?
Generally, Senator, yes.
I can tell you that it was an effort to take escorted children, infants, toddlers, and children, and forcibly remove them from their parents at the border. This policy by our government separated up to 2,800 of those children and put them into the system, the same system as unaccompanied children. The results were horrible. I saw them firsthand. And you have alluded in your opening statement to stopping people from crashing through the border, breaking and flouting the laws. Those young children, for the most part, were being brought to this country by their parents to seek asylum. You can present yourself at America's border and seek asylum legally, can you not?
Yes, Senator, you can.
So separating those children from their parents in an effort, as Attorney General Sessions explained, to get tough with families presenting themselves at the border, was a policy decision on his part. Do you agree with that policy decision?
Well, I'm not sure I know all the details, because one of the disadvantages I have is I'm not in the department and don't really have the same backing I did in terms of information that I had last time. But my understanding is that DHS makes the decision as to who they're going to apprehend and hold. Now, you can claim asylum, but that doesn't mean you can waltz into the country freely.
Of course not.
Okay, and you have to be processed. And my understanding is a majority of people do not qualify for asylum. But DHS makes a decision who to hold and charge with the crime of illegal entry. And then they refer it to the Department of Justice. And I believe the department's policy, when the department says zero tolerance, they're saying whatever DHS refers to us in the way of illegal entry prosecutions, we'll prosecute. Now, Now what is being done, because I think the administration has changed the policy, is DHS is not referring for prosecution family units that would lead to the separation of children from the family
It's
unit.
true that the president and the administration abandoned the policy after there was a public reaction to the separation of these children. I'm concerned, I want to go back to your University of Virginia Miller Center speech, which is...
It's a gem, isn't it?
It's a classic, and it goes back many years. But you described your previous tenure as Attorney General, and you said, after being appointed, I quickly developed some initiatives on the immigration issue that would create more border patrols, change immigration rules, streamline processing. It would furthermore put the Bush campaign ahead of the Democrats on the immigration issue, which I saw as extremely important in 1992. I felt that a strong policy on immigration was necessary for the president to carry California, a key state in the election. That's a pretty revealing statement about a political agenda.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, because as I've said, you know, the attorney, and I've spoken on this a number of times, there's sort of three roles the Attorney General plays. One is the enforcer of the law, and that the role of the Attorney General is to keep the enforcement process sacrosanct from political influence. The second one is as legal advisor, and that is in the Judiciary Act of 1789, legal advisor to the President and the Cabinet. And there I say the Attorney General's role is to provide, you know, unvarnished, straight from the shoulder legal advice as to what the Attorney General believes is the right answer under the law. And then the third role is the policy role, which is law enforcement policy, which includes immigration policy. And there you are a political subordinate of the president, and it's okay to propose policies that are politically advantageous.
Well,
but I have to say that, you know, that was casual conversation. The point was, I was pursuing a strong immigration policy even when I was deputy, long before, you know, the election was on the horizon. And in traveling around the country, visiting the border, paying a lot of visits to California, I saw how important the issue was. And I thought the administration had to be more responsive to it. And yes, there was a political benefit to it.
I just have a short time left. The chairman, our new chairman, congratulations, Graham, noted 10 years of work by a number of us on this committee on a bipartisan basis to deal with criminal sentencing and prison reform. And the First Step Act signed by the president around Christmas, I think, is a significant departure. I learned, as many have, that the approach, the Get Tough approach that we imposed with 100-to-1 sentencing disparity between crack and powder didn't work. Did not work. The number of drugs being sold on the street increased. The price of the drugs went down. The people being incarcerated went up dramatically. And we learned the hard way. That was not the way to deal with the issue. And now we're trying to clean up 10 years later, or more, 25 years later, from the 100-to-1 disparity. I voted the wrong way on 100-to-1. Now I know, in retrospect. You've made some hardline statements about this issue in criminal sentencing in the past. And many of us believe, on a bipartisan basis, we've got to look at this anew and not repeat these mistakes again. So I would like to hear your assurance that you have learned, as I have, that there is a better way, could be a more effective way, and that as Attorney General, you will help us implement the First Step Act and design the second step.
Absolutely, Senator. From my perspective, the very draconian penalties on crack were put into place initially because when the crack epidemic first hit, it was like nuclear weapons going off in the inner city. And as I think you'll recall, a lot of the community leaders at that time were saying, you gotta, you know, this is killing us, you have to do something. So the initial reaction of draconian penalties was actually, you know, trying to help those communities. And over time, and now the same leaders are saying to us, this has been devastating, you know, generation after generation of our people are being incarcerated, have been incarcerated and lost their lives because of this, and you have to change the policies. And I think that is, we should listen to the same people we were listening to before. I supported generally strong penalties on drugs because, not just crack, because I felt the money involved was so high that, you needed something to counteract that. I also said repeatedly over the years of the drug war that I felt that the head of the snake is outside the country. And the place to fight this aggressively is at the source more than on the street corner. And I used to say we could, stack up generation after generation of people in prison, and it'll still keep on coming. And so I always felt that, and I support a adjustment to these sentences and the safety valve and so forth. To me, the corollary is we have to really start thinking and using all our national forms of power in the sense of our diplomacy and our economic leverage and so forth to get better results overseas. So, for example, now fentanyl is sort of the new crack. Fentanyl and fentanyl analogs are sort of the new crack, and they're coming in from China. So,
Across the Mexican border.
correct.
At ports of entry, 90%.
Mm-hmm. So that's a long-winded answer to your question, which is I understand that things have changed since 1992. I held on a little bit longer to keeping strong sentences maybe than others. Part of that was I wasn't involved in the business anymore. I wasn't at Justice Department looking at reports and studies, learning about different things in the country. I was, arguing with the FCC about telecommunications rules. So,
Ms. Barr?
yes.
That was a great answer, and it was long-winded.
Okay.
Senator Lee.
Mr. Barr,
After this, we'll break to 12:15 for lunch and a comfort break.
Mr. Barr, thank you very much for your willingness to spend time with us today and your willingness to be considered for this important position yet again.
Thank you.
Great to have your family here. And I can't help but comment, a lot of people have talked about Liam today, probably more than any of his other friends or classmates, people of his age cohort. People were thinking about what he might do for a living. Unlike some of my colleagues who have suggested medicine, I want to just sort of suggest what I've suggested to my 3 children, which is that I'm not going to push them into any career choice, which in our family means that you can be any kind of lawyer you want. Just keep that in mind with Liam. I'd like to talk to you first about civil asset forfeiture. As you know, civil forfeiture and criminal forfeiture are 2 very different things, 2 very different species of government taking someone's asset. With criminal forfeiture, of course, the government's ability to take something away is predicated upon a conviction of a crime. With civil asset forfeiture, that happens even in the absence of a conviction. There are some serious questions, of course, regarding the legality and constitutionality of civil asset forfeiture. And Justice Thomas, for example, has questioned whether some of these practices are constitutional. I was encouraged to note that in your testimony in 1991, you identified this as an issue. When you testified before this committee, you criticized what you described as the speed trap mentality of forfeiture. Your point was that, quote, agencies should not feel that just because they seize money, they're going to get the money, close quote. Now, since 1991, I've seen our government, our law enforcement agencies actually move more toward this sort of speed trap mentality rather than away from it, as many of us would have preferred. Too often, law enforcement agencies have too strong an incentive to use civil asset forfeiture in a way that lines their own coffers outside of the relevant appropriations process. So let me just ask you the question: Do you think that the speed trap mentality is a problem? And if so, is that something that you'll work to address within the Department of Justice if you're confirmed?
Yes, I think constant vigilance is necessary because there are incentives there that should be of concern in administering the law. And I understand that there are some people who are concerned about it, have some horror stories. The people at the Justice Department have been trying to clamp down. I think Attorney General Sessions put out some guidelines that were supposed to address that. I haven't gotten into it myself. I plan to get into it and see exactly, what the horror stories are, where the problems and potential abuses are, and also whether Attorney General Sessions' guidelines are providing sufficient protection. At the same time, I think it is a valuable tool in law enforcement, and the state and local law enforcement officer, our partners, it's very important to them. So I want to make sure we strike the right balance. And once I have a chance to review it, I'd be glad to come up and talk to you about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I understand that it's a tool that many consider valuable, but a tool that can be considered valuable for some of those same reasons. Something that's considered valuable to the government can, in many instances, jeopardize an individual right that is protected under the Constitution. We've got to be careful of that. When you refer to the partnership that sometimes takes place between state and federal authorities, this is sometimes where we see it abused. In the case of procedure known as equitable sharing, where sometimes state law might prohibit the use of civil asset forfeiture under certain circumstances. And in those circumstances, those state law enforcement agencies might work with federal law enforcement for the specific purpose of evading state law that would otherwise prohibit that. So I hope that's something you'll look into as well.
Yes.
Let's talk about antitrust for a minute. Along with Senator Klobuchar, I chair the Antitrust Subcommittee. And as I'm sure you're aware, there are a growing number of people who take the position, who embrace the viewpoint that we should use antitrust law to address a whole host of social and economic harms, to, among other things, to ensure that companies respect the First Amendment, or to prevent large companies from becoming too big, or to shape labor markets, or to conform industries to a particular aesthetic, or achieve some other broadly defined social interest. I'd like to know what your view is on this. Are you a believer in the sort of big is bad mentality, or do you gravitate more toward the idea that our antitrust laws are there to protect consumers and should focus on consumer welfare and prices that consumers face?
Yes, I mean, generally that's where I stand, which is the purpose of the antitrust laws, obviously, is to protect competition, and that it is competition that ultimately redounds to consumer benefits. At the same time, I'm sort of interested in stepping back and reassessing or learning more about how the Antitrust Division has been functioning and what their priorities are. I don't think big is necessarily bad, but I think a lot of people wonder how such huge behemoths that now exist in Silicon Valley have taken shape under the nose of the antitrust enforcers. And you can win that place in the marketplace without violating the antitrust laws. But I want to find out more about that dynamic.
Right. Yeah, and in some circumstances, a company that becomes too big ends up behaving in a way and exerting market dominance in a way that impairs consumer welfare anti-competitively. In other circumstances, consolidation can bring about lower prices and increased competition. I assume you wouldn't disagree with either of those statements.
No, Senator.
As you know, and as several of my colleagues have mentioned, President Trump signed into law the First Step Act about a month ago. This is legislation that I applaud and legislation that I've been working on in one way or another for 8 years, and was pleased to team up with Senator Grassley, Senator Durbin, Senator Booker, and others to work on that over the course of many years. As you know, the Attorney General has an important role under the First Step Act in appointing members to something called the Independent Review Commission. That Independent Review Commission will make recommendations concerning which offenders might be eligible for earned credits under this legislation and which programs will be approved. When we drafted this legislation, there were some members who were concerned that whoever was the Attorney General at the time of this law's passage and implementation might be able to undermine the effectiveness of this law by appointing members who didn't agree with or believe in the objectives of the bill. So will you commit to me, Mr. Barr, that you will appoint people to that Independent Review Commission who are honest brokers to decide which offenders should be eligible and which programs should be eligible to participate?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. You familiar with the Ashcroft-Sessions policy, namely the policy requiring prosecutors to charge the most significant readily provable offense?
Yes, Senator.
Tell me how that should best be balanced out with the discretion of a prosecutor, most frequently, of course, with the discretion of a local U.S. Attorney's office.
Well, I was going to say, I think the best way of balancing it out is to have a supervisor who is able to approve departures from that policy based on the specific circumstances. And there are countless different, permutations of facts that might justify a departure from it. So I think it's best handled by supervisory people. But I also think it has to be looked at centrally. I'm not saying that each case has to be approved centrally, but there has to be some monitoring of what's going on because, as you know, one of the things that led to the sentencing guidelines was, just big differences in the way the laws were being applied and enforced around the country. And I think we need to try to strive for as much uniformity as we can.
But you intend to continue that policy?
Yes.
And
unless someone tells me a good reason not to.
And if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that if you do follow it, you will defer to the judgment of the office in question in the case of determining when to not charge the most serious readily provable offense?
No, I won't defer to my subordinates. I'm not going to say, yeah, I will defer to my subordinates. Usually you do defer to your subordinates, but there might be a case I disagree with, and I'll assert myself on it.
Okay. I see my time has expired. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Senator Lee. We'll take a recess to 12:15 and start with Senator Whitehouse when we come back.
All right, you've been listening to the opening round of the nomination process for William Barr as the next Attorney General of the United States. You had a lengthy opening statement there from Mr. Barr, and he addressed a couple of issues, most notably the memo that he wrote in which many people felt that he was indeed critical of the special counsel's investigation of Russian interference and possible obstruction of justice by the President of the United States. He was asked several questions about the expansive view of the presidency and presidential powers that he has held in the past and that he's expounded on in the past. We have a couple of sound bites that we want to play. One about Attorney General Jeff Sessions. Let's play that and we'll break that down.
Do you believe that Attorney General Sessions had a conflict because he worked on the Trump campaign?
I'm not sure of all the facts, but I think he probably did the right thing recusing himself.
I agree. I think he did the right thing to recuse himself. Do you know Rod Rosenstein?
All right, so that was an interesting exchange there with regards to the previous Attorney General, Jeff Sessions. The President of the United States has railed extensively on the fact that Attorney General Jeff Sessions did recuse himself from the Russian investigation. Rightly so, as perhaps both members of the Republicans and Democrats have said, but the President thought that that was somehow something that was proving or showing disloyalty to him personally. There you heard Mr. Barr say that he believes that Attorney General Jeff Sessions was right in recusing himself from the investigation. So let's get straight to Paula Reed. She has been following this hearing from the White House. Paula, let's go first with what your broad takeaway is from what we heard this morning.
Well, I think Democrats, what they're going to take away from this hearing is this is someone who authored a memo attacking the special counsel investigation. He was also approached to be part of the president's legal team, and they're going to raise a lot of questions about whether or not he is going to be able to impartially continue to oversee the special counsel's work to its conclusion, and what he means by transparency, if he will really make this report public. That's how I think Democrats are going to step away from this hearing. But Republicans are going to argue, look, the man was asked about this. He said that he will continue to give the special counsel resources, time to complete its work, and that he has vowed to be transparent. They will say, look, he is going to, in his words, work to make the report public to the extent that he can. He's also said explicitly that he will not allow the president or his attorneys to in any way revise this report or respond to this report before it becomes public. So I really think what you take away from this hearing sort of depends what side of the aisle you're on.
So in his opening statement, as you heard, Paula, the Attorney General nominee said that if he was confirmed, he would allow the special counsel to finish his investigation into interference in the 2016 election. I want to play what he said, and then we'll talk.
I believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt against anybody.
I don't believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt.
Will you commit to no interference with the scope of the special counsel's investigation?
I will. The scope of the special counsel's investigation is set by his charter and by the regulations, and I will ensure that those are maintained.
Will you commit to providing Mr. Mueller with the resources, funds, and time needed to complete his investigation?
Yes.
Will you commit to ensuring that Special Counsel Mueller is not terminated without good cause, consistent with department regulations?
Absolutely. I believe it is in the best interest of everyone, the President, Congress, and the American people, that this matter be resolved by allowing the special counsel to complete his work. The country needs a credible resolution to these issues. And if confirmed, I will not permit partisan politics, personal interests, or any other improper consideration to interfere with this or any other investigation. I will follow the special counsel regulations scrupulously and in good faith, and on my watch, Bob will be allowed to finish his work.
So, Paulo, I think one of the more interesting exchanges happened at that moment when Senator Lindsey Graham, who's the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, asked William Barr, if he believed that the investigation of the special counsel was a witch hunt. And you heard him say that he does not believe that it is. And that's significant because that is something that the President of the United States has consistently, practically every day since he's been elected president, said that this is a witch hunt. And now you have the man who will be, if he's nominated and confirmed, the top lawyer in the country saying he doesn't think that's so.
Well, certainly no serious law enforcement officials here in Washington believe that this is indeed a, quote, witch hunt. There's a lot of reverence for special counsel Robert Mueller. William Barr refers to him as Bob. They're close friends and associates. Their wives are longtime, very close friends. They have a very collegial relationship. In fact, Barr says that when an intermediary between him and the White House asked him, what do you think of Mueller? He said, look, he's a straight shooter and he should be, quote, dealt with as such. It's clear that the Attorney General nominee has a lot of respect for the special counsel. There's no way he was going to say, yes, I believe that this is a witch hunt and Mueller is out hunting, quote, witches. But it gets a little more complicated when he talks about transparency. or doing things according to the statute. The fact is, there is no explicit law for the special counsel. It's this squishy internal regulation that really only says the special counsel answers to the attorney general. So even though it sounds like a very direct, specific answer, the fact is he's giving himself broad leeway here. There's no requirement that the final report be made public. There is no really clear definition of what his mandate is. It just says any connection between Russia and the campaigns. But that, of course, has been extended, for example, to Paul Manafort's private business dealings. So it sounds like he's giving really specific answers, but really, Vlad, I'm going to call him out on this tricky lawyerlese.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's a good point that you make there, Paula. I want to replay, though, and get your take on this, an exchange that he had with regards to the previous Attorney General, Jeff Sessions. This was an exchange with Senator Lindsey Graham. He asked for his thoughts on whether or not the Attorney General, the previous one, Jeff Sessions, should have recused himself from overseeing the Russia probe. The president, as you know, and this is, I think why it's important to keep sort of driving this one point home, is the president has consistently railed against the fact that Jeff Sessions, to the point where he belittled the man towards the end of his tenure as the Attorney General, constantly, either to reporters or on Twitter, which, let's just take it back to when President Trump first announced that he was a candidate for the presidency, how Jeff Sessions was one of the first mainstream Republicans to support and endorse Donald Trump, which
the only Republican senator.
Exactly, which then sort of opened the door for others who were more mainstream Republicans to come on board, which frankly allowed the President of the United States to have a much larger and expansive base than he initially had, and ultimately led to his election. So let's play a little bit of that exchange with Senator Graham and Mr. Barr.
Do you believe that Attorney General Sessions had a conflict because he worked on the Trump campaign?
I'm not sure of all the facts, but I think he probably did the right thing recusing himself.
I agree. I think he did the right thing to recuse himself. Do you know Rod Rosenstein?
Yes, I do.
What's your opinion of him?
So there, Paula, there you can sort of see, right? I mean, like, it's interesting to me that he, not only does Mr. Barr say he thinks that he did the right thing to recuse himself, you've got Lindsey Graham saying that he did the right thing to recuse himself, sort of a repudiation of what the president has been saying all along. It's interesting that they're just calling both Graham and specifically Graham is finally sort of saying that on the record. He may have said it in other times, but this is such a national audience that is watching this confirmation hearing. I wonder what the president thinks of that.
That's right. Well, perhaps we'll find out on Twitter sometime soon, but it probably would be best for him to refrain from opining on this hearing until after he gets his cabinet nominee confirmed, because ultimately it is expected that he will be confirmed. He is clearly qualified. He's someone with experience, certainly the temperament, but this is someone with a judicial philosophy that grants a very expansive view of the powers of the presidency. And that's what you see Democrats coming back to again and again and again. I think they are expressing some concern through their questioning about just how much deference William Barr will grant the president if there is any evidence of criminal wrongdoing on his behalf, or if he seeks to pardon anyone who either has pleaded guilty or been convicted in this investigation.
The other thing that was sort of interesting, I think, is that he was asked he was asked about questions with regards to him joining the Trump legal defense team, and he said that he didn't think that that would be the best thing to do.
Exactly. I mean, many attorneys in this town are very experienced, qualified people. Many Republicans have also declined that invitation. It is a very complicated case. The president, as I think we can all agree, would be a very challenging client to have, especially with his penchant for tweeting about ongoing investigations. But he said for personal and professional reasons, he decided not to join the legal team. I think a lot of people can say, look, there's hardly a Republican lawyer in town who hasn't been approached for that job. But I think you're going to see Democrats saying, look, this is someone that they thought would be so sympathetic to the president that he could advocate on his behalf. Then he went on and he also sent out this memo. He's discussed the Mueller probe with many members of the White House. I think they're going to continue to highlight these concerns about his role overseeing the special counsel investigation, specifically as it pertains to the president and possible obstruction of justice. Barr wrote a whole memo attacking that line of the special counsel's investigation. During this hearing, he's tried to defend himself, Vlad, as you heard many times. He said, I wasn't saying the president could never obstruct justice. but that is the essence of the memo. Now, he does leave himself an out. He said there are certain things the president could do, but specifically what he talked about were things that President Trump has done in the course of this investigation, specifically firing his FBI director. He argues in this memo that a president cannot obstruct justice by firing his FBI director because the FBI director serves at the pleasure of the president. That really is one of the core veins of this investigation. So by attacking that, you really are in many ways attacking the special counsel investigation, even if you weren't specifically talking about Russian troll farms or Paul Manafort. And that's what Democrats, I think, are going to come back to again and again and again. I don't think they're going to be fully satisfied with his promise that Mueller can do his work and he'll give some version of transparency for the final report.
And it's also interesting during his opening remarks with regards to that memo, Paula, he said this, explaining my thinking on a specific, he says, my memo was narrow in scope, explaining my thinking on a specific obstruction of justice theory under a single statute that I thought, based on media reports, the special counsel might be considering. I kind of find that interesting that he's watching cable news much in the same way that the president does, and because of what he sees on some cable news show, he decides to write this memo saying that Bob Mueller's investigation into obstruction of justice may be beyond the scope of that investigation.
Hopefully he's not watching cable news. Hopefully he's watching us here on CBSN or watching CBS News. But yeah, he tried to give himself an out. He said, look, I'm not really briefed on the facts of this investigation, but as a former attorney general, I'm going to share my opinion anyway. And he has been asked whether or not he thinks he's been hired because of that memo. He does not. He also denied that he was auditioning for the job of attorney general by issuing that memo. Again, it's not an original legal argument. This is something a lot of legal scholars have argued, that the president's powers are broad and that he can fire an FBI director for any reason. But we know the special counsel is looking at decisions and things the president has done far beyond the firing of James Comey. Specifically, sources have confirmed they're looking at conversations he had with the deputy FBI director. They're looking at how he treated the attorney general. They're looking at statements he's made about witnesses who are cooperating in this probe. That is all part of the obstruction of justice investigation. Today, Barr seems to argue that there is a universe in which the president could obstruct justice by trying to do some of those things. But that memo didn't sound like a man who believed that this president had obstructed justice. And again, I think Democrats are just going to keep coming back to this point when it comes to Barr's confirmation as attorney general. This is a big job, Vlad. This is the person who will basically approve every single new charge that Mueller brings and has the final say over how much of that report is ever seen by the public.
It is a big job, Paula, and there are a number of big jobs in the Trump administration that have seen people come and go over the course of the last 2 years. That includes the previous attorney general, that includes the secretary of defense, that includes the chief of staff. And so he was specifically asked about that. He was specifically asked by Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois about departures at the White House. And I want to play a little bit of what he said, and it's specifically what he says towards the end of it that I think is significant.
A number of my colleagues on both sides have asked, and I'll bet you'll hear more, questions along the line of what would be your breaking point? When would you pick up and leave? When is your Jim Mattis moment when the president has asked you to do something but you think is inconsistent with your oath? Doesn't that give you some pause as you embark on this journey?
It might give me pause if I was 45 or 50 years old, but it doesn't give me pause right now because I had a very good life. I have a very good life. I love it. But I also want to help in this circumstance, and I am not going to do anything that I think is wrong, and I will not be bullied into doing anything I think is wrong by anybody, whether it be editorial boards or Congress or the president. I'm going to do what I think is right.
All right, he is not going to be bullied. We know that the president uses his Twitter account to do just that. What'd you make of that response, Paul?
Well, it's an interesting response because I don't think he is actually here to carry out any sort of partisan agenda. I think the Trump administration has made this fascinating selection, someone who has extraordinary credentials, experience in the job he is about to be confirmed in. But he has this expansive view of executive power. It's almost like central casting for the Trump administration. This is exactly what they need. They need someone in that position who believes that the president's powers are vast and that it is very difficult for the president to obstruct justice. I don't believe he's been asked yet whether or not he believes a sitting president of the United States can be indicted, but that issue is coming too. This is the kind of legal mind they need in that job. You have to remember, the 5 top justice officials in this administration have all been pushed out. 3 of them have been fired: Jeff Sessions, James Comey, Andrew McCabe. One of them, Rachel Brand, the number 3 at Justice, she left of her own volition. And then the number 2, Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. He is about to leave too because Barr has asked for his own deputy. But Vlad, that's pretty astonishing that your top 5 Justice Department officials in this administration have all been pushed out. So for William Barr to want to step into this fray, I think we can all assess independently whether or not we believe him when he says, I want to help.
Yeah, it's a great point, Paula, because, I was thinking about that too. I was wondering about his relationship with Rod Rosenstein, presumably having been himself a long-time Justice Department official, going back to the first Bush administration, that he would probably know Deputy Attorney Rod Rosenstein.
Yes.
And what's also interesting is that, as you point out, right, even though the person at the top, the individual at the top may change, it's those career civil servants that sort of keep things running. And now, as you point out, Justice, there have been a number of departures, and it makes you sort of wonder what the future will hold.
Absolutely. I do know the Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein sees William Barr as sort of an idol, as a mentor. He is graciously stepping aside to let William Barr come in and select his own deputy. But you look at what's happened to pretty much everyone else who's had one of these top justice official jobs in the Trump administration, and you have to wonder why anyone would want to take this job. We wondered the same thing about Chris Wray over at the FBI. He had a nice life too in private practice, but he stepped in. And that's a 10-year term, Vlad, if you don't get fired. So these people are stepping into what is a really almost unprecedentedly complicated, politically fraught situation within the Justice Department.
Well, it's just interesting. I mean, or sort of fascinating, or however you want to look at it. The fact that he didn't want to be on the Trump legal team, but that he does want to be Attorney General, it does, in a way, I think, for those people who are looking for a level of independence from an Attorney General, from an FBI director like Christopher Wray, they can say, look, I'm not beholden to one individual. I'm beholden to the Constitution of the United States and the laws of this country. Whereas if you work on the Trump legal team, you're beholden to President Donald Trump.
Yes, and he is, again, I would imagine to be quite a challenging client, no matter how interested you are in executive powers. But as Attorney General, there's a lot you can do. And in his opening statement, Barr touched on some of the things he would like to pursue. For example, violent crime. He will continue to pursue that. If you read about what he did his first time around, violent crime was increasing under the first Bush administration. That was a priority for him then. He said that'll also be a priority for him now. He's also going to be for strict enforcement of our immigration laws. He's going to have a really interesting challenge on his hands because right now the partial government shutdown, the backlog of immigration cases is growing exponentially. But he also said that he's going to be really interested in hate crimes. That's different than Attorney General Jeff Sessions. That's going to be a priority for him. He's also going to prioritize election interference, foreign governments interfering in our election. So there's a lot you can do in this job separate from the Russia investigation that does make it attractive for a lot of people. But right now it just comes with a very politically fraught investigation in your portfolio.
All right, Paula Reed for us at the White House. Paula, you know that they will be back in that room at about 12:15. We'll be there along with you. We're going to take a break after we talk to you and update our viewers on what's going on in Kenya. Paula, as always, we thank you.
Thank you.
So as we said, the Somali-based terror group Al-Shabaab has claimed responsibility for a terror attack in Nairobi, Kenya. Explosions and gunfire erupted at an upscale complex right there in the capital city. Crowds ran from the hotels, restaurants, bars, offices, and banks as militants launched the attack. Police say the attackers destroyed a car packed with explosives as people ran for their lives. Witnesses say they saw several bodies as they escaped, while others say they hid.
I found my colleagues running everywhere. Everybody was just running everywhere. Yeah. So I went to our office. We have an academic office, air conditioned. I hid myself in the fridge.
Well, today's attack, of course, is reminiscent of a similar attack in Kenya at the Westgate Mall in Nairobi in 2013 that left more than 67 people dead. And on this day, 3 years ago, Al-Shabaab militants attacked a Kenyan military base in Somalia, killing dozens of people. we'll continue to follow that story. Deborah Pata is covering that for us here at CBS News. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, a lot more news, including the recommencement of that hearing in Washington, D.C. to confirm the next Attorney General of the United States. Stick around. We'll be right back. British lawmakers are set to hold a crucial vote on a Brexit deal today. Parliament will finally decide whether to support or reject the plan to leave the European Union. This comes after British Prime Minister Theresa May delayed last month's vote over fear she didn't have enough support for the measure.
But lawmakers are still widely expected to reject the plan. Some argue it's too moderate for hardcore Brexit supporters, while others say it's too far-reaching. So for more on this, let's bring in CBSN contributor Gabe Lippman. He writes for Signal, a newsletter produced by G0 Media. So, Gabe, we all watched British Parliament the last time this vote came up. It was very spirited. It's always interesting for us as Americans to watch the way they go at it. But then it sort of fizzled, right? So what's at stake with this vote?
So this is the deal. This is the so-called withdrawal bill that will allow Britain to leave the EU. It's been painstakingly negotiated by the UK side with the EU for almost 2 years. And it's almost certainly to be defeated. It's going to be a big margin, probably around 100 or 200 votes in Commons. But Theresa May decided after postponing the vote, as you mentioned, that she had to go through with it to sort of get through this process and get to the next step.
So there are very few options, right, for May. She can either go back to the European Union and ask for some more concessions. They've made it clear that they're not giving any more. Or what about this? Resubmitting the referendum to the people and seeing where they stand on that. Is that a possibility?
It is a possibility, and we're probably going to see sort of two things happen simultaneously as soon as this vote comes down. First, the opposition is going to try to table a motion of confidence in Theresa May, collapse the government, call new elections. And the second, as you mentioned, Vlad, is she's going to try to go back to the EU to renegotiate with them and get a sweeter deal, one that she can pass with sort of bipartisan support. Now, in Europe, there's a lot of trouble between France and Germany, sort of Euroscepticism on the periphery of the continent. So there's some talk that they may be softening a little bit. They may see Brexit, they may be trying to sort of throw her an olive branch and soften the deal, but it's a really, really tight time frame because Britain is scheduled to leave the EU on March 20th. 29th. Right. And if they don't, if the EU doesn't decide to either extend that deadline or give a sweeter deal that May can pass, that will happen in a very tumultuous way without really rigorous economic relations between the two.
The hard Brexit.
The so-called hard
That's
Brexit.
what they say, right?
Exactly.
The people, the folks getting another chance to vote on this?
I think that's actually also a possibility, right? I think if those two things are exhausted, May could look at her cards and say, look, I can't get a better deal. The opposition, but they don't have enough votes. The opposition doesn't have enough votes to take me down. Mm-hmm. Let's just resubmit a vote to the people. She suggested in the past that she doesn't want to do that, but there are people within her cabinet and within her party that say this is what we have to do. We have to take it to the British people to see what they really meant when they voted for Brexit. Look, there's a broader story here, which is that everyone loves change in general, but when you get down to the specifics, right, and that's what May has been trying to do for the past 2 years, people are arguing over what it really means, what Brexit really means.
Yeah, thanks, Gabe.
So you can check out these stories, Gabe. Thank you very much for stopping by subscribing to the Signal newsletter, and you can sign up for it at g0media.com. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on. Hi, everyone. It's good to see you again. I'm Vladimir Duthiers. We begin this hour with a live look inside the Senate hearing room where President Trump's pick for Attorney General is facing questioning today. The session is in recess right now, but will resume shortly. It's all part of William Barr's first day of confirmation hearings. Mola Lenghi reports from Capitol Hill.
I do. Shortly after being sworn in on Capitol Hill Tuesday, Attorney General nominee William Barr told the Senate Judiciary Committee Special Counsel Robert Mueller should be allowed to complete the Russia investigation.
Do you trust him to be fair to the president and the country as a whole?
Yes.
When his report comes to you, will you share it with us as much as possible?
Consistent with the regulations and the law, yes.
Do you believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt against anybody?
I don't believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt.
Barr, who previously served as Attorney General under George H.W. Bush, considers Mueller a longtime friend. Barr would replace Jeff Sessions, who was forced out by President Trump. Barr sought to reassure the committee his loyalty is to the Constitution.
President Trump has sought no assurances, promises, or commitments from me of any kind, either express or implied, and I have not given him any.
One issue of concern for Democrats is a memo Barr wrote last year criticizing an inquiry into whether President Trump had obstructed justice.
Your memo also shows a large, sweeping view of presidential authority and a determined effort, I thought, to undermine Bob Mueller.
Barr downplayed the memo, saying it was narrow in scope.
The memo did not address or in any other way question the special counsel's core investigation into Russian efforts to interfere in the election.
Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, who's been overseeing the investigation, announced he would step down once Barr is confirmed. Mola Lenghi, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
CBS News has learned Democrats are adding staff to the House Intelligence Committee's Russia investigation. Congressman Adam Schiff, the new chair of the committee, has made offers to 6 new staffers, including a corruption expert and a former prosecutor. There will be 7 staffers dedicated to the investigation, looking into the possible connections between Russia and the Trump campaign. Republicans plan to cut their committee staff since, of course, they are now in the minority. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration from putting a question about citizenship on the 2020 census. U.S. District Judge Jesse Furman ruled the question would be constitutional, but that proper procedures to change the survey were not followed. He said Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross would have needed 3 years' notice. A separate suit on the same issue is underway in San Francisco. The Supreme Court is expected to address the issue in February. Happening soon, President Trump is set to have lunch with lawmakers today. At least 9 Republicans are expected to attend as the partial government shutdown reaches day 25. The president is refusing to back down from his demands on the border wall. Nicole Killian has more from the White House.
The longest government shutdown in U.S. history has now dragged into its 25th day, and there's no sign it will end anytime soon.
I will never, ever back down.
President Trump told farmers in Louisiana he refuses to budge on his demand to build a wall along the southern border. But Democrats are also digging in on their demand the president reopen the government before they negotiate on the wall.
Let's reopen government so we can have a mature discussion about border security without holding 800,000 federal workers hostage.
President Trump is calling the solution to end the shutdown simple. For now, he's backing off of his threat to sidestep Congress and declare a national emergency. The gridlock in Washington is causing gridlock at the nation's airports.
This line, I've been here about 15 minutes, and it probably moved about 2 feet.
On Monday, there was a 137% increase in sick calls among TSA agents compared to a year ago. The TSA had to fly in officers to cover shifts in Houston and Atlanta, but that doesn't help the agents still on the job pay their bills. Lester Harris says he may need a new job if the shutdown goes on much longer.
I don't know about everyone, but I can't go but so long. Like, I was able to pay off all my bills this month, but next month, coming up in February, I just don't have it.
At the world's busiest airport in Atlanta, officials told travelers to arrive 3 hours early to get through long lines at security checkpoints. Nicole Killian, CBS News, the White House.
Well, the government shutdown is hitting airports hard across the United States. The TSA says sick calls were up more than 137% compared to a year ago. The shortage in staff led to long lines at some airports, including the world's busiest in Atlanta. Officials are advising travelers to arrive at the airport 3 hours early to get through security. CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve is at Washington's Reagan National Airport.
We talk about needing to be at an airport 3 hours early to clear security. That should get your attention. That will change the way a lot of people fly. Now, the TSA here in Washington at headquarters remain really concerned about a national tipping point moment when what we saw happen at Atlanta starts happening at other airports nationwide, and maybe without much warning. Here's what it looked like. Take a look at these very long lines at Atlanta's airport Monday. More than an hour wait. That's more than double the maximum waiting time from a week ago, as fewer screening lanes were able to be staffed due to sick calls. Now, at George Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston, the B terminal checkpoint is closed until at least Wednesday to free up officers for checkpoints elsewhere. Washington Dulles Airport here in the D.C. area had all but one checkpoint closed for much of Monday. That was after a snowstorm left the airport short-handed. Now, the TSA is deploying officers from other parts of the country to help in Atlanta and Houston. That will assist with covering those sick calls, but there are only so many of those officers to go around. TSA workers will get a one-time $500 reward for working the holiday season as early as today. There is hope that buys some time, but there is no question that many at the TSA are feeling the effects of this shutdown. Still, we should tell you more than 92% of the officers scheduled to work yesterday showed up as scheduled, even though they haven't been paid in weeks. Wait times are still in the normal range, but the performance is starting to tick down a little bit. Still, the vast majority of flyers are waiting less than 30 minutes. Anne-Marie and Vlad.
All right, Chris Van Cleve, thank you. House Republican leaders took action against Iowa Congressman Steve King last night after remarks widely seen as racist. King was stripped of his House committee assignments. It is a rare punishment, and it often leads lawmakers to resign. Nancy Cordes reports.
Republican leaders could tell that the Democrats who now control the House were about to take action on their own. And so they decided to get out in front of it and punish King after years of ignoring his inflammatory rhetoric.
I've said all I'm going to say today.
Congressman King was informed by phone that he was being removed from the powerful Judiciary and Agriculture committees.
Do you understand why they call the comments hateful and racist?
The decision was made by House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy and other top Republicans.
These are not the first time we've heard these comments. That is not the party of Lincoln, and it's definitely not America.
It was in an interview with the New York Times that King appeared to show sympathy with racist ideologies, musing, quote, white nationalist, white supremacist, Western civilization. How did that language become offensive?
I would say to my colleague that the terms are offensive because the concepts are evil.
By last night, 3 House Democrats had submitted resolutions to officially admonish King, who argued his quote was misconstrued and that he opposes white supremacy. Leader McCarthy's decision to remove me from committees, he said, is a political decision that ignores the truth. But the 9-term conservative congressman has a history of racially insensitive comments, including this one about immigrants in 2013.
For everyone who's a valedictorian, there's another 100 out there that they weigh 130 pounds and they've got calves the size of cantaloupes because they're hauling 75 pounds of marijuana across the desert.
Now, Republican leaders like Senator Mitch McConnell are urging him to find another line of work.
He ought to resign and move on and let someone else who represents American values take his seat.
One Republican who did not weigh in was President Trump. King was an early supporter of the president's aggressive immigration stance, but the president said he has not been following this controversy. Democrats, Vlad and Anne Marie, said that Republicans should start criticizing the president himself for some of his inflammatory rhetoric, too.
Nancy Cordes, thank you very much. Court documents are giving us new insight into what happened to 13-year-old Jamie Klaas when she was kidnapped from her home in Wisconsin, and in the weeks she was held against her will. 21-year-old Jake Patterson is facing charges for kidnapping Jamie and killing her parents. CBS News correspondent Jamie Yuccas reports from the Barron County Jail in Wisconsin, where he's being held.
Jake Patterson allegedly told investigators he drove to the Klaas home to abduct Jamie 2 times before, but left when he saw a number of cars in the driveway and assumed there were too many people inside the home. On his 3rd attempt, the night of the kidnapping, he allegedly turned off his car headlights and shot his way inside.
Sir, anything at all about the shotgun used?
Jake Patterson's father and brother held hands as they left Monday's hearing in Barron County, Wisconsin. Moments earlier, Patterson briefly appeared in court via video conference to face the charges against him.
And have you had enough time to discuss the waiver of time limits with your attorneys?
Yes, I did. According to a criminal complaint, Patterson did not know Jamie Klaas prior to her abduction, but he watched the 13-year-old get on a school bus
and had made the decision at that point that he was going to take her.
According to the complaint, Jamie was woken up by her barking dog early in the morning of October 15th. She then noticed someone driving up their driveway and went to wake up her parents. Patterson, wearing a face mask and gloves, allegedly shot and killed Jamie's father, James, with a 12-gauge shotgun through the front door and then forced his way into the home. Jamie's mother, Denise, called 911 as she and Jamie barricaded themselves in a bathroom. Patterson broke in, told her to hang up, and ordered her to put tape over Jamie's mouth. He then allegedly shot Denise in the head, killing her. Investigators say Patterson told them he bound Jamie's ankles and hands with tape, put her in the trunk of his car, and drove her to his home in Gordon, Wisconsin. Richard Jones and Charlie Glenn represent Patterson.
Is there any chance that there could be an insanity plea?
We have to explore all the options, and not guilty by mental disease or defect is always an option to look at, and we will explore all of those. We don't know at this point.
Jamie told investigators Patterson hid her under his bed when guests came over, using laundry bins and weights to keep her from moving. Last Thursday, Patterson allegedly ordered Jamie to hide under the bed while he went out. She instead escaped.
She put on Patterson's shoes. They were on the wrong feet, but she was able, then she walked out the front door.
She just sort of fell into me and said, "I'm Jamie," and I said, "I know."
Gail King spoke to Jeannie Nutter, who brought Jamie to a nearby house to call 911 after she flagged her down.
What are you thinking about when you think about how brave she is?
I don't, what 13-year-old has it in them to endure what she has and then find the courage and just to get out. I'm just so proud of her.
Prosecutors said there's additional information about this case that was not included in the criminal complaint. Patterson is now facing life in prison. He remains in jail on $5 million bond. His next court appearance is scheduled for February, where he is expected to enter a plea. Vlad and Anne Marie.
All right, Jamie Yuccas, thank you very much. The Saudi teen who barricaded herself in a hotel room to avoid going back to her own country is now in Canada. Rahef Mohammed Al Qanoun spoke in Arabic at a press conference today where she thanked everyone for their support. She says she wants to have a normal life in Canada and that she will work in support of freedom for women around the world. Her family has since disowned her. One of R. Kelly's accusers said the singer tried to intimidate her into dropping her lawsuit against him. It did not work. Faith Rogers' lawsuit continues. In a press conference yesterday, she said Kelly had threatened to reveal details about her sexual past. Now, in an interview that you'll only see on CBS, we are hearing from Rogers and her attorney, Gloria Allred. CBS News correspondent Jerika Duncan reports.
Anne-Marie and Vlad, we first met Faith Rogers last May. She told us about the alleged mental, sexual, and verbal abuse she says she went through during a relationship with R. Kelly when she was just 19 years old. Her lawsuit filed last year claims Kelly knowingly gave her an STD. And since coming forward, Rogers says the R&B singer has threatened her and her family.
It's been over 7 months since we first interviewed you about your R. Kelly allegations. How has your life changed?
The first time we spoke, it was negative. Now I have more support, but I'm finding my strength and I'm pressing forward with everything I need to do.
Faith Rogers is pressing forward by coming forward about alleged abuse she says she suffered at the hands of R&B singer R. Kelly. Backed by famed attorney Gloria Allred, the 21-year-old spoke to New York police Monday and unveiled a threatening letter allegedly written by Kelly last October.
Mr. Kelly appears to have been engaging in a campaign of intimidation and retaliation.
In the notarized letter to a lawyer representing Rogers, which she says also contained compromising photos of her, Kelly allegedly wrote, if she persists in court action, she will be subjected to public opinion, and demanded Rogers provide test results proving the origin of her STD claim. The letter also said Kelly would request 10 personal male witnesses testifying about Rogers' sex life.
It just validates the monster that he is. That's what it does. I realize that's his defense. But his defense is only revealing his true colors.
Kelly's attorney told us the letter is a fake, saying R. Kelly can't read, write, or type. He didn't send any letter.
It was R. Kelly. And who are you to tell R. Kelly no?
Rogers is one of several accusers who appeared in the docuseries Surviving R. Kelly, which chronicled years of accusations against the singer. Allred now represents 3 women, including Rogers, who say Kelly victimized them.
This has been building for quite a while, but now it's approaching a tsunami for Mr. Kelly. And now, because we have young women of courage like Faith, those who are watching and listening are needing to pay attention.
We also spoke with Rogers' mother, who says she hopes other women will come forward.
You're a pastor's wife.
I am.
You guys talk about forgiveness, I'm sure, at church?
Absolutely.
Is there any way you could ever see yourself forgiving R. Kelly?
Can I forgive him? Absolutely. He needs help. Not only mental help, he needs spiritual help.
Do you think he should be in jail?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Rogers' attorneys say they don't know if criminal charges are imminent, but Rogers believes Kelly's days in the limelight are numbered.
If R. Kelly is watching this right now, what would you say to him?
Better think of something quick. Running out of time.
Kelly has denied all wrongdoing and claims all sexual acts with his accusers were consensual. Investigators in Georgia are reportedly looking into some abuse claims, but the local DA would not comment. More artists are distancing themselves from R. Kelly. Celine Dion and Chance the Rapper have reportedly pulled their music collaborations with him
from streaming services. Anne-Marie and Vlad?
All right, Jerika, thank you very much. Some New Yorkers were able to watch the formerly known Tappan Zee Bridge implode, as they sat in traffic. There's some grammar user out there, Twitter user, who's going to have that right word for us to use. This was the scene. Check it out. Either a source of sadness or satisfaction, depending on if you have to commute. Ryan, my floor director, and I are from the Rockland County area, and the Tappan Zee Bridge, the original Tappan Zee Bridge, was such a big part of our lives. Going across it back and forth. I never had a problem with it, Ryan, did you?
No.
You're sad. You're sad.
I am sad.
The rest of the bridge is going to be coming down very soon, later this year. It's going to be replaced by the new Governor Mario M. Cuomo Bridge. But that process has not been without controversy. Critics say the $4 billion structure was built too fast, and they question whether or not it is safe. All right, I think we're getting ready to go back to the hearing. All right, let's go back to Sheldon Whitehouse, who's speaking now. Let's listen.
Just to be clear, so we're not bandying words here, did you request or signal or otherwise communicate in any way that you wanted Rod Rosenstein to go?
No, the president said that the decision on the deputy was mine. Anything I wanted to do on the deputy was
so
fine.
We will find no William Barr fingerprints on Rosenstein's departure.
No, Rod and I have been talking, about his plans. He told me that he viewed it as a 2-year stint and would like to use, if I'm confirmed, my coming in as an occasion to leave. But we talked about the need for a transition, and I asked him if he would stay for a while, and he said he would. And so as of right now, I would say he has no concrete plans. I have no concrete plans in terms of his departure.
And
we're going to sort of play it by ear and see what makes sense.
And you have not undertaken to run him out in any way?
Absolutely not.
That leaves an opening at the DAG position whenever you work this out. Can you tell us, since attorneys general are very often defined by the immediate appointments around them at Chief of Staff, DAG, Criminal Chief, what are the characteristics and qualifications that you will seek as you fill particularly that position, but all three that I mentioned?
I'm sorry, the deputy, and what was the other one?
Deputy Chief of Staff and Criminal Chief.
There is already a criminal chief.
I know.
Yeah.
There's already a deputy attorney general, but he's leaving.
Well, for a deputy, I'd like someone who's a really good manager and who has had good management experience running government programs. And I want a first-rate lawyer and someone whose judgment I feel comfortable in.
Experience in the department?
Not necessarily, okay. but experience in government at a high level.
When we met, I gave you a letter that you've seen, just so none of these questions would be a surprise. So I hope it is no surprise to you that I'm going through some of them. If you're confirmed, what will be the department's rule regarding communications between White House and Department of Justice officials regarding criminal and investigative matters? Who at DOJ will be allowed to have those conversations with the White House, and who at the White House will you entertain those conversations from at DOJ?
So, I've looked through the existing regime, and my instinct is to keep it, maybe even tighten it up a little bit more. I remember when George W. Bush's administration was coming in, my advice was start tight, and then as you realize who has judgment and so forth, you can go back to a...
They went the other way, and it was a bad day for Attorney General Gonzalez in the hearing room when that was brought to his attention. What is your understanding right now of who at the Department of Justice is authorized to have communications with the White House regarding investigations?
It depends what it is, but on criminal matters, I would just have the AG and the deputy.
And what do you think the rule is now in the department?
I think that's what it is.
Okay. So if the reports are true that, as Chief of Staff, Mr. Whitaker was involved in conversations with the White House about bringing criminal investigations against the president's political enemies, that would not be consistent with your understanding of that policy?
Well, it would depend upon, what his understanding is with the Attorney General. I mean,
Well, the Attorney General was recused, so hard to step into the shoes of a recused Attorney General on that matter, right?
Well, I don't know what the communications related to. I'm not really sure what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, I hope you'll become sure when you get there, because there's a fair amount of, I think, questionable behavior that has gone on that does not reflect well on the department that I hope will get your attention. I also asked you about the special counsel investigation and to give us a clear exposition of how that memo came to be, who you talked to, when, who was involved in it. There were a number of questions in that letter that at this point you have not answered. You have, I gather, told the chairman the names of some dozen or so people whom you contacted, as I understand it, once the memo was written, but it's not clear. Do you have any objection to answering the questions that I wrote as questions for the record so that the committee can understand who you worked with, who you talked with about this idea, who you worked with in preparing the memo, who helped you with things like citations that people at your level don't often do yourselves, and where it was circulated and vetted and what edits were made and so forth?
No, I have no objection to that.
Great.
But just to be clear, no one helped me write the memo, and I know how to do legal citations, which I do.
Yeah, well, a lot of people know how, but that doesn't always do it.
I do it. I did it. Okay.
You might want to get out of that habit. You may have other things to look at.
I'd like to have some fun in life.
If you think citations are fun, you're not going to have the problem some other nominees have had. My letter to you also asked about the Bork order that set out a series of protections for the then independent counsel operation. Do you have any objection to any of those rules or principles applying, and should we see those rules and principles, which I gave to you then, as being more or less adopted into the statement that you made earlier about your protection of the Mueller investigation from political interference?
I looked at them. I think the current regime is what I'm happy with. In other words, I wouldn't change the current rule. Those rules were put in place at the end of the Clinton administration, and sort of, I think, reflects the back-on-back experience of the Reagan-Bush years and then the Clinton years, and then sort of Justice Department's thinking under the Clinton administration as to how to balance all the equities, and I think it's working well. So,
well, if that's anything that you would disagree with in the so-called Bork rules, I'd ask you to explain that in a follow-up.
Okay.
Also in my letter to you, I expressed my concern that Mr. Whitaker was paid $1.2 million through what I consider to be a front group that has very little reality to it, and that the funding that came to that front group to pay him the $1 million came through another entity that is essentially an identity laundering operation that has no independent business operation. And the result of all of this is that somebody out there arranged to get over $1 million to Mr. Whitaker, and we have no idea who that somebody is. And as I mentioned to you in our conversation, I don't see how the department can do a proper recusal and conflict analysis for somebody when the player who delivered the $1 million is still hidden behind the curtain. Is that something that you will help us fix?
Well, first, I don't think there was anything wrong done.
Well, we don't know that yet because we don't know what the facts are.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying just the facts that you've said, doesn't necessarily mean there was anything wrong done. What you're saying is that if the ultimate financial backers are behind some entity and the current ethics laws require only the reporting of the entity, you're not really sure where the money is coming from. And that, I think that raises a very interesting point that I think I would like to review with the ethics people and experts and even OGE to talk about that, because the more I thought about it, the more I thought that the trick is going to be deciding what kind of entities and how far back you go, because that can be said of a lot of different kinds of entities.
Yeah.
And
I
sometimes you have
first. That if the department's money laundering folks looked at this operation, they would see it as almost amateurish and simple and something quite easy to penetrate. And it would be quite easy simply to ask Mr. Whitaker what he knew, to ask whoever is still at FACT, if it even has any existence with Whitaker's departure, what they knew, and to ask Donors Trust to cough up the identity of the donor, and then you can do your homework. And if they refuse to do that, nothing guarantees anybody a job at the highest levels of government who's not willing to provide those disclosures.
Well, as I said, one of my first considerations always is where do you draw the line, and also what are the implications for other kinds of entities? Because there are membership groups and First Amendment interests, and you don't want to disclose memberships and who's. And
my point was, I think if your money laundering folks took a look at that, they'd be able to help show that this is something that looks a little bit different than that. My time has expired, and see you on the second round. Thank you.
Senator Sass.
Filling in for Senator Cruz next. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay with me.
Thank you. Mr. Barr, I want to commend you for stepping forward. Thank you very much. And I want to say thank you to your family as well for being so supportive in this endeavor. I'm really pleased to have all of you here, so thank you for doing that. Mr. Barr, later this month, I do plan on reintroducing Sarah's Law, which is a bill that would require the detention of illegal aliens who have been charged with a crime that resulted in the death or serious injury, bodily injury of another person. Now that sounds pretty common sense, but I'll give you a little background. This bill is named after Sarah Root. She was a resident of Council Bluffs, Iowa, and Sarah was killed by an illegal alien who was driving drunk. And that alien had a blood alcohol content of more than 3 times the legal limit, yet he was allowed to post bond and has not been seen since. It's important to me that Congress act to close these loopholes in our immigration system and do better to enforce the laws that are already existing on the books. And I know that Attorney General Sessions, he had a real passion for this, and he had a strong record of trying to make sure that we're correcting wrongs in the system. How do you, as Attorney General, plan on making sure that we are restoring the rule of law in our immigration system?
Well, first, that sounds like a very commonsensical bill and something that I would certainly be inclined to support. I think one of our major problems, as the President says, is that the immigration laws just have to be changed and to provide sensible and common sense ways of processing immigration and claims of asylum. Right now, this goes all the way. This goes back 27 years. We were facing exactly the same kind of problem, maybe on a smaller scale. But Congress has to, where people are abusing the asylum system, coming in, they're being coached as to what to say, and then once they come in, we don't have the facilities to keep them, and they're released into the population. And this was a big abuse, as I say, 27 years ago, and it's gotten worse. So we need to change the laws to stop that kind of abuse and enable us to run a lawful immigration system where we process people into the country who are entitled to come into the country, and we keep out those that are flouting our laws. And it's long overdue. And the President is right that until we're able to do that, we're just not going to be able to get control over illegal immigration, and it creates a lot of unsafe conditions for many people.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your thoughts on that. This is a very important issue. I think all of us understand that immigration is so vital to our country, but it has to be done in the right manner. And for those that are causing bodily injury and death to those here in the United States, we want to make sure that they are brought to justice. And in this case, that illegal, undocumented was not brought to justice. And I feel a lot of empathy for that family. I'll move into another situation that's really important to Iowans. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, after drug dealing, human trafficking is tied with arms dealing as the second largest criminal industry in the world, and it generates about $32 billion each year. The Department of Justice has said that 83% of sex trafficking victims identified in the United States are U.S. citizens, with the average age of a victim being between 12 and 14 years. 12 and 14 years. Since 2007, there have been over 300 cases of human trafficking in Iowa alone. And Iowa is a very rural state. 300 cases. That's very concerning to my constituents back home. What do you see as the main contributor to human trafficking here in the United States? And then how can the DOJ impact and combat and prevent those heinous crimes?
This is an area that, frankly, wasn't very much on the radar scope of the Department of Justice when I was last there. I know it's it's an abhorrent area of criminality that I know the department and Attorney General Sessions have been focused on and have put in place various programs and entities within the department to focus on it and work with state and local law enforcement on it. I'm not sure what the major contributor to it is. It's an area that I'm going to have to study when I get into the department and see what are the factors contributing to it.
Okay, I appreciate that. And as I mentioned in my question as well, drugs and drug trafficking, that is also a very, very big industry. And in fiscal year 2017, 65% of drug-related prison sentences in Iowa were related to methamphetamine. We talk a lot about the opioid crisis, but in Iowa, it still is meth. Mm-hmm. In 2016, Iowa reported over 1,500 founded child abuse reports relating to methamphetamine being found in the child's body. According to the DEA, most of the meth available in the United States is being produced in Mexico and smuggled across our southern border. How do you see the situation at our southern border contributing to the prevalence of controlled substance use here in the United States?
Well, as been pointed out earlier, it is the major avenue by which drugs come into the country. Heroin, fentanyl, all the serious drugs are coming across that border. And again, I feel it is a critical part of border security that we need to have barriers on the border. We need a barrier system on the border to get control over the border. And I think, obviously, there's some places that more of the traffic comes over than others, but unless you have a system across the border, you're not going to be able to deal with it because you'll just displace it. If you build a barrier in one place, you'll just displace it to another. So we need a barrier system across the border. Part of that is illegal immigration, but a big part of it also is preventing the influx of drugs. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And you stated earlier that really the head of the snake lies outside of the United States. Is there a way that DOJ can be working with additional ideas, methodology with other departments that you might think would help?
Yes, this is an area, again, because I'm out of the government, I don't know how it's functioning, how the drug war is being coordinated, but I think justice can play a big role in pushing for partners like the State Department, Defense Department, the intelligence agencies, and so forth to help deal with this. It's not, to me, not just a law enforcement problem, it's a national security problem.
And you mentioned as well the situation on the border where we do need barriers in place to control the influx of whether it's drugs, human trafficking, gun trafficking, so forth. Do you believe that sanctuary cities play a role in harboring some of those activities?
Yes, I do. I think there are a number of sort of, of factors that have a hydraulic effect in that they pull people into the United States or induce them to take the hazards of coming into the United States and coming up hundreds of miles through Mexico and so forth. And things like sanctuary cities where they feel that they'll be able to come up and hide and be protected is one of those factors that I think is irresponsible because it attracts the illegal aliens coming in. Obviously, I think that the main problem with sanctuary cities is that they're not giving us information about criminals that they have in their custody. This is not chasing after, families or anything like that. This is going after criminals who the state, local law enforcement have in custody, and not allowing us to take custody of them and get them out of the country. That's the problem with sanctuary cities.
Correct, which could be the situation with Edwin Mejia, who killed Sarah Root. So we would love to see that young man brought to justice. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Well, just follow up on that, Senator Klobuchar. Don't count this against her time. So you're saying that you want access to people who've committed crimes or accused of committing crimes outside of a status violation. Is that what?
That's right, Senator.
Okay. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barr. I take it as a positive that your grandson has gotten out a pen and a pad of paper to take notes during my questions. I am also impressed by your daughters and that they all chose to go into public service. But as you know, employees at the Justice Department now are either furloughed or they are working without pay. And I have talked to a number of them at home, and it's an outrage. Very briefly, what do you have to say to them?
I would like to see a deal reached whereby Congress recognizes that it's imperative to have border security, and that part of that border security, as a common sense matter, needs barriers.
And you're aware that in the comprehensive Senate immigration bill that we passed, there was literally billions of dollars for border security back in 2013?
I'm generally aware of that.
And that also we had an agreement earlier last year which would allow the Dreamers to stay legally that also had money for border security?
The point is we need money right now for border security, including barriers and walls and slats and other things, anything that makes sense in different areas of the border.
Okay, in different areas. That's a good point. So President George H.W. Bush said back in 1980 that he didn't want to see 6- and 8-year-old kids being made to feel that they're living outside the law, and you were his attorney general. He also said that immigration is not just a link to America's past, but it's a bridge to America's future. Do you agree with those statements?
Yes, I think, as I said, I think legal immigration has, we have a great system potential. I think it needs reforming, but legal immigration has been good for the United States. It's been great for the country.
And that's why we were trying to work on that comprehensive reform. I want to just briefly turn to FBI leadership. The president has made statements accusing the FBI of making politically motivated decisions. Many of us up here and in the Senate have confidence in Director Wray and the leadership at the FBI and believe they can do their jobs without politics getting in the way. Do you agree with that?
If I'm confirmed, I'm looking forward to getting to know Chris Wray. From what I know, I think very highly of him.
Okay, thank you. In the memo from back in June, The one comment that Senator Grassley made, he talked about how much the Mueller investigation was costing, and I actually did a little Googling here, and there was a CNBC report that it actually could bring in more money than it cost because of the wealthy people being prosecuted, that Manafort's assets could be well over $40 million. I don't know if that includes that ostrich jacket, but do you think that's possible based on your experience with white-collar crime?
I don't know enough about it.
Okay. In your memo, you talked about the Comey decision, and you talked about obstruction of justice, and you already went over that, which I appreciate. You wrote on page 1 that a president persuading a person to commit perjury would be obstruction. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or any person who persuades another to, yeah.
Okay. You also said that a president or any person convincing a witness to change testimony would be obstruction. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 2, you said that a president deliberately impairing the integrity or availability of evidence would be an obstruction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so what if a president told a witness not to cooperate with an investigation or hinted at a pardon?
I'd have to know the specific. I'd have to know the specific facts.
Okay. And you wrote on page 1 that if a president knowingly destroys or alters evidence, that would be obstruction.
Yes.
Okay. So what if a president drafted a misleading statement to conceal the purpose of a meeting? Would that be obstruction?
Again, I'd have to know the specifics.
All right. That you would seek the advice of career ethics officials in the Department of Justice for any recusal, and I appreciate that. And you said in the past that you commended Attorney General Sessions for following the advice of those ethics lawyers, but you didn't commit today to following that advice. Is that right?
No, I didn't commend him for following the advice. As the agency head, he's the one responsible for making the recusal decision. I don't know why he locked himself into following the advice. That's an abdication of his own responsibility.
So what did you think about what Acting Attorney General Whitaker did when he rejected the Justice Department ethics advice to recuse himself out of an abundance of caution?
I haven't seen the advice he got, and I don't know the specific facts. But abundance of caution suggests that it could have gone either way.
You've committed to recuse yourself from matters involving the law firm where you currently work. Are you aware of any of your firm's clients who are in any way connected to the special counsel's investigation?
I'm not aware. To tell you the truth, I'm of counsel there, and I have one client which I'm representing, and I don't pay very much attention to.
Well, you can also supplement that.
Yeah, I'll supplement my
Okay, no
answer.
problem. Will you commit to make public all of the report's conclusions, the Mueller report, even if some of the evidence supporting those conclusions can't be made public?
That certainly is my goal and intent. It's hard for me to conceive of a conclusion that would run afoul of the regs as currently written, but that's certainly my intent.
Secure elections, you and I had a talk about that in my office. Do you think backup paper ballots are a good idea? This is a bill that Senator Langford and I have introduced, and with Senator Graham and Senator Harris.
Yeah, I don't know what's a good idea, what's a bad idea right now, because I haven't gotten into this area, but...
Okay, well, I'll just tell you backup paper ballots is a good idea.
Okay.
And we can talk about it later, as well as audits. Along the lines of voting, state election officials in North Carolina, as you know, contacted the Justice Department about the integrity of their elections. The Justice Department may have failed to take action in a timely manner. What steps would you take to make sure these failures don't occur again?
Not specifically with respect to North Carolina, you're talking generally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, as I say, I want to make one of my priorities the integrity of elections, and so this is not an area I have been involved with deeply before. And when I get to the department, if I'm confirmed, I'm going to start working with the people and making sure that those kinds of things don't happen.
Part of this, of course, is also voting rights and our concern about some of the changes in department policy. And I hope you will seriously look at that, because the last thing we should be doing is suppressing voting, and that is what we've been seeing under this current administration. My dad was a reporter, so I grew up knowing the importance of a free press. We obviously have the tragic case of a journalist who worked right here at the Washington Post, Jamal Khashoggi, and it's a particular concern. So I want to ask you something I asked Attorney General Sessions. If you're confirmed, will the Justice Department jail reporters for doing their jobs?
I think that, I know there are guidelines in place, and I can conceive of situations where, as a last resort, and where a news organization has run through a red flag or something like that, knows that they're putting out stuff that will hurt the country. There might be there could be a situation where someone would be held in contempt, but
Well, Attorney General Sessions had said he was going to look at potentially changing those rules at one point. So I'd like you to maybe respond in writing to this, because that was very concerning. And when you and I were in my office, we talked about your work with Time Warner with this major merger on appeal from the Justice Department, and I just wanted you to commit today to what you committed to me in the office, that you would recuse yourself from any matters regarding that appeal.
Absolutely.
Okay. And as you know, you were on the board of Time Warner at the time, and you signed a sworn affidavit questioning whether the Justice Department's decision to block the merger was politically motivated, given, and this is from the affidavit, the president's prior public animus towards the merger. Are you talking here about his view on CNN? What did you mean by prior public animus?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure.
Yeah.
You were on the board of Time Warner, and you signed a sworn affidavit questioning whether the Justice Department's decision to block the merger was politically motivated, given the president's prior public animus toward the merger.
Uh-huh.
And so what did you mean by that?
I mean, the affidavit speaks for itself in that at that meeting, I was concerned that the Antitrust Division was not engaging with some of our arguments, and I got concerned that they weren't taking the merits as seriously as I would hope they would. But I have no, I'm not sure why they acted the way they did.
Okay. Very good. And I'll ask you more on antitrust policy-wise in the second round. And I appreciated the discussion we had on that. It's very important. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. Senator Hawley did a good thing by allowing Senator Ernst to go, because she had a no good deed goes unpunished around here. But you do have a credit with the chairman, so I appreciate that. Senator Cruz, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Hawley, as well, and welcome to the committee. Welcome to all the new members of the committee, and congratulations, Mr. Chairman. We are looking forward to the Lindsey Graham chairmanship of Judiciary, and I'm sure if...
They'll make a movie about it, I'm sure.
I am certain whatever else happens, it will not be boring. Welcome, Mr. Barr. Congratulations on your nomination yet again. And let me say thank you. You and I have visited before about this, but the past 2 years have been a difficult time at the Department of Justice. And you and I and many on this committee hold the Justice Department in very high esteem. Indeed, I would even say revere the department and its century-long tradition of enforcing the law without regard to party and without regard to partisanship. And I commend you for your willingness to go back and serve once again. I think that is a good step for the department and a good step for strengthening the department. You know, I would note 27 years ago, when you did this previously, when you were last nominated to be Attorney General, when I think you may have been about Liam's age at the time, it was a different time. Then Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Joe Biden, said at the time that he found you to be, quote, honest, and that you, quote, understand and are committed to the dual responsibility of the office of the Attorney General. Chairman Biden also said that, quote, this commitment to the public interest above all else is a critical attribute in an Attorney General, and I will vote to confirm, Mr. Barr. Senator Ted Kennedy likewise noted your dedication to public service. Senator Fritz Hollings said, quote, Mr. Barr has a distinguished academic background and impressive experience in private sector as well as in public service. Most important, Bill Barr is a known quantity. He has done a truly outstanding job as Deputy Attorney General for the last year and a half, during which time he has worked with many of us in this body, earning our respect for his professionalism and competence. And Senator Cole said that, quote, your willingness to discuss the issues is a refreshing change in the confirmation process, and it would be wise of future nominees to follow Mr. Barr's example. At that hearing, you were confirmed by this committee unanimously, as you had been twice previously for senior appointments to the Department of Justice. Now, we all recognize that was a different time. I think given the environment we are in now, few expect this committee vote to be unanimous. But I would hope those voices from the past, from Democrats who were respected by members of this committee, will be heard today as well. One of the questions you were asked, if I might paraphrase, was, why on earth would you take this job? And your answer, if I recall correctly, concerned your commitment both to the department and the rule of law. Would you tell this committee, in your judgment, why the rule of law matters? Why is that important?
Well, you know, as our framers said in the Federalist Papers, the art of setting up a government is to have a government that's strong enough to perform the functions that a government has to perform, while at the same time not being so strong that it can oppress its own people. And the rule of law ensures that precisely that the government does not oppress its own people. And when people are accused of wrongdoing, our system essentially gives them the benefit of the doubt and gives them rights to bring them up essentially to the same level as the government. And the process we go through is there to ensure that justice is not arbitrary, but it's done according to a set of rules. And the basic protection that we have is that the rule that applies to one applies to all. That, at the end of the day, is what keeps us all free. That is the protection of individual freedom. And to me, the rule of law is exactly that we don't allow special rules to go into effect for a particular individual. A rule has to be universalized. Anything we do against A has to be universalized across everyone who's similarly situated. That's our basic protection, and to me, that's what the rule of law is.
So I don't want to see a Republican Department of Justice or a Democratic Department of Justice. I don't want to see a Republican FBI or a Democratic FBI. What we should see, what the American people have a right to see and a right to expect, is a Department of Justice that is committed to and faithful to the Constitution and the laws, regardless of political party. And a corollary to that is a department that is willing to hold anyone who commits criminal conduct accountable, regardless of that individual's political party or whatever partisan interest there might be. Would you agree with that characterization?
Senator. Yes, Senator.
I would note as well, during the previous administration, there was concern by many, including me on this committee, that the previous administration, and in particular the IRS, had targeted individual citizens and citizen groups for exercising their First Amendment rights and had abused its power in doing so. The current Justice Department, I've been dissatisfied with the degree of scrutiny they have given to that potential abuse of power. And I'm going to ask you going forward, if you are confirmed, to examine that conduct and ensure that if laws were broken, that individuals are held accountable. Let me shift to a different topic. One of the most important safeguards of our liberties is the Bill of Rights. And the Attorney General has a unique responsibility defending the Constitution. Can you share for this committee, in your view, the importance of free speech, of the protections that the First Amendment provides to Americans to speak, and even to speak on unpopular or politically disfavored topics?
I think free speech is at the core of our system because we believe in the democratic process and power shifting through the processes of voting by an informed electorate. And free speech is foundational to the ability to have a democratic process. The framers, I think, believe that the dialectic, the clashing of ideas in the public marketplace, is the way to arrive at the truth. And that is one function. Another function of free speech is that it's the substitute for other means of settling differences. In some ways, it's a safety valve. People are allowed to speak their mind and persuade their neighbors of their position. And I think that performs a very important function in keeping the peace within a community. And if speech is suppressed, it can lead to the building up of pressures within society that sometimes can be explosive.
How about your views on religious liberty? And would you share your thoughts on the importance of the religious liberty protections in the First Amendment in terms of protecting our diverse and pluralistic society?
Yes, I think the framers believe that our system, they said, that our system only works if the people are in a position to control themselves. Our government is an experiment in how much freedom we can allow the people without tearing ourselves apart. And they believed fewer laws, more self-control, and they believed that part of that self-control, and I know there are many people here who disagree, in our society, not here, but in our society who disagree, but they believe part of that self-control ultimately came from religious values. And I think it's important underpinning of our system that we permit. I believe in the separation of church and state, but I am sometimes concerned that we not use governmental power to suppress the freedoms of traditional religious communities in our country.
Final question. The Department of Justice is charged with defending the United States, but that doesn't mean that the Department of Justice always must argue for maximum federal power. There are important restraints on federal power, whether civil liberties protections in a criminal context, whether the Takings Clause, or whether the 10th Amendment and federalism. Can you briefly share your thoughts on the appropriate balance of respecting the limitations on federal power?
Well, as you say, the Constitution has many different forms of restraint on federal power. Part of it is, in fact, the separation of powers within the federal government. Part of it is the balance between the federalist system we have and the central government and respecting the rights of the states and local communities. And part of it is the Bill of Rights that on certain topics constrains the role of the federal government. And those are all important checks on federal power. And, I am concerned about our country becoming just a unitary state that we try to govern centrally, 350 million people. I think a lot of our current tensions in society are because we are turning our back on the federalist model. There are certain things that have to be protected by the federal government. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But the more we can decentralize decision-making, the more we can allow people a real diversity in the country of approaches to things, I think we'll have less of an explosive situation.
I very much agree. Thank you, Mr. Barr.
The freedom of speech has to be balanced by the freedom to question. Senator Coons.
Congratulations, Chairman Graham. I look forward to working with you in this Congress. And thank you, Mr. Barr, and to you and your family for their service to our country through federal law enforcement and the Department of Justice. You just faced some questioning from Senator Cruz about your own confirmation hearing back in 1991, and I'd like to take us back to a previous confirmation hearing, which was at a more similar time to today than 1991, 1973. Senator Leahy asked you about the confirmation of Elliot Richardson, President Nixon's nominee to be Attorney General. That confirmation took place in the context of a similarly divided period in American history where there was great concern over the, at that point, ongoing Watergate investigation. And Elliot Richardson reassured the country by making some important commitments during his confirmation hearing before this committee. Then Senator Strom Thurmond asked Richardson if he wanted a special prosecutor who would, and I quote, shield no one and prosecute this case regardless of who was affected in any way, shape, or form. Richardson responded, exactly. Do you want Special Counsel Mueller to shield no one and prosecute the case regardless of who is affected?
I want Special Counsel Mueller to discharge his responsibilities as a federal prosecutor and exercise the judgment that he's expected to exercise under the rules and finish his job.
Senator Kennedy followed up by asking Richardson if the special prosecutor would have the complete authority and responsibility for determining whom he prosecuted and at what location. Richardson said simply, yes. Would you give a similar answer?
No, I would give the answer that's in the current regulations, which is that the special counsel has, broad discretion, but the acting attorney general in this case, Rod Rosenstein, can ask them about major decisions, and if they disagree on a major decision, and if after giving great weight to the special counsel's position, the acting attorney general felt that it was so unwarranted under established policies that it should not be followed, then that would be reported to this committee.
Forgive me, I've got 7 minutes left. I have a number of other questions. Let me just make sure I understand you. Senators asked Elliot Richardson what he would do if he disagreed with the special prosecutor. Richardson testified to the committee the special prosecutor's judgment would prevail. That's not what you're saying. You're saying that if you have a difference of opinion with Special Counsel Mueller, you won't necessarily back his decision. You might overrule it.
Under the regulations, there is the possibility of that, but this committee would not, would be aware of it. A lot of water has gone under the dam since Elliot Richardson, and a lot of different administrations on both parties have experimented with special counsel arrangements.
Well,
and the existing rules, I think, reflect the experience of both Republican and Democratic administrations and strike the right balance. They are put together in the Clinton administration after Ken Starr's investigation.
That's right. So the current regulations on the books right now prevent the Attorney General from firing without cause the special counsel. They require misconduct, dereliction of duty, incapacity, conflict. Will you follow that standard?
Of course.
What if the president asked you to rescind or change those special counsel regulations?
I think those special counsel regulations should stay in place for the duration of this investigation, and we can do a postmortem then, but I have no reason to think they're not working.
So most famously, when directed by President Nixon to fire the special counsel, the prosecutor investigating Watergate, Richardson refused and resigned instead, as we all well know. If the president directed you to change those regulations and then fire Mueller, or simply directly fired Mueller, would you follow Richardson's example and resign instead?
Assuming there was no good cause?
Assuming no good cause.
I would not carry out that instruction.
Let me bring us forward to your 1991 hearing in front of this committee. You explained at the time how you would handle the BCCI case, and ironically, Robert Mueller, the same individual, was at that point the head of the criminal division. And you testified that you had directed Mueller to spare no resources, use whatever resources are necessary, and pursue the investigation as aggressively as possible and follow the evidence anywhere and everywhere it leads. Would you give similar direction to Robert Mueller today?
I don't think he needs that direction. I think that's what he's doing.
You also said at that hearing that Robert Mueller in that investigation had full cooperation, full support, and carte blanche. Could he expect a similar level of support from you as Attorney General?
Yeah, he will. As I said, I'm going to carry out those regulations, and I want him to finish this investigation.
I think we all do. And I am encouraged by things you've said about this and just want to make sure we've had as clear a conversation as we can. Attorney General Richardson also testified the relationship between the President and the Justice Department should be arm's length. You've said similar things about the importance of shielding the department from political influence. Can you make a similar commitment to us to maintain an arm's length relationship between the Justice Department and the President regarding the special counsel investigation and other investigations?
Yeah, well, remember I said that there are like 3 different functions generally that the Attorney General performs. I think on the enforcement side, especially where matters are of either personal or political interest to people at the White House, then there has to be an arm's length relationship. The White House counsel can play a constructive role in that as well.
Let me ask, if the President asked for information that could well be used to interfere with the special counsel investigation, to misdirect or curtail it in some way, would you give it to him?
No, I mean, there are rules on what kind of information can flow and what kind of communications can go between the White House, and I would follow those. But the basic principle is that the integrity of an investigation has to be protected. There are times where you can share information that wouldn't threaten the integrity of an investigation, like, for example, when I was Attorney General and we were investigating something that related to President, someone who had a relationship with President Bush, I could just orient them that, there's going to be a story tomorrow that, says this, but in that particular case, there was no chance that it would affect the investigation. So sometimes judgment calls are necessary.
If you learn that the White House, not directly through you, but through other means, was attempting to interfere with the investigation, would you report that information to the special counsel and to Congress?
Well, there's some conclusions in there about interfering, and if I thought something improper was being done, then I would deal with it as Attorney General.
Last, in that confirmation hearing back in 1973, then Senator Birch Bayh of Indiana asked Richardson, suppose the prosecutor determines it's necessary to get the president's affidavit or to have his testimony personally. Would that be the kind of determination he, the special prosecutor, could make? Richardson said, yes. Will you give a similar answer today that you won't interfere with Special Counsel Mueller seeking testimony from the president?
I think, as I say, the regulations currently provide some avenue if there's some disagreement. I think that in order to overrule Mueller, someone would have to the Attorney General or the acting Attorney General would have to determine, after giving Mueller's position great weight, that it was so unwarranted under established policies that it should not be done. So that's the standard I would apply. But I'm not going to surrender the regulations give some responsibility to the Attorney General to have this sort of general not day-to-day supervision, but sort of be there in case something really transcends the established policies. I'm not surrendering that responsibility. I'm not pledging it away.
What gives me pause and sort of led me to this line of questioning, Mr. Barr, was that June 2018 memo you sent to the Deputy Attorney General, in which at one point you state Mueller should not be permitted to demand the President submit to interrogation about alleged obstruction. If the special counsel wants to subpoena the President's testimony to ask questions about obstruction, and you're supervising the investigation, would you rely on that theory to block the subpoena?
Well, the question for me would be, what's the predicate? And I don't know what the facts are. I don't know what the facts are. And if there was a factual basis for doing it, and I couldn't say that it violated established policies, then I wouldn't interfere. But I don't know what the facts are.
Well, if I might, just in closing, Mr. Chairman, we're in this unique situation where you've known Robert Mueller 30 years. You've said you respect and admire his professionalism, his conduct. He's been entrusted by you with a significant, complex investigations in the past. There's no reason to imagine, since he is the person who would know the facts, that he wouldn't be acting in an inappropriate way. So it is my hope, even my expectation, that you would trust Robert Mueller to make that decision about whether to compel the President to testify in an appropriate way and that he would not face any interference. Thank you for your testimony today. I look forward to a next round.
Senator Sass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your new calling here. Liam, I have career advice. I won't do it on camera. We want to know if you're taking notes for your cousins about career advice, though. We'll ask you later. General, congratulations on your nomination. And thanks for your past service. I had planned to ask you for some pledges related to the Mueller investigation in private to me, in public today. I think you've already done that. How should the American people think about what the Mueller investigation is about?
I think that there were allegations made of Russian attempts to interfere in the election, and there were allegations made that some Americans were in cahoots with the Russians, and the word is now that's being used is collusion. And as I understand it, Mueller is looking into those allegations.
You know, a lot of the media summary of the investigation starts with people's views and who they voted for in the 2016 presidential election. And for those of us who spend a lot of time reading intelligence reports, a handful of us on this committee are about to leave to go to an intelligence briefing. What Russia is doing to the U.S. is big and broad and not constrained to the 2016 election. And increasingly, it feels like the American people reduce Russia to just how you thought about the 2016 presidential election. So since you'll have serious supervisory responsibilities over parts of the intelligence community, is Putin a friend or a foe? And what are his long-term objectives toward the U.S.?
Well, I don't hold myself out as a foreign policy expert, but I think that he is. I think the Russians are a potent rival of our country, and his foreign policy objectives are usually directly contrary to our goals. I think he wants to weaken the American he also wants to become a player in the Middle East, more of a player in the Middle East. A lot of his foreign policy objectives are at odds with ours. At the same time, I think the primary rival of the United States is China. I think, Russia is half the size it was when we were facing them at the peak of the Cold War. Their economy is, long-term prognosis is nowhere near China's. I also feel that part of what Russia's up to is trying to hold on to Ukraine and Belarus in their orbit. But I'm concerned that the fixation on Russia not obscure the danger from China.
I want to ask you some China questions as well. I want to ask about your role on the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, but sticking with Russia for a minute. Does Putin have any long-term ideological alignment with the U.S., or does he have other objectives trying to sow discord broadly here?
I'm not an expert on this area, but I think there are, I think there may be some potential areas where our interests could be aligned.
But when he interferes here, does he have long-term interests in the success of one or another political party, or does he have specific interests in sowing chaos and discord to make Americans distrust one another? And one of the reasons I ask is because I'd love to have you say in public some of what you said to me about at the end of this investigation, what happens next? Are you concerned that when the Mueller report is received, quite apart from the narrowest pieces, you know where I'm headed?
Yeah. So, I think that the basic vulnerability of the United States in the age in which we live, the internet age, the globalization of information and so forth, is the vulnerability of that we're seeing, which is people can create doubt, undercut confidence in our election process, and also torque our public discourse in ways that we find hard to perceive. And this has long-term danger for the United States and the survival of a democratic society like ours. And so I hope that whatever the outcome of the Mueller investigation, that we view this as a bigger problem of foreign interference in our elections, which is why I said it was one of my priorities. And it's not just the Russians, it's other countries as well. And we have to focus on that. We have to ensure that we're doing all we can. And I'm not sure all of that is defensive either. I mean, in terms of law enforcement, I think we have to look at all options, including sanctions and other options to deter organized efforts to interfere in our elections.
So you have no reason to doubt any aspect of the intelligence community's composite assessment about Russian efforts in the 2016 election?
I have no reason to doubt that the Russians attempted to interfere in our election.
And Dan Coats, the National Intelligence Director, has testified in public and has said in different media contexts that Russia is already plotting for the 2020 elections in the U.S. You have no reason to doubt that.
I haven't, I haven't seen those reports. I had reviewed the reports about the 2016, but I have no reason to doubt it.
And can you explain what your role is on the President's Intelligence Advisory Board?
Yeah, I'm actually a consultant. I'm an advisor on sort of legal issues. Obviously, I'm stepping down from that position if I'm confirmed, but I've been just advising. I'm not a member of the board. I'm on the CIA's External Advisory Board, and have been participating on that as well.
When you talk about the long-term Chinese efforts to also sow different kinds of discord in the U.S., obviously not crossing any classified lines here, but long-term interests that other countries have in strategic rivalry with the U.S. to use gray space and information operations warfare against us. How do you see the role of the National Security Branch and the FBI more broadly fitting into the larger IC, and what responsibilities do you see would be on your priority list as you arrive at the department?
Well, I've been out of the department for so long. I'm not really sure about how that is currently being handled. I also think that we've had our attention focused on terrorism, which we can't let up, but I want to make sure that, and I'm sure Chris Wray is on top of this, and looking forward to talking to him about it, of making sure that the Bureau is playing a central role in combating efforts by foreign countries to engage in those kinds of hostile intelligence activities.
You have unpacked a couple of times today the three different roles or functions of the Attorney General. Could you do that one more time in summary? And then I want to ask you a particular question. What are those three roles as you see them?
I see the three roles. In 1789, the first to set up the office, the first role was providing advice to the President and the Cabinet and representing the United States in cases before the Supreme Court. And I see the three roles as providing advice, being a policy advisor on legal and law enforcement policy issues, and the top law enforcement officer enforcing the laws.
And so in no way would the job of protecting the president be a subset of any of those three jobs? The language of protecting the president has been used occasionally in this administration to refer to the way it was conceived of how Eric Holder did his job. Is there any sense in which it's the Attorney General's job to protect the president?
No, that wasn't included in my description of the role of the Attorney General. Obviously, as in the policy arena, the Attorney General is someone who should be sympathetic to the administration and its policy goals.
But there are circumstances where those three roles could come into some internal conflict, or you could be asked to do things that don't align with them. And there's probably a list that you have. I want to ask you to enumerate it here. But there's probably a list of issues where you could imagine needing to resign because of what you were asked to do in the space of so-called protecting the president.
If I was ever asked to do something that I thought was unlawful and directed to do that, I wouldn't do it, and I would resign rather than do it. But I think that should be true of every officer who serves anywhere in government, whatever branch.
I am at time, but I had a series of questions related to some of what Senator Ernst did about Sarah's Law. She and I have jointly been active in that space. The tragic case of the young woman that she was talking about from Council Bluffs was it occurred in Omaha, and Edwin Mejia, her killer, is still at large, and both the last administration and this administration have not prioritized that enough in our understanding, and I imagine that Senator Ernst and I will follow up with a letter to you on that as well. Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I congratulate you, and I look forward to working with you, and congratulate also the new members of our committee that have joined us. And thank you very much, Mr. Barr, for being here today, for your past record of public service. And I hope I am perhaps the last to make reference to your grandson by saying that if he makes it through this hearing today, he can have any job he wants in this building. Let me say first that as a former United States Attorney, I share your allegiance and admiration for the Department of Justice, and equally so the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And I know that you respect Mr. Wray, the current director, but I think you would agree with me that the FBI is probably one of the best, if not the most professional, accomplished, skilled, and dedicated law enforcement agencies in the world. Would you agree?
Yes, Senator.
And I hope that the President agrees with you and perhaps shares that view more publicly in the future. When the FBI begins a counterintelligence investigation, if it is of the President of the United States for working with a foreign adversary, that decision would be subject to multiple levels of review within the FBI, correct?
I assume. I don't know what rules were in effect at the time.
Well, in your experience,
Yes.
there would be.
Yes.
And you have no reason to think that those rules have changed.
I don't know what the practice was. There was,
and almost certainly in that kind of extraordinary investigation, you would agree with me, it would be extraordinary for the FBI to be investigating the president for working with a determined foreign adversary. There probably would be information shared with the Deputy Attorney General or the Attorney General. Agreed?
I would hope so. The reason I'm hesitating is because, some of these texts that we've all read are so weird and beyond my experience with the FBI. I don't know what was going on.
Well, these reports are stomach-churning in terms of the absolutely stunning and unprecedented kind of investigation that they reflect. You'd agree?
You mean the texts are stomach-turning?
The reports of the investigation of the president.
I'm not sure what you're talking about when you say the reports of the investigation.
The reports that the FBI opened an investigation of the president for working with a foreign adversary, Russia.
And what's stomach-churning about that? What is stomach-churning? The allegation against the president, or the fact that
that kind of allegation would be made and be under investigation? Well, let me move on.
Yeah.
I want to talk about transparency. Will you commit to this committee that you will not allow the president or his attorneys to edit or change the special counsel report before it is submitted to Congress or the public?
I already said that I would not permit editing of my report, whatever report I or whoever is the Attorney General makes.
And will you commit that you will come to Congress and explain any deletions or changes that are made to that report before it is issued?
Okay, so, there are different reports at work here. Which report are you? There are two different reports.
The special counsel report.
Okay, well, under the current regulations, the special counsel report is confidential. And
But
the report that goes public would be a report by the Attorney General.
Will you commit that you will explain to us any changes or deletions that you make to the special counsel report that's submitted to you in whatever you present to us?
I will commit to providing as much information as I can consistent with the regulations. Are you saying, for example, that if information is deleted, that would be like for classification purposes, I would identify that and things like that?
Well, that you will commit to explaining to us what the reasons are for your deleting any information that the special counsel includes that you are preventing us or the public from seeing.
That would be my intent. I have to say that the rules, I don't know what kind of report is being prepared. I have no idea. And I have no idea what Acting Attorney General Rosenstein has discussed with Special Counsel Mueller. If I'm confirmed, I'm going to go in and see what's being contemplated and what they've agreed to and what their interpretation, what game plan they have in mind.
Will you permit
But my purpose is to get as much accurate information out as I can consistent with the regulations.
Well, the regulations and rules give you extraordinarily broad discretion. And I'm hoping, and I'm asking you to commit, that you will explain to us information that you have taken out of that special counsel report. And I also want to ask you about restrictions on the special counsel. Will you commit that you will allow the special counsel to exercise his judgment on subpoenas that are issued and indictments that he may decide should be brought?
As I said, I will carry out my responsibilities under the regulations. Under the regulations, whoever is Attorney General can only overrule the special counsel if the special counsel does something that is so unwarranted under established practice. I am not going to surrender the responsibilities I have. You would not like it if I made some pledge to the president that I was going to exercise my responsibilities in a particular way, and I'm not going to make a pledge to anyone on this committee that I'm going to exercise it in a particular way or surrender it.
Will you allow the special counsel to exercise his judgment as to what resources are necessary? Will you meet those needs for resources?
That would be my expectation. I think, I mean, if you believe the media, they're sort of starting to reduce their resources, so I wouldn't expect that would be a problem.
Will you allow the special counsel to exercise his judgment as to what the scope should be? The president has talked about red lines around finances. Will you allow the special counsel to exercise his judgment about what the scope should be, even if the president says that there should be red lines?
I think the scope of the investigation is determined by his charter from the acting attorney general. And if he wants to go beyond that charter, I assume he would come back and talk to whoever the attorney general is about.
Will you impose any restrictions on other prosecutors who are also investigating the president? As you're well aware, in the Southern District of New York, the president has been named, in effect, as an unindicted co-conspirator. The Eastern District of Virginia has an investigation that's relevant to the president. Will you impose any restrictions on those prosecutors?
The Office of Attorney General is in charge of the with the exception of the special counsel who has special rules applicable to him, is in charge of the work of the Department of Justice.
But you have a responsibility to allow prosecutors to enforce the law.
I have the responsibility to use my judgment and discretion that are inherent in the Office of Attorney General to supervise. And I'm not going to go around saying, well, this U.S. attorney or that U.S. attorney I'm going to defer to.
Well, you referred earlier to the possibility of firing a United States attorney. Would you allow the president to fire a United States attorney and thereby stop an investigation?
I would not stand by and allow a U.S. attorney to be fired for the purpose of stopping an investigation, but the president can fire a U.S. attorney. They're a presidential appointment.
But the president should have a cause beyond simply stopping an investigation for firing a United States attorney, even if he or she is a political.
Well, as I said, I would not stand by and allow an investigation to be stopped if I thought it was a lawful investigation. I wouldn't stand by for that. But the president is free to fire his officials that he's appointed.
I want to ask a question on a different topic. You've said that, and I'm quoting you, I believe Roe v. Wade should be overruled. You said that in 1991. Do you still believe it?
I said in 1991 that I thought as an original matter it had been wrongly decided. And that was what, within 18 years of its decision? Now it's been 46 years. And the department has stopped, under Republican administration, stopped as a routine matter, asking that it be overruled, and I don't see that being turned. I don't see that being resumed.
Would you defend Roe v. Wade if it were challenged?
Would I defend Roe v. Wade? I mean, usually the way this would come up would be a state regulation of some sort, and whether it's permissible under Roe v. Wade, and I would hope that the SG would make whatever arguments are necessary to address that. I think the justices the recent ones have made clear that they consider Roe v. Wade an established precedent. It's been on the books 46 years.
And you would enforce the Clinic Access Protection Act?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barr, congratulations on your nomination. Thank you for being here. You were eminently qualified for this position when you were confirmed unanimously by this committee 27 years ago, and you are eminently qualified today. It's a pleasure to have you here. I wanted to start where Senator Blumenthal started as well, with the reports about the FBI counterintelligence investigation launched against the president, which I also find to be stomach-turning, though perhaps for different reasons. The New York Times report indicates that that the FBI began the probe in part because they were concerned about the president's foreign policy stances, comments he made during the 2016 campaign about foreign policy, and the Republican Party's official position on the Ukraine. In your experience with the FBI, is it strange to have a counterintelligence investigation begun because members of that bureau disagree with the foreign policy stances of a candidate for president or a president of the United States?
Yes.
The Supreme Court has been unequivocal that the president in our system of government, the president possesses, and I'm going to quote now, the plenary and exclusive power as the sole organ of the federal government in the field of international relations, a power which does not require as a basis for its exercise an act of Congress. That's the very famous Curtis Wright case. To your knowledge, is that still good law?
Yes.
And do you think that was rightly decided?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Would it concern you as Attorney General if FBI agents were making decisions about when and how to launch an investigation of an elected official if it was in order to avoid being supervised or directed by their agency leadership? Would that be concerning to you?
Yes.
As is, I might just add, reported by the New York Times. Let me switch gears and ask you about another topic that you mentioned a little bit earlier in the field when we were talking generally about antitrust. This is something you talk about things that have changed in the 27 years since you were last here. One of the things that has changed is the extraordinary concentration of power in our economy in the hands of a few corporations, no more so than in Silicon Valley, which you referenced earlier today. And I just want to ask you a little bit about that. Big tech companies like, for instance, Google and Facebook, who have drawn much attention of late, pose significant challenges not just for competition, but also for the larger issues of privacy and the free flow of ideas. The Justice Department has recently deferred to the FTC across this range of issues, and while I'm hopeful that Chairman Simons will right the course here, the FTC has perhaps too often allowed these companies, in my view, to violate privacy and maybe antitrust laws without meaningful consequences. Here's my question. What role do you think the Justice Department has working with the FTC or independently to address anti-competitive conduct, potential bias, and privacy violations by these big tech companies?
Well, obviously, competition is of central concern to the Antitrust Division, and you know, there are, I guess, concordats that have been reached between the FTC and the Antitrust Division as to who has primary jurisdiction in different areas. But I would like to weigh into some of these issues. I'd like to have the antitrust support that effort to get more involved in reviewing the situation from a competition standpoint. I also am interested in the issue of privacy and the question of who owns this data. You know, it's not an area that I've studied closely or become an expert in, but I think it's important for the department to get more involved in these questions.
Just on the subject of ownership of data, as you know, Facebook is currently subject to a 2011 consent decree, as part of which it agreed not to release or share or sell personal user information without the knowledge and consent of its users. Facebook's CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, has adamantly insisted under oath, as recently as April 10th of 2018, that on Facebook, users have complete control, those are his words, over everything that they share. However, as I'm sure you're aware, recent media reports have indicated that Facebook, in fact, routinely has shared user information without users' consent or even knowledge. Now, the Justice Department has the authority to enforce the terms of the 2011 consent decree and potentially to prosecute any violation. Will you consider doing so?
Well, because that is something that I might have to get involved with and supervise if I'm confirmed, I'd rather not, you know, make any comments about it right now.
Let me ask you this. These same technology companies also control the flow of information, or at least influence it, the flow of information to consumers to an unprecedented degree. I mean, you have to go way back in American history to find any analog, back to the paper trust, to find an analog of a small group of companies that control the information and influence the news and its flow to Americans to the extent that these companies do. And And there's growing evidence that these companies have leveraged their considerable market power, if not monopoly status, to disfavor certain ideological viewpoints, particularly conservative and libertarian viewpoints. Do you think the Department of Justice has authority under the antitrust laws or consumer protection laws or other laws to address bias by dominant online platforms?
I would just say generally, I wouldn't think it would, I'd have to think long and hard before I said that it was really the stuff of an antitrust matter. On the other hand, it could involve issues of disclosure and implicate other laws like that.
Is there any point, do you think, at which political bias could require a response? And I'm thinking, for example, Harvard law professor Jonathan Zittrain has written how Google or Facebook, for example, could manipulate their algorithms to significantly swing voter turnout to favor a candidate of their choice. Would that sort of conduct require a response from the department?
I'd have to think about that. I'm not sure. I'd like to know more about the phenomena and what laws could be implicated by it.
Let me ask you this. The Justice Department's case against AT&T Time Warner focused on how the merged company would control or could control the distribution of information to discriminate against rival content. And I understand that you, of course, are recusing yourself from that matter. But generally speaking, do you see similar concerns regarding how dominant Silicon Valley firms could use their market power in social media or search to discriminate against rival products or services or viewpoints?
Yeah, and making clear that what I'm saying now has no application to, the transaction we just talked about, and talking about the other companies, yes.
Let me ask you more broadly about the question of antitrust and mergers, and you gestured towards this earlier in your testimony. I'm increasingly worried that the department is not enforcing vigorously the antitrust statutes in many sectors of the economy, not just technology. We see, again, as you've alluded to, we see growing concentration of power in various sectors held by just a few firms. And if you look at recent trends in the department's scrutiny of proposed mergers, it's at record lows. Last year, for instance, the Department of Justice Antitrust Division scrutinized mergers through second request for information in less than 1% of all eligible cases. That is, I believe, the lowest level of merger scrutiny recorded since the FTC started tracking those statistics back in 1981. And just for comparison purposes, in 1981, that review was 5 times higher than it was in 2018. My question is, do you think that this record low level of merger scrutiny is appropriate? And if you're confirmed as Attorney General, what might you do to ensure that the Antitrust Division faithfully and vigorously enforces the law?
Well, I am for vigorous enforcement of the antitrust laws to preserve competition. And as I said, this is going to be an area I'm going to want to get into and work with Macon Delrahim on if I'm confirmed. I wouldn't necessarily use the incidence of merger review as a proxy for failure of competition. At the end of the day, it's competition we're worried about in different markets. But I am interested in exploring those statistics you were just using.
And do you think it's fair to say, would you agree that the historic levels of concentration that we're seeing in many parts of the economy, technology in particular, is potentially detrimental to competition? I mean, it is, again, potentially and in general, but it is something that is worth scrutinizing and being concerned about if one is concerned about free, fair, and open competition.
You said the size?
Yes, the historic levels of concentration.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm concerned about are the network effects that are now at work, where they're so powerful that particular sectors could essentially be subsumed into these networks. They're just very powerful network effects because of the size.
Yes, I see my time has almost expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I welcome the arrival of the immigration Lindsey Graham of 2013. The other Lindsey Graham, we shall see, as you yourself have acknowledged. Mr. Barr, I ask these questions, these two questions of every nominee who comes before any of the committees on which I sit. And these are the questions. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No.
I have a question relating to recusal. You've been asked a number of times. It is very clear that the president does not want an attorney general who will recuse himself from the Mueller investigation. So when he came before us for confirmation in January 2017, Jeff Sessions wrote on his committee questionnaire that he would, quote, seek and follow the advice of the Department of Justice's designated agency ethics official if confronted with a conflict of interest, end quote. And in fact, he did do that, and he was basically pummeled by the president ever since. So Matthew Whitaker has not come before us for the job of Attorney General, but we know that when it came time to make a decision about recusal, he didn't want to be the object of Trump's wrath, so he proceeded to listen to and then ignore the advice of the career ethics officials at the DOJ who recommended recusal. So your answer to Senator Klobuchar makes it clear that you are going to basically follow the Whitaker model. Can you understand why that is not terribly reassuring to us? These are not normal times. This is not 27 years ago. Today, the president is Donald Trump, who will do anything to protect himself. He wants you, who has written a manifesto about why the president shouldn't be prosecuted, at least for obstruction of justice, who has met with and consulted with the president's defense attorneys, who has written op-eds defending his firings of Sally Yates and James Comey to be his attorney general. So in this context, just asking us to trust you is not enough. Why won't you simply follow Jeff Sessions' lead and take and follow, the critical portion being follow, the advice of the department's ethics officials?
Because the regulations and the responsibilities of the Attorney General as the head of the agency vest that responsibility in the Attorney General. And I am not going to surrender the responsibilities of the Attorney General to get the title. I don't need the title. If you don't trust me
you have repeated that answer many, many times. However, I think we all acknowledge that Jeff Sessions possibly didn't want to recuse himself, but he did. And so you have it within your power to follow the ethics advice of your own department, and you're telling us you're not going to. So that is the bottom line.
No, Senator, I think Jeff Sessions recused himself because of a different provision, which was the political conflict provision.
I think
he played a role
in all of the things
that campaign.
In the context of all of the things that you have done, basically to get the attention of President Trump to nominate you, I would say that there's a political context to what your decision should be also. Let me move on. You have said that you will allow Mueller to complete his work. Although, I do want to ask you very specifically, because you did write that 19-page memo relating to the obstruction of justice issue. Would you allow the Mueller investigation with regard to obstruction of justice to also go forward unimpeded by you?
I don't know whether there's an investigation of obstruction of...
Well, definitely obstruction of justice. You read the papers as well as we do, that is an element of the Mueller investigation. I don't think you can sit here and tell us that you do not think that is a part of the investigation. But let's say that it is. Having written what you did, would you seek to stop that portion of the Mueller investigation? That being the obstruction of justice portion, assuming that is in fact part of the investigation.
Okay, but you have to remember, my memo was on a very specific statute and a specific theory that I was concerned about. I have no basis for suspecting at this point that is in play at all.
You mean that particular provision?
That provision or theory.
Well, I did say, let's assume that, in fact, obstruction of justice is part of the Mueller investigation.
When I say theory, I mean, what I was addressing was, whether the removal of Comey in and of itself would be obstruction.
Of course, it's not in
under a particular statute.
I hate to be interrupted, but, I only have 4 minutes, so thank you very much. You were asked about the investigations that are going on in the Southern District of New York, the Eastern District of Virginia, the District of Columbia, and there are various investigations brought by various U.S. attorneys' offices relating to the activities of Donald Trump, his campaign, his inauguration, his foundation, his businesses, his families, his associates. Do you consider these to be lawful investigations? Because I believe that you responded to Senator Blumenthal that if these are lawful investigations by the U.S. attorney's offices, that you do not see yourself interfering with them.
I have no reason to think they're not lawful investigations, whatever they are. Seem to know more than I do about what's under investigation.
That's reassuring that you're wanting to have the Mueller investigation go forward extends to all of these other U.S. attorneys' investigations. I believe you also said that the Mueller report will be confidential. It is confidential under the special counsel's, whatever the criteria are. So what I'm hearing you saying that in spite of the fact that you want to be transparent, neither Congress nor public will get the Mueller report because that's confidential. So what we will be getting is your report of the Mueller report, subject to applicable laws limiting disclosure. So is that what you're telling us?
I don't know what at the end of the day, what will be releasable. I don't know what Bob Mueller is writing.
Well, you said that the Mueller report is confidential pursuant to whatever the regulations are that applies to him. So I'm just trying to get as to what you're going to be transparent about.
As the rules stand now, people should be aware that the rules, I think, say that the the special counsel will prepare a summary report on any prosecutive or declination decisions, and that shall be confidential and shall be treated as any other declination or prosecutive material within the department. In addition, the Attorney General is responsible for notifying and reporting certain information upon the conclusion of the investigation. Now, how these are going to fit together and what can be gotten out there, I have to wait, and I would have to wait. I'd want to talk to Rod Rosenstein and see what he has discussed with Mueller and what.
But you have testified that you'd like to make as much of the original
right. And
report.
So all I can say right now
as possible.
Yeah, all I can say right now is my goal and intent is to get as much information out as I can, consistent with the regulations.
So in the minute that I have, I'd just like to go over some of the policies that Jeff Sessions has followed. One is a zero tolerance policy, which led to the separation of children from their parents. He refused to defend the Affordable Care Act and argued in the Texas lawsuit that key parts of the ACA was unconstitutional. He failed to bring a single lawsuit to enforce the Voting Rights Act to stop voter suppression efforts, and he issued a memo making it harder for the Civil Rights Division to enter into consent decrees to address systemic police misconduct. Do you agree with these policies? Do you intend to continue them?
Well, the last one, yes, I agree with that policy. The other ones, I'm not. I'd have to see what the basis was for those decisions.
So do you think that as to the last one, which has to do with consent decrees, that there is a role for the Department of Justice in addressing systemic police misconduct?
No,
you don't see much of a role in that, or you see a more limited role?
That's your characterization of it. That's not what I understand the policy to be. Of course, the department has a role on pattern and practice violations.
So the Attorney General Sessions has issued a rule that makes it a lot tougher to enter into these kinds of decrees.
Why do you say it's a lot tougher?
because it's not just relying on the career attorneys, that now it goes to the deputy AG or whoever. There are more political appointees who are going to get involved in that process, and that makes it much more limited, I would say, in utilization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Arano, we'll take a 10-minute comfort break and start with Senator Tillis. My math is right. We've got about an hour left on round one, so 10 minutes be okay, Mr. Barr? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Adjourn for 10 minutes.
You've been listening in to the confirmation hearing that's been underway on Capitol Hill with William Barr, Trump's Attorney General nominee. Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. I want to bring in former federal prosecutor Joseph Moreno, who joins us now with more. Joseph, I want to ask you a little bit about Barr. He was asked if he would commit to making the Mueller report public, and here's what he had to say.
As I said in my statement, I am going to make as much information available as I can, consistent with the rules and regulations that are part of the special counsel regulations.
So he didn't say yes or no. Why do you think it is he's treading lightly here?
Well, Rena, I think that he had one important mission that he wanted to cover, and he did so right out of the gate, which is to make 2 points about the Mueller probe. One is that he would not interfere, and 2 is that he would do his best to make sure that as much of the facts that come out see the light of day, because he said the American people deserve that. It's hard to go much further than that, and I have to give him credit, because he has to say, look, the default position of this report is that it's confidential. I, as Attorney General, if I'm confirmed, have to make some decisions about what can and can't be released. So I think he's going as far as he can, and I think he's done a good job so far at making viewers feel like, look, he's going in, he's going to be an adult, and transparency is what he is striving for.
It was interesting. I'm curious what you made of the exchange when Senator Mazie Hirono from Hawaii asked him and said, you know, Jeff Sessions recused himself. Would you recuse yourself from Mueller? And then he came forward and he said, well, that was different. That was a political reason that he had to recuse himself. And she said, but you actually made a public case to try and get this nomination from the president, whether that's true or not. She put that out there. What did you make of that, the fact that she's already asking for him to recuse himself, and should he recuse himself?
Rena, I mean, I've watched since the beginning this morning, and that back and forth between Bill Barr and Senator Hirono was definitely the most contentious of the day so far. You know, with her laying out this groundwork of the Sessions model, which is that he pledged in advance that he would follow the guidance by the ethics office. And Bill Barr has said, you know, not so fast. You know, I will certainly listen to what they have to say, but I, as Attorney General, ultimately make the decision whether to recuse myself, and I'm not going to relinquish that authority. And that's a point he's made on a couple of different topic areas here. He has refused to make sort of outright pledges and said, look, there are decisions that I'll have to make in my judgment if and when I'm confirmed, and I'm not going to pledge to you today whether it's a recusal or a release just to get the job.
Yeah. Democrats also took issue, Joseph, with the fact of the memo that Barr wrote about obstruction of justice. I want to play it for you, an exchange with Senator Feinstein on that issue.
In your June 2018 memo about obstruction of justice to the Mueller investigation, you repeatedly referred to Mueller's, quote, sweeping and all-encompassing interpretation of Section 1512, which is a statute on obstruction. How do you know what Mueller's interpretation of 1512 is?
Well, as I said, I was speculating. I freely said at the beginning, I was writing in the dark, and we're all in the dark. Every lawyer, every talking head, everyone who thinks about or talks about it doesn't have the facts.
So I spent my Saturday reading that memorandum.
Yeah.
So are you saying this is all your speculation? It's a big memo.
Well, it was informed to the extent that I thought that was one of the theories being considered. And I don't know how seriously, whether it was being considered or how seriously it was being considered. But I as a shorthand way in the memo, of referring to what I was speculating might be the theory, I referred to it as Mueller's theory, rather than go in every time I mention it, say, well, this is speculative.
Do you know what Mueller's interpretation of 1512 is?
No, I don't know what Mueller's interpretation. But, and just one point, Senator, I think, you said in your opening statement, I said he was grossly irresponsible. I think I said if something happens, it would be grossly irresponsible. I was not calling Mueller grossly irresponsible.
I understand.
So, Joseph, the fact that Barr admits that he doesn't know Mueller's interpretation, does it undercut in any way the argument that he's trying to make there?
Well, Rena, not surprisingly, this memo and its reasoning and its origin is going to continue to be a point of contention here, right? Democrats they're entitled to ask, what prompted you to write this and what thinking went into it? I think that, nominee Barr did the best he could by saying, look, I don't have any kind of inside information here from either Mueller or the Trump side. I, as a retired former attorney general, as an American citizen, as an attorney, I speculated in what I read in the newspapers. Here's what Mueller may be pursuing, and here's my thoughts about it. Take it or leave it. I think he was also wise to point out that he separately wrote a piece about whether to charge Senator Menendez by the Justice Department, a point they did not take, obviously. So I think that it's going to continue to be a basis for questioning throughout the day and tomorrow, but I think he parried it well by his explanation.
If confirmed, do you think that Mueller would then have to share his views on obstruction of justice with Barr?
Well, remember, it's not a day-to-day supervisory position the Attorney General would have over the special counsel probe, right? It's a more high-level getting involved when major decisions have to be made. So I don't think that if confirmed, he would kind of dig right in and sort of put Bob Mueller on the spot and ask him about his theories. I think he would appropriately wait until major decisions have to be made, and then when a conclusion is reached, he may or may not weigh into that ultimate conclusion. I think he would take a lighter touch. I think he realizes how much scrutiny he will be under, particularly because of this memo and the views he has shared publicly, and therefore I do not think he'll weigh in on a day-to-day basis.
Barr was questioned about the relationship between the president and the Justice Department. Here's what he had to say. Here's how he explained his views.
In it, you stated, and I quote, "The framers' plan contemplates that the president's law enforcement powers extend to all matters, including those in which he had a personal stake," end quote. Please explain what you base this conclusion on.
Yes. Here's the Department of Justice right here. And within the Department of Justice, enforcement decisions are being made. The president's over here. And I think of it as there are two categories of potential communications. One would be on a case that the president wants to communicate about that he has no personal interest in, no political interest in. Let's say the president's concerned about Chinese stealing trade secrets and say, I want you to go after this company that's being, that may be stealing trade secrets. That's perfectly appropriate for him to do, to communicate that. But whether it's bona fide or not, the Department of Justice's obligation and the Attorney General's obligation is not to take any action unless the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, reach their own independent conclusion that it is justified under the law, and regardless of the instruction. And that's my quote that everyone is saying, I'm sicking the, it's okay for the president to direct things. All I said was, it's not per se improper for the president to call on the department for doing something, especially if he has no personal or political interest in it. The other category of cases, and let's pick an easy bad example, would be if a member of the president's family or a business associate or something was under investigation and he tries to intervene. He's the chief law enforcement officer, and you could say, well, he has the power, but that would be a breach of his obligation under the Constitution to faithfully execute the laws. So, in my opinion, if a president attempts to intervene in a matter that he has a stake in to protect himself, that should first be looked at as a breach of his constitutional duties.
So Joseph, after hearing that, do you get a read on whether Barr will be the defender of the President of the United States or a defender of an independent judicial system?
Rena, I think that was a great dialogue. I salute Senator Feinstein for asking the question, and I think it was a great explanation. Because people ask all the time, they say, well, the Attorney General is chosen by the President, but then we expect him to be independent. And, nominee Barr laid it out pretty well to say, look, there are times when the Attorney General gives legal advice to the White House and has input on policy decisions. However, when it comes to my role as enforcer of the laws, there should be this arm's length relationship. And there is a point where it would be inappropriate for the President to weigh in or seek information on investigations that may affect him personally or his family. So I liked that back and forth. I thought it was a really good explanation. And hopefully, if he's confirmed, the American people will walk away with some sense that he will be fair and he will not be the President's attorney.
Mm-hmm. Ever since the Mueller probe started, there's always been concerns that the President would ask whoever his AG is to stop that probe. Barr was just flat out asked about that today.
If the President orders the Attorney General to halt a criminal investigation for personal reasons, would that be prohibited under your theory?
Prohibited by what?
By
the Constitution.
The Constitution.
I think it would be a breach of the President's duties to faithfully execute the law. It would be an abuse of power.
What's the message that goes to the President after that response?
Look, that's exactly the right answer, right? I mean, that is what we expect in an Attorney General to say, look, I serve the President to an extent, right, in his capacity as the Chief Executive. However, there's a limit to that, and I will not be bullied into doing something that's wrong. I think it was a great response. I think it's exactly what needed to be said. And again, I salute the nominee for saying that.
Joseph, based on our conversation, it seems like it seems to me that you've got a pretty positive assessment of Barr on this. I'm curious, though, how do you think Barr has navigated these questions about allowing Mueller to continue his work? And do you think he makes it through to the AG position?
Look, I think the expectation with 53 Republicans controlling the Senate is that barring some, absolute catastrophe, he gets confirmed. And he realizes that his test is not how he performs today and tomorrow. It's how he performs over the next 2 years, because at some point, this probe will come to an end, and he'll have to make some pretty significant decisions. So I'm very heartened to see his performance so far. He is, he is a absolute professional. He is good at this. He's a great witness. He knows how to answer questions, and he's given the right answers so far. There's yet to be seen how it goes the rest of today. I think there are some aggressive, senators on the Democrat side who will no doubt have some continuing tough questions for him. So we'll see how he does. But so far, it's been really, really good performance.
Joseph Moreno. Joseph, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Rena.
I want to bring in now CBS News Washington correspondent Paula Reed. Paula, we've seen a great deal of back and forth. I'm curious what stood out to you so far.
What stood out to me so far, Rena, is that William Barr has not made any assurances that he will make the special counsel's final report public. I think a lot of people are under the expectation that at the end of all this, there will be some sort of link on a website or some sort of paper report released. But that is not what the law says. The only thing that is required of the special counsel is to give a final report to Barr. And in his answers here, he's suggesting that he may only release any evidence of criminal activity. That's significant because arguably if there was evidence to support charges, most of those people would already be charged. It'd be things we already know. And I think what people are really interested in is what else has Mueller uncovered that may not support criminal charges, but may help further paint that picture of contacts between the Trump campaign and Russia. Here, based on William Barr's answers, he has given no such assurances.
Paul, you've had some chance to go through Barr's background. I'm curious what stands out to you about his past and things he might have put out himself.
He has a very expansive view of executive power. He gives broad deference to the president, to the White House. So this is part of what that memo is all about, that they keep asking him about. At the core of that memo, he argued that the president of the United States cannot obstruct justice by firing the FBI director because that is within his power. Now, he, of course, said there are instances in which the president can obstruct justice. But if you look at a lot of the different issues that he dealt with, advising the president on the first Gulf War, what they were doing with Guantanamo at the time, it's clear he believes that the law, the Justice Department should defer to the president on a lot of matters. So here, if you have any evidence of criminal wrongdoing on the part of the president, It's up to William Barr whether or not you can indict the president, whether or not you refer to that to Congress for possible impeachment proceedings. And here you have someone who grants a lot of deference to the White House. That is exactly what the president needs right now.
Paul, you walk the halls of the Department of Justice. Those career justice workers, what is it exactly that they would like to see with an incoming attorney general?
Well, there wasn't a lot of surprise about William Barr because his name had been floating out there for quite some time. And I think a lot of people were a little bit relieved because he's a throwback, right? This is a former first Bush administration official. He's actually kind of the type of person who Trump vowed to clear out of Washington. So some people were excited about the fact that he would return to establish norms, that he knows how the Justice Department works. But there are also some concerns about who he will be working for, the rank and file, the American people, or President Trump. And a lot of that goes back to that memo.
All right, our Paula Reed, Washington correspondent for CBS News. We're going to return you back to the William Barr confirmation hearing.
Someone had tried to interfere with his investigation. Based on your knowledge of Mr. Mueller, would he have something to say about it, including but not limited to in a court of law?
Yes, Senator.
I want to try to cut through some of the innuendo here. Did President Trump instruct or ask you, once you become Attorney General, to fire Mr. Mueller?
Absolutely not.
Did he ask you to interfere in Mr. Mueller's investigation?
Absolutely not.
Has anybody in the White House made that suggestion to you?
Absolutely not.
Has anybody in the Western Hemisphere made that suggestion to you?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Blumenthal about the FBI being the premier law enforcement agency in the history of the world, in my opinion, in the high esteem in which we all hold the Department of Justice. But I have a question for you. This counterintelligence investigation that was started by FBI and Justice allegedly about President Trump. How did the New York Times get that information?
I don't know, Senator.
Well, didn't it have to come from the FBI or the Department of Justice?
I just can't say. I don't know how they got it, and I don't know whether that's an accurate report.
Right. What do you intend to do about the leaks coming out of the FBI and the Department of Justice?
The problem of leaks is a difficult one to address. I think the first thing is to make it clear that there's an expectation that there are no leaks, and punish people through internal discipline if there are leaks. Also keep exercise more compartmentalization and discipline, and make the institutions that are responsible, if you're talking about the FBI, that their leadership is taking aggressive action to stop the leaks.
Okay. You've had some experience with the enforcement of our immigration laws, is that correct?
That's right, Senator.
Do you believe it is possible to secure a 1,900-mile border without, in part at least, using barriers?
No, I don't think it's possible.
Okay.
When I was Attorney General, we had the INS as part of the department, and I remember another part of my kibitzing was trying to persuade George W. Bush's administration not to break that out. But in those days, I had some studies done, and I was trying within the budget to put as much as we could on barriers as we could.
Okay. Do you believe that ICE should be abolished, as some of my colleagues do?
Certainly not.
Okay. You're Roman Catholic, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Do you think that disqualifies you from serving in the United States government?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Why is that?
Why doesn't it disqualify me?
Some of my colleagues think it might.
Because you render under Caesar that which is Caesar's, and unto God that which is God. And I believe in the separation of church and state. And I If there was something that was against my conscience, I wouldn't impose it on others. I would resign my office.
Yeah. I think it's called freedom of religion.
Yes.
As I recall.
That's right.
If the federal government threatens to withhold federal money from a university, if that university doesn't investigate, prosecute, punish sexual assault in a way prescribed by the federal government, does that make the state university a state actor, or the university a state actor?
It may. I would have to look at the cases. I'm not up to speed on those, but I would think so.
Well, if the federal government says to a university, look, if you do not prosecute, investigate, punish allegations of sexual assault in a way that the federal government says you must, otherwise we're going to take away your federal money, does the accused in one of those sexual assault allegations still have the protection of the Bill of Rights?
I would hope so.
Should he or her?
I'd have to look and see exactly the state actor law right now. But what you're getting at is, the rules that were forced on universities in handling sexual harassment cases.
Right.
That I felt essentially did away with due process.
Yes.
I think the victim, as a father of three daughters, I take very seriously any question of sexual harassment. It's a serious problem, and the word of a victim has to be taken very seriously, and it has to be pursued. But we can't do it at the expense of the Bill of Rights or basic fairness and due process.
Both the accused and the accuser deserve due process, do they not?
That's right.
Okay. Tell me what the legal basis is for a universal injunction.
I think universal injunctions are let me say that they are a recent vintage. They really started arising in the 60s, and I think that they have lost sight of a limitation on the judicial power of the United States, which is case or controversy.
It's all based on the D.C. Circuit case, the Wirtz case. Is that right?
I forgot the name of the case, but I think the D.C. Circuit case was the first one. I think that was in the 60s, and people have lost sight of the fact that it's really a question of who gets the relief in a case. And under the case or controversy, it should be limited to the parties. And when earlier you could have a court in one jurisdiction decide it, and that would be the rule in that jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. But that didn't debar the government from continuing its policies elsewhere, and eventually you'd get differences, and they would work their way up to the Supreme Court. I think that I'd like to see these universal injunctions challenged.
Well, I don't know how many federal district court judges we have. Let's say 650. As I understand it, one can enjoin a congressional statute nationwide, even if the other 624 judges disagree.
That's right.
All right.
And not just a statute, Senator. I think what's different, what we're seeing is the willingness of courts to set aside, even the kinds of exercises of national security power that, 20 years ago would have been unimaginable for a court to challenge. And yet a district court judge somewhere can enjoin some action that has a bearing on the safety of the nation. And then the judicial process can take years and years to get that up to the Supreme Court.
I've just got a few seconds left. As I understand your testimony, General, Mr. Mueller will write a report, submit it to you as Attorney General, and then you will write a report based on that report and release your report. Is that right?
That's essentially it, but I wouldn't assume, it could easily be that the report is communicated to the department before, assuming I was confirmed. That could be a month away.
Well, let me tell you what I'm getting at. I've got 6 seconds. Now 4. The American people deserve to know what the Department of Justice has concluded. And they're smart enough to figure it out. I've said this before. The American people don't read Aristotle every day. They're too busy earning a living. But if you give them the facts, they'll figure it out, and they'll draw their own conclusions. Doesn't matter who spins them. They'll figure it out for themselves. And I would strongly encourage you to put this all to rest, to make a report, a final report, public, to let everybody draw their own conclusions so we can move on. If somebody did something wrong, they should be punished. But if they didn't, let's stop the innuendo and the rumors and the leaking, and let's move on.
I agree, Senator. And let me say, earlier I misspoke because the acting Attorney General is Matt Whitaker, and I referred to Rod as the acting Attorney General, but in fact, the report would go to Matt Whitaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to remark, Mr. Barr, that your family is showing a prodigious level of patience, indefatigable endurance, and that should be marked for the record. You're a very lucky man. You know that about 30-plus states have legalized medical marijuana or adult use. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
In 2018, Attorney General Jeff Sessions rescinded the Cole Memorandum, which provided guidance to U.S. attorneys that the federal marijuana prohibition should not be enforced in states that have legalized marijuana in one way or the other. Do you believe it was the right decision to rescind the Cole Memorandum?
My approach to this would be not to upset settled expectations and the reliance interests that have arisen as a result of the Cole Memoranda, and investments have been made, and so there have been reliance on it. So I don't think it's appropriate to upset those interests. However, I think the current situation is untenable and really has to be addressed. It's almost like a backdoor nullification of federal law. To me, it's a binary choice. Either we have a federal law that applies to everybody.
And so I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but how would you address that? Do you think it's appropriate to use federal resources to target, marijuana businesses that are in compliance with state laws?
No, I said that. Yeah. That's what I said. I'm not going to go after companies that have relied on the Cole Memoranda. However, we either should have a federal law that prohibits marijuana everywhere, which I would support myself, because I think it's a mistake to back off on marijuana. However, if we want a federal approach, if we want states to have their own laws, then let's get there, and let's get there the right way.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to just move on, but it's good to hear at least the first part of what you said. During your previous 10 years Attorney General, you literally wrote the book on mass incarceration, or at least wrote this report, The Case for More Incarceration. You argue that we as a nation were, quote, incarcerating too few criminals.
In those days.
And that the solution was more incarceration for more people.
Excuse me.
Please, sir.
For chronic violent offenders and gun offenders.
Well, I mean that's the challenge, sir, and you argued against the bipartisan legislation in 2015 quite strenuously.
I did.
But that's not the nature of incarceration in this country. In fiscal year 2016, only 7.7% of the federal prison population was convicted of violent crimes. Overwhelmingly, what was initiated in those times that led to an 800% increase in the federal prison population. Overwhelmingly, that was nonviolent drug offenders. Right now, our federal prison population is overwhelmingly nonviolent. 47.5% of the federal prison population are incarcerated for drug offenses. And I guess hearing your arguments then and hearing your arguments against the bipartisan legislation that we brought out of the committee in 2016.
But Senator, I think that's wrong, what you just said, okay? I think when you have violent gangs in the city, killing people, murder and so forth and so on, sometimes the most readily provable charge is their drug trafficking offenses, rather than proving culpability of the whole gang for murder. So you can take out a gang on drug offenses, and you could be taking out a lot of violent offenders. Do you think that the murders in Chicago are they're related to gangs, and including gangs involved in these violence?
And we can get into the data if you'd like, and I'd like to get some more pointed questioning. But this is the sort of these are sort of the tropes that make people believe that in inner cities we should have such profound incarceration rates. And I'd like to ask you specifically about that data, because I think it's language like that makes me kind of concerned and worried. You said you hadn't reviewed, you said earlier in your testimony you hadn't reviewed criminal justice data about this actual issue of incarceration versus non-incarceration. I just want to know, will you commit to commissioning a study on just the concerns that we're talking about right now about the efficacy of reducing mass incarceration and publish those results? Would you be willing to do such a study yourself?
Well, as I understand it, I've been told that there's a lot of data to support the First Step Act.
Yeah, and that First Step Act goes directly towards addressing a lot of the problems we've had in mass incarceration. And so if you're saying that it is necessary to deal with violence in communities by over-incarcerating, here's a bipartisan group of senators that's working towards reducing mass incarceration. And that's why I think it's very important, which I appreciate you saying you didn't know because you hadn't reviewed the data. I think it's very important that you review the data and understand the implications for the language that you're using, which brings up this language of race, which is often not said explicitly, but when you talk about Chicago in the way you just did, it brings up racial fears or racial concerns. And you stated that if a black and a white, this is quoting you directly, are charged with the same offense, generally they will get the same treatment in the system and ultimately the same penalty. You previously quoted, and I quote you again, there's no statistical evidence that there of racism in the criminal justice system. Do you still believe that?
No, what I said was that I think that's taken out of a broader quote, which is the whole criminal justice system involves both federal but also state, local justice systems. And I said there's no doubt that there are places where there is racism still in the system. But I said overall, I thought that as a system, it's working. It's not predicated on.
So can I press you on that? Overall, the system treats blacks and whites fairly. From my own experience, I've lived in affluent communities. I've gone to the college campuses of you. There are certain drug laws applied there that's very different than the inner city community in which I live. But let's talk stats. Let's not talk our personal experiences. And so I've sat with many of my colleagues and many conservatives who readily admit what the data shows. And so I have a whole bunch of reports which I'll enter into the record from nonpartisan, bipartisan groups, even conservative leaders talking about the rife nature of racial bias within the system. For example, the federal government's own data, the U.S. Sentencing Commission's research shows that federal prosecutors are more likely to charge blacks with offenses that carry harsh mandatory minimum sentences than similarly situated for whites. The federal government's own data shows that black defendants were subject to 3-strike sentencing enhancements at a statistically significantly higher rate, which added, on average, over 10 years to their sentences. And so with numerous researchers having found stunning racial disparities rife throughout our system and in the federal system, which you will be the chief law enforcement officer of, and primarily overwhelmingly for drug laws. For example, I don't know if you're aware or not of the Brookings study that found that blacks are 3.6 times more likely to be arrested for selling drugs, despite the fact that whites are actually more likely to sell drugs in the United States of America, and blacks are 2.5 times more likely to be arrested for possession of drugs when there is no difference racially in America for the usage and possession of drugs in the United States. I don't know if are you familiar with the Brookings study?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so just a follow-up, will you commit to commissioning a study examining racial disparities and the disparate impacts of the policies that you talked about and that led to mass incarceration, the policies that you defended when you criticized the bipartisan 2015 sentencing reform legislation? Will you commit to, at least as the most important law enforcement officer in the land, to studying those well-documented racial disparities and the impacts it has?
Of course I'll commit to studying that, and I'll have the Bureau of Justice Statistics pull together everything they have, and if there's something lacking, I'll get that, and I'm interested in the state experience. But when I looked at this, I think 1992 was a different time, Senator. The crime rate had quintupled over the preceding 30 years, and it peaked in 1992. And it's been coming down since 1992.
And sir, I just want to tell you, I was a young black guy in 1990s. I was a 20-something-year-old and experienced a dramatically different justice system in the treatment that I received. Okay. And the data of racial disparities and what it's done to black communities, because you literally said this about black communities, and I know that your heart was in the right place. You said that, hey, I want to help black communities. This is what you're saying. The benefits of incarceration would be enjoyed disproportionately by black Americans living in inner cities. You also said that, quote, a failure to incarcerate hurts black Americans most.
And I'll tell you what's...
And I just want to ask you a yes or no question, because I have seconds left. Do you believe now, 30, 40 years of mass incarceration, targeted disproportionately towards African Americans, harsher sentences, disproportionately represented in the criminal justice system, with the American Bar Association talking about once you've been incarcerated for even a low-level drug crime, there are 40,000 collateral consequences that impact your life. Jobs, Pell Grants, loans from banks. Do you think, just yes or no, that this system of mass incarceration has disproportionately benefited African American communities? Yes or no, sir?
I think the reduction in crime has since 1992, but I think that the heavy drug penalties, especially on crack and other things, have harmed the black community. The incarceration rates have harmed the black community.
And I would just conclude to my chairman and partner, thank you, sir, on this, because I'm really grateful for this bipartisan group, the Heritage Foundation. I've spoken at the AEI conference, just found such great partnership, but I worry about the highest law enforcement officer in the land and some of the language I still hear you using that goes against the data, and that you're going to be expected to oversee a justice system that you and I both know needs the faith and confidence of communities that has dramatically lost that confidence because of implicit racial bias. And the DOJ, and I'll give you a chance to respond, the DOJ itself has mandated implicit racial bias training, and I hope that's something that you will agree to do. But this is the thing I'll conclude on, is that we live on a planet Earth where you can tell the most about a nation by who they incarcerate. In Turkey, they incarcerate journalists. Thank God we don't do that here, even though they've been called the enemy of the people. In Russia, they incarcerate political opponents. I'm glad we don't do that, even though with chance of lock her up. But you go into the American criminal prisons, sir, and you see the most vulnerable people. You see over-stigmatized mentally ill people clogging our system. You see over-stigmatized addicted people clogging our system. You see a system where, as Brian Stevenson says, it treats you better if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. And you see disproportionately, overwhelmingly for drug crimes, African Americans and Latinos being incarcerated. The importance of your job, and I'll ask you this last question, because you haven't met with me yet, you've given that courtesy to others. Would you please meet with me in my office so you and I can have a heart-to-heart on the urgency, the cancer on the soul of our country's criminal justice system is the disproportionate impact of that system on those vulnerable communities, including women, over 80% of whom the women we incarcerate are survivors of sexual trauma. Can you and I sit down and have a longer conversation than these 10 minutes will allow on this issue?
I'd very much welcome that, Senator. My experience back in 1992, when sort of blood was running on the streets all over the United States, my ideas were actually first formed when I went to Trenton. And the African-American community there essentially surrounded me and was saying, look, we're in our golden years. We're trying to enjoy our golden years, and we can't even go outside our house. We have bars on our house and so forth. Please, these gangs are running roughshod. So I developed this idea called weed and seed. And my attitude was, look, let's stop arguing past each other on let's attack root causes and let's get tough on crime. And I felt that for programs to work, like after-school programs and so forth, for all this, for housing projects to be safe, we needed strong enforcement in those communities, and we needed those other programs to be brought to bear community by community. And it had to be done with the leadership of the community, and that was this idea of the partnership. And it caught on. It was very popular, and in fact, it was continued by a lot of the U.S. attorneys in the Clinton administration after the Bush administration was out. And it is actually, under a number of different names, has continued. So I'm very conscious of the issues you raise, but my goal is to provide and my motivation was to provide safety in these neighborhoods for the people trying to raise their children and for the older people and so forth. And I think the neighborhoods are, the crime rate has gone down. I make a distinction between the way we treat these chronic violent offenders and the drug penalties. The drug penalties, as I said, very high and draconian, and in some cases that might have been necessary, but I supported revisiting the penalty structure.
And sir, I'm the only United States senator that lives in an inner city, low-income community. I've had shootings in my neighborhood. A young man killed last year on my block with an assault weapon. I know this urgent need for safety and security, and I'm not saying I'm necessarily going to vote for you one way or the other, but I believe your intentions are well, but I think that some of the things you've said in the past lead me to believe that your policies might be misguided in the way that Mike Lee and Cornyn and Graham and Grassley have been incredible partners in changing the American reality. I hope that you can be that kind of partner too, and I hope that you and I can have a good heart-to-heart conversation, trusting that we both want the same end for all communities, safety and security, but a justice system that is fair to all American citizens.
I'd welcome that, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we appreciate your time today, Mr. Barr, and that of your family. I told Liam that Grandpa ought to give him whatever he wants to eat for dinner tonight. He has behaved very well and done a great job. Going back to something that Senator Kennedy mentioned on leaks, and you said you would address that by compartmentalization. Talk for just a little bit about your vision for the Department of Justice as you look at implementing first steps, addressing violent crime, dealing with the opioids, dealing with the online sex trafficking, the antitrust issues, the Mueller investigation, all the things we've talked about. How do you intend to lead that department that is very different from the DOJ that you led previously?
In some ways it's different, in some ways it's not so different, but my basic approach to things is to get good lieutenants, good subordinates who running different parts of the agenda, and give them their marching orders and watch them perform and get involved to the extent I can to make sure that we're pushing the priorities things ahead. One of the interesting things about the Department of Justice, it's a little different than many agencies, is one of our first priority has to be to enforce all the law. It's not like we can just come into work and say, well, we're going to just pay attention to this, so we're not going to enforce all these other laws. We have to cover the waterfront. That's number one. But beyond that, what I tried to do last time and what I would try to do if you confirm me this time would be, to make sure that even though we're enforcing things across the board, we have a understood set of priorities and we put the effort behind those priorities. And we define clearly what we're trying to achieve. So, for example, in the area of civil rights, when I was Attorney General last time, and I had discussed this with Senator Kennedy, I said, we're not doing enough on housing discrimination. Housing is very important. It determines where you go to school and all, the safety and so forth. And I set up a program, we hired testers and stuff like that, and we had a very clear goal and priority for that, and we launched it. And that's what that's what I plan to bring in area after area, defining what we're trying to accomplish and give the people the tools to get it done and give them the direction and motivation to get it done.
You've mentioned the Mueller investigation, your relationship with Mr. Mueller, having him finish the investigation. If we were to ask him about you, do you think his assessment would be that you are a fair and impartial leader that he can trust, that we can trust to lead the DOJ?
I hope he would say that, but I'm not going to put words in his mouth.
Yeah. We talked about technology and my interest in that area, and you've had Mr. Lee and Mr. Hawley have also talked about antitrust and some of the enforcement there. Big tech and Silicon Valley and the power that is harbored there, they are gobbling up a lot of their competitors. You've got Facebook and Google that are claiming to only be platforms for their users, but they are also getting into the content business. And that is why Facebook bought Instagram and WhatsApp, and Google bought YouTube and DeepMind for AI technology. So their tentacles are spreading, and they are moving away from a platform into that content, into artificial intelligence. And their market dominance is causing some problems. And as we discussed, these companies are violating users' privacy. They are recklessly sharing their users' personal data with third parties. This is done without explicit permission. We can't let these companies collude to drive out competitors or to ignore vital data privacy protections. And big tech operated really without regard to the law. And you and I talked a little bit about one of the edge provider CEOs who last spring, when he came before a House committee, he was also here before this committee, there was even reference to how I discussed how he subjectively manipulated, or asked if he subjectively manipulated algorithms, and how there was concern that some of these platforms referencing a statement he had made function more like a government than a platform or an information service. So how do you intend to begin this conversation and begin this work addressing the antitrust provisions with big tech?
Yes, as I mentioned, I'm interested in these issues and would like to have them fully ventilated at the department with the antitrust division and also with outside experts, so I can have a better understanding. I do want to say, however, that I'm going to be recusing myself from AT&T because
Time Warner,
because now Time Warner is part of AT&T, right. And I was told that under the rules that will carry over to AT&T. So until I talk to the ethics advisors of the department, I don't want to get too far ahead of my skis and sort of talking about the tech area. But as a general policy matter, I want to get into this area because I think it's on a lot of people's minds and how the law relates to these developments that we see with these large companies. And I don't mean to cast aspersions on any particular company or executive.
Well, and I think for many of us, if you're looking at a merger and they cannot prove the efficiencies and they cannot prove that there will be increased competition, then it does raise some questions as to how those would be evaluated. And let me go to one other issue that is developing on this privacy front. It is a data privacy problem that I don't think a lot of people realize, and it is the embedding of hardware and then the geolocation. And sometimes that information is sold. Now, it folds into the encryption issue, because law enforcement has a very difficult time getting the information from devices and from the services on encryption. But we are now aware that many times bounty hunters will be paid a few $100s, and then they can go in and find the location of that phone. And some of these Android operating systems are specific enough that they do the barometric pressure readings, and they can tell you exactly where in a building that this phone is located. So I would hope that you are going to look at the legal procedures that surround this kind of data and this kind of tracking and the privacy provisions that are going to pertain to consumers.
We want to break away from this confirmation hearing of William Barr to bring you some news over in England, the United Kingdom. British Parliament has actually voted down Prime Minister Theresa May's Brexit deal. We're joined by Roxana Saberi from London now. Roxana, what can you tell us about this vote?
Well, Rena, lawmakers just rejected Theresa May's plan despite her last-minute pleas and their attempts today to amend the deal. She lost by a huge margin of victory, a margin of defeat, 432 votes against her plan and 202 for her plan. I mean, everything we heard was predictions would be that the margin of defeat would be like maybe 100, maybe up to 150, and 150 votes margin of defeat would be the largest in more than a century. She's lost by even more than that. This was a plan that the Prime Minister had reached with EU leaders on Britain's divorce from the bloc last November, but lawmakers on all sides have argued the deal is fundamentally flawed, keeping the UK tied to the EU rules on things like trade, but without a say in the bloc. They also disagreed on what should happen at the border between Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, would leave the EU, and the Republic of Ireland, which would not. Rena?
I'm curious, Roxana, what happens next? Is it over for Prime Minister May at this point?
Not yet, but there will be a no confidence vote tomorrow in Parliament. If she survives it, she will work over the weekend to get a bill Parliament can try to get behind by trying to get more concessions from the EU, and she has until Monday to present that revised plan to Parliament. MPs could alternatively push for a second referendum which could overturn the 2016 vote to leave the EU, or if some MPs from May's own party have their way, the UK might leave the EU with no agreement at all. But critics, Rena, say crashing out of the EU with no deal could lead to chaos and delays at the borders and shortages of food and medicine, but the government says it's taking measures to prepare for the worst-case scenarios. With no clear majority in Parliament for any other plan right now, though, there is a chance the UK will ask the EU to delay Brexit beyond the March 29th deadline so politicians can put together a new plan. It is all very messy, Rena.
It certainly is, and a significant vote at that. What's the mood of the people in the United Kingdom? This has been a really drawn-out political process. Do you think that there could potentially be another Brexit vote?
Well, it's not clear yet. There has been some talk about that, and with such a large margin of defeat, who knows, perhaps that likelihood is even greater. But this whole process for many people that I've been talking to has been draining, dull, and demoralizing. A lot of them don't want to think or talk about Brexit anymore. It's also a very divisive subject. Many people are tired of what they see as political paralysis and have tuned out the details. There's a lot of uncertainty for people and businesses, especially those that have strong ties to the rest of the EU. And tonight's vote, I think, just continues that uncertainty. Rena?
You mentioned those businesses, Roxana. Do we have any sense of how American businesses are affected by this in the United Kingdom?
Well, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has said that the stakes are high for American companies that have invested in the U.K. as a way of accessing the EU market. Some have opened subsidiaries elsewhere in Europe to make sure they can keep doing business as usual after Brexit. The Chamber says the U.S. and U.K. are each other's single biggest investors, and British companies employ more than 1 million Americans in the U.S. The worst-case scenario for them, the Chamber says, would be the U.K. dropping out of the EU with no agreement, because that could lead to even more uncertainty for businesses. Rena?
Our Roxana Saberi coming to us from London with this breaking news. Thank you very much, Roxana, for joining us. I want to return you now to the confirmation hearing of William Barr. Senator Kamala Harris of California is questioning him now.
And the fact that 10 states, including the District of Columbia, have legalized marijuana, and given that the status quo is what it is, and as you rightly described, we have federal laws, and then there are various states that have different laws. If confirmed, are you intending to use the limited federal resources at your disposal to enforce federal marijuana laws in the states that have legalized marijuana?
No, I thought I answered that by saying that you know, to the extent people are complying with the state laws, you know, in distribution and production and so forth, we're not going to go after that.
Okay.
But I do feel we can't stay in the current situation because, I mean, if you can imagine any kind of situation, can an existing administration and an attorney general start cutting deals with states to say, well, we're not going to apply the federal law, you know, some gun law or some other thing, and say, we're not going to apply it in your state.
I appreciate your point, but specifically, and I appreciate you answering the question, you do not intend to use the limited federal resources at your disposal to enforce federal marijuana laws in those states or in the District of Columbia that have legalized marijuana.
That's right, but I think the Congress of the United States, it's incumbent on the Congress to regularize, you know, make a decision as to whether we're going to have a federal system or whether it's going to be, you know, a central federal law, because this is breeding disrespect for the federal law.
I agree with you. I believe Congress should act. I agree. Earlier today, Senator Leahy asked whether you would follow the recommendation of career Department of Justice ethics officials on whether you should recuse yourself from the Mueller investigation. You said, quote, I will seek the advice of the career ethics personnel, but under the regulations, I make the decisions as the head of the agency as to my own recusal. You also said to Senator Klobuchar that you do not want to, quote, abdicate your duty since recusal decision would be yours. So my question is, would it be appropriate to go against the advice of career ethics officials that have recommended recusal? And can you give an example of under what situation or scenario you would go against their recommendation that you recuse yourself?
Well, there are different kinds of recusals. Some are mandated, for example, if you have a financial interest, but there are others that are judgment calls. And
let's imagine it's a judgment call, and the judgment by the career ethics officials in the agency are that you recuse yourself. Under what scenario would you not follow their recommendation?
If I disagreed with it.
And what would the basis of that disagreement be?
I came to a different judgment.
On what basis?
The facts.
Such as?
Such as whatever facts are relevant to the recusal.
What do you imagine the facts would be that are relevant to the recusal?
They could be innumerable. I mean, there are a lot of, you know, for example, there's a rule of necessity, like who else would be handling it. It could be.
Do you believe that would be a concern in this situation if you are, if the recommendation is that you recuse yourself from the Mueller investigation? Do you believe that would be a concern, that there'd be no one left to do the job?
Just saying, well, in some contexts, there very well might be because of. You know, who's confirmed for what and who's in what position. But apart from that, it's a judgment call, and the Attorney General is the person who makes the judgment. And that's what the job entails.
As a general matter, that's true. But specifically on this issue, under what scenario would you imagine that you would not follow the recommendation of the career ethics officials in the Department of Justice to recuse yourself from the Mueller investigation?
If I disagreed with them.
Okay. We'll move on. Senator Feinstein previously asked you whether you'd put your June 2018 memo, whether you put together that memo based on non-public information. Your response was that you, quote, did not rely on confidential information. Are you creating a distinction between non-public information and confidential information? No. Okay. In response to a question from Senator Durbin about harsh sentencing laws, you stated in response to the crack epidemic that community leaders, back when you were Attorney General previously, asked for these types of sentencing laws. Now, my understanding is that many of these community leaders at that time, and I was a young prosecutor during those days, knew and said even then that the crack epidemic was a public health crisis, and that was really the chorus coming from community leaders, not that they wanted drug-addicted people to be locked up. And similarly, now we can find that in most of the communities afflicted by the opioid crisis, they are similarly, these community leaders, asking that it be addressed for the public health crisis that it is. So my question is, if and when you are confirmed in this position, would you agree that when we talk about the opioid crisis, the crisis in terms of methamphetamine addiction or any other controlled substance, that we should also acknowledge the public health ramifications and causes, and that there is a role for the chief law enforcement officer of the United States to play in advocating for a public health response and not only a lock-'em-up response.
Well, I think the commission that was chaired by Governor Chris Christie came up with a three-pronged strategy, and I think that recognized that part of it was treatment and education, recovery, and prevention. But the third prong of it was enforcement and interdiction, and that's the job of the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice can't be all things to all people.
Sir, but I would suggest to you that in the intervening almost 30 years since you were last Attorney General, that there is consensus in the United States that when we look at the drug epidemic, whatever the narcotic may be, that there's now an understanding that the war on drugs was an abject failure, that America, frankly, has a crisis of addiction, and that putting the limited resources of our federal government into locking up people who suffer from a public health crisis is probably not the smartest use of taxpayer dollars. So if confirmed, I'd ask that you take a look at the more recent perspective on the drug crisis that is afflicting our country. And then I'll move on. Today, there is $1 billion.
Can I just say something in response to that?
Sure.
Which is, I was just making the observation that the job of the Department of Justice is enforcement. I recognize there are a lot of dimensions to the problem, and that's why we have places like HHS. The department can't do the job of everybody.
Sir, but I would remind you what you said, because I agree with it. You said earlier the role of the Attorney General, one, is to enforce the rule of law, two, is a legal advisor to the President and the Cabinet, and three is policy. This is a policy issue, so I'd urge you to emphasize that role and power that you will have if confirmed, and think of it that way.
I see you.
I'd like to talk with you about private prisons. There's a $1 billion private prison industry that profits off of incarcerating people, and frankly, as many as possible. By one estimate, the two largest private prison companies in the United States make a total combined profit of $3.3 billion. That's what it'd be, dollars a year. In August of 2016, the Justice Department issued a report on the Bureau of Prisons' use of private prisons that concluded, quote, contract prisons incurred more safety and security incidents per capita than comparable Bureau of Prisons institutions. Given this conclusion that prisons run by for-profit companies have been found to be less safe than government-run prisons, if confirmed, will you commit to no longer renew private prison contracts?
Whose report was this? BOP?
This was, yes, from the Justice Department.
Yeah, I'd like to, I would obviously look at that report. Yes.
Okay, and then...
But I'm not committing. I mean, I'd want to see what the report says.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then I'd appreciate a follow-up when you have a chance to read it. Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barr, thank you for being here, and Liam, your granddaddy's doing good. Mr. Barr, I want to go back because it's a long time. I think I'm the last person in the first round, so I think we have to go back and maybe have you restate some things that you said earlier before I get to a few other things that I hope I have time to cover on intellectual property, Americans with Disability Act, and a GAO report back from 2014. I do have to ask a question while Senator Kennedy's here because I don't think he covered the full landscape. He asked about anybody in government, anyone in the Western Hemisphere, but did you in fact talk to anybody in the Eastern Hemisphere with respect to the Mueller probe?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. We got that.
Ask him about the Milky Way.
We got that closed out. Would you go back again and please describe for me first off, I think you've made it very clear, in spite of the fact some people thought that you had coaching and some of the citations in the memo that you read, that this was a memo you wrote on your own. Can you explain to me again the motivation behind the memo, what precisely you were trying to communicate, just for the record?
Yes, Senator. So the public commentary and media commentary was sort of dominated by discussion of obstruction of justice, and everyone was throwing out obstruction theories and so forth. And the statute that relates to obstructing a proceeding that's not yet in being, that is some future proceeding, is 1512. And my view was of the particular provision, 1512C, was that it requires, what it covers is obstruction by means of impairing evidence, that you know some evidence is going to be needed in a future proceeding, and you impair it either by making it not available or by corrupting it in some way, altering it, destroying it. That's what I thought the scope of that statute dealt with. And to my knowledge, the only cases ever brought under it involved the destruction of evidence. Based on public reports, which may be completely wrong, I thought that it was being that the special counsel may be trying to interpret the statute to say that any act, not destruction of evidence or anything, but any act that influences a proceeding is a crime if it's done with a bad intent. My concern there is that unlike something like bribery statute or document destruction where you prohibit it, that's a bad act. You don't need to be performing that bad act if you're a government official. But if you say that any act that influences a proceeding is a crime if you have a bad state of mind, that's what the people at Justice Department do every day of the week, is influence proceedings. That's what they're there for. And what I was worried about is the impact on the department and other agencies if you say to someone, if you, in supervising a case or handling a case, make a decision for a bad intent, it can be a crime. And I thought that that would essentially paralyze the government. So just to give an example, you know, Eric Holder made some pardon recommendations during the Clinton administration, which were controversial. Incidentally, I supported Eric Holder for his position. But could someone come along then later and say, well, if you did that for a political reason to help Hillary Clinton run in New York, that's a crime? And when he's exercising his prerogatives, you know, in that situation, and you can just see how that could paralyze government. And that was my concern.
You also referred to your concerns with the prosecution of Senator Menendez. Did that weave into that same thought process?
Yes, because in that case, my concern was that they were basically taking activities that were not, you know, wrongful acts in themselves. You know, the political contributions were lawful political contributions, and the things with you know, the travel on his friend, that was his friend for 25 years. They were taking a trip together, and you take those kinds of things and then you couple it with official action, and then the prosecutor comes along and says, well, we're going to look into your mind and see what your subjective intent was for performing these two sets of lawful acts, and we're going to say, you know, that you're corrupt. Good. So I just think that gives too much power to the prosecutor, and I think if that kind of, and by the way, you know, they've had cases like this for, you know, I mean, they've been pursuing things like this, and they've had to be slapped down a few times by the Supreme Court on these kinds of aggressive things involving, you know, quid pro quos on the Hill. So
let me, if I can, thank you. I just thought it was helpful because I think you tried to explain a lot of that and you were cut off, so I thought I'd use some of my time in the first round to ask you that. Also, I think somebody tried to characterize you as having somehow been opposed to any sort of Russia probe or Russia investigations. Have you ever gone on record as opposing any of the things that we're trying to do to figure out where Russia may have been involved in election tampering?
No, and in fact, in the op-ed piece where I said I thought the president was right in firing Comey, I said that the investigation was going forward under the supervision of Rod Rosenstein.
Yeah. Did you also say more than one time that you felt like the special counsel investigation should reach a conclusion, that that special counsel Mueller shouldn't be, that he should be allowed to draw this to a conclusion, then he will submit his report, and you're going to do everything that you can to present as much of that information as you can, to the extent that confidential information is not being compromised?
To the extent the regulations permit it, yeah.
Did you also say that there's even a scenario where you can't imagine a scenario for cause, but even a scenario for cause where you'd have to take under serious consideration before you remove special counsel?
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
There hasn't been a special counsel removed since Archibald Cox, and that didn't work out.
Didn't work out too well, right. And again, did you also say that in no circumstances have you had a discussion with the president with respect to, I think you said you had a discussion about you had a relationship with Mr. Mueller, but no discussion about the special counsel investigation and your opinions on it with respect to any discussions you've had with the president?
Right. That was the first meeting I had with the president. And then in November, I met with him about the Attorney General job. And there was no discussion of the substance of the investigation. The president didn't ask me my views about any aspect of the investigation, and he didn't ask me about what I would do about anything in the investigation.
With respect to the line of questioning about the states that have legalized marijuana, either for medicinal purposes or recreational purposes, I think what you were trying to say in a very, very respectful way is it's not your job to do our job. Is that right? That if we ultimately want to provide certainty for these businesses. You've done a good job in saying that you disagree with the policy of the states, but we are where we are, and you would not want to undermine that given that investments have been made, states have moved forward. But at the end of the day, we should stop talking about it here and making it your job. And those members, I don't happen to be one of them, who think that we should take these federal laws off the books should probably file a bill and try and get it done. Is that a fair assessment of your opinion?
That's generally fair, yes.
Okay. Just a few minor things so that we can get to the next round. There was a report by the Inspector General in 2014 that had to do with accountability in the Department of Justice. I don't expect you to be familiar with this report, but there were some very interesting observations there about a lack of follow-through on disciplinary action for a number of, I think the subtitle of the report was the DOJ could strengthen procedures for disciplining attorneys. It's something I would commend to you and maybe dust off and see if there have been any actions since this report. I didn't get a satisfactory answer when it was contemporary with a nominee from the Obama administration for the position you're seeking, which is one of the reasons why I opposed the nomination.
Actually, I think very highly of Inspector General Horowitz, and I haven't seen that report, but that issue is one that I plan to take up with him.
And then just so that I do finish on time versus pretend I'm going to and go 2 minutes early over. One, I want to get your recommendation on intellectual property. I think we have more work to do to give the Department of Justice tools to go after bad actors, which are China, Russia, India, a number of other countries, Brazil, that are stealing our intellectual property. Also want to talk about what I think is the exploitation of the Americans with Disabilities Act, particularly around website access. The web didn't exist, and now we have attorneys filing a number of frivolous lawsuits. Would like to get some feedback on that after you get confirmed. And finally, I want to make sure that you recognize in the First Step Act that faith-based organizations that have proven to help reduce recidivism are absolutely in play for the First Step Act, and hopefully we can make sure the Department of Justice move forward with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I believe that's the end of the first round. Mr. Barr, you're able to go for a little bit longer?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll do 5 minutes. As you can tell, I've been pretty liberal with the time, but let's try to honor it the best we can. Senator Grassley.
Okay. Where he left off on working with faith-based institutions, you were very positive about that?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator.
That takes care of my first question. Enforcement of the antitrust laws is extremely important to ensure that markets are fair and participants don't engage in abusive activity harming consumers. I've been particularly active in making sure that the Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission carefully scrutinize mergers, as well as looking out for anti-competitive behaviors and predatory practices in certain sectors of the economy, and particularly in my state of Iowa, the agricultural industry, but I'm also pursuing things in health care. In particular is because I will be chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, I'm interested in making sure that companies in drug and healthcare industries are playing by the rules. Everyone's concerned about the high cost of healthcare and especially the skyrocketing price of prescription drugs. Do you agree that the Justice Department has a very important role in this area?
Yes, Senator.
And would you commit to making antitrust enforcement a priority?
Yes, it has to be a priority.
Okay, thank you. Now to a favorite issue of mine, whistleblower protection. Whistleblowers, as I told you in my office, are very critical to exposing waste, fraud, and abuse. There are eyes and ears on the ground. Their courage, when they have it, and most of them do have great courage, or they wouldn't come forward to expose government malfeasance. That's how important they are. So I hope I can have you have a favorable view towards the opportunity to listen to whistleblowers, protect them from retaliation, and promote a culture that values important contribution from those patriotic people.
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay. Now to the Foreign Agents Registration Act. I hope you understand there have been very few prosecutions under the Foreign Agents Registration Act since 1938. And so that lax enforcement, I think, is getting, obviously, even since the Mueller investigation, getting a lot more attention now. But we had a hearing on it before the committee, and I think it proves that we should see more transparency and more enforcement against bad actors, not less. Do you agree that the Foreign Agents Registration Act is a critical national security and public accountability tool? And if confirmed, will you commit to make sure that that act is a top priority?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So then getting back to legislation that I think will improve that 1938 Act, I introduced the Disclosing Foreign Influence Act to improve transparency, accountability, and enforcement. You haven't probably read that act, but I'd like to work with you, even though it's not in this committee, it's in Foreign Relations Committee. I'd like to have you work with us so it's something that we can pass and make sure that this law is more useful than it has been over the last 80 years. I support the Freedom of Information Act and the public disclosure of government records. Transparency yields accountability. You hear me say that all the time, and that's true no matter who's in the White House. When I was chairman of the committee, I helped steer FOIA Improvement Act into law, which creates a presumption of openness, and that presumption of openness is a very important standard. The Justice Department oversees the federal government's compliance with FOIA. So I hope you would agree that FOIA is an important tool for holding government accountable. And if confirmed, then would you make sure it's a top priority to make FOIA and the faithful and timely implementation of the 2016 amendments a top priority?
Yes, we'll work hard on that.
Because you know what really happens in the bowels of the bureaucracy? It just takes them forever because maybe something's going to embarrass them, so they don't want it out in the public. So you get all sorts of excuses. We got to do away with those excuses. One way to make FOIA work better is by reducing the number of requests. This will have to be my last question. One way to make FOIA work better is by reducing the number of requests that have to be made in the first place. That's why I'm a strong advocate for improved proactive disclosure. If confirmed, will you commit to help advocate for more proactive disclosure of government records? Now, that's not just by the Justice Department, but because your government or your department's top dog in this particular area in the federal government overall.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Feinstein.
Mr. Barr, I see you have staying power, but I see it runs in the family. and particularly your grandson, I'd like to send a little care package down to him. He deserves a medal.
We'll get that to him. There you go.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
He doesn't have to share it with the rest of the family.
In 1994, you said that gun control is a dead end. It won't reduce the level of violent crime in our society. The year you made this comment, I introduced a federal assault weapons ban, and the president signed it into law. A 2016 study shows that compared with the 10-year period before the ban was enacted, the number of gun massacres between 94 and 04 fell by 37%, and the number of people dying from gun massacres fell by 43%. In addition, between 2004 and 2014, there has been a 183% increase in massacres and a 239% increase in massacre deaths. Do you still believe that prudent controls on weapons won't reduce violent crime? And if so, what is your basis for this conclusion?
I think that the problem of our time is to get an effective system in place that can keep dangerous firearms out of the hands of mentally ill people. That should be priority number one, and it's going to take some hard work, and we need to get on top of the problem. We need to come up with agreed-to standards that are prohibitors of people who are mentally ill. We have to put the resources in to get the system built up the way we did many years ago on the felon records and so forth. We have to get the system working, and as I say, it's sort of piecemeal a little bit right now. We need to really get some energy behind it and get it done, and I also think we need to push along the ERPOs so that we have these red flag laws to supplement the use of the background check to find out if someone has some mental disturbance. This is the single most important thing I think we can do in the gun control area to stop these massacres from happening in the first place.
Well, thank you. I'd like to work with you in that regard. Yes. In August of 2002, the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel issued opinions authorizing enhanced interrogation methods that included waterboarding and extended sleep deprivation. These opinions were later withdrawn, and the Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility found that they reflected a lack of, this is a quote, a lack of thoroughness, objectivity, and candor, end quote. In 2015, I worked with Senator McCain to pass legislation making clear that enhanced interrogation techniques are unlawful and limiting authorized interrogation techniques to those listed in the Army Field Manual. And that is the law today. If confirmed, will you ensure that the Justice Department upholds the law?
Yes, Senator. I think that was an important change because I think it gave clarity to the law, and I will support that.
Thank you. I'm delighted to hear that. And now, a lot of us have asked about the Mueller report and whether you would commit to providing it to Congress. When asked, I thought you said yes, but when I tried to clarify it, I meant the full report, including obstruction of justice. You again said yes. Then when Senator Blumenthal asked you about the Mueller report, you seemed to make a distinction and said you were going to provide your own report based on Mueller's report, but not the report, this is the way we understood it, but not the report he submits at the end of the investigation. This is concerning, as there is nothing in the regulations that prevent you from providing Mueller's report to Congress. While the regs refer to a confidential report to be provided to the Attorney General, the regs do not state that confidentiality means the report cannot be provided to Congress. So here's the question. Will you provide Mueller's, Mueller's report to Congress, not your rewrite or a summary?
Well, the regs do say that Mueller is supposed to do a summary report of his prosecutive and his declination decisions, and that they will be handled as a confidential document as are internal documents relating to any federal criminal investigation. Now, I'm not sure, and then the AG has some flexibility and discretion in terms of the AG's report. What I am saying is my objective and goal is to get as much as I can of the information to Congress and the public. And, you know, these are departmental regulations, and I'm going to be talking to Rod Rosenstein and Bob Mueller. I'm sure they've had discussions about this. There's probably existing thinking in the department as to how to handle this. But all I can say at this stage, because I have no clue as to what's being planned, is that I am going to try to get the information out there consistent with these regulations. And to the extent I have discretion, I will exercise that discretion to do that.
Well, I can only speak for this side, and maybe not all this side, but we really appreciate that. And the degree to which you can get us a prompt report in the fullest possible form would be really appreciated. And I think there has to be a realization, too, among the administration that this is an issue of real concern to people and to the Congress, and we should be able to see the informed information that comes out. So
I understand.
I'm very hopeful.
Thank you.
Let me ask this question on enhanced, did my time run out?
But go ahead.
On enhanced interrogation. During a 2005 panel discussion, you said the following, I think, about interrogating suspected terrorists, and I quote, "Under the laws of war, absent a treaty, there's nothing wrong with coercive interrogation, applying pain, discomfort, and other things to make people talk, so long as it doesn't cross the line and involve the gratuitous barbarity involved in torture," end quote. This is a panel discussion, Civil Liberties and Security, July 18, 2005. Do you believe that torture is ever lawful?
No.
Is waterboarding torture?
You know, I'd have to look at the legal definition. You're talking about under the, right now, it's prohibited. So, you know, the law has definitively dealt with that. I can't even remember what the old law was that defined torture. I'd have to look at that and then, you know, figure out what's involved in it. But sorry.
Keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay, sir. Sorry.
At what point does interrogation cross the line to the gratuitous barbarity involved in torture? That's your quote.
Well, I wasn't using that as a legal, the gratuitous barbarity. That's what I was I was saying torture is gratuitous barbarity. So I wasn't saying that gratuitous.
Oh, well, that's helpful
Yeah.
then. That's helpful.
Yeah.
And you define waterboarding. You know, one would think these questions would never be necessary. I've thought that all my life, and then I found I was wrong, and they really are.
Mm-hmm.
And I was chairman of intelligence when we did the big torture report, and what I found and what I saw was really indicative of reform. So I think for the Attorney General, knowing the position is really very important.
Right.
So maybe you could concisely state your position on torture.
I don't think we should ever use torture. And I think that the clarification that was it your legislation of the putting in the Army,
McCain's
the field manual?
That's right.
Was important to clarifying where the line is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Barr, I want to talk about guns, and I want to talk about China in the 5 minutes we have together. Back in 1992, there was some discussion about your position on Congress's role when it comes to banning certain types of semi-automatic weapons. Sometimes people call those assault weapons. But in the intervening years, the Supreme Court has now spoken in both the Heller and McDonald case and recognized that the Second Amendment confers an individual and fundamental right to bear arms. Could you sort of bring us up to date from your views in 1992 and how they were affected by Heller and McDonald and what your views now are on the Second Amendment?
Sure. I think I opposed an assault weapon ban because I felt that that was really sort of the aesthetics of the gun. And but, you know, since that time, Heller has been decided. Actually, before Heller, I did work at OLC on this issue, and I personally concluded that the Second Amendment creates a personal right under the Constitution. It's based on the Lockean notion of the right of self-preservation. It's tied to that. And I was glad to see Heller come out and vindicate that initial view that I had. And so there's no question under Heller that the right to have weapons is firearms is protected under the Second Amendment and is a personal right. At the same time, there's room for reasonable regulation. And, you know, from my standpoint, what I would look for is in assessing a regulation is what's the burden on law-abiding people, and is it proportionate to whatever benefit in terms of safety and effectiveness will be conferred. As I said just a moment ago, let's get down to the real problem we're confronting, which is keeping these weapons out of the hands of people who are mentally ill. And I think all the rest of this stuff is really essentially rhetoric until we really get that problem dealt with in terms of regulatory approaches.
Well, as our colleague, the senator from Louisiana, Senator Kennedy, likes to say, the Bill of Rights is not an a la carte menu. And I agree with that. I also agree that there are many facets to these mass violence incidents. After the shooting at Sutherland Springs, we found out that the background check system, the National Instant Criminal Background Check system, was not being used appropriately by the U.S. government, in that case the Air Force. And if it had been, this individual who killed 20 people, injured 26 more at a Baptist church right outside of San Antonio, would not have been able to legally get his hands on the firearm by lying. Mm-hmm. But certainly the mental health issue that you mentioned, we've done work there with
fixed NICS.
In the fixed NICS area. We've also done expanded pilot programs on assisted outpatient treatment for people suffering from mental illness, recognizing that it's difficult for any family member to control, particularly an adult, but that providing an opportunity to go to court and get basically a civil order that would require them to comply with their doctor's orders, take their medication and the like. I'm thinking of Adam Lanza at the Sandy Hook shooting, whose mother did not know how to control him as he was getting more and more ill, and only to have him take her very weapon and then kill her and then go murder the innocent children. So right. On China, do you agree with me that China represents probably one of the preeminent economic challenges to America, particularly because of their theft of intellectual property and their exploitation of gaps in foreign investment that we've tried to address through improvement of the CFIUS process, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States? But talk to me a little bit about what you see the challenge of China, both economically and from a national security standpoint.
Well, I think they're the paramount economic and military rival in the world. I think that they are very formidable because they take the long view. They've been stealing our technology, and they've been gradually building up their military power and investing in new technologies. I think from a military standpoint, It's very disturbing how much progress they're making, largely based on U.S. technology. I was very, I really thought that Attorney General Sessions was right on target in setting up his China initiative in the department to start going after the pirating of American technology and other kinds of illegal activities that Chinese nationals are involved in here in the United States and even abroad.
Do you share my skepticism at Chinese telecommunications companies like Huawei and ZTE in terms of how that, once in the hands or in the networks of unsuspecting countries, that could be used for espionage purposes and theft of intellectual property?
Yes, in fact, even in my old Verizon days, we understood the danger and would not use that kind of equipment, even though it would be economically attractive.
Before Senator Leahy, I'd like to, on behalf of Senator Feinstein, introduce into the record letters that express opposition and concern from groups like the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, Planned Parenthood, People for the American Way, National Education Association, Alliance for Justice, NARAL, National Urban League, the National Council of Jewish Women, Center for American Progress, and the Human Rights Campaign, and a letter from Representative Paul Gravala. I hope I got his name right, from Arizona. In support, we have letters from the International Association of Chiefs of Police, a letter from the National Fraternal Order of Police, numerous letters signed from 100 former federal law enforcement, national security officials, including 3 former attorney generals, and a lot of U.S. attorneys and heads of the CIA, FBI, and Department of Homeland Security, a letter from the National Narcotics Officers Association, a letter from the International Union of Public Police Associations, a letter from Major Cities Chiefs Association, a letter from the Association of State Criminal Investigative Agencies. Without objection, I'd like to enter all that into the record. Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just when you just mentioned being at Verizon during the NSA's metadata program, we also had the PRISM upstream. It required telecom, internet providers, hand over huge amounts of data to the government. And you testified in 2003, the law is clear that a person has no Fourth Amendment rights in these records left in the hands of third parties, the third-party doctrine. I actually disagreed with you at that time, and I hope you would now, especially as the Carpenter decision that just came down and written by Chief Justice Roberts, that it says generally requiring the government to get a warrant to obtain geolocation information through cell site location information. Does that change the opinion you had back then?
Well, it sounds like I haven't read that decision, Senator. It may modify my views. I'd have to read the decision. I was going on the Miller decision relating to bank records. But also, you mentioned you were tying this to the NSA collection because, and then tying it to my testimony because,
You had said that no person has no Fourth Amendment rights to these records left in the hands of third parties, the third-party doctrine.
Yeah, that was the.
Which seems to be undercut by Carpenter.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. But
then would you?
I don't want people to have the impression that Verizon was involved in
Would you
spying.
respond for the record?
Yes, sure, certainly.
And you said back in November 2017, you saw more basis for investigating the Uranium One deal than supposed collusion between President Trump and Russia. And by not pursuing these matters, the department is abdicating its responsibility. Just about everybody's debunked the Uranium One controversy. I think probably the nail in the coffin was President Trump's biggest supporter, Fox News, debunked it. Did I miss something in there?
No, actually, you'll notice that there were no quotes around that, and then the next sentence is plural matters. And my recollection of that is I think it was relating to the letter and the appointment of Huber in Utah to look into a number of things. And the point I was trying to make there was that whatever the standard is for launching an investigation, it should be dealt with even-handedly. Whatever that trigger is should be applied to all. I have no knowledge of the uranium one. I didn't particularly think that was necessarily something that should be pursued aggressively. I was trying to make the point that there was a lot out there, and I think all that stuff at the time was being looked at by Huber. That's my recollection. I may be wrong on that.
Well, I think the fact that the investigation has been pretty well debunked, we don't have to worry about it in the future. But we do have one thing that's happening right now. The Trump shutdown is in its 25th day. Justice Department has 13,000 FBI agents, 16,000 prison guards, 3,600 U.S. Marshals, 4,300 drug enforcement agents. They're all working without pay. The FBI Agents Association, I realize it's not part of the government, but the association described the effect of the shutdown as a potential national security issue. So let me just ask you, in your years of experience at the department, what impact do you believe a long-term shutdown has on law enforcement?
Well, I think most people involved in law enforcement are, I don't know if the lingo is still the same. They used to be called essential. I think it's been changed to something else, but I think they're on the job. But obviously, people would like to see the shutdown ended, and that's why people want to see some kind of compromise. And you call it the Trump shutdown, but I mean, it takes two to tango, and you sort of wonder why.
Only because he called it that. His meeting at the
okay.
White House, and I said, finally, I've got something I could agree with him on, and because Senator Shelby and I had put together appropriations bills that passed almost unanimously in the Senate at a time when that would have kept the government open. That's at a time when it's hard to get something unanimous saying the sun would rise in the east. And I was just agreeing with the president, but no matter what you call it, isn't it a fact that this does have an effect on law enforcement?
Well, not having a wall also has an effect on law enforcement.
Yeah. Well, and not paying our law enforcement people. We both had experience in law enforcement, you at the national level, me at the state level. You don't pay our law enforcement people, I think there's an effect. You had some very dedicated people, but you had some very distracted people. Do you believe that voter ID laws and similar restrictions on voting actually promote democracy by discouraging voters who are not really paying attention to what's going on? Going back to a panel discussion you had a few years ago.
Yeah. What I said there was that in that panel discussion, there was a lot of people complaining about the lack of, that many Americans aren't educating themselves about the issues and they're passive, and that it was important to, and also that the voting participation was dropping. And I said my position was that the underlying problem is the citizen, the citizen who's not paying attention to public events, not educating themselves about the issues and so forth, and that the non-voting is a symptom. And I didn't see driving up participation as addressing the primary underlying problem. That was my point, and I pointed out that when the Constitution was adopted, the turnout was about 33%, my understanding. So, and then I said, you know, low participation has been a problem from the very beginning. But my view is that voter turnout shouldn't be artificially driven up without also addressing the issue of an informed citizenry, which I think is a problem.
We do have voting laws that guard against discrimination, the arbitrary closing of voting booths in a predominantly African-American area, for example. Would you have any problem in vigorously enforcing our voting rights laws that are on the books?
Of what? Vigorously? No, not at all. I said one of my priorities would be that. I think we have to enforce the voting rights. And I wasn't suggesting that voting should be suppressed. I was just saying that the low turnout is ultimately attributable to sort of the, I don't know what the word to use is, but, you know, the citizenry doesn't seem to be that engaged, you know, in the public affairs of the country.
Well, they are in Vermont. So they are in Vermont.
Yeah,
we have one of the highest turnouts in the country.
That's good. Yeah, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to have 2 votes at 4:10. Can you go for a bit longer? Senator Sass.
Thank you, Chairman. General, I'd like to return to the disturbing topics of human trafficking and sex trafficking. You've answered a few questions here today. I'd like to look at the November 28th Miami Herald investigative series that I know that you followed into the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, and I want to quote from that. Epstein, a wealthy hedge fund manager, quote, assembled a large cult-like network of underage girls with the help of young female recruiters to coerce into having sex acts behind the walls of his opulent waterfront mansion as often as 3 times a day, close quote. The report continues, he was also suspected of trafficking minor girls, often from overseas, for sex parties at his other homes in Manhattan, New Mexico, and the Caribbean. The Herald series continues, quote, in 2007, despite ample physical evidence and multiple witnesses corroborating the girls' stories, federal prosecutors and Epstein's lawyers quietly put together a remarkable deal for Epstein, then age 54. He agreed to plead guilty to 2 felony prostitution charges in state court, and in exchange, he and his accomplices received immunity from federal sex trafficking charges that could have sent him to prison for the rest of his life. He served 13 months in a private wing of the Palm Beach County Stockade. His alleged co-conspirators who helped schedule his sex sessions were never prosecuted, and the deal, called, again, this is the Miami Herald, a federal non-prosecution agreement, was sealed so that no one, not even his victims, could know the full scope of Epstein's crimes and who else was involved, close quote. The fact that federal prosecutors appear to have crafted this secret sweetheart deal for a child rapist obviously enrages moms and dads everywhere. On this particular case, will you commit to making sure that there's a full and thorough investigation into the way DOJ handled the Epstein case?
So, Senator, I have to recuse myself from Kirkland and Ellis matters, I am told, and I think Kirkland and Ellis was maybe involved in that case, so I need to sort out exactly what my role can be. But, you know, I will say that if I'm confirmed, I'll make sure your questions are answered on this case.
Thank you. The Deputy Attorney General, obviously there have been media reports about the timing of his potential departure post your confirmation, and the DAG, as you well know from your prior history, has a key responsibility in deconflicting different parts of the department. Those of us who've been pressing on this matter have found in different parts of the department a lot of anxiety about the way this was handled, and yet kind of a hot potato of a bunch of people thinking they're not responsible. Right now, Rod Rosenstein has been helping, trying to deconflict some of that, but I'm worried if, with your potential recusal, if the DAG also departs, it's not clear who's going to actually deconflict this. So I'm grateful for your pledge that the department will be responsive, even if not you personally.
Yes, that's right.
More broadly than the miscarriage of justice in this particular Florida case, would you agree that justice has nothing to do with the size of your bank account or the number of attorneys you can hire?
Yes.
I agree, and I think that a whole bunch of Americans wonder about the Department of Justice and how we're trying to prioritize, or how we should be prioritizing our responsibility to the victims of sex trafficking who are left afraid and voiceless. In this particular case, many of the women who were clearly victims, trafficked, rape victims, had no awareness of the fact, and I think in violation of federal statutes of victim notification, that this non-prosecution agreement had been agreed to, and not just that Epstein and his co-conspirators were not indicted, but the rest of the investigatory matters of the department were also suspended. It seems truly bizarre. I think moms and dads watching this hearing would like to know that you will pledge broadly to attack sex trafficking as a scourge in our society on both the supply side and the demand side, as these dirtbags demand this, but on the supply side as organizations clearly perpetrate these crimes. Can you pledge to us that this will be one of your priorities at the department?
They can count on it.
Thank you, sir.
I want to associate myself with what Senator Sass said about the Epstein case and the problem in general. And to the extent you can help us figure this out, please.
Yes.
Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barr, thank you for being with us. Mr. Barr, my colleague Senator Ernst asked a question earlier, which I'm sure would be asked in virtually every state we represent, what we're doing to stop the flow of narcotics into the United States. She asked about meth, I believe in particular, but about narcotics coming in from Mexico, and your reply was, and I quote, "It is the major avenue of how drugs come into the country. They come across that border. I feel it is a critical part of border security, and we need barriers on the border." That was your quote. I'm troubled by that answer, and I'd like to clarify it, because if we're ever going to have a rational conversation about border security, there ought to be some basics that we agree on. The DEA, which you'll supervise if confirmed, in its 2018 report said, quote, "The most common method employed by the Mexican drug cartels involves transporting illicit drugs through U.S. ports of entry in passenger vehicles which concealed compartments are commingled with legitimate goods on tractor trailers." The Customs and Border Protection's own data shows that customs officers at legal ports of entry seize the vast majority of lethal narcotics coming into this country. In fiscal year 2017, last year we have data, 87% of the fentanyl, which has been identified as CDC as the most deadly narcotic in America, 87% seized in our country coming in through ports of entry, 13% seized outside of ports of entry. So overwhelmingly, when we talk about building new walls and barriers to stop narcotics, we're ignoring the obvious. 80 to 90% of the drugs are coming in through ports of entry. I met with the head of Customs and Border Protection. He said the number one thing we can do is to put technology in the ports of entry to scan the vehicles coming through. Currently, only 17% of trucks and cars coming through those ports of entry are being scanned, 17%. That means 83% of them are just flowing right on through there, bringing narcotics to Iowa and to Illinois. Building a new concrete wall from sea to shining sea doesn't even address this issue. Technology does. I want to reach a point where we open the government and have this honest conversation. Would you reconsider your earlier answer as to the fact that we need to build more barriers to stop narcotics from coming into the United States?
Well, it wasn't tied just to narcotics. It was tied to overall border security.
You said a major avenue for how drugs come into this country. It's not.
I said was across the border. Wait a minute.
The border is the major avenue, but your answer was we need barriers on the border.
Right, because we need barriers on the border for border security. Part of what we're trying to do is cut down on drugs. It's also illegal aliens. It's also other people from other countries who may wish to do harm in the United States that are coming in. And barriers are part of the answer. And from my experience, the threat is always dynamic. You put technology at the ports of entry, they'll shift somewhere else. It's a moving target, always has been. And I think we need a system that covers all the bases.
I think the reason we cannot reach an agreement with the Trump administration is fundamental to our exchange, and it's this. I don't disagree with you with the notion that barriers from sea to shining sea will at least slow people down. But when it comes to the next marginal dollar to protect kids in Illinois and children in your home state, it's ports of entry, it's technology to keep these narcotics out of the United States. And if we can't really start at the same premise based on reports from the president's own administration, we're never going to reach a point of bipartisan agreement on border security. So I think we're close to agreeing, and maybe it's semantics, I hope not, but I hope that we can agree that if we're going to stop narcotics, it's technology and personnel. The experts tell us that it's not a wall, and I hope that we can move from there. The last question I'll ask you, and at limited time, they asked me about your statements this morning, your testimony, and I thought they were good, responsive in most part. The one thing I'm stuck on, and many are, is this report you gave to this administration in June of last year about the investigation of the president.
You mean my memo?
Yes.
My memo, yeah.
And you said in there, Mueller should not be permitted to demand that the president submit to interrogation about alleged obstruction. You volunteered that. I'm trying to get around this. Okay. It sounds like it was an effort on your part to ingratiate yourself with an administration which is now nominating you for Attorney General. I'll give you one last chance. My time is up. Please respond.
Okay. Well, first, what I was saying there was, again, based on speculation on my part, was that there has to be an adequate predicate, and if he was relying on just the firing of Mueller or the statement about Flynn and this specific statute, those two things, I didn't think it was an adequate predicate. I wasn't saying he may have other facts, he may have other theories that would support it. I was just pinpointing that. Number two, I can assure you I was not trying to ingratiate myself with anybody. The furthest thing from my mind was coming back into government, I can assure you that. And if I wanted to ingratiate myself or signal things, there are a lot more direct ways of doing it than that.
For the record, I think you meant the firing of Mr. Comey. I think you said Mueller.
Oh, okay, yeah. What did I say? Oh, yeah, the firing of Comey. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Just trying to help you.
Thank you. I'll just take a couple of seconds to see if I can help clarify this, because I think it's been a very interesting hearing. So if there was some reason to believe that the president tried to coach somebody not to testify or testify falsely, that could be obstruction of justice.
Yes, under that. Yeah, under an obstruction statute, right. Yes.
So if there's some evidence that the president tried to conceal evidence, that would be obstruction of justice potentially, right?
Right.
Your point is just simply firing somebody, which is a personnel decision, is problematic for the system.
Right, especially if what I'm saying is that doesn't fit under that statute.
No, I got
Show
you.
me some other statute, but that statute, no.
Yeah, okay. Who's next? Senator Hawley, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barr, switching gears a little bit, yesterday a federal district court judge in Pennsylvania struck down the Trump administration's religious and moral exemptions to the contraceptive mandate under the Affordable Care Act. As part of this ruling, the district court judge issued a nationwide injunction to any enforcement or application of these rules. This is a growing trend. We've seen a lot of this in the last 2 years. We've seen lots and lots of district courts all across the country in various contexts, in the immigration context and others, issue nationwide injunctions. And now, of course, for those listening at home, the court, the entire nation is not within the jurisdiction of these courts. These courts are district courts. They reach a specific geographic areas delineated by law, and yet they're issuing increasingly commonly these injunctions that reach the entire country. This is a fairly unusual and fairly recent practice. In distinction to this, the district court judge in Texas, who recently heard a challenge to the Affordable Care Act case, did not issue a nationwide injunction, and therefore allowing the appeals process to take its normal course. And of course, the ACA remains in full effect throughout that appeals process because he did not issue a nationwide injunction. So my question is to you, are you concerned about this growing practice of nationwide injunctions by federal district courts, and what do you think ought to be done about it?
Yes, I'm very concerned by it. Earlier, I was talking about this and saying that I think it mistakes the limitation on judicial power, which is a case or controversy limitation, and tries to grant relief to people who are not part of the case or controversy that's being decided. And as you said, it's really started in the 60s, and it's been picking up steam. And the fact of the matter is there are a lot of district court judges, and you can usually find one who somewhere in the country will agree with you. And so major democratic decisions can be held up by one judge nationwide. I'm also concerned that there's another trend, which is the willingness of some district court judges to wade into matters of national security, where in the past courts would not have presumed to be enjoining those kinds of things. And then the appeals process takes a long time, and so a lot of damage can be done before it gets to the Supreme Court and you get a definitive decision. And meanwhile, everything is stuck.
Can you just say more? You're concerned about courts that wade into national security issues where traditionally they have hesitated to do so. Can you just say more about that? What do you have in mind?
Like the travel ban.
Mm-hmm. And the concern there is that,
I mean, the president takes something based on national security and and the Constitution vests that kind of judgment for that kind of emergency act or act that he has the authority to perform to protect the country. He's politically accountable for that, and yet a judge with a lifetime appointment sitting somewhere in the country who doesn't have the access to the information, has no political accountability, can stop a national security measure, globally, essentially. And it takes a long time to get that sorted out. That's really troublesome to me.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Let me ask you about another recent case, this one from the Southern District of New York today, in which the district courts ruled that the attempt by the Commerce Department to include a citizenship question on the census is not permissible, and has stopped the Commerce Department from including that on the 2020 census. The department has argued, of course, and the Department of Justice is defending this decision, that including a citizenship question, as was done for approximately 100 years on the census, actually helps identify with greater accuracy the residents of the country who is and who is not a citizen, and of course helps more accurately apportion and draw congressional districts and make sure that representation is fair and the Voting Rights Act is fairly enforced. Do you agree with that position?
Well, it's being litigated now, so I really would prefer not to comment on it.
Do you anticipate that the Department of Justice will continue its vigorous defense of the position that the administration has taken?
I think generally I have no reason to change that position. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you. Mr. Barr, in order to perform its counterintelligence function effectively, what should the Department of Justice and the FBI know about the business?
Well, usually, I guess usually investigations are started because there's some act that comes to the attention of the law enforcement agency that suggests someone is being disloyal to the United States.
Except where
working for a foreign excuse me?
Except where we require disclosures in order to give the law enforcement folks that advantage of knowing in advance when a senior official has a business entanglement with a foreign interest or power.
Mm-hmm.
So what should we know?
What official are we talking about?
Well, let's start with the president.
Are you suggesting the president go through a background investigation by the FBI?
No, I'm suggesting that when there's evidence that he has business relationships with foreign interests, then that may be a factual determination that would be of some note to our counterintelligence folks.
Well, the financial disclosures that I think are filed by other, I don't even know if members of Congress file financial disclosures, do they?
Yeah.
They do.
So do many officials in the executive branch. So
you know, that's for financial conflict. I don't think that's for counterintelligence purposes.
probably because very few people have business relationships with foreign interests, so it turns up much more often in a conflict.
Well, business relationship with a foreign interest is not ordinarily a counterintelligence concern.
Unless, of course,
unless the person is a traitor.
Or in a position to make decisions that are biased or influenced by those business relationships.
Well,
counterintelligence and treason are not the same thing, are they?
Counterintelligence, you're usually trying to counter the intelligence activities of another country.
Correct. And you may want to head off things. You may want to be aware of things. You may want to. There are a whole lot of things short of treason that are the counterintelligence function.
Right. Including, counterintelligence focuses usually on foreign intelligence services and their activities.
Trying to American officials off.
I think we're mixing apples and grapes or whatever here, because financial disclosure
maybe we're just having a hard time answering what ought to be a really easy question, which is that when a senior government official has business relationships with foreign interests and powers, we ought to know about it. That ought to be an easy proposition. In any other administration, it would be.
Well, did congressmen go through background investigations to get access to classified information?
That's a whole separate question.
No, but it's exactly the same question.
We do a lot more reporting than we do.
Well, your financial reporting, with all due respect, is not the same as a background investigation. You're elected by the people to hold an office, and, you don't get a background investigation to get on the Intelligence Committee.
But we do have to do a lot of reporting. Okay, you don't want to answer it. I'll move on. Let's talk about corruptly in obstruction cases. I'm not sure I heard you correctly, so I want to make sure you have the chance to explain. But it sounded like you were saying that the word corruptly, used, as you said, adverbially, was a requirement that there be some form of destruction or interference with evidence. I have always read that term corruptly in obstruction of justice to impose an intent requirement, which is also what the Criminal Resources Manual of the Department of Justice says, and what I think virtually every appellate court has said. So it worries me if what you are trying to do here is to redefine the obstruction statute by narrowing the intent requirement and using the term corruptly to refer to something very different, which is the actual physical corruption changing or damaging.
I think I can allay your concerns.
Could you do that? Because
if you look at the memo, you'll see that my discussion of corruptly is not up in the plain meaning section, where I'm talking about how you interpret the statute. And my basic argument as to why the statute covers destruction of evidence and hiding evidence and stuff like that is based on the word otherwise. Supreme Court decisions in Yates and Begay, also the fact that if you actually read it otherwise, it swallows up all. It becomes a one-clause, it wipes out everything else.
If I can just cut to the...
So then later on, I point out in my memo, point out that reading is also supported by the understanding of the word corruptly, which the Poindexter case, D.C. Circuit case, I think had the most intelligent discussion of the word corruptly, which is it does refer to the kind of activity that's necessary, which is perverting a proceeding by corrupting it.
So in the event that the Mueller investigation has turned up evidence of obstruction of justice by the president or people close to him, you would follow the Department of Justice's existing legal guidance with respect to what that word corruptly means.
My interpretation of the statute was not predicated entirely on the word corruptly. I was just pointing out.
And it is not your intention to change
it's not my intention.
Policy or department standards or department definitions particularly as they may bear on obstruction by the president or people around him.
That's right.
Thank you.
We're about to vote. Let's do one more. You deserve a break. You've done great. One, Senator Ernst, then we'll take a break, go vote. I'm going to vote and come back, give you about 15 minutes, and we'll just plow through till we're done. Senator Tillis?
Well, I'll be brief. One question, because people have asked, they've gone to the wall. It almost sounds like they're trying to suggest that you believe that the fix for border security is a 2,300-mile physical barrier from the Pacific to the Gulf. Do you believe that's the best way to secure the border?
I'm not sure what the current thinking is on this, but when I was looking...
Have you ever advocated for a wall or some sort of monolithic structure as the plan for securing the border?
No. But I do believe we need to have a system all the way across. When I was looking at this, there were certain areas where, a wall didn't make any sense.
You've used the word barrier. I don't think a 30-foot wall makes sense on, for example, 1,000-foot cliff.
Right.
Or one that's out in the middle of nowhere. Would you agree that, when we get away from this childish, everybody's saying it's a wall or not, that we're probably, the president's repeatedly said that we need wall structures, we may need steel slat structures, we may need to reinforce chain link fences with all-weather roads. We need aerostats so that we can identify people crossing the border that are otherwise desolate and not very frequently crossed. We need border patrol agents, and we need technology that interdicts all the illicit drugs at the legal ports of entry, that those are all elements of a barrier that actually will better prepare us to secure the border, eliminate the poison coming across the border, and perhaps reduce the amount of human trafficking that's coming through the legal ports of entry. Is that a better way to characterize your position on barriers
Yes.
that either are physical, technological, or otherwise?
Yes.
Thank you. Also, I can't leave without going back to, you were talking about a time when I was in my early 30s. I remember vividly just how dangerous things were getting back in the early 90s. I was 30 years old in 1990. I remember vividly the news reports and everything that we were trying to do to get ahead of the murderous environment that we were in. I think some people are trying to project, or at least maybe I've inferred, maybe incorrectly, but project what you were trying to do or what you were advocating for in the midst of a crisis, which was not mass incarceration of low-level nonviolent criminals,
Right.
Onto your view of, let's say, the First Step Act and what we're trying to do today. If you, hypothetical, maybe you can't answer it, but let's say you were Attorney General when we were moving First Step, which I supported. I supported criminal justice reforms in North Carolina when I was Speaker of the House. Are you fundamentally opposed to what we're trying to do with the First Step Act?
No, I think some of those things make sense. If I had been at the table, I probably would have urged a few changes to it. But, overall, I don't have a problem with it.
And you're fully aware the president and folks in the White House are supportive of the act. And
yes.
so you'll do everything you can to help us take that intent, the statutory intent, the things that you'll need to do is implement. In your role as Attorney General, I do believe you're going to be confirmed to make sure that we get the full positive effect that we'll get out of the First Step Act.
That's right, Senator. And, there were a number of things being lumped together. What I espoused in the 90s, when we had the highest crime rates in our history, was taking the chronic violent offenders with long criminal history records of predatory violence, and especially the ones that use guns in multiple offenses, and getting them off the streets and into prison.
And I think you made the point that in some cases you were able to more clearly present evidence where they were involved in drug trafficking, but you knew damn well that they were a part of what was murdering these communities and making them very dangerous. And the point there was you were using every device possible to get them behind bars and off the streets so that you could make those communities safer, including the communities in Trenton, New Jersey.
Right. Yep. So the other thing were, then there are drug penalties. And some of the drug penalties, yes, were draconian, and there were rational reasons for doing that at the time. And sometimes people got drug, and we weren't going after people who needed treatment, who were, just because they were addicts. We were going after the people who were distributing the drugs. And, in the current circumstance, I understand there's data to support what was done in First Step. I understand those changes on the drug front. But I would not let up on chronic violent offenders because they commit a disproportionate amount of the predation in society.
I hope you don't, because they need to go behind bars for a very, very long time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Barr. What we'll do, we'll come back with Senator Klobuchar. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and hopefully by then, both of us can vote and come back and continue, and we're just going to plow through till we get done today. So we'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Is this a spelling?
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Rena Ninan will be joining me in just a moment. You've been watching President Trump's nominee for Attorney General, William Barr, answer questions during his confirmation hearing. If confirmed, Barr would oversee the Justice Department and the Mueller probe. During the hearing, Democrats raised concerns about a memo Barr wrote to senior DOJ officials last year. In that memo, he argued the special counsel's obstruction probe is, quote, fatally misconceived. Today, Barr sought to assure the senators that he will be independent and will allow Mueller to finish his investigation.
Do you believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt against anybody?
I don't believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt.
Will you commit to no interference with the scope of the special counsel's investigation?
I will. The scope of the special counsel's investigation is set by his charter and by the regulations, and I will ensure that those are maintained.
Will you commit to providing Mr. Mueller with the resources, funds, and time needed to complete his investigation?
Yes.
Will you commit to ensuring that Special Counsel Mueller is not terminated without good cause, consistent with department regulations?
Absolutely. I believe it is in the best interest of everyone, the President, Congress, and the American people, that this matter be resolved by allowing the special counsel to complete his work. The country needs a credible resolution to these issues. And if confirmed, I will not permit partisan politics, personal interests, or any other improper consideration to interfere with this or any other investigation. I will follow the special counsel regulations scrupulously and in good faith, and on my watch, Bob will be allowed to finish his work.
And joining me now is CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns. Caitlin, thanks for being here. What has stood out to you so far about Barr's testimony?
Well, a couple of different things. First, that headline, really, that disagreeing with the president that this is not a witch hunt, that he doesn't believe that Robert Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt, I think is pretty interesting. You also heard him respond to lots of different questions posed in different ways, geared at getting to the point of protecting the Mueller probe and letting it go to its conclusion. You saw that in the opening statement, but also through various questions from various senators saying that he would allow it to go through its conclusion, that he would do everything he could to protect it. Doesn't see firing Mueller unless there was probable or a cause to do so. I think it's also important that, he was pretty reserved in some of his questions and some of his answers and left room for interpretation. The biggest part of interest, of course, was whether he would make public that Mueller report. And as our Paula Reed has been reporting and others have said, he left some wiggle room there, which I think is really interesting, kind of making clear that he wants the information to be public, but the report itself may not be. You've been hearing from various committee chairs in the House side, at least, that they really want the report in its entirety to be made public as it reaches when it reaches its conclusion.
And you brought up earlier Barr's testimony that Mueller's probe is not a witch hunt, in his words. Of course, we've heard President Trump call it a witch hunt several times. Does that point to perhaps a rough road ahead for the two of them?
Well, we know that the president had a very difficult relationship with his previous Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, because Sessions recused himself from the Russia investigation, and he saw Sessions as weak. And that raised a lot of questions about what is the relationship between an Attorney General and the President. The Attorney General is nominated by the President, serves at the pleasure of the President, as we know, but has to maintain an air of independence. And we've seen some combative history between attorneys general and their presidents over the years. But at the end of the day, there's a premium kind of on independence. And Barr was certainly trying to show that. But he also, acknowledged that this is an appointment. He gives legal advice to the president, advises on policy decisions, and in some areas, like the issue of immigration, he is kind of a political subordinate, as he described it. So it's a very interesting kind of dynamic. Barr, of course, has been in this position before, serving in the H.W. Bush administration. He has been through this process before. He's very practiced at it and very much knows all these players. But what's different now is the Mueller probe, and that's why so many questions are surrounding this, especially since Barr has his own paper trail. That op-ed, of course, has been referenced several times.
You're right. He has been through this before. You can see that he is more relaxed in front of the senators and seems to be handling the questions quite smoothly. As you point out, that this is a big hearing for Democrats. They really are, seeking to protect Mueller, as well as find out his stand on other issues, but specifically zeroing in on the issue of Mueller. Do you believe Democrats have been asking the right questions today?
Well, what's important about this committee is that you're likely to see several of the Democrats on this committee out on the campaign trail in 2020, if not already. You have people like Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, even Amy Klobuchar, all of whom have said that they're seriously considering runs and making the preparations to possibly do so. So it's very interesting, and we're going to be kind of focusing on these specific lawmakers because this is a platform for them in a variety of different ways. They can use these clips of questioning. We saw that during the Kavanaugh hearing to use as a platform. So they've been very much focused on the Mueller probe. They've been focused on issues of recusal and also issues of things like criminal justice reform, immigration, marijuana, absolutely, policies that we'll see dissected and discussed and debated in the presidential primary.
Absolutely. Now, on a slightly different topic, as you know, we are still in the government shutdown, and President Trump today invited a group of Democratic lawmakers to the White House for lunch, an invitation which they declined. Do you have any more background on this?
Well, remember last week when Democratic leaders were summoned to the White House to meet with the president again asked for the nearly $6 billion in border wall funding and then left the room, saying if you can't accept that, there's no deal. So they are saying, their argument is that this president is not negotiating really in good faith. So they did not go to the meeting today, and the president can now use that, and Republicans are now using that to say, look, we're here working. Where are the Democrats? They declined the invitation. So they're certainly going to use that headline. Democrats are arguing that there's more to this story, that they've been in these negotiations ready to give the president money for his border wall, just not that $5 billion or nearly $6 billion that he wants. So
maybe they
shows how far apart.
It shows how far apart they are for sure. And perhaps they were also worried they might be served Big Macs for lunch.
Exactly, after last night.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much.
Good to see you. Thanks.
I want to bring in former federal prosecutor Joseph Moreno, who joins us now with more. Joseph, I want to ask you a little bit about Barr. He was asked if he would commit to making the Mueller report public, and here's what he had to say.
As I said in my statement, I am going to make as much information available as I can, consistent with the rules and regulations that are part of the special counsel regulations.
So he didn't say yes or no. Why do you think it is he's treading lightly here?
Well, Rena, I think that he had one important mission that he wanted to cover, and he did so right out of the gate, which is to make 2 points about the Mueller probe. One is that he would not interfere, and 2 is that he would do his best to make sure that as much of the facts that come out see the light of day, because he said the American people deserve that. It's hard to go much further than that, and I have to give him credit, because he has to say, look, the default position of this report is that it's confidential. I, as Attorney General, if I'm confirmed, have to make some decisions about what can and can't be released. So I think he's going as far as he can, and I think he's done a good job so far at making viewers feel like, look, he's going in, he's going to be an adult, and transparency is what he is striving for.
It was interesting. I'm curious what you made of the exchange when Senator Mazie Hirono from Hawaii asked him and said, you know, Jeff Sessions recused himself. Would you recuse yourself from Mueller? And then he came forward and he said, well, that was different. That was a political reason that he had to recuse himself. And she said, but you actually made a public case to try and get this nomination from the president, whether that's true or not. She put that out there. What did you make of that, the fact that she's already asking for him to recuse himself, and should he recuse himself?
Rena, I mean, I've watched since the beginning this morning, and that back and forth between Bill Barr and Senator Hirono was definitely the most contentious of the day so far. You know, with her laying out this groundwork of the Sessions model, which is that he pledged in advance that he would follow the guidance by the ethics office. And Bill Barr has said, you know, not so fast. You know, I will certainly listen to what they have to say, but I, as Attorney General, ultimately make the decision whether to recuse myself, and I'm not going to relinquish that authority. And that's a point he's made on a couple of different topic areas here. He has refused to make sort of outright pledges and said, look, there are decisions that I'll have to make in my judgment if and when I'm confirmed, and I'm not going to pledge to you today whether it's a recusal or a release just to get the job.
Yeah. Democrats also took issue, Joseph, with the fact of the memo that Barr wrote about obstruction of justice. I want to play it for you, an exchange with Senator Feinstein on that issue.
In your June 2018 memo about obstruction of justice to the Mueller investigation, you repeatedly referred to Mueller's, quote, sweeping and all-encompassing interpretation of Section 1512, which is a statute on obstruction. How do you know what Mueller's interpretation of 1512 is?
Well, as I said, I was speculating. I freely said at the beginning, I was writing in the dark, and we're all in the dark. Every lawyer, every talking head, everyone who thinks about or talks about it doesn't have the facts.
So I spent my Saturday reading that memorandum.
Yeah.
So are you saying this is all your speculation? It's a big memo.
Well, it was informed to the extent that I thought that was one of the theories being considered. And I don't know how seriously, whether it was being considered or how seriously it was being considered. But as a shorthand way in the memo of referring to what I was speculating might be the theory, I referred to it as Mueller's theory, rather than go in every time I mention it, say, well, this is speculative.
Do you know what Mueller's interpretation of 1512 is?
No, I don't know what Mueller's interpretation. Okay. But and just one point, Senator, I think, you said in your opening statement, I said he was grossly irresponsible. I think I said if something happens, it would be grossly irresponsible. I was not calling Mueller grossly irresponsible.
I understand.
So, Joseph, the fact that Barr admits that he doesn't know Mueller's interpretation, does it undercut in any way the argument that he's trying to make there?
Well, Rena, not surprisingly, this memo and its reasoning and its origin is going to continue to be a point of contention here, right? Democrats they're entitled to ask, you know, what prompted you to write this and what thinking went into it? I think that, you know, nominee Barr did the best he could by saying, look, I don't have any kind of inside information here from either Mueller or the Trump side. I, as a retired former attorney general, as an American citizen, as an attorney, I speculated in what I read in the newspapers. Here's what Mueller may be pursuing, and here's my thoughts about it. Take it or leave it. I think he was also wise to point out that he separately wrote a piece about whether to charge Senator Menendez by the Justice Department, a point they did not take, obviously. So I think that it's going to continue to be a basis for questioning throughout the day and tomorrow, but I think he parried it well by his explanation.
You know, if confirmed, do you think that Mueller would then have to share his views on obstruction of justice with Barr?
Well, remember, it's not a day-to-day supervisory position the Attorney General would have over the special counsel probe, right? It's a more high-level getting involved when major decisions have to be made. So I don't think that if confirmed, he would kind of dig right in and sort of put Bob Mueller on the spot and ask him about his theories. I think he would appropriately wait until major decisions have to be made, and then when a conclusion is reached, he may or may not weigh into that ultimate conclusion. I think he would take a lighter touch. I think he realizes how much scrutiny he will be under, particularly because of this memo and the views he has shared publicly, and therefore I do not think he'll weigh in on a day-to-day basis.
You know, Barr was questioned about the relationship between the president and the Justice Department. Here's what he had to say. Here's how he explained his views.
In it, you stated, and I quote, "The framers' plan contemplates that the president's law enforcement powers extend to all matters, including those in which he had a personal stake," end quote. Please explain what you base this conclusion on.
Yes. Here's the Department of Justice right here. And within the Department of Justice, enforcement decisions are being made. The president's over here. And I think of it as there are two categories of potential communications. One would be on a case that the president wants to communicate about that he has no personal interest in, no political interest in. Let's say the president's concerned about Chinese stealing trade secrets and say, I want you to go after this company that's being, that may be stealing trade secrets. That's perfectly appropriate for him to do, to communicate that. But whether it's bona fide or not, the Department of Justice's obligation and the Attorney General's obligation is not to take any action unless the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, reach their own independent conclusion that it is justified under the law, and regardless of the instruction. And that's my quote that everyone is saying, I'm sicking the, it's okay for the president to direct things. All I said was, it's not per se improper for the president to call on the department for doing something, especially if he has no personal or political interest in it. The other category of cases, and let's pick an easy bad example, would be if a member of the president's family or a business associate or something was under investigation and he tries to intervene. He's the chief law enforcement officer, and you could say, well, he has the power, but that would be a breach of his obligation under the Constitution to faithfully execute the laws. So, in my opinion, if a president attempts to intervene in a matter that he has a stake in to protect himself, that should first be looked at as a breach of his constitutional duties.
So, Joseph, after hearing that, do you get a read on whether Barr will be the defender of the President of the United States or a defender of an independent judicial system?
Rena, I think that was a great dialogue. I salute Senator Feinstein for asking the question, and I think it was a great explanation. Because people ask all the time, they say, well, the Attorney General is chosen by the President, but then we expect him to be independent. And, nominee Barr laid it out pretty well to say, look, there are times when the Attorney General gives legal advice to the White House and has input on policy decisions. However, when it comes to my role as enforcer of the laws, there should be this arm's length relationship. And there is a point where it would be inappropriate for the president to weigh in or seek information on investigations that may affect him personally or his family. So I liked that back and forth. I thought it was a really good explanation. And hopefully, if he's confirmed, the American people will walk away with some sense that he will be fair and he will not be the president's attorney.
Mm-hmm. Ever since the Mueller probe started, there's always been concerns that the president would ask whoever his AG is to stop that probe. Barr was just flat out asked about that today.
If the president orders the Attorney General to halt a criminal investigation for personal reasons, would that be prohibited under your theory?
Prohibited by what?
By
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
I think it would be a breach of the president's duties to faithfully execute the law. It would be an abuse of power.
What's the message that goes to the president after that response?
Look, that's exactly the right answer, right? I mean, that is what we expect in an attorney general to say, look, I serve the president to an extent, right, in his capacity as the chief executive. However, there's a limit to that, and I will not be bullied into doing something that's wrong. I think it was a great response. I think it's exactly what needed to be said. And again, I salute the nominee for saying that.
You know, Joseph, based on our conversation, it seems to me that you've got a pretty positive assessment of Barr on this. I'm curious, though, how do you think Barr has navigated these questions about allowing Mueller to continue his work? And do you think he makes it through to the AG position?
Look, I think the expectation with 53 Republicans controlling the Senate is that barring some, absolute catastrophe, he gets confirmed. And he realizes that his test is not how he performs today and tomorrow. It's how he performs over the next 2 years, because at some point this probe will come to an end and he'll have to make some pretty significant decisions. So I am very heartened to see his performance so far. He is, he is a absolute professional. He is good at this. He's a great witness. He knows how to answer questions, and he's given the right answers so far. There's yet to be seen how it goes the rest of today. I think there are some aggressive, senators on the Democrat side who will no doubt have some continuing tough questions for him. So we'll see how he does. But so far, it's been really, really good performance.
Joseph Moreno. Joseph, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Rena.
British Parliament has actually voted down Prime Minister Theresa May's Brexit deal. We're joined by Roxana Saberi from London now. Roxana, what can you tell us about this vote?
Well, Rena, lawmakers just rejected Theresa May's plan despite her last-minute pleas and their attempts today to amend the deal. She lost by a huge margin of victory, a margin of defeat, 432 votes against her plan and 202 for her plan. Everything we heard was predictions would be that the margin of defeat would be like maybe 100, maybe up to 150, and 150 votes margin of defeat would be the largest in more than a century. She's lost by even more than that. This was a plan that the Prime Minister had reached with EU leaders on Britain's divorce from the bloc last November, but lawmakers on all sides have argued the deal is fundamentally flawed, keeping the UK tied to the EU rules on things like trade, but without a say in the bloc. They also disagreed on what should happen at the border between Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, would leave the EU, and the Republic of Ireland, which would not. Rena?
I'm curious, Roxana, what happens next? Is it over for Prime Minister May at this point?
Not yet, but there will be a no confidence vote tomorrow in Parliament. If she survives it, she will work over the weekend to get a bill Parliament can try to get behind by trying to get more concessions from the EU, and she has until Monday to present that revised plan to Parliament. MPs could alternatively push for a second referendum which could overturn the 2016 vote to leave the EU, or if some MPs from May's own party have their way, the UK might leave the EU with no agreement at all. But critics, Rena, say crashing out of the EU with no deal could lead to chaos and delays at the borders and shortages of food and medicine. But the government says it's taking measures to prepare for the worst case scenarios. With no clear majority in Parliament for any other plan right now, though, there is a chance the UK will ask the EU to delay Brexit beyond the March 29th deadline so politicians can put together a new plan. It is all very messy, Rena.
It certainly is, and a significant vote at that. What's the mood of the people in the United Kingdom? This has been a really drawn-out political process. Do you think that there could potentially be another Brexit vote?
Well, it's not clear yet. There has been some talk about that, and with such a large margin of defeat, who knows, perhaps that likelihood is even greater. But this whole process for many people that I've been talking to has been draining, dull, and demoralizing. A lot of them don't want to think or talk about Brexit anymore. It's also a very divisive subject. Many people are tired of what they see as political paralysis and have tuned out the details. There's a lot of uncertainty for people and businesses, especially those that have strong ties to the rest of the EU, and tonight's vote, I think, just continues that uncertainty. Rena?
You mentioned those businesses, Roxana. Do we have any sense of how American businesses are affected by this in the United Kingdom?
Well, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has said that the stakes are high for American companies that have invested in the UK as a way of accessing the EU market. Some have opened subsidiaries elsewhere in Europe to make sure they can keep doing business as usual after Brexit. The Chamber says the U.S. and UK are each other's single biggest investors, and British companies employ more than 1 million Americans in the U.S. The worst case scenario for them, the Chamber says, would be the UK dropping out of the EU with no agreement, because that could lead to even more uncertainty for businesses. Rena?
Our Roxana Saberi coming to us from London with this breaking news. Thank you very much, Roxana, for joining us.
And we're going to take a quick break as we await the confirmation hearing for Attorney General nominee William Barr to resume shortly. You're streaming CBSN and CBS News, always on. The House of Representatives has condemned Congressman Steve King over his recent racist remarks. The resolution condemns white nationalist and white supremacist movements. King has received backlash because of an interview last week. He said in the New York Times, quote, "White nationalist, white supremacist, Western civilization. How did that language become offensive?" King says that quote was taken out of context.
But I can tell you this, that ideology never shows up in my head. I don't know how it could possibly come out of my mouth. So I'm going to tell you that the words are likely what I said, but I want to read it to you the way I believe I said it. And that's this: white nationalist, white supremacist, Western civilization. How did that language become offensive? Why did I sit in classes teaching me about the merits of our history and civilization? That's the end of the quote. Just to watch Western civilization become a derogatory term in political discourse today. That's what I believe happened.
The resolution passed 424 to 1. King himself voted in favor of it. The lone Democrat who voted against it was Congressman Bobby Rush, who felt the resolution didn't go far enough. This all comes a day after King was removed from his committee assignments. NASA and TSA workers in Houston protested the government shutdown today in Houston. Furloughed and unpaid federal workers rallied outside the Johnson Space Center this afternoon. They are hoping the demonstration will help reopen the government.
I have been through this before, so I know to prepare. But for younger people, people who've not been through this before, and especially for this long term, it is impactful. And you know, I try to tell folks that sometimes even if it's not financially impactful, it's emotionally and psychologically impactful.
The partial government shutdown is now in its 25th day. More than 800,000 federal workers nationwide have been affected. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's plan to include a question about citizenship in the 2020 census. The ruling puts an end to a two-week-long trial in Manhattan. This was the first of 6 lawsuits filed by dozens of states and cities after the Trump administration announced the move back in March. The census has not included a question on citizenship since 1950. The case is likely to be appealed in the Supreme Court. Coming up, teachers in Los Angeles march for a second day. We will take a look at how the strike is affecting students and their families. This is CBSN, always on. New court documents reveal chilling details about the abduction of 13-year-old Jamie Kloss. 21-year-old Jake Thomas Patterson has been charged in the teen's kidnapping and in the murders of her parents. Jamie Yukas is at the Barron County Jail with more.
Jake Patterson allegedly told investigators he drove to the Kloss home to abduct Jamie 2 times before, but left when he saw a number of cars in the driveway and assumed there were too many people inside the home. On his 3rd attempt, the night of the kidnapping, he allegedly turned off his car headlights and shot his way inside.
Sir, anything at all about the shotgun used?
Jake Patterson's father and brother held hands as they left Monday's hearing in Barron County, Wisconsin. Moments earlier, Patterson briefly appeared in court via video conference to face the charges against him.
And have you had enough time to discuss the waiver of time limits with your attorneys?
Yes, I did. According to a criminal complaint, Patterson did not know Jamie Kloss prior to her abduction, but he watched the 13-year-old get on a school bus.
And had made the decision at that point that he was going to take her.
According to the complaint, Jamie was woken up by her barking dog early in the morning of October 15th. She then noticed someone driving up their driveway and went to wake up her parents. Patterson, wearing a face mask and gloves, allegedly shot and killed Jamie's father, James, with a 12-gauge shotgun through the front door and then forced his way into the home. Jamie's mother, Denise, called 911 as she and Jamie barricaded themselves in a bathroom. Patterson broke in, told her to hang up, and ordered her to put tape over Jamie's mouth. He then allegedly shot Denise in the head, killing her. Investigators say Patterson told them he bound Jamie's ankles and hands with tape, put her in the trunk of his car, and drove her to his home in Gordon, Wisconsin. Richard Jones and Charlie Glenn represent Patterson.
Is there any chance that there could be an insanity plea?
We have to explore all the options, and not guilty by mental disease or defect is always an option to look at, and we will explore all of those. We don't know at this point.
Jamie told investigators Patterson hid her under his bed when guests came over, using laundry bins and weights to keep her from moving. Last Thursday, Patterson allegedly ordered Jamie to hide under the bed while he went out. She instead escaped.
She put on Patterson's shoes. They were on the wrong feet, but she was able, then she walked out the front door.
She just sort of fell into me and said, "I'm Jamie," and I said, "I know."
Gail King spoke to Jeannie Nutter, who brought Jamie to a nearby house to call 911 after she flagged her down.
What are you thinking about when you think about how brave she is?
I don't, what 13-year-old has it in them to endure what she has and then find the courage and just to get out. I'm just so proud of her.
Prosecutors said there's additional information about this case that was not included in the criminal complaint. Patterson is now facing life in prison. He remains in jail on $5 million bail. His next court appearance is scheduled for February, where he is expected to enter a plea. Jamie Yuccas, CBS News, Barron County, Wisconsin.
Teachers picketed in Los Angeles for the second straight day. Tens of thousands of people came out in solidarity with the teachers who are asking for better pay and smaller class sizes. On Monday, only a quarter of the district's students showed up for class. Teachers are also demanding more funding for counselors and nurses. They've been working without a contract for a year and a half. Federal workers are wondering when the government will reopen. It's an issue some new members of the 116th Congress have been trying to work through as they get settled in Washington. Nancy Cordes has been following 3 rookie lawmakers finding their way on Capitol Hill.
This is my grandfather.
Michigan Democrat Alyssa Slotkin was still unpacking boxes when she got a surprise.
Okay, this is the first time this phone has ever rang. Hello?
Her first request for help.
They do have a responsibility to tell you clearly and in writing what your status is.
And it was a woman from Brighton, Michigan, in my district saying, I work for the census. I don't know if I'm furloughed or not. I don't know if I'll be repaid or not. Can you help me figure this out?
Slotkin did 3 tours in Iraq as a CIA analyst.
It really is the first day. I mean, there's no faking it here.
Now she's one of more than 100 new House members, getting a crash course on the power
So happy you guys are here.
and limits of legislating.
Our new home?
I know.
As soon as Houston Republican Dan Crenshaw began drawing a congressman's paycheck,
That's a patch I wore on my first deployment in Iraq.
he announced he would forgo that pay to show solidarity with furloughed workers.
The worst thing in the world is to have that insecurity and to have that uncertainty.
We followed Slotkin, Crenshaw, and New Mexico Democrat Deb Haaland for the past month as they prepared for their new roles in divided government.
This is kind of a cool picture.
For Haaland, that meant packing up half her home in Albuquerque
Do you have glasses of your own somewhere?
and saying goodbye to her 24-year-old daughter, who lives just down the street.
I made her share her location with me on my phone so I can always see where she is.
They are members of a younger, more diverse new class that isn't afraid to make waves.
When someone comes, we want to make sure that they get a different experience than they got with our predecessor.
Slotkin's first official act?
Slotkin, present.
Withholding her vote for the new speaker, a fellow Democrat, Nancy Pelosi.
You have to hear what people in your district are saying, and I got a very loud and clear signal from people across the aisle that they wanted new leadership.
Even before he was sworn in, Crenshaw, a former Navy SEAL who lost an eye in Afghanistan, wrote an op-ed urging the White House to keep troops in Syria.
Did you struggle with the idea that you would basically be putting yourself at odds with the president very early on this issue?
I have a background that makes me I think an expert voice on this particular issue.
One of the most memorable images from their swearing in was this one. Haaland and Sharice Davids of Kansas, the first 2 Native American women ever elected to Congress.
And I didn't have a tissue, as you noticed. I had to use her scarf.
I did notice that.
She said, my scarf is your scarf, so.
They all know that to get anything done, they'll need to build relationships.
Service and veteran candidates have a plan to try to get together and stay together as a bloc.
Crenshaw has a head start thanks to this viral bit on SNL.
Just keep breathing.
all arrived with big goals.
The thing that I keep asking is, who's talking about healthcare? Who's talking about prescription drugs? Like, what's the plan? When are we getting to this stuff?
But there's one issue hanging over everything.
And right now, we need to be talking about opening the government.
Right, I mean, everything is sort of frozen.
Yeah.
Right?
We need to open the government. There are real people hurting right now in our country.
We're going to take a quick break, but we've got a lot more news ahead. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on. We're taking you back now to William Barr's confirmation hearing for Attorney General. Let's listen in.
There's a bill that I have that we're reintroducing on guns and stalking, and it's a pretty narrow bill. It fills a loophole that's called sometimes the boyfriend loophole. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's when someone is not married but they're living together, and then the question is, would the gun laws apply? And we actually had a hearing, and a number of the Republican witnesses agreed that they should. So that's part of it. And then the other involves stalking. And whether or not that could also fall under the prohibitions on guns. So we had the meeting on guns at the White House, and the president said he thought the bill was terrific. I just going to lead you into that, but and it hasn't passed yet. But I'm just asking you to review it.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I hope we would have your support. It would be nice to get that done. And then I also have a second bill with Senator Cornyn. The Abby Hunold Act, and the bill would expand the use of evidence-based practices in responding to sex assault crimes, and I hope you would look at that as well. And it's part right now of the Senate package on the Violence Against Women Act, and my bill aside, I hope that you would support the reauthorization of that bill. You would? Of the Violence Against Women Act.
Well, I haven't seen it, but if it's reauthorizing what's in effect now, yes.
Okay. And then I just want to end here with a second go-around on a question. I decided to leave my antitrust questions for the record, so I can ask this. I asked earlier today this question because I really meant it as an opportunity for you to kind of address your troops and not a gotcha question. So immigration debates aside, putting aside the differences in this House and in the White House, and we have now thousands and thousands of extraordinary people devoting themselves to a good cause, and that is justice, at the Department of Justice and the FBI, including a few of them right behind you in the front row. And many of them right now are either furloughed or they're doing their jobs every single day without pay. And if you get confirmed, you will be their leader. And do you want to say anything to them or about them? And I'd appreciate it if
Well, thank you, Senator, for getting the opportunity, because one of the reasons I want to do this, serve as Attorney General, is because of the opportunity to work with the outstanding people at the Department of Justice. And I think the country can be very proud of them of their dedication as they stand their post and continue to perform their mission. It's a great sacrifice for many of them with the paychecks not coming in. So I hope this ends soon. But one of the reasons the department is such an important institution to me and a big part of my life is the quality of the people there. And I'm looking forward, hopefully, if I'm confirmed, to joining them again.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. I love the upward mobility on this committee. This is my first committee hearing, and I get to chair. So thank you. I appreciate it very much. I'll go ahead with my second round of questioning, and there has been a lot of discussion so far about the Mueller investigation, which I do think is very appropriate. And as I understand it, the underlying premise of that investigation was to determine if there was collusion by an American entity or person with the Russians during the 2016 election cycle. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and we do know that there was Russian meddling in our 2016 election cycle. We do know that. And what can the DOJ do in the future to prevent whether it's Russia or other foreign entities from interfering with our elections process?
Yes, well, I adverted to in my opening statement is obviously the department is a law enforcement agency, and so we can use our law enforcement tools. And the special counsel has already brought cases against Russian nationals for their activities, and the current leadership of the department is following suit. And I'd like to build on that experience to sharpen our legal tools to go after Russian nationals, but nationals of any country that are interfering in our elections. I also think that the FBI, as part of the intelligence community, can perform, can use all of their intelligence tools to counteract the threat. And as I said in my opening statement, I think we have to look at all our national resources, such as diplomacy, economic sanctions, other kinds of countermeasures, to deter and punish foreign countries that seek to meddle in our elections.
Absolutely. So a whole of government approach
Yes.
as we look at those entities. Thank you very much. I was really pleased to hear Senator Klobuchar mention the Violence Against Women Act. We had a discussion about that in my office, so thank you. I did serve as a volunteer at an assault care center while I was at Iowa State University. Just a few years ago. But the Violence Against Women Act is in desperate need of reauthorization, as Senator Klobuchar said. In 2016 alone, over 1 million services were provided to victims and their families through VAWA programs. And the Office on Violence Against Women is actually housed within the DOJ, as you are aware. In fiscal year 2017, my home state of Iowa was awarded $8.7 million from 13 different OVW grant programs. And these dollars do go towards programs that are in dire need, especially in rural areas like mine. So what I would like to know from you, sir, is how you will work to further this engagement and to address violence against women and families through VAWA or through the office that is located within DOJ.
Yeah, and that office is not familiar to me because it didn't exist, obviously, when I was there before. So first, I'm going to familiarize myself with the office, its work, its programs, and strongly support that.
Thank you very much. Domestic violence is largely a state crime. How can we better assist between the DOJ and state officials in this area?
Again, this is not an area of expertise that I have right now, but I would imagine that technical support and grants are probably the most effective means for the federal government to assist.
Okay, very good. Well, I appreciate that so much. I've just got a little bit of time left. I do want to go back to the issue that's been brought up many times over about our border security. I, as well, agree that there are many ways that we can use to secure our border, whether it's through technology, whether it's through a physical barrier, understanding, as has been rightly pointed out, that a number of the interdictions of drugs crossing the border are actually done at those ports of entry. However, I think there are a lot of families that are very concerned about the fentanyl that might be coming across those areas that are not watched.
Right.
So families that have lost their loved ones, I think it doesn't matter what percentage is coming through a port of entry or elsewhere, we want to stop it. So
That's right, Senator. And the other thing is that the statistics on the port of entry are where the interdictions, that's the stuff we catch. It doesn't necessarily reflect the stuff that's getting across elsewhere that we're not catching.
Absolutely. Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Barr.
Senator Hirano.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barr, you've written and spoken about morality and your worries about the destruction of, and I'm quoting you, any kind of moral consensus in society, and you wrote quite extensively on this when you were Attorney General. And you've been described as an institutionalist, someone who cares about the Department of Justice and the government. That's a good thing. But you've agreed to work for someone who relentlessly attacks the press, calling them fake news and the enemy of the people. The president criticizes the FBI nonstop. He belittles generals. He calls the Mueller investigation a witch hunt. He believes the claims of Putin over the judgment of our intelligence community, and it's been objectively verified that he lies every single day and changes his mind on a regular basis. So are you concerned, having written about morality and consensus in our society, are you concerned about the way Donald Trump undermines the institutions in our society that help us to maintain a moral consensus?
No, Senator, and I'd like to make a point about the witch hunt, which is we have to remember that the president is the one that, is denied that there was any collusion and has been steadfast in that. So presumably he knows facts. I don't know facts. I don't think anyone here knows facts, but I think it's understandable that if someone felt they were falsely accused, they would view an investigation as something like a witch hunt, where someone like you or me who doesn't know the facts, might not use that term.
Well, you're certainly coming to his defense. As I said, it's been objectively verified that he lies on a regular basis. I have a question about immigration. In your written statement, you wrote that, quote, "We must secure our nation's borders and we must ensure that our laws allow us to process, hold, and remove those who unlawfully enter." And this kind of sounds like Jeff Sessions' zero-tolerance policy. I did ask you that before, whether you would continue to go after people who are not coming through our regular checkpoints. Would you go after them for deportation?
I thought I said that our zero-tolerance policy is to prosecute people who are referred to the department by DHS for illegal entry.
Well, under a no-tolerance policy, everybody who comes in not through the checkpoints would be deemed, I would say, subject to prosecution. So
no, anyone who comes in illegally and is going to be referred to us for a violation of the legal entry statute will be prosecuted.
Yes.
But DHS is not referring, as I understand it, is not referring families so that there is no more separation.
Yes, instead, we have a lot of them in family detention facilities. I have visited them. What about the 11 million or so undocumented immigrants in our country? Because you say that we have to process, hold, and remove those who unlawfully enter. Now, the 11 million or so undocumented people have unlawfully entered, a number of them because they're just visa overstayers. So what do you propose to do with these people who have been here in our country for a long time, many of who work and who pay taxes?
Well, I think it just highlights the need for for Congress to address the whole issue of our immigration laws.
So do you support comprehensive immigration reform, an effort that we undertook in the Senate in 2013?
I support addressing some of the problems that are creating the influx of illegal aliens at this point, and also addressing the question of border security.
Well, what about the 11 million undocumented people who are already here?
Well, Congress is able to determine that policy as part of immigration legislation.
So that is the largest group of undocumented people. They are the largest group of people who are here illegally, and as you say, you would like to...
The zero tolerance policy, as I understand it, has to do with people who are coming in
Yes, I know
illegally.
that, but you know that when I talk about the 11 million people, that they are undocumented. They live in the shadows. Many of them do pay taxes, and so that is the largest group that's here. This is why we worked really hard for comprehensive immigration reform. I hope that you support that kind of effort. Do you believe birthright citizenship is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment?
I haven't looked at that issue.
It says right there in the 14th Amendment that anyone born born in this country is a U.S. citizen. And there are those who think that that should be done away with. Are you one of them?
Could you give us a brief answer, Mr.?
Yeah, as I say, I haven't looked at that issue legally. That's the kind of issue I would ask OLC to advise me on, as to whether it's something that's appropriate for legislation. I don't even know the answer to that.
It's certainly been interpreted for a long time as saying that people who are born in this country are citizens. Shall I continue, or should I ask for a third round?
I think the chairman would like to finish today, and I think your time's expired.
So I can't ask for a third round?
I'm fine. You can have third, fourth, fifth round.
Thank you.
But I'm not chairman.
I just have a few more. So I can wait.
Okay. Why don't we do that?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I think I'm next, Mr. Barr. We talked about this earlier. I think we can agree, can we not, that hundreds of thousands, millions of words have been written speculating about what happened at the Department of Justice and the FBI in the 2016 election with respect to the two-party nominees. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Can we agree that the American people have a right to know what happened at Justice and the FBI?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we just declassify all the documents and show them to the American people and let the American people draw their own conclusions?
I'm not in a position to say because I don't have access to the documents and I don't know what it entails.
Well, it entails the truth, does it not?
Yes, but presumably if they're classified, there could be collateral consequences, and I'm not in a position to make that judgment.
Well, I mean, is your mind open on that, Mr. Barr, or?
I think generally.
I don't understand why properly redacted those documents have not been shown to the American people. They're smart enough to figure it out.
I think ultimately the best policy is to let the light shine if there have been mistakes made, the best policy is to allow light to shine in and for people to understand what happened. But sometimes, you have to determine when the right time to do that is.
I understand. I'm asking that you seriously consider that, and I'm talking about the investigations with respect to Secretary Clinton and President Trump. Clearly, the FBI and the Department of Justice, I'm not saying that either was imprudent to do so, but we've seen bits and pieces, and there's been a lot of speculation and innuendo, and people have drawn conclusions based on incomplete facts. And it would seem to me that if for no other reason but the integrity of the FBI and Justice Department, both of which I hold in great esteem, we should redact the portions that would endanger somebody and show the American people the documents. And I wish you'd seriously consider that.
I will, Senator.
And I having watched you here today, I think you will. I think you'll give it serious consideration.
Yes.
Let me ask your opinion on something else. About 10 years ago, we had a problem with our banking system in America, and we had a lot of bankers who made loans to borrowers when the bankers and the borrowers knew the money was not going to be paid back. That's called fraud, and it's illegal. And then some of those same bankers and other bankers took those garbage loans and they packaged them together into security, and they sold them to investors without telling the investors that the underlying loans were toxic. That's called securities fraud. And I don't know how many billions of dollars of this bad paper was sold, but I know a lot of people in the banking industry got rich doing it. And as a result, the American economy and almost the world economy almost melted down. Now, the Department of Justice prosecuted virtually no one, no banking executives over this. Why? I realize they made the banks pay some money, but I saw banking fraud and I saw securities fraud, and nobody was prosecuted.
I can't answer that, Senator, but I can say that I was in charge of the SNL cleanup after it was over. It was put under me in the deputy's office. And
you folks prosecuted people.
We prosecuted a lot of people and very quickly, and we cleaned it up very quickly. How many did we get? Over 900 convictions in very short order.
I don't think we had 9 this time. I mean, what message does that send to the American people? Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I think the message it sends is that the people at the top can cut corners and get away with it.
Well, I can say, Senator, I think my experience with the SNL shows that I'm not afraid of going after fraud at the corporate level. And it was one of the most successful, I think, government responses to that kind of whole sector meltdown that there's been. So I'm very proud of the job that was done by the department on that.
As you know, as we say in Louisiana, you were mean as a mama wasp, and you did the right thing. But I don't think we did the right thing with the banking meltdown. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you, Mr. Barr. You've declined, or I'd say refused, to commit to following the advice of the career ethics officials at DOJ with regards to recusal from the ongoing special counsel investigation. Will you at least commit to notify this committee once you receive the ethics officials' guidance? Tell us what it was and explain whether you agreed or disagreed with it.
To tell you the truth, Senator, I don't know what the rules are and what the practice is, but off the top of my head, I don't think I would have an objection to that.
So you'd be comfortable letting us know that you'd received an ethics opinion and either declined to follow?
But I'm not sure what the practice and the rules are. I generally try to follow the rules.
You said earlier in this hearing you have an interest in transparency with regards to the final report of the Mueller investigation. But I didn't hear a concrete commitment about release. And I think this is a very significant investigation, and you've been very forthcoming about wanting to protect it. The DOJ has released information about declination memos, about descriptions of decisions not to prosecute in the past. I'll cite the Michael Brown case, for example. Would you allow Special Counsel Mueller to release information about declination memos in the Russia investigation as he sees fit?
I actually don't think Mueller would do that because it would be contrary to the regulations. But that's one of the reasons I want to talk to Mueller and Rosenstein and figure out, you know, what the lay of the land is.
But if appropriate, under current regulations, you wouldn't have any hesitation about saying prosecutorial decisions should be part of that final report?
As I said, I want to get out as much as I can under the regulations.
You also,
I think that's the reason I say it's vitally important. Right. It's related to my feeling that it's really important to, you know, let the chips fall where they may and get the information out.
You also said in response to my first round of questions that the special counsel regulations shouldn't be rescinded during this investigation. Just to be clear, you would refuse to rescind them if the president asked, even if that meant you'd have to resign?
Well, that came up in the context of wanting to change the rules so Mueller could be fired.
Right.
Where there was no good cause.
No good cause, correct.
And I said there, yeah, I would not agree to that.
There's another ongoing investigation in the Southern District of New York in which I would argue the president's implicated as individual number one. If the president ordered you to stop the SDNY investigation in which someone identified as individual one is implicated, would you do that?
Well, that goes back to an earlier explanation I gave, which is every decision within the department has to be made based on the Attorney General's independent conclusion and assessment that it's in accordance with the law. And so I would not stop a bona fide lawful investigation.
So if the president sought to fire prosecutors in the Southern District of New York to try and end the investigation into his campaign, would that be a crime? Would that be an unlawful act?
Well, I mean, that one, usually firing a person doesn't stop the investigation. That's one of the things I have a little bit of trouble accepting. But to answer, the basic point is, if someone tried to stop a bona fide lawful investigation to cover up wrongdoing, I would resign.
Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein has said publicly your memo had no impact on the special counsel investigation. If you're confirmed and you're supervising the special counsel investigation, would you order the special counsel's office to accept and follow the reasoning in your memo?
I would probably talk to Bob Mueller about it. If I felt there was a difference of opinion, I would try to work it out with Bob Mueller. At the end of the day, unless something violates the established practice of the department, I would have no ability to overrule that.
You were Attorney General when President Bush pardoned 6 administration officials charged with crimes arising from the Iran-Contra scandal, and you encouraged the president to issue those pardons. Is it permissible for a president to pardon a member of his administration in order to prevent testimony about illegal acts?
Is it permissible under what?
Would it strike you as obstruction of justice for him to exercise his presidential pardon power for the purpose of preventing testimony?
Yeah, I think that if a pardon was a quid pro quo to altering testimony, then that would definitely implicate an obstruction statute.
Would it be permissible for the president to pardon family members simply because they're family members?
Let me say that. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
2 last questions, and then we'll be done. Do you think it would be permissible for the president to pardon a family member simply because they're a family member, and where the purpose, the motive is unclear? And do you think it would be permissible for a president to pardon himself?
Yeah, so here, the problem is, under the Constitution, there are powers, but you can abuse a power. So the answer to your question, in my opinion, would be, yes, he does have the power to pardon a family member, but he would then have to face the fact that he could be held accountable for abusing his power. Or if it was connected to some act that violates an obstruction statute, it could be obstruction.
How would he be held accountable?
Well, in the absence of a violation of a statute, which is, as you know, in order to prosecute someone, they have to violate a statute. In the absence of that, then he'd be accountable politically.
Thank you for your interest today.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Barr, thank you for your patience and for staying with us today. A couple of questions. We've talked about border security and immigration law, and that is something that I want to return to. I appreciated your comments about going after the problem at the source, and I think that is so vitally important when we talk about the immigration issues and we look at what has happened when you're talking about drug traffickers and human traffickers, the gangs that are coming across that southern border, and I do think that a barrier is there. But one of the symptoms, if you will, of an open border policy has been the sanctuary city policy. And that pertains to those that are illegally in the country. And I tell you what, it is just absolutely heartbreaking to me every time I meet with an angel mom and I hear these stories. And then after Officer Singh was murdered, hearing that local law enforcement officer talk about and talk with specificity about how sanctuary policies emboldened those that were illegally in the country. And when you look at this practice of sanctuary city, you know, if we don't do something consistent in this realm, then what is to say you don't develop sanctuary cities for other violations of the law, whether it's tax law or environmental protection law or traffickers or any other. So talk to me for just a minute about what your connection will be between dealing with the sanctuary cities and then dealing with some of these problems at the source. How do you've talked about compartmentalizing and putting lieutenants in charge, and this is an issue that affects every single community, because until we stop some of this, we're going to have every state a border state and every town a border town.
So, I just think of it as immigration. You have pull factors and push factors. There are factors down in Latin America that are pushing people up, and there are attractions to the United States that are pulling them up. And one of the, I think a pull factor is things like sanctuary cities, the idea that you can come in and not be and get away with flouting our laws and coming in. And so I think that's one of the concerns I have about sanctuary cities. The second concern I have is that the sanctuary city problem is a criminal alien problem. I think a lot of people are under the impression that sanctuary cities are there to protect, the illegal aliens who are quietly living as productive members of society and paying their taxes, as Senator Arona said. It isn't. The problem with sanctuary cities is that it is preventing the federal government from taking custody of criminal aliens. And it's a deliberate policy to frustrate the apprehension of criminal aliens by the federal government. So I don't think those cities should be getting federal.
Do you think it would be abided with any other violation of U.S. law?
No, I don't. And there's a legal issue, which is the question of what's the word? Commandeering. The states argue that for their law enforcement officers who have custody of a criminal alien to notify the federal government on a timely basis so that they can turn that fugitive essentially over to the federal government, that's commandeering state apparatus under the Prince case, and therefore it's, the federal government shouldn't have that power. That's the issue. And I personally am very skeptical of the commandeering argument. That was adopted where the federal government passed gun control legislation and basically were ordering the states to set up the whole background check and everything else. The idea here is simply one law enforcement agency notifying another and holding the person until they can be picked up. So I'm skeptical that that's commandeering, but that's the legal issue.
My time is expiring, and I know we need to finish this up, but I do look forward to talking with you again about China and the intellectual property violations, the way they go in and re-engineer steel from our innovators, and of course the way they're forcing fentanyl and illicit drugs through our ports and through that open, porous southern border that we have to secure. Thank you. Yield back.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to join in thanking you for your patience. I'm hoping that I can get through all my questions on this round. I don't know whether the chairman will accede to a short third round, but let me just try as best I can. On the pardon issue and accountability, you would agree that the president pardoning someone in return for changing his or her testimony would be an abuse of the pardon power, and the president should be held accountable.
And, well, a quid pro quo to change testimony could potentially be obstruction.
Or for not testifying at all would be obstruction of justice. If the special prosecutor or the prosecutor anywhere else came to you with proof beyond a reasonable doubt of that kind of obstruction or any other crime, talking proof beyond a reasonable doubt, would you approve an indictment of the president?
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm not going to answer off the top of my head. But if we take it out of this context and say, if a prosecutor came and showed that there was a quid pro quo by which somebody gives something of value to induce false testimony or
it would be a crime.
Yes.
And the question is whether the president could be prosecuted while in office. I happen to believe that he could be, even if the trial were postponed until he is out of office, but because the statute of limitations might run for any other number of reasons, a prosecution would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Well, but for 40 years, the position of the executive branch has been you can't indict a sitting president.
Well, it's the tradition based on a couple of OLC opinions, but now it is potentially an imminent, indeed immediate possibility, and I'm asking you for your opinion now, if possible, but if not now, perhaps at some point.
Are you asking me if I would change that policy?
I'm asking you what your view is right now.
I actually haven't read those opinions in a long time, but I see no reason to change them.
Well, I'm happy to continue this conversation with more time and another opportunity.
Sure.
I want to ask you about the Southern District of New York, which I believe is as important as the special prosecutor. As I mentioned earlier in my question before, the president has been named there, individual number one, as an unindicted co-conspirator. If the president fired the United States attorney, would you support continuing that investigation, even under the civil servants, the career prosecutors who would remain, assuming it is a legitimate prosecution?
Yeah. And I've tried to say it in a number of different ways. I believe, regardless of who or what outside the department is trying to influence what's going on, every decision within the department relating to enforcement, the Attorney General has to determine independently that it's a lawful action, and if there was a lawful bona fide investigation that someone was trying to squelch, I wouldn't tolerate that.
Putting it very simply, you would protect that investigation against political interference, as hopefully you would do
with any investigation in the department.
Let me move on to something unrelated, if I may. In the early 1990s, thousands of Haitians tried to flee persecution in their own country by coming to the United States by boat. As you will remember, you oversaw, I believe, a program that sent thousands of them, some of them were HIV positive, to Guantanamo Bay. These asylum seekers were kept at Guantanamo Bay for 18 months. A federal judge in the Eastern District of New York described the living conditions in Guantanamo Bay by saying that asylum seekers were forced to live in camps, quote, surrounded by razor barbed wire, end quote, and compelled to, quote, tie plastic garbage bags to the sides of the building to keep the rain out, end quote. In an interview in 2001 at the Miller Center, you defended this program. Do you have regrets about it now? And am I correct in saying that these asylum seekers first started coming to the United States, it was your position that they should be kept there indefinitely?
I really appreciate the opportunity to address this. So in 1991, Aristide was overthrown in Haiti, and there was sort of a mass exodus from Haiti. And up until then, the policy of the United States had been until that time, administrations had forcibly returned Haitian asylum seekers and so forth without any kind of process. It was a humanitarian problem because a lot of these boats were sinking. It was a 600-mile journey. So the Coast Guard, there are two different issues. One issue is the processing of those who are healthy, and the second issue is the HIV. In a nutshell, the processing, we started actually giving them abbreviated asylum hearings on the ships. Eventually, we moved some of that to Guantanamo, and we were admitting to the United States 30%, which is the highest it's ever been. I mean, I think before that it was just minuscule. Later, when the Clinton administration adopted our policies, it went down to 5%, I am told. But in any event, then it became so overwhelming that we forcibly repatriated the Haitians because we felt that most of them, the conditions were changing. We didn't think that there was a threat in Haiti, and we were just overwhelmed, and we forcibly sent them back to Haiti. Meanwhile, HIV was an exclusion. You could not admit anyone with HIV, and this was adopted by the Senate, and then in the first year of the Clinton administration signed a bill that kept it as exclusion. You cannot admit someone with HIV except by case-by-case waiver based on extreme circumstance. So what we did with the HIV people is we first screened them for asylum, because if they couldn't claim asylum, then they wouldn't be admitted. And then we started a case-by-case review. I started admitting them on a case-by-case basis where cases could be made that there was a particular reason for doing it, like pregnant women and people who had not yet developed full-blown. I think there was a slowing down of the processing because people felt that the Clinton administration, which at the time was attacking these policies, was going to be more liberal. And so people thought, well, why should we go through this process with Bush when Clinton's right around the corner? Clinton came in, adopted our policies, and defended them in court, continued forced repatriation, continued the exclusion of HIV. As part of settling a case, he brought in 260.
Which didn't necessarily make it right.
Well, it was right under the law.
Did you favor keeping those Haitians in Guantanamo indefinitely?
No.
And
we were, I think most of the articles at the time said we were sort of in a catch-22. We were trying to process the HIV people on a case-by-case basis, and in fact, the lawyers we, by the way, agreed to have lawyers come down and represent these people in the asylum hearings at Guantanamo. And in the book written by them, they say right out, we were making progress. It stopped when the Clinton administration was elected. So we were in this catch-22 on the HIV, and I had staff members go down there to Guantanamo, and they did not report, inhumane conditions or anything like that. And that is not mentioned, I don't think, in the book written by the lawyers who represented them. So it was a mass exodus situation, and we did the best we could.
Would you do it again in exactly the same way if you had it to do again?
I mean, I don't know. It would depend on the circumstances and also depend on whether we thought this was really a case of persecution.
Let me ask you this. Would you, again, house asylum seekers in Guantanamo?
Well, the Clinton administration did. In
I'm
fact,
asking
they
you-
doubled and they started putting other nationalities in there, too. Probably not because of the associations of Guantanamo now.
Would you segregate asylum seekers in some other way, then?
Well, I think it's always given the abuses of the asylum system right now, I would always prefer to process asylum seekers outside the United States.
And don't you think we should do a better job with asylum seekers in this country in terms of the kinds of facilities that we provide, particularly for women, children, families?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I think if we're going to detain families, I think those have to be facilities that are safe and appropriate for young children.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks again to you, Mr. Barr, for being willing to answer all these questions today. I want to continue on some of the same theme that Mr. Blumenthal raised a moment ago. He raised a couple of questions regarding immigration, regarding our asylum process. I think it's significant to note here that we have some in our political discourse today who are suggesting that the enforcement of our immigration laws and the enforcement of our border is somehow immoral, that it's somehow wrong. We've had people who, in one of the major political parties, multiple candidates be elected, campaigning, among other things, on either eviscerating ISIS power or abolishing the agency altogether. As you noted earlier today, you gave a speech back in 1992 in which you were one of the first people I remember using the metaphor of wanting to make sure that our immigrants come to this country through the front door and not through the back door, not through a side window or something to that effect. Can you just sort of describe to us why you think it's important that we draw a clear moral distinction between the enforcement of immigration laws, between legal immigration and illegal immigration? Is this the functional equivalent, in other words, of the premature removal of a do not remove tag on a mattress, or is it something more than that?
I think it's something more. I mean, we have built a great society here in the United States, and a vast majority, and I forgot what the statistic is, but a very large majority of the world lives under our poverty level. And for them, even, being poor in the United States would be a step up. And we have a lot to be grateful and thankful for here. And if it was unrestricted, a lot of people would come here, more than we could possibly accommodate. And
who would that harm first and foremost if we allowed that to happen? Would it be the wealthy who would most immediately be harmed by that?
No, it wouldn't. Yeah. And so it just seems obvious that you have to have a system of rationing. You have to have a system that makes determinations who can come and when. And Congress is in charge of that. They can make the laws and determine it. We I think, have a very expansive system. there are people waiting in line for 10, 15, at least there were when I last looked at it, in the Philippines, for example, for over a decade, waiting patiently, law-abiding people who want to come here and have family here and other things like that. And just to allow people to come crashing in, be told that if you say this, you'll be treated as an asylum, and then you don't have to reappear for your hearing or whatever. It's just an abuse of the system, and it's unfair. I mean, all of us have been standing in lines, long lines, and someone just walks up to the front. That's unjust. That's unjust. I also think that without control, you have unsafe conditions and uncontrolled conditions on the border, which create, serious safety problems for everybody on both sides of the border. So it creates uncontrolled access to the country as a national security threat. There are people around the world that are coming into Latin America for the purpose of coming up through the border. So these are the reasons why I think it's important that we have an enforceable system of laws, which right now the laws are sorely lacking.
Our desire to enforce our border is not unique to us. In fact, our neighbors on the southern side of our border in Mexico themselves have pretty strict laws which they enforce. And our neighbors in Mexico, including the officials in the new López Obrador administration with whom I visited recently, are themselves quite concerned about these uncontrolled waves of migration from Guatemala, from Honduras, from El Salvador. It occurs to me, and it has occurred to them, that it's important for us to figure out ways to turn off the magnets that are bringing these uncontrolled waves in. If you could wave a magic wand, is there anything, any change you would make to current asylum law or policy that you think we ought to consider?
I really couldn't say off the top of my head. I think I had some ideas a while back about, I'm talking decades ago, about how we could change it, because this has always been the problem. But I'd have to see exactly where the abuses are coming in and how we could deal with it.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I've got one more question. Could I,
Sure, absolutely.
with leave of the chairman, I want to get back very briefly to civil asset forfeiture. I referred briefly at the end of our previous exchange to a process whereby some state law enforcement agencies, seeing that they are prohibited from doing that which they would like to do under state law, will go to a federal law enforcement agency and agree to make the civil asset forfeiture that they want federal, such that it's no longer governed by state law. Sometimes that happens, and the Department of Justice will enter into an equitable sharing arrangement with that state, where the money is sort of, I don't like to use the word laundered, but it's filtered through the federal system deliberately in an effort to circumvent state law. Would banning this type of equitable sharing in civil asset forfeiture be something that you would be willing to do as Attorney General?
No, I couldn't say I'm willing to do it now because I don't know enough about it. I come at this, number one, that asset forfeiture is an important tool. Number two, that it's important, how we work with our state and local partners. But number three, as you could tell from my early statement on this matter, I am sensitive to creating a speed trap problem and also due process issues where amounts are stolen that, for all intents and purposes, it would be too costly for some individuals to go and try to, get back. So I'm open to looking at whether there are abuses, what kind of abuses occur, and try to redress those.
Okay, thank you. And it's my view that at least in that circumstance where it's prohibited by state law enforcement agencies shouldn't be able to make themselves whole. They shouldn't be able to seek the blessing of government simply by making it federal. So I hope you'll consider that and appreciate your remarks on due process. This really does touch on that, and it's right at the surface of a whole lot of constitutional rights. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Harris. I'm sorry, Booker, I apologize.
Gosh, you give a guy a little power as a chairman, and he starts to push you around.
I tell you what,
thought we were friends.
he's doing better than I am. I'm getting tired.
I
so
thought we were friends.
Apologies. We are friends.
I'm grateful, sir. Let me jump right in. And you wrote an article where you described how the law was being used, and this was your opinion, and maybe it's changed because this was over a decade ago, where you said the breakdown traditional morality by putting on an equal plane conduct that was previously considered immoral. And you mentioned the homosexual movement, is what you described it, as one of the movements causing an erosion of morality in America. I can only gather from the article I'm quoting, unless your opinions have changed, that you believe that being gay or bisexual, lesbian, or transgender is immoral. Have your views changed on that?
No, but I don't think I said, I think you were paraphrasing there. What did I say about the homosexual movement?
I'll put in the record
Okay.
the article that you, and again, I'm quoting your actual language.
But I'll tell you my views. If I had been voting on it at the time, my view is that under the law, under the Constitution as I originally conceived it before it was decided by the Supreme Court, marriage was to be regulated by the states, and if it was brought to me, I would have favored marital unions, but single sex.
I guess I'm more asking: do you still believe that homosexuality is a movement, or that somehow that's immoral behavior?
What I was getting at is, I think there has to be a live and let, in a pluralistic society like ours, there has to be a live and let live attitude, and mutual tolerance, which has to be a two-way street. And my concern, and the rest of the article addresses this, is I am perfectly fine with the law as it is, for example, with gay marriage. Perfectly fine. But I want accommodation to religion. And what I was concerned about...
But I guess that's not my concern, sir. We live in a country right now where especially LGBTQ youth are disproportionately bullied at school.
Yes.
Many of them...
Hate crimes.
Hate crimes, serious hate crimes. Many report missing school because of fear, disproportionately homeless. And I guess what I'm more concerned about is, do you believe that laws designed to protect LGBTQ individuals from discrimination contribute to what you described as a breakdown of traditional morality? The laws, you do not?
No.
Okay.
But I'd like to say what I also believe there has to be accommodation to religious community.
You and I both believe in freedom of religion. I guess what I'm talking about, again, is discrimination. And I know you believe, you don't need to say for me that you believe that firing somebody simply because they're gay is wrong.
Totally wrong.
I understand that you believe that. But do you believe the right to not be fired just because of your sexual orientation should be something that should be protected under civil rights law?
I'm sorry. Your right not to be fired?
Sir, right now...
In other words, are you saying that it should be part of Title VII?
I'm saying that right now in the United States of America, in the majority of our states, someone can be fired. They could post their wedding pictures on their Facebook page and be fired the next day just because they're gay.
I think that's wrong.
You think that's wrong?
Yes.
And so you would believe that efforts by the Department of Justice to protect LGBT kids or individuals from harassment, from hate crimes, and efforts to protect the civil rights of LGBTQ Americans.
I support that.
You support that. Okay,
and that's why I said in the beginning, I am very concerned about the increase in hate crime.
Oh, I was really happy about that. You said you recognize that violence based on sexual orientation is not acceptable and that you will work to combat that. I was really happy to read that in your written testimony and hear it again. Will you recognize that then that there's a place for the Department of Justice, which is supposed to protect the civil rights of Americans, of vulnerable communities, that there's a place for the Department of Justice to protect the civil rights of LGBT Americans by banning discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity?
If Congress passes such a law, I think the litigation going on now on Title VII is what the 1964 Act actually contemplated. But personally, I think...
I'm sorry, you do believe the 1964 Act contemplated protecting individuals from being discriminated upon by the base?
I think it was male-female that they were talking about when they said sex in the 64 Act.
So protecting someone's basic rights to be free from discrimination because of sexual harassment is not something that the Department of Justice should be protecting?
No. I'm saying Congress passes the law. The Justice Department enforces the law. I think the 64 Act on its face, and this is what's being litigated, what does it cover? I think for like 3 or 4 decades, the LGBT community was trying to amend the law.
But the Obama administration, as you know, the Justice Department under the Obama administration was working to protect LGBTQ kids from discrimination. Are those practices that you would be pursuing as well?
I don't know what you're referring to.
One-
I
one-
am all for, I'm against discrimination against anyone because of some status like, their gender or their,
I understand really briefly.
Sexual orientation or whatever.
Thank you. With the indulgence of the chair, just very briefly, the Department of Justice reversed the federal government's position in VC versus Perry after arguing that almost 6 years that the Texas voter ID law intentionally discriminated against minorities. Even the Fifth Circuit of Appeal, one of the more conservative circuits, ruled that the Texas law discriminated against minority voters. You said very strongly that voting, the right to vote is paramount. And I'm wondering, if confirmed, will you bring the Department of Justice back on into the to the mode of defending the right to vote, because they've now pulled out of a lot of cases that were affirming people's access for the right to vote?
I will vigorously enforce the Voting Rights Act.
Okay, and then I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say to you, please, I hope we get a chance to talk more. I imagine this is our second round, and I'm grateful for you today answering my questions. Thank you, sir.
Now, Senator Harris.
Thank you. So you were the Attorney General, obviously, under President George H.W. Bush, and in the Reagan White House, a senior policy advisor. So I'm going to assume that you are familiar with the Presidential Records Act. And my question is, in the context of a Washington Post report that the president took possession of an interpreter's notes documenting the president's meeting with the Russian President Putin in 2017. And the question then is, does that violate the Presidential Records Act?
Your initial assumption, I'm afraid, was wrong. I'm not familiar with that act.
You're not familiar
at some time I was, but I really don't know what it says.
You don't know what it says?
No.
Okay.
At some point, I was.
Requires the president to keep documents and not destroy them,
Okay.
essentially.
At one point, I knew what it said, but I'm not familiar with it right now.
Okay. In December, a Texas judge struck down the Affordable Care Act. If the decision is upheld, the results could include an estimated 17 million Americans losing their health insurance in the first year alone. Protections for pre-existing conditions would be eliminated, and seniors would pay more for prescription drugs, and some adults would no longer be able to stay on their parents' insurance plans until the age of 26. Attorney General Sessions refused to defend the Affordable Care Act in court. As you know, when there is a change of Attorney General in the Justice Department, there is often a change of priorities from the previous AG. So in the context of also understanding that many lawyers, including conservative legal scholars, have criticized the Texas decision, including Philip Klein of the Washington Examiner, would you reverse the Justice Department's position and defend the Affordable Care Act in court?
That is a case that I, if I'm confirmed, would want to.
Confirmed.
If I'm confirmed, I would like to review the department's position on that case.
Are you open to reconsidering the position?
Yes.
The Attorney General Sessions also issued a memo limiting the use of consent decrees. This came up earlier in your hearing. And the limitation was on the use of consent decrees between the Justice Department and local governments. I'm asking then, within your first 90 days, will you commit to provide, if confirmed, providing this committee with a list of all consent decrees that have been withdrawn since Attorney General Sessions issued that policy? We'd like some transparency and information about what consent decrees have been withdrawn during the Sessions administration of the Justice Department. Would you commit to doing that?
Yes.
And if confirmed, will you commit to providing this committee with a list of any consent decrees that you withdraw during your tenure?
Throughout the tenure?
Yes.
Yes.
And if confirmed, within 90 days of your confirmation, will you commit to convening civil rights groups to listen to their concerns about this policy in the Department of Justice?
I will, I'm very happy to convene that group.
I'm going to interpret that as
I'm
a
not sure
commitment
about
that you
90
will?
days. Give me 120.
Okay, that's fine. That's the agreement then, within 120 days. That's terrific. And then the Voting Rights Act, you're familiar, of course, with that, I'm going to assume, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And under the Act, the record of discriminatory voting practices, those states that have a record of such practices had to obtain federal approval in order to change their voting laws, as you know.
Yes.
And then came the 2013 Shelby decision, where the court, by a 5-4 vote, pretty much gutted the act, ending the federal pre-approval requirement. So within weeks of that ruling, you are probably aware that legislators in North Carolina rushed through a laundry list of voting requirements. A federal appeals court later held those North Carolina laws to be intentionally discriminatory against African American voters, targeting them, quote, with almost surgical precision. Do you believe there are currently laws on the books that target African Americans or have the effect of discouraging African Americans from voting in our country?
Well, it sounds like those laws do.
Sure.
So
Do you have any concern about that there may be other laws that have the same effect?
I would be concerned if there are other laws, and that's why I would vigorously enforce Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
And would you make it then part of your mission to also, in spite of the fact that the Voting Rights Act has been gutted, to make it your mission to also become aware of any discriminatory laws in any of the states, including those that were covered by the Voting Rights Act because of their history of discrimination, and use the resources of the Department of Justice to ensure that there is not voter suppression happening in our country?
Yes.
Thank you. My time's up. I appreciate it.
It's very efficient. I think that's the end of the 2 rounds that I promised the committee we would do. I think, Senator Rono, you have a few more questions?
Yes,
Is that
thank you very
correct?
much. And I thank Senator Kennedy as he was sitting in the chair to give me permission to go a little bit further. So I'll be as brief as I can. Last year, the Justice Department in Zarda versus Altitude Express, it was a Second Circuit case, argued that Title VII, filed an amicus brief, and argued that Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of '64 did not prohibit discrimination on employment on the basis of sexual orientation. So both the Second and the Seventh Circuits have rejected the department's argument. So if confirmed, would you appeal this decision to the Supreme Court?
I think it is going up to the Supreme Court.
So is the DOJ going to continue to argue that Title VII does not protect discrimination, employment discrimination?
You know, it's pending litigation, and I haven't gotten in to review the department's litigation position, but the matter will be decided by the Supreme Court.
Well, I take it that sounds like a yes to me, that the department will continue to push the argument that has been
Well, it's not just the
rejected.
department's argument. It's been sort of common understanding for almost 40 years.
So employment discrimination on the basis of sex is something that it would be okay by you if that's
No,
not
that's not at all what I'm
Title VII.
saying. I'm saying the question is the interpretation of a statute passed in 1964. As I've already said, I personally, as a matter of my own personal feelings, think that there should be laws that prohibit discrimination against gay people.
So perhaps, should you be confirmed that you will review the department's position on making the argument, continuing to put forth the argument that Title VII does not prohibit employment discrimination? Would you
No, because there's a
review?
difference between law and policy. The question in law is I will enforce the laws as passed by Congress. I'm not going to amend them. I'm not going to undercut them. I'm not going to try to work my way around them and evade them.
Well, the DOJ also doesn't have to file an amicus brief either. Let me move on then. Recently, the New York Times reported that the Department of Health and Human Services wanted to redefine gender for federal anti-discrimination laws such as Title IX. So now we're talking about Title IX as being determined by the biological features one has at birth. So do you believe that transgender people are protected from discrimination by Title IX?
I think that matter is being litigated in the Supreme Court, too.
Do you know what the Justice Department's position is on whether, well, if they're going to go along with what the Health and Human Services Department wants, then the Justice Department's position is that Title IX does not protect discrimination on the basis of transgender.
I do not know what the position is.
This is probably another one that I would ask you to review.
Okay?
Last questions. You've been asked this already, but after the Shelby County versus Holder decision, there were some 13 states that passed various kinds of laws that that argument could be made that they were intended to suppress voters. In fact, some of them were intentionally intended, not just the effect of discriminating against basically minority voters. So you did say that you would vigorously enforce the Voting Rights Act, so that's good. The Washington Post reported last week that officials in North Carolina reported strong allegations of election fraud related to absentee ballot tampering to the U.S. DOJ. We're talking about election fraud, not voter fraud. But the Justice Department did not appear to take any action, and now that congressional race is still being decided. But one thing the Department of Justice did manage to do in North Carolina was to request that North Carolina turn over millions of voting records to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, apparently as part of a needle in the haystack effort to prosecute voting by non-citizens. If confirmed, will you continue to put resources into this kind of effort to prosecute voting by non-citizens, which the evidence is very clear that there is not this kind of voter fraud going on, in spite of the fact that the president has said there were some 3 million people who were not supposed to vote voting. So would you continue to expend resources on requiring turning over of millions of voter records to be turned over to ICE?
Well, I don't know what the predicate for looking into that is.
Oh, it was to get at voter fraud, which, according to the president, is going on in a massive way, which it is not.
Well, yeah, but the predicate, I don't know what information triggered that review, but, when I go into the department, I'll be able to discern whether or not that's a bona fide investigation, and if it is, I'm not going to stop it.
What is it? What if the trigger was that there's massive voter fraud going on, which is not the factual, it's not a factual basis. I would hope that as Attorney General, you would make decisions based on facts, not on some kind of ideological need to go after people. So that's all I'm asking. I would just ask you to make sure
right.
that the predicates are based on some factual basis so that we're not wasting short resources to go after fraud that's not even, there are plenty of other things that you could be doing to make sure that people are able to vote.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, can you make it a few more minutes?
Sure.
Okay, I know comfort breaks are necessary. So what I'd like to do, Senator Kennedy has one question, right? Senator Blumenthal has a couple. Then we're going to wrap it up. If you had 10 minutes to live, you'd want to live in this committee. Because 10 minutes is a long time. Senator Kennedy.
General, I'm still confused about one point. Let's assume that Mr. Mueller, at some point, hopefully soon, writes a report, and that report will be given to you. What happens next under the protocol rules and regulations at Justice?
Well, under the current rules, that report is supposed to be confidential and treated as, the prosecution and declination documents in an ordinary any other criminal case. And then the Attorney General, as I understand the rules, would report to Congress about the conclusion of the investigation. And I believe there may be discretion there about what the Attorney General can put in that report.
So you would make a report to Congress?
Yes.
Based on the report you've received?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, a couple of questions by Senator Blumenthal. We're going to wrap it up.
Thank you for your patience and your perseverance. And I appreciate, let me say, your willingness to come meet with me, and so I'm going to cut short some of my questions. And also, I hope that you will come back regularly to the committee. Obviously, the chairman is the one who determines when and whether we have witnesses, but the frequency...
It comes every 30 years.
27.
27. You were asked by Senator Leahy about your statement that the Uranium One deal was more deserving of investigation than collusion with Russia. You answered that you were not specifically referring to referencing the Uranium One deal, but just generally referring to matters the U.S. Attorney might be investigating.
I can't remember the exact context of that. There was a series of questions a reporter was asking, and then the article sort of put them in a sequence that didn't necessarily show my thoughts.
Well, the New York Times just published in a tweet the email that you sent them, and you did reference Uranium One specifically. I'll ask that it be part of the record.
Without objection.
So what did I say?
The tweet from Peter Baker of the New York Times says, questions have been raised about what Bill Barr told us for a story in 2017. Here is his full email from then responding to our request for comment. We're grateful he replied and hope this clarifies any confusion. And the email from you says, and I will take the relevant part of the sentence, quote, I have long believed that the predicate for investigating the uranium deal, as well as the foundation, is far stronger than any basis for investigating so-called collusion.
And what came before that?
I'll read the full email with the permission of the chairman. Peter, got your text. There is nothing inherently wrong about a president calling for an investigation. Although an investigation shouldn't be launched just because a president wants it, the ultimate question is whether the matter warrants investigation. And I have long believed that the predicate for investigating the uranium deal, as well as the foundation, is far stronger than any basis for investigating so-called collusion. Likewise, the basis for investigating various national security activities carried out during the election, as Senator Grassley has been attempting to do. To the extent it is not pursuing these matters, the department is abdicating its responsibility, signed Bill Barr.
Right. So the abdicating responsibility was, I was actually talking about the national security stuff, and that was my primary concern. The Uranium One deal, the sort of pay-for-play thing, I think at that point, I may be wrong on this, but I think it was included in Huber's portfolio to review, suggesting that there was something to look at there. But the point I was really trying to get at was that there was a feeling, I think a strong feeling among many people, that it appeared, at least on the outside, that there were double standards being applied. And I thought it was important that the same standard for investigation be used for all matters. But I have no, specific information about Uranium One that would say that it has not been handled appropriately.
Well, that's really my question. What was the factual basis for your saying that the Uranium One deal was more deserving of investigation than Russian collusion, given what you have very articulately described as the potential threat to the national security of the United States from Russian interference in our election?
Yeah. I think at that time there was a lot of articles appearing about it. I think maybe Congressman Goodlatte had written a letter about it. So there was smoke around the issue, as there's been smoke around a number of issues that have been investigated. But I was using it really as an example of the kinds of things that were floating around that some people felt had to be looked at as well.
So the factual basis was whatever that smoke was.
Well, the public information that a lot of opinions are being formed.
And how about as to the foundation? What was the basis of your claim that the foundation was more deserving of investigation than Russian collusion?
Well, I didn't necessarily think the foundation was, should be criminally investigated, but
Well, you did say that in the email.
I did? Criminally?
Well, let me read that part of the sentence again. I have long believed that the predicate for investigating the uranium deal, as well as the foundation, is far stronger than any basis for investigating so-called collusion. You were referring to the criminal investigation, as I read it.
Well, the foundation, I always wondered about how, it was the kind of thing that I think should have been looked at from a tax standpoint, and whether it was complying with the foundation rules the way a corporate foundation is. And I thought there were some things there that, merited some attention. But I wasn't thinking of it in terms of a criminal investigation of the foundation. I'd like to, Attorney General Mukasey said something that I agree with. He said, it would be like a banana republic putting political opponents in jail for offenses committed in a political setting, even if they are criminal offenses. It's something we just don't do here. And one of my concerns, frankly, is, politics degenerating into, this kind of thing about should we investigate this, investigate that, about political opponents, and that concerns me. So that's why I said, I think, if not that, some other article, I don't subscribe to this locker up stuff.
But a political or public official, even the President of the United States, has to be held accountable. No one is above the law.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And just one more question. You referred earlier in response to a question from Senator Feinstein about the emoluments issue. And I asked this question in the interest of full disclosure. I will tell you that I am the lead plaintiff in a litigation called Blumenthal-Nadler versus Trump that raises the issue of emoluments and the payments and benefits that have been going to the President of the United States without the consent of Congress in violation of the chief anti-corruption clause in United States law, the emoluments clause of the United States Constitution. So we claim. You said that your understanding of emoluments was that it pertained only to stipends.
No, well, first, I haven't looked at that clause. I haven't researched it, and I haven't even looked up the word emolument. But all I said is just colloquially off the top of my head. That's what I always thought the word meant.
So you're not necessarily disputing the conclusion of at least one district court, perhaps others, that emoluments relates to payments and benefits much broader than just a stipend. You were speaking only of your colloquial understanding.
Yeah, I mean, my colloquial understanding is that emoluments doesn't refer to exchange of services and stuff like that, commercial transactions.
Which is not necessarily the understanding of the founders and framers of the Constitution.
We'll see.
Well, it's a good way to end. We'll see. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. To your family, thank you. You should be proud. This was a very thorough examination of a very important position in our government. If confirmed, you will be the chief protector of the rule of law, and I really appreciate your time, attention, and your patience. Any further questions can be submitted for the record by January the 21st. This hearing's adjourned to be reconvened tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you. Good job.
He's not coming.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. Rena Ninen will be joining me in just a moment. You've been watching President Trump's nominee for Attorney General, William Barr, answer questions during his confirmation hearing. If confirmed, Barr would oversee the Justice Department and the Mueller probe. During the hearing, Democrats raised concerns about a memo Barr wrote to senior DOJ officials last year. In that memo, he argued the special counsel's obstruction probe is, quote, fatally misconceived. Today, Barr sought to assure the senators that he will be independent and will allow Mueller to finish his investigation.
Do you believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt against anybody?
I don't believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt.
Will you commit to no interference with the scope of the special counsel's investigation?
I will. The scope of the special counsel's investigation is set by his charter and by the regulations, and I will ensure that those are maintained.
Will you commit to providing Mr. Mueller with the resources, funds, and time needed to complete his investigation?
Yes.
Will you commit to ensuring that Special Counsel Mueller is not terminated without good cause, consistent with department regulations?
Absolutely. I believe it is in the best interest of everyone, the President, Congress, and the American people, that this matter be resolved by allowing the special counsel to complete his work. The country needs a credible resolution to these issues. And if confirmed, I will not permit partisan politics, personal interests, or any other improper consideration to interfere with this or any other investigation. I will follow the special counsel regulations scrupulously and in good faith, and on my watch, Bob will be allowed to finish his work.
And joining me now is CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns. Caitlin, thanks for being here. What has stood out to you so far about Barr's testimony?
Well, a couple of different things. First, that headline, really, that disagreeing with the president that this is not a witch hunt, that he doesn't believe that Robert Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt, I think is pretty interesting. You also heard him respond to lots of different questions posed in different ways, geared at getting to the point of protecting the Mueller probe and letting it go to its conclusion. You saw that in the opening statement, but also through various questions from various senators saying that he would allow it to go through its conclusion, that he would do everything he could to protect it. Doesn't see firing Mueller unless there was probable or a cause to do so. I think it's also important that, he was pretty reserved in some of his questions and some of his answers and left room for interpretation. The biggest part of interest, of course, was whether he would make public that Mueller report. And as our Paula Reed has been reporting and others have said, he left some wiggle room there, which I think is really interesting, kind of making clear that he wants the information to be public, but the report itself may not be. And you've been hearing from various committee chairs in the House side, at least, that they really want the report in its entirety to be made public as it reaches when it reaches its conclusion.
And you brought up earlier Barr's testimony that Mueller's probe is not a witch hunt, in his words. Of course, we've heard President Trump call it a witch hunt several times. Does that point to perhaps a rough road ahead for the two of them?
Well, we know that the president had a very difficult relationship with his previous Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, because Sessions recused himself from the Russia investigation, and he saw Sessions as weak. And that raised a lot of questions about what is the relationship between an Attorney General and the President. The Attorney General is nominated by the President, serves at the pleasure of the President, as we know, but has to maintain an air of independence. And we've seen some combative history between Attorneys General and their presidents over the years, but at the end of the day, there's a premium kind of on independence, and Barr was certainly trying to show that, but he also, acknowledged that this is an appointment. He gives legal advice to the president, advises on policy decisions, and in some areas, like the issue of immigration, he is kind of a political subordinate, as he described it. So it's a very interesting kind of dynamic. Barr, of course, has been in this position before, serving in the H.W. Bush administration. He has been through this process before. He's very practiced at it and very much knows all these players. But what's different now is the Mueller probe, and that's why so many questions are surrounding this, especially since Barr has his own paper trail. That op-ed, of course, has been referenced several times.
You're right. He has been through this before. You can see that he is more relaxed in front of the senators and seems to be handling the questions quite smoothly. You know, as you point out, that this is a big hearing for Democrats. They really are, you know, seeking to protect Mueller as well as find out his stand on other issues, but specifically zeroing in on the issue of Mueller. Do you believe Democrats have been asking the right questions today?
Well, what's important about this committee is that you'll see several, you're likely to see several of the Democrats on this committee out on the campaign trail in 2020, if not already. You have people like Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, even Amy Klobuchar, all of whom have said that they're seriously considering runs and making the preparations to possibly do so. So it's very interesting, and we're going to be kind of focusing on these specific lawmakers because this is a platform for them in a variety of different ways. They can use these clips of questioning. We saw that during the Kavanaugh hearing to use as a platform. So they've been very much focused on the Mueller probe. They've been focused on issues of recusal and also issues of things like criminal justice reform, immigration, marijuana, absolutely, policies that we'll see dissected and discussed and debated in the presidential primary.
Absolutely. Now, on a slightly different topic, as you know, we are still in the government shutdown, and President Trump today invited a group of Democratic lawmakers to the White House for lunch, an invitation which they declined. Do you have any more background on this?
Well,
hi, everyone. I'm Omar Villafranca. Thanks for joining us. Day one in the Senate confirmation hearing for William Barr as possibly the next U.S. Attorney General. Just wrapping up, one of the big takeaways that we got from this was that he suggested that the Mueller investigation may not be made public. Rebecca Roiphe is a former assistant district attorney here in New York City, is now a professor of law at New York Law School. Rebecca, let's get right into it. What do you make of today's hearings?
Well, look, I think that Attorney General or the Attorney General nominee, Barr, did an excellent job of convincing the American public and the senators that he is going to be independent and that he's not going to allow the political branches, including the president, to pressure him into making decisions. On the other hand, there were a few things that he said that were a little bit concerning, and one of them is the one you just pointed out, which is that he has discretion under the regulations not to make Mueller's report public. Now, I think he did say he will be as transparent as he can be, but of course, that leaves the discretion with him, and it's hard to know exactly what he's going to do.
And let's stick on that subject. He's saying, you know, possibly it could not be made public, but is there anything that could compel him to do it since everybody, I mean, you have Congress people who are obviously want to see this report. The American public wants to see the report. And if it's going to clear the president or if it's going to possibly bring up more questions, people want to see. Is there anything compelling him to put it out there?
There's nothing inherently compelling him to do that. Now, of course, Congress could subpoena that report, and then, you know, if he resists that subpoena, then it would end up in a court battle. But that's the one mechanism that could literally force his hand. I mean, other than that, I'll tell you one thing that I think that should be really convincing for him, which is his department, if he ends up being the Attorney General, has stated that they don't believe that the President of the United States can be indicted. If that's the case, then the Constitution provides a mechanism for holding him accountable, and that's impeachment. And unless Congress can have access to that information, there's no way in which those impeachment proceedings could go forward. And then essentially you'd have a situation in which the president is above the law, which is certainly not what our democratic system is intended at all.
I want to talk about recusal here, Rebecca. The former Attorney General Jeff Sessions did recuse himself from the Mueller probe, but Barr did not say he would or would not. What do you make of this, or is this just lawyer talk at this point?
No, you know what? I don't think it's lawyer talk. I think that is another reason for concern. It is true that the ultimate decision, there's certain kinds of recusals that are mandatory, like if you have a financial interest in something. So that's clear. But when it's a little bit less clear, when the standard is something like, would lead a reasonable person to think that the person's impartiality is impaired, well, under those circumstances, it's a judgment call. Now, I see no reason why you would not defer to the ethics experts, because they're the ones who are experts in making those decisions. And I think it's problematic that he said he wouldn't. And I think, there's absolutely reason to assume that the president, who was so mad at Jeff Sessions for recusing himself from that particular investigation, was clear, if not stated, at least indicated that he really did not want Bill Barr to recuse himself from that investigation. And that, I think, is troubling.
What kind of pressure do you think the White House is giving the senators? Sometimes, Senator Graham, of course, is leading a lot of this, and sometimes he's good cop, bad cop with the president. Is there pressure to get this attorney general approved and through the Senate?
I think there's a lot of pressure. I mean, look, part of what happened was that, Trump has this interim attorney general who I think nobody is particularly happy about, or at least very few people are particularly happy about. So the idea, I think, to both sides of the aisle, if you set the bar that low, no pun intended, that, you're going to be happy to have somebody who's at least a professional, at least has experience and expertise. And there is no doubt that William Barr fits that bill. So, under these circumstances, I think, even though there are reservations, and I think that, senators would have significant reason to have reservations about this nominee. At the same time, it's a lot better than what we have, and, drawing this out is not going to be good for anyone.
What are we going to expect? Mind you, this is just day one that was wrapping up. What are we expecting from day two? And as somebody who practices law and teaches it, what do you want to hear?
I am a former prosecutor, so what I would like to hear is pushing on particulars, because I think the devil's in the details, and I think the nominee has done a great job, Barr has done a great job of making these sort of broad pronouncements that make me feel a lot more comfortable and happier. But I'd really like to hear specifics. So I'd like to hear the senators push back every time he makes a broad statement, like politics should not be, there should be no political pressure on prosecutors. I'd like to know what he would do in given instances. So push him. What if the president tells you, to go to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York and tell that person to not subpoena somebody in the case having to do with the Trump organization? What are you going to do under those circumstances? So I'd like to see him be pushed on those details. So that's one thing that I would like to see in all of these given situations, more detail.
Is that because as an attorney, you don't want there to be any surprises later on if an issue comes up?
I wouldn't, and I also think, I think it's easier for him to make these broad statements. I think it's harder to commit to the details. And, of course, I think he'll say in a lot of circumstances, well, it depends on the facts, But, a good questioner is able to narrow it down such as really getting a commitment from him, because so much discretion lies in the hands of the Attorney General. And this moment in history, it is such a crucial position, like maybe one of the most crucial positions in the American government. And so I really would like to know what he's going to do with that discretion. And I feel like in order to do that, you need details.
Former New York prosecutor Rebecca Roiphe, thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure.
And we're going to take a quick break. My colleague Tanya Rivera will be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
The House of Representatives has condemned Congressman Steve King over his recent racist remarks. The resolution condemns white nationalist and white supremacist movements. King has received backlash because of an interview last week. He said in the New York Times, quote, "White nationalist, white supremacist, Western civilization. How did that language become offensive?" King says that quote was taken out of context.
But I can tell you this, that ideology never shows up in my head. I don't know how it could possibly come out of my mouth. So I'm going to tell you that the words are likely what I said, but I want to read it to you the way I believe I said it. And that's this: white nationalist, white supremacist, Western civilization. How did that language become offensive? Why did I sit in classes teaching me about the merits of our history and civilization? That's the end of the quote. Just to watch Western civilization become a derogatory term in political discourse today. That's what I believe happened.
The resolution passed 424 to 1. King himself voted in favor of it. The lone Democrat who voted against it was Congressman Bobby Rush, who felt the resolution didn't go far enough. This all comes a day after King was removed from his committee assignments. NASA and TSA workers in Houston protested the government shutdown today in Houston. Furloughed and unpaid federal workers rallied outside the Johnson Space Center this afternoon. They are hoping the demonstration will help reopen the government.
I have been through this before, so I know to prepare. But for younger people, people who've not been through this before, and especially for this long term, it is impactful. And you know, I try to tell folks that sometimes even if it's not financially impactful, it's emotionally and psychologically impactful.
The partial government shutdown is now in its 25th day. More than 800,000 federal workers nationwide have been affected. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's plan to include a question about citizenship in the 2020 census. The ruling puts an end to a two-week-long trial in Manhattan. This was the first of 6 lawsuits filed by dozens of states and cities after the Trump administration announced the move back in March. The census has not included a question on citizenship since 1950. The case is likely to be appealed in the Supreme Court.
British Parliament has actually voted down Prime Minister Theresa May's Brexit deal. We're joined by Roxana Saberi from London now. Roxana, what can you tell us about this vote?
Well, Rena, lawmakers just rejected Theresa May's plan despite her last-minute pleas and their attempts today to amend the deal. She lost by a huge margin of victory, a margin of defeat, 432 votes against her plan and 202 for her plan. I mean, everything we heard was predictions would be that the margin of defeat would be like maybe 100, maybe up to 150, and 150 votes margin of defeat would be the largest in more than a century. She's lost by even more than that. This was a plan that the Prime Minister had reached with EU leaders on Britain's divorce from the bloc last November, but lawmakers on all sides have argued the deal is fundamentally flawed, keeping the UK tied to the EU rules on things like trade, but without a say in the bloc. They also disagreed on what should happen at the border between Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, would leave the EU, and the Republic of Ireland, which would not. Rena?
I'm curious, Roxana, what happens next? Is it over for Prime Minister May at this point?
Not yet, but there will be a no confidence vote tomorrow in Parliament. If she survives it, she will work over the weekend to get a bill Parliament can try to get behind by trying to get more concessions from the EU, and she has until Monday to present that revised plan to Parliament. MPs could alternatively push for a second referendum which could overturn the 2016 vote to leave the EU, or if some MPs from May's own party have their way, the UK might leave the EU with no agreement at all. But critics, Rena, say crashing out of the EU with no deal could lead to chaos and delays at the borders and shortages of food and medicine. But the government says it's taking measures to prepare for the worst case scenarios. With no clear majority in Parliament for any other plan right now, though, there is a chance the UK will ask the EU to delay Brexit beyond the March 29th deadline so politicians can put together a new plan. It is all very messy, Rena.
It certainly is, and a significant vote at that. What's the mood of the people in the United Kingdom? This has been a really drawn-out political process. Do you think that there could potentially be another Brexit vote?
Well, it's not clear yet. There has been some talk about that, and with such a large margin of defeat, who knows, perhaps that likelihood is even greater. But this whole process for many people that I've been talking to has been draining, dull, and demoralizing. A lot of them don't want to think or talk about Brexit anymore. It's also a very divisive subject. Many people are tired of what they see as political paralysis and have tuned out the details. There's a lot of uncertainty for people and businesses, especially those that have strong ties to the rest of the EU. And tonight's vote, I think, just continues that uncertainty. Rena?
You mentioned those businesses, Roxana. Do we have any sense of how American businesses are affected by this in the United Kingdom?
Well, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has said that the stakes are high for American companies that have invested in the U.K. as a way of accessing the EU market. Some have opened subsidiaries elsewhere in Europe to make sure they can keep doing business as usual after Brexit. The Chamber says the U.S. and U.K. are each other's single biggest investors, and British companies employ more than 1 million Americans in the U.S. The worst case scenario for them, the Chamber says, would be the U.K. dropping out of the EU with no agreement, because that could lead to even more uncertainty for businesses. Rena?
Our Roxana Saberi coming to us from London with this breaking news. Thank you very much, Roxana, for joining us.
Coming up, teachers in Los Angeles march for a second day. We will take a look at how the strike is affecting students and their families. This is CBSN, always on.
This is fascinating. This is very important. This is extraordinary.
This is welcome news.
This is just one of the facilities where migrants are sent.
This is tragedy on top of tragedy.
This is a life-threatening storm.
This is serious.
This is a very big day for us.
This is a masterpiece.
This is the promise of personalized medicine, and it's arrived.
Wow, this is pretty spectacular.
This is important to point out.
This is
starting a conversation in every household.
New court documents reveal chilling details about the abduction of 13-year-old Jamie Kloss. 21-year-old Jake Thomas Patterson has been charged in the teen's kidnapping and in the murders of her parents. Jamie Yukas is at the Barron County Jail with more.
Jake Patterson allegedly told investigators he drove to the Kloss home to abduct Jamie 2 times before, but left when he saw a number of cars in the driveway and assumed there were too many people inside the home. On his 3rd attempt the night of the kidnapping, he allegedly turned off his car headlights and shot his way inside.
Sir, anything at all about the shotgun used?
Jake Patterson's father and brother held hands as they left Monday's hearing in Barron County, Wisconsin. Moments earlier, Patterson briefly appeared in court via video conference to face the charges against him.
And have you had enough time to discuss the waiver of time limits with your attorneys?
Yes, I did.
According to a criminal complaint, Patterson did not know Jamie Kloss prior to her abduction, but he watched the 13-year-old get on a school bus.
And had made the decision at that point that he was going to take her.
According to the complaint, Jamie was woken up by her barking dog early in the morning of October 15th. She then noticed someone driving up their driveway and went to wake up her parents. Patterson, wearing a face mask and gloves, allegedly shot and killed Jamie's father, James, with a 12-gauge shotgun through the front door and then forced his way into the home. Jamie's mother, Denise, called 911 as she and Jamie barricaded themselves in a bathroom. Patterson broke in, told her to hang up, and ordered her to put tape over Jamie's mouth. He then allegedly shot Denise in the head, killing her. Investigators say Patterson told them he bound Jamie's ankles and hands with tape, put her in the trunk of his car, and drove her to his home in Gordon, Wisconsin. Richard Jones and Charlie Glenn represent Patterson.
Is there any chance that there could be an insanity plea?
We have to explore all the options, and not guilty by mental disease or defect is always an option to look at, and we will explore all of those. We don't know at this point.
Jamie told investigators Patterson hid her under his bed when guests came over, using laundry bins and weights to keep her from moving. Last Thursday, Patterson allegedly ordered Jamie to hide under the bed while he went out. She instead escaped.
She put on Patterson's shoes. They were on the wrong feet, but she was able, then she walked out the front door.
She just sort of fell into me and said, "I'm Jamie," and I said, "I know."
Gail King spoke to Jeannie Nutter, who brought Jamie to a nearby house to call 911 after she flagged her down.
What are you thinking about when you think about how brave she is?
I don't, what 13-year-old has it in them to endure what she has and then find the courage and just to get out. I'm just so proud of her.
Prosecutors said there's additional information about this case that was not included in the criminal complaint. Patterson is now facing life in prison. He remains in jail on $5 million bail. His next court appearance is scheduled for February, where he is expected to enter a plea. Jamie Yukas, CBS News, Barron County, Wisconsin.
Teachers picketed in Los Angeles for the 2nd straight day. Tens of thousands of people came out in solidarity with the teachers who are asking for better pay and smaller class sizes. On Monday, only a quarter of the district's students showed up for class. Teachers are also demanding more funding for counselors and nurses. They've been working without a contract for a year and a half.
Hi, everyone. I'm Omar Villafranca. I'll be in with all the day's news at the top of the hour. But first, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Rena Ninan for more on today's confirmation hearing for Attorney General nominee William Barr.
I want to bring in former federal prosecutor Joseph Moreno, who joins us now with more. Joseph, I want to ask you a little bit about Barr. He was asked if he would commit to making the Mueller report public, and here's what he had to say.
As I said in my statement, I am going to make as much information available as I can, consistent with the rules and regulations that are part of the special counsel regulations.
So he didn't say yes or no. Why do you think it is he's treading lightly here?
Well, Rena, I think that he had one important mission that he wanted to cover, and he did so right out of the gate, which is to make 2 points about the Mueller probe. One is that he would not interfere, and 2 is that he would do his best to make sure that as much of the facts that come out see the light of day, because he said the American people deserve that. It's hard to go much further than that, and I have to give him credit, because he has to say, look, the default position of this report is that it's confidential. I, as Attorney General, if I'm confirmed, have to make some decisions decisions about what can and can't be released. So I think he's going as far as he can, and I think he's done a good job so far at making viewers feel like, look, he's going in, he's going to be an adult, and transparency is what he is striving for.
It was interesting. I'm curious what you made of the exchange when Senator Mazie Hirono from Hawaii asked him and said, you know, Jeff Sessions recused himself. Would you recuse yourself from Mueller? And then he came forward and he said, well, that was different. That was a political reason that he had to recuse himself. And she said, but you actually made a public case to try and get this nomination from the president, whether that's true or not. She put that out there. What did you make of that, the fact that she's already asking for him to recuse himself, and should he recuse himself?
Rena, I mean, I've watched since the beginning this morning, and that back and forth between Bill Barr and Senator Hirono was definitely the most contentious of the day so far. You know, with her laying out this groundwork of the Sessions model, which is that he pledged in advance that he would follow the guidance by the ethics office. And Bill Barr has said, you know, not so fast. You know, I will certainly listen to what they have to say, but I, as Attorney General, ultimately make the decision whether to recuse myself, and I'm not going to relinquish that authority. And that's a point he's made on a couple of different topic areas here. He has refused to make sort of outright pledges and said, look, there are decisions that I'll have to make in my judgment if and when I'm confirmed, and I'm not going to pledge to you today whether it's a recusal or a release just to get the job.
Yeah. Democrats also took issue, Joseph, with the fact of the memo that Barr wrote about obstruction of justice. I want to play it for you, an exchange with Senator Feinstein on that issue.
In your June 2018 memo about obstruction of justice to the Mueller investigation, you repeatedly referred to Mueller's, quote, sweeping and all-encompassing interpretation of Section 1512, which is a statute on obstruction. How do you know what Mueller's interpretation of 1512 is?
Well, as I said, I was speculating. I freely said at the beginning, I was writing in the dark, and we're all in the dark. Every lawyer, every talking head, everyone who thinks about or talks about it doesn't have the facts.
So I spent my Saturday reading that memorandum.
Yeah.
So are you saying this is all your speculation? It's a big memo.
Well, it was informed to the extent that I thought that was one of the theories being considered. And I don't know how seriously, whether it was being considered or how seriously it was being considered. But as a shorthand way in the memo of referring to what I was speculating might be the theory, I referred to it as Mueller's theory, rather than go in every time I mention it, say, well, this is speculative.
Do you know what Mueller's interpretation of 1512 is?
No, I don't know what Mueller's interpretation. Okay. But and just one point, Senator, I think, you said in your opening statement, I said he was grossly irresponsible. I think I said if something happens, it would be grossly irresponsible. I was not calling Mueller grossly irresponsible.
I understand.
So, Joseph, the fact that Barr admits that he doesn't know Mueller's interpretation, does it undercut in any way the argument that he's trying to make there?
Well, Rena, not surprisingly, this memo and its reasoning and its origin is going to continue to be a point of contention here, right? Democrats they're entitled to ask, you know, what prompted you to write this and what thinking went into it? I think that, you know, nominee Barr did the best he could by saying, look, I don't have any kind of inside information here from either Mueller or the Trump side. I, as a retired former attorney general, as an American citizen, as an attorney, I speculated in what I read in the newspapers. Here's what Mueller may be pursuing, and here's my thoughts about it. Take it or leave it. I think he was also wise to point out that he separately wrote a piece about whether to charge Senator Menendez by the Justice Department, a point they did not take, obviously. So I think that it's going to continue to be a basis for questioning throughout the day and tomorrow, but I think he parried it well by his explanation.
You know, if confirmed, do you think that Mueller would then have to share his views on obstruction of justice with Barr?
Well, remember, it's not a day-to-day supervisory position the Attorney General would have over the special counsel probe, right? It's a more high-level getting involved when major decisions have to be made. So I don't think that if confirmed, he would kind of dig right in and sort of put Bob Mueller on the spot and ask him about his theories. I think he would appropriately wait until major decisions have to be made, and then when a conclusion is reached, he may or may not weigh into that ultimate conclusion. I think he would take a lighter touch. I think he realizes how much scrutiny he will be under, particularly because of this memo and the views he has shared publicly, and therefore I do not think he'll weigh in on a day-to-day basis.
You know, Barr was questioned about the relationship between the president and the Justice Department. Here's what he had to say. Here's how he explained his views.
In it, you stated, and I quote, "The framers' plan contemplates that the president's law enforcement powers extend to all matters, including those in which he had a personal stake," end quote. Please explain what you base this conclusion on.
Yes. Here's the Department of Justice right here. And within the Department of Justice, enforcement decisions are being made. The president's over here. And I think of it as there are two categories of potential communications. One would be on a case that the president wants to communicate about that he has no personal interest in, no political interest in. Let's say the president's concerned about Chinese stealing trade secrets and say, I want you to go after this company that's being, that may be stealing trade secrets. That's perfectly appropriate for him to do, to communicate that. But whether it's bona fide or not, the Department of Justice's obligation and the Attorney General's obligation is not to take any action unless the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, reach their own independent conclusion that it is justified under the law, and regardless of the instruction. And that's my quote that everyone is saying, I'm sicking the, it's okay for the president to direct things. All I said was, it's not per se improper for the president to call on the department for doing something, especially if he has no personal or political interest in it. The other category of cases, and let's pick an easy bad example, would be if a member of the president's family or a business associate or something was under investigation and he tries to intervene. He's the chief law enforcement officer, and you could say, well, he has the power, but that would be a breach of his obligation under the Constitution to faithfully execute the laws. So, in my opinion, if a president attempts to intervene in a matter that he has a stake in to protect himself, that should first be looked at as a breach of his constitutional duties.
So, Joseph, after hearing that, do you get a read on whether Barr will be the defender of the president of the United States or a defender of an independent judicial system?
Rena, I think that was a great dialogue. I salute Senator Feinstein for asking the question, and I think it was a great explanation. Because people ask all the time, they say, well, the Attorney General is chosen by the president, but then we expect him to be independent. And, nominee Barr laid it out pretty well to say, look, there are times when the Attorney General gives legal advice to the White House and has input on policy decisions. However, when it comes to my role as enforcer of the laws, there should be this arm's length relationship. And there is a point where it would be inappropriate for the president to weigh in or seek information on investigations that may affect him personally or his family. So I liked that back and forth. I thought it was a really good explanation. And hopefully, if he's confirmed, the American people will walk away with some sense that he will be fair and he will not be the president's attorney.
Mm-hmm. Ever since the Mueller probe started, there's always been concerns that the president would ask whoever his AG is to stop that probe. Barr was just flat out asked about that today.
If the president orders the Attorney General to halt a criminal investigation for personal reasons, would that be prohibited under your theory?
Prohibited by what?
By
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
I think it would be a breach of the president's duties to faithfully execute the law. It would be an abuse of power.
What's the message that goes to the president after that response?
Look, that's exactly the right answer, right? I mean, that is what we expect in an attorney general to say, look, I serve the president to an extent, right, in his capacity as the chief executive. However, there's a limit to that, and I will not be bullied into doing something that's wrong. I think it was a great response. I think it's exactly what needed to be said. And again, I salute the nominee for saying that.
You know, Joseph, based on our conversation, it seems like it seems to me that you've got a pretty positive assessment of Barr on this. I'm curious, though, how do you think Barr has navigated these questions about allowing Mueller to continue his work? And do you think he makes it through to the AG position?
Look, I think the expectation with 53 Republicans controlling the Senate is that barring some, absolute catastrophe, he gets confirmed. And he realizes that his test is not how he performs today and tomorrow. It's how he performs over the next 2 years, because at some point this probe will come to an end and he'll have to make some pretty significant decisions. So I am very heartened to see his performance so far. He is, he is a absolute professional. He is good at this. He's a great witness. He knows how to answer questions, and he's given the right answers so far. There's yet to be seen how it goes the rest of today. I think there are some aggressive, senators on the Democrat side who will no doubt have some continuing tough questions for him. So we'll see how he does. But so far, it's been really, really good performance.
Joseph Moreno. Joseph, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Rena.
We're going to take a quick break, but we've got a lot more news ahead. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
This is extraordinary. This is important.
This is historic.
This is what they have to contend with.
This is some of the worst of Florence.
This is bigger, though, than opening up the borders.
This has altered your life.
This is what it's like covering a story here in China.
This.
Real news every morning on CNN.
Questions about the Russia investigation dominate the confirmation hearing for President Trump's Attorney General nominee.
I don't hold myself out as a foreign policy expert. I think the Russians are a potent rival of our country.
But here we are, day 25.
President Trump is vowing to keep up the fight until he gets $5.7 billion in funding for the border wall, despite hundreds of thousands of federal workers not getting paid.
Everybody was just running everywhere.
A car bomb burned outside the gate of the Nairobi hotel as explosions and gunfire crackled through the complex.
I kept on praying, and God has saved me.
Somali Islamist militant group Al-Shabaab is claiming responsibility for the attack.
10 years that I very easily could have not had.
And we caught up with a survivor who was on the flight that landed in the Hudson River 10 years ago. CBSN starts now. Hi, everyone. I'm Omar Villafranca. Thanks for joining us. President Trump's nominee for Attorney General William Barr told lawmakers Tuesday he will allow special counsel Robert Mueller's probe to finish, adding, quote, the country needs a credible resolution to the Russia investigation. But Barr also suggested the public may never learn what that resolution is. CBS News chief congressional correspondent Nancy Cordes has more from Capitol Hill.
Will not be bullied into doing anything I think is wrong by anybody.
The president's pick for Attorney General was prepared for tough questions about his would-be boss.
The president's going to expect you to do his bidding. I can almost guarantee you he'll cross the line at some point.
68-year-old William Barr is in line to succeed Jeff Sessions, whose close relationship with the president broke down.
Jeff Sessions recused himself, which he shouldn't have done,
over Robert Mueller's Russia probe.
If the president orders the attorney general to halt a criminal investigation for personal reasons, would that be prohibited under your theory?
I think it would be a breach of the president's duties to faithfully execute the law. It would be an abuse of power.
Barr served as Attorney General once before under President George H.W. Bush. Barr said President Trump tried to recruit him to join his legal team in 2017, but he declined.
Essentially, the president wanted to know, he said, oh, you know Bob Mueller. How well do you know Bob Mueller? And I told him how well I knew Bob Mueller and how, the Barrs and Muellers were good friends.
Do you believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt against anybody?
I don't believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt.
Barr did send an unsolicited memo to DOJ officials last summer, arguing that Mueller's obstruction theory is fatally misconceived and legally insupportable.
It sounds like it was an effort on your part to ingratiate yourself with an administration which is now nominating you for Attorney General.
I can assure you I was not trying to ingratiate myself with anybody.
Republicans argued that concerns about presidential pressure are overblown.
Did he ask you to interfere in Mr. Mueller's investigation?
Absolutely not.
Has anybody in the White House made that suggestion to you?
Absolutely not.
Has anybody in the Western Hemisphere made that suggestion to you?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Nancy joins me now from Capitol Hill. Nancy, what part of Barr's testimony struck you the most?
I think probably, Omar, simply his comfort level with the setting. He's someone who has been Attorney General before, so he's used to a hearing room and he's used to being grilled, and it didn't really seem to faze him very much. So many of the president's cabinet members have never served in government more and have never really worked in the field that their agency deals with. Ben Carson, for example, at housing and urban development, and Betsy DeVos at education. They've never worked in government in this particular field, but Barr has a comfort level with a lot of the subject matter because he has been doing this for such a long time. Now, yes, he was Attorney General some 30 years ago, so he admitted he has some catching up to do, but there was a comfort level between him and some of these senators, even in some of the more adversarial back and forth moments that you don't always see between this administration's cabinet-level officials and members of Congress.
Now, Barr, of course, spoke in some generalities there today in front of the Senate committee. Did we learn anything significant from what he was saying, maybe about how he would rule, or not rule, but of course go forward as AG on certain cases?
Right. Well, one of the biggest questions that Democrats had for him was about this memo that he wrote last year, unsolicited. So no one asked him to do it, according to him. He just had this idea. He's in private practice as an attorney, and he said that he met with Rod Rosenstein, the outgoing Deputy Attorney General, to share with him that he felt that this investigation into obstruction of justice is unfair and unfounded. And he said that Rosenstein was Sphinx-like. That was his word, that he didn't get any reaction from Rosenstein, so he felt compelled to go back and write this 18-page memo detailing why he doesn't believe that there is any case for obstruction of justice. And he was pretty strident about it. He said that it would harm the presidency going forward if this investigation continues. So that was some pretty strong language, and Democrats, as you can imagine, wanted to know if that is a sign that his view is already colored when it comes to this investigation. How can he oversee the Mueller investigation if he has already made it clear that he doesn't believe it is well-founded, and if the president chose him for the role in part because of those views? He insisted that while he did write that memo, he really doesn't know all the details, and he was sort of making some assumptions about what Robert Mueller is doing when really none of us know everything that Robert Mueller knows, and that he can keep an open mind. And he was asked repeatedly by Democrats if he is willing to recuse himself from oversight of this investigation, as Jeff Sessions did, particularly if ethics officials at the Justice Department advise him to do so. And interestingly, he said no, that is his decision and his alone. Perhaps he'll follow their guidance, perhaps he won't, but that's up to him, he says.
Well, Nancy, and you touched on it there. I want to play for you some of the sound of Barr responding to the question about recusing himself from the Mueller investigation. Let's take a listen to that sound.
I will seek the advice of the career ethics personnel, but under the regulations, I make the decision as the head of the agency as to my own recusal. So I certainly would consult with them, and at the end of the day, I would make a decision in good faith based on the laws and the facts that are evident at that time.
Now, former AG Jeff Sessions recused himself because of what Barr calls a political conflict provision. But that answer that he gave, was that enough for the Democrats that were on that committee?
No, what they want him to do is to follow guidance from ethics officials no matter what. So if those officials say you should recuse himself, then he does. If they say that he is fine to oversee the investigation, then he can stay where he is. The case that Barr was making is that he's very different than Jeff Sessions. Jeff Sessions was an early supporter of the president's. He was with him on the campaign trail. So he was actually present at some of these meetings that are now being examined by the special counsel, and that is why ethics officials so strongly suggested that he recuse himself, and Sessions complied. Barr obviously knows, even beyond that, Omar, that if he were to commit to recusing himself from the investigation, it's very possible the president would pull his nomination. I mean, the president got so angry with Sessions because he recused himself, so that is not a mistake that Barr is going to make at this point by committing to recusing himself. Now, what he does once he actually becomes Attorney General, if he's confirmed, is anyone's guess.
And last question, who will be testifying Wednesday, and what can we expect from tomorrow's round of questions? And is this at this point just a formality?
So what typically happens in these confirmation hearings is the first day you've got the nominee in the hot seat all day long, grilled multiple rounds by senators, in this case on the Judiciary Committee. And on day two, you hear from witnesses both in support of his nomination and expressing concerns about his nomination. So that will be an all day long hearing as well. It won't generate the interest of the first day say because obviously he's the marquee player here. But what we will get is a better sense from some of these senators about how they intend to vote on his nomination, first in committee and then on the Senate floor. It doesn't appear at this point that he's going to have any trouble with Republicans at all. I mean, they are all universally in support of his nomination. They had a lot to say about how experienced he is, and certainly they had a great rapport with him. The question is whether Democrats will support his nomination. Even if they don't, he can still make it to the full Senate floor for confirmation.
The nomination dance continues. Nancy Cordes from Capitol Hill, thank you.
You're welcome.
On day 25 of the partial government shutdown, the IRS said it is ordering 46,000 employees back to work without pay. That's nearly 60% of its workforce. The workers are being brought back to process tax returns. They are among the hundreds of thousands of federal employees working without pay or not working at all. Carter Evans traveled to a town in Utah that has the highest concentration of federal workers in the West.
The welcome sign says it pays to live in Ogden. Wishful thinking these days, considering thousands of federal employees here haven't been paid in weeks, including Emily Roush.
This is your office now.
Yes, it is.
Today, she's making food deliveries in a car with a broken heater so she can afford to buy her own groceries.
What percentage of income are you making here?
Probably like 1/4 of my paycheck.
Roush normally works for the IRS, which, along with the U.S. Forest Service, employs some 5,000 federal workers in downtown Ogden. At lunchtime, the streets and restaurants here used to be packed.
How much does your business depend on federal workers?
90% of downtown relies on the federal workers that are down here for breakfast and lunch during the day.
Anna Davidson says business at her restaurant is down by half. She's already slashed employee hours and is now covering payroll with her personal savings.
Do you ever see yourself recouping this money?
No, it's a loss. It's gone. I mean, this is a trickle-down effect. It affects everything.
Mayor Mike Caldwell says declining sales means a big drop in tax revenue. He's prepared to cut back city services if he has to.
How much is this going to impact the city financially?
Could be in the millions of dollars, which would be devastating for a community our size.
In a red state that helped elect President Trump, many here support border security. They just never thought financing a border wall more than 800 miles to the south would hit so close to home.
Is this all worth it to you for a wall?
No, it's not. Not at the expense of the American people.
Do you want this wall?
I just want my job. So whatever happens to give me my job back, I don't care. Like, as long as I can work.
Even with today's announcement, there is still a lot of uncertainty here. Some IRS workers could be called back, but they still won't be paid. And that doesn't help at all for businesses that are hurting here in downtown Ogden. Omar?
Carter Evans, thank you. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's plan to put a citizenship question on the 2020 census. A U.S. district judge said that although the question would be constitutional, the proper procedures to change the survey were not followed. Another lawsuit on the same issue is underway in San Francisco. Now, in response, the Department of Justice said in part, quote, "Our government is legally entitled to include a citizenship question on the census, and people in the United States have a legal obligation to answer. Reinstating the citizenship question ultimately protects the right to vote and helps ensure free and fair elections for all Americans." The Supreme Court is expected to address this issue in February. Well, another caravan of Central American migrants has begun a trek to the U.S. border. The group grew to about 1,000 Tuesday as it neared Guatemala. The migrants started in Honduras and are following the same route used by thousands last year. President Trump used the news to promote funding for his border wall. He called it the only thing that will, quote, keep our country safe. The immigration debate was inflamed last year after the president deemed previous caravans a national security threat. Kenyan officials say a terror attack Tuesday in the country's capital city of Nairobi left more than a dozen people dead, including an American and a British citizen. Assailants blasted a luxury hotel and international office complex with gunfire and bombs. A Somali jihadist group has claimed responsibility for the attack. CBS News correspondent Deborah Patta has the details.
The attack began early in the afternoon when armed gunmen stormed the plush hotel and office complex in the capital city. Kenyan police say an explosion ripped through the security barrier, setting 3 cars alight, and then a suicide bomber blew himself up in the hotel lobby. As gunfire rocked the upmarket complex in Nairobi, terrified office workers fled for their lives. This CCTV footage captured the armed gunmen moving through the complex with military precision, looking for victims. They then went from office to office, shooting randomly. In panic, people took cover wherever they could, behind cars, in offices, inside bathrooms. Eyewitness Robert Murira said it was chaos.
When those guys came in, they just started shooting. They were not normal people. There were 3 people with, they had green trousers, green tops. They had something here and bullets, black bullets.
Security forces raced to the scene to help those trapped inside the building. They were met by a scene from hell. Blood, glass, and bodies slumped over chairs. The Al-Qaeda-linked extremist group Al-Shabaab has claimed responsibility. This is not the first time they've struck in the heart of the capital. Their 2013 Westgate Mall attack left at least 67 dead. Kenya's deployment of troops in Somalia, where Al-Shabaab is based, has resulted in frequent attacks in both Nairobi and other parts of the country.
It's unclear how many gunmen were involved in the attack, but Kenyan police say they've secured the buildings and are in the final stages of mopping up. Omar?
Deborah Pata, thank you. Coming up after the break, new details emerge about the man accused of kidnapping Jamie Kloss and killing her parents. Plus, teachers in Los Angeles march for a second day. We'll take a look at how the strike is affecting students and their families. This is CBSN, CBS News, always on. A Colombian drug trafficker has accused Mexico's former president of accepting a $100 million bribe from a notorious cartel leader. Alex Cifuentes made the claim in U.S. federal court Tuesday in the trial of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Cifuentes told the court El Chapo bragged about the bribe. He said he told officials about the money in 2016. Enrique Peña Nieto immediately rejected the accusation. El Chapo is on trial in New York on drug trafficking charges that could put him in a U.S. prison for the rest of his life. The final remnants of a Confederate statue at the University of North Carolina were removed early Tuesday morning. In a statement Monday, the school's chancellor, Carol Folt, requested the removal of the statue's base and commemorative plaques and announced she would be resigning following graduation in May. The statue is known as Silent Sam, and protesters toppled it last year, saying it carried racist symbolism. Folt said the monument's presence on campus posed a threat to the safety and well-being of the community. The statue and its base will remain in storage until the school decides what to do with them. The partial government shutdown is having an effect on more than just government workers. It's leaving some food banks and domestic violence shelters in Arkansas unsure about whether they can sustain operations. Melissa Zigowitz from our Little Rock affiliate KTHV reports.
This is not an additional payment. It's just a payment that's coming a little bit earlier.
At the Arkansas Food Bank, Chief Development Officer Sarah Riffle says she is reaching out to make sure SNAP recipients know to budget their payments.
And to make sure that they allocate those funds throughout the month to make sure that they can stretch their SNAP dollars as best as they can.
The food bank itself is not affected by the shutdown, but Riffle says she wants to make sure it serves as a resource in case people's funds run out.
Not only for SNAP beneficiaries, but for government workers who are being furloughed so that they have access to food resources as well. We're very concerned.
The government shutdown is also having an effect on domestic violence shelters.
If they cannot receive their funding from the government to operate, it limits how long they can actually operate.
Beth Goodrich with the Arkansas Coalition Against Domestic Violence says all 32 shelters in Arkansas are still operating.
Many of them receive funding through the government through VOCA, which is the Victims of Crime Act. It's a part of VAWA, which is the Violence Against Women Act. However, every shelter is kind of counting down to the time when they will have to begin limiting the services.
But she says if the government does not open back up, it could be only a matter of weeks before shelters are forced to close down.
If ultimately a shelter had to close its doors, then we would be looking at where are they going to go and what are their options for safety. And some would probably choose to return to an abusive partner.
That was Melissa Zigowitz reporting. NASA and TSA workers in Houston rallied against the partial government shutdown on Tuesday. Furloughed and unpaid federal workers rallied outside the Johnson Space Center. 96% of NASA workers are furloughed, and many TSA workers are among those required to work without pay. The teacher strike in Los Angeles entered its second day Tuesday, but educators weren't the only ones who were protesting. CBS News correspondent Tony DeCopel has the latest.
Legos at the dinner table help fill what should have been a normal public school day for the Pierre Louis family.
So you're keeping your kids out of school in solidarity with the teachers? Correct.
100%. 30,000 Los Angeles educators remain on strike, including teachers for 6-year-old Asai and 8-year-old Nihi. Their parents, Juno and Dara, are sticking to principle.
So this is about fairness for you guys?
Yeah.
Equality.
Equality.
We found a lot of moms and dads on the picket lines, including Juno.
We have to make the sacrifice. We have to fight.
While LA schools are being run by fill-ins, attendance is way down. And a new poll shows 80% of parents support striking teachers, like Scott Mandel.
How long can you keep this up?
As long as we need to for our kids. We've had enough. This is our Armageddon.
It's all against a backdrop that can't be ignored. Many wealthy white families have opted for private school.
This school district is 80% Latino and African American. If you think it were 80% white kids, there'd be the same problem?
Absolutely not. Of course not.
What do we stand for anymore? You know, I mean, you got to work hard. How can you work hard if you don't have a good education?
As the school district refuses a deal on the basis of dollars and cents, teachers plan to keep walking the line for hearts and minds. At least one group, though, sees a brighter tomorrow.
Raise your hand if you think public school has a future in California.
Yes! Tony DeCopel, CBS News, Los Angeles.
The man accused of kidnapping Jamie Kloss and killing her parents was transferred to a different jail on Tuesday. CBS News correspondent Jamie Yukas has been looking into Jake Patterson's past.
Never came off violent or anything like that, so it was crazy to me.
Cheyenne Grenier was Jake Patterson's high school classmate. In a photo obtained by CBS News, Patterson is seen sitting alone at a computer as his classmates smile for the camera.
When you heard that he was the suspect in this case,
didn't believe it. Not right away, no.
Not at all?
No.
Jamie Claus spent 88 days here. These photos show the clutter inside. The criminal complaint released Monday provided specific details on the double murder kidnapping. Patterson began preparing the week of October 1st, purchasing a black mask to conceal his identity. Investigators say he told them he attempted to take the 13-year-old 2 earlier times, but turned away after seeing activity in the house. When he did kidnap Jamie on October 15th, Patterson said he was only at the home for 4 minutes, and with Jamie bound in the trunk, had only driven 20 seconds from the house when he pulled over to let officers with lights and sirens on pass by. This is the house the sheriff says Jamie Claus escaped from. We spotted covered windows on the lower level and the Patterson name above the front door. The home is 5 doors down from Daphne Ronning in Wisconsin's North Woods. So there was no indication anything was going on?
No, none whatsoever.
You never heard any commotion?
Nope.
Never heard any screaming?
No.
As details about the crime are released, those close to the Claus family are focused on Jamie's recovery, with a prayer vigil being planned for this weekend. Jamie Yukas, CBS News, Barron, Wisconsin.
In Climate Watch, a new study shows ice in Antarctica is melting 6 times faster than it was 40 years ago. The report finds the ice loss is mainly due to an increase in westerly winds. They push warm and salty water underneath floating ice shelves, causing them to melt. Scientists are warning that this could lead to an alarming rise in sea level and at some point may cause the ice sheet to collapse entirely. Coming up after a quick break, British lawmakers soundly rejected UK Prime Minister Theresa May's Brexit deal, throwing the future of the country's withdrawal from the EU into doubt. We'll break down what happens next. And President Trump's nominee for Attorney General William Barr appeared on Capitol Hill Tuesday for his confirmation hearing. We'll tell you what he had to say about the special counsel's investigation and whether he would recuse himself from it. But first, Broadway actress Carol Channing has died at the age of 97. Channing is best known for her iconic role in the Broadway musical Hello, Dolly, for which she won the Tony Award for Best Actress in 1964. CBS News senior national correspondent Jim Axelrod takes a look back at her life.
When you perform a role more than 5,000 times, people may forget you ever did anything else.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
And though Carol Channing had other songs,
I'm a jazz baby,
and other roles, like the Oscar-nominated one in Thoroughly Modern Millie, and was even the first celebrity headliner for the Super Bowl halftime show, it was Hello, Dolly that made her Carol Channing. First playing the matchmaker Dolly Levi in 1964, Channing never missed a performance, even while dealing with ovarian cancer.
I kept doing the shows for selfish reasons. You don't know why you're out there. You feel nothing. You feel no pain.
Born in 1921 in Seattle, the daughter of a newspaper editor, Channing knew by 7 she wanted to star on stage. And while she'd know some disappointment, like when Barbra Streisand played Dolly in the movies.
I was coming from London to New York on the plane when they showed Hello, Dolly. So I got kind of airsick.
Channing lived her childhood dream. 55 years ago tomorrow, she made her Broadway debut as Dolly. More than half a century later, she still has plenty of fans mourning that this Dolly has sadly and finally gone away at 97. Jim Axelrod, CBS News, New York.
In today's Red and Blue political roundup, the president's nominee for Attorney General stood his ground Tuesday, asserting he won't be bullied by anyone. William Barr testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee. He tried to assure lawmakers he would not interfere with the Russia investigation or be at the president's mercy.
I will not be bullied into doing anything I think is wrong by anybody, whether it be editorial boards or Congress or the president. I'm going to do what I think is right.
Barr said his independence compelled him to accept the nomination, adding that he did not seek out the position. He said he felt he could be a leader during a time when our country is, quote, deeply divided. Let's bring in Zeke Miller. He's a CBSN political contributor and a White House reporter for the Associated Press. Well, Zeke, Barr suggested the special counsel's final report might not be released. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say.
The rules, I think, say that the independent, the special counsel will prepare a summary report on any prosecutive or declination decisions, and that shall be confidential. All I can say right now is my goal and intent is to get as much information out as I can, consistent with the regulations.
Well, Zeke, besides the sound of everyone's jaw hitting the ground, how did Capitol Hill respond to that?
You know, by and large, Barr's testimony was fairly well received, even by some Democrats on the committee. It was a lot lower energy, a lot lower drama than we've seen some of these confirmation battles. And that's partly because Barr has done that job before, partly because he was apparently well prepped. But when it came to some of those key questions about the Russia probe, Barr came in there with a message of essentially trying to reassure the committee, Democrats and Republicans, that he was not going to interfere in that investigation. And then when it comes to that critical question of what would be made public after this special counsel Robert Mueller finishes up, which is expected in the next couple of months, what would that look like? And there's certainly some concern from Democrats on that, but Republicans seem to broadly, and they're the majority, they seem to be broadly satisfied with the answers that they heard today.
And it seems the big question is not whether Barr will be confirmed, but whether he's going to recuse himself from the Mueller probe due to his criticism of it. Where does that question stand now? Where it stands right now is it doesn't appear that Barr will do so. He'll certainly committed to talk to the Justice Department's Career Ethics Council, but that is the sort of thing that has not been determinative in the past. Matt Whitaker, who's the acting Attorney General right now, was told by Ethics Council at the Department of Justice that they advised him to recuse himself, and he decided not to go along with that. So it's not necessarily that Barr would do so, and certainly when the president did pick William Barr, it was with the expectation that he would not recuse himself from that probe. So it seems to be highly unlikely that would happen. Senator Lindsey Graham is leading this committee, and he's sometimes good cop, bad cop with President Trump. But how is his leadership impacting this process?
From the first couple of questions from Lindsey Graham, we heard him sort of go to some of the sort of what you might call sort of conservative talking points about the Department of Justice and its actions over the past several years. It was kind of striking to hear that from Lindsey Graham, who was certainly a few years ago had been viewed as a sort of more bipartisan broker on Capitol Hill and an occasional critic of President Donald Trump. Certainly ran against him in 2016. But what we've seen from Graham over the last several months is he's cozied up with the White House, and now in this case, sort of asking Barr questions that were meant to sort of distract a little bit from what everyone else seemed to be there to talk about. Does sort of indicate, Graham is in cycle this year. He's up for re-election in 2020 in South Carolina, a conservative state. He had a tough go around last time. No politicians can be removed from their own personal politics, and that seems to be a bit of where Graham is today.
You mentioned Whitaker, the acting Attorney General. Matthew Whitaker agreed on Tuesday to appear in front of the Congress next month. It'll be the first congressional oversight hearing of this term. What are Democrats looking to get out of it?
Well, they're looking to find out, why Whitaker decided not to recuse himself, as Department of Justice career attorneys had advised him to do so. They want to know what actions he has or may be willing or has already taken when it comes to the Mueller probe. Has he not approved any requests or approved some other requests? Has he done anything to the budget or anything along those lines? Sent any internal guidance about that probe or interfered with it in any way? That's the Russia part of it. And then there's this whole other all these other questions about the Department of Justice that the acting Attorney General is involved with. Some of the concerns raised even over the past 24 hours that lawmakers want to know more about is the Department of Justice's ongoing review of rules when it comes to potentially prosecuting journalists and imprisoning journalists in criminal investigation. That's been an ongoing, decades-long fight within Washington. So there are a whole host of questions that lawmakers want to hear from the acting Attorney General, but obviously those Russia questions will be front and center come February 8th.
And of course, Zeke, all this is happening with the backdrop of the longest government shutdown in history. Congress is reportedly preparing to cancel next week's recess if this drags on. But is that something, canceling a recess, is that going to force lawmakers to actually do anything, canceling their recess?
It's certainly going to hurt some of them. You know, a lot of them have family back home, friends back home, constituents back home. They have commitments that they are potentially going to have to pull out of. But broadly, lawmakers are as a rule are popular in their districts, while the rest of Congress isn't. It's not going to hurt them. It might be an inconvenience, but not a political liability for them. It'd be worse if they had gone home and it appeared not to be working or vacationing or doing business back in their home districts rather than in Washington dealing with the shutdown. But it's not clear being in Washington is going to change anything. There are no talks, really substantive talks going on between either side, and no off-ramp from this stalemate. So being in Washington isn't, we shouldn't be expecting a big kumbaya moment here next week if they do indeed decide not to go home.
At the local level, and when I say local, I mean D.C., what immediate pain is Congress feeling? I mean, you have staffers there who are young. Are they getting paid? Can they go down and grab coffee from the Cannon basement in the cafeteria there? What are they feeling on Capitol Hill?
On Capitol Hill, they're not really feeling a whole bunch of the pain at all. Congress is one of those the federal agencies that Congress decided to fund. They've dealt with. They're one of the appropriations bill that have already been dealt with. On the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House, it's a very different story entirely. Hundreds of employees are furloughed. Senior staffers, I've been talking to a few of them over the last couple of days, are having to learn how to print and run photocopies and fetch their own coffee and manage their own calendars where they normally have assistants and other folks who do that for them. There are other, certainly more substantive areas, people in policy areas that are not deemed critical who are furloughed. But they're feeling the pain on that side of Pennsylvania Avenue, not so much over at the Capitol.
And we want to talk about the shutdown. Of course, when we're mentioning the shutdown, we always talk about the president. He seems to have like a Twitter press conference sometimes every morning. His message is taking up a lot of the conversation that's in the headlines. Is all that attention helping or hurting his odds of getting what he wants at this point from House Democrats?
At this point, it's really not clear how the president is going to get what he wants. Even Republicans aren't too keen, have never really been keen on the wall, and they've been sending mixed messages to the White House to try to find a way out of it. The president's Twitter messages, like so often we've seen over the last several years, aren't really designed to sort of reach across the aisle. He's certainly not. He's telling Democrats to come back to work, but it's not. It's more of it's not an honest offer in a lot of ways. It's a political cudgel that he is using really to activate his own political base. The president is often, we find, talking to a large but not a majority of the electorate, those who voted for him in 2016, who he wants to have vote for him in 20 once again. And that's, often appears to be the real audience for his messages. He's not trying to talk to lawmakers, really amp up the pressure on them, because he doesn't have a whole lot of leverage over them right now. And that's the challenge that he is facing as the shutdown continues into yet another week.
And meanwhile, Zeke, your colleagues here at the AP, they're reporting the Pentagon is extending the role on the southern border. What more are they planning to do? We saw earlier on them laying out concertina wire, but what more are they planning on doing down there?
We're reporting that they're going to be laying down more concertina wire. There'll be more over other stretches of the border, other infrastructure and construction that the military can do and support that it can provide to Border Patrol, whether it be helicopter flights, sort of setting up basing, helping feed them in some cases, transport, doing repairs on Border Patrol vehicles, things like that. That's sort of where where the military can sort of skirt that fine line where they can't be used in a law enforcement capacity, but they can augment the law enforcement and sort of allow them to redirect resources to the front lines.
And lastly, the Treasury Secretary was going to Capitol Hill on Tuesday. He was urging senators to support President Trump's decision to ease sanctions on some Russian companies. What's at stake here, and what's the reaction like?
Well, it seems to be a pretty resounding slap in the face to the Treasury Secretary and the Trump administration as 7 or 8 Republican senators came out after that meeting with Secretary Mnuchin and indicated they were going to vote against or vote with Democrats against the administration and register their opposition to the Treasury Department removing sanctions on a couple of Russian companies who were tied to an oligarch who's very close to Vladimir Putin. It's an indication that the Trump administration doesn't have a whole lot of credibility when it comes to the Russia question, even within the president's own party. That even though Mnuchin was laying out a case that he believes that based on the evidence, based upon negotiations with these companies, that they were going to separate themselves from this Putin ally, that didn't carry a whole lot of water with Republicans. And in a Republican majority, that's the sort of thing that it is striking, and would be striking. It would be the #1 story in any day in Washington, but maybe not so much right now in the middle of a government shutdown. But it's a striking moment that really does underline sort of the administration's challenges reaching over to its own party, particularly on this one issue.
Set that coffee maker to start brewing early. Zeke Miller in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you.
CBS News has learned the House Intelligence Committee is planning to add a dozen new staffers to its team under the leadership of Adam Schiff, the committee's newly appointed chairman. Now, some will be committed to investigating possible connections between President Trump and Russia. Others will occasionally assist with the investigation. The latest hires include an expert in corruption and illicit finance and a former prosecutor. CBS News intelligence reporter Olivia Gazis has more from Washington.
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff has wasted no time beefing up the investigative staff that he wants to dedicate to the Democrats' soon-to-be reopened Russia investigation. Senior committee officials told CBS News that the new majority has already made offers to 6 new staff members and is looking to add 6 more. Among the latest hires is a former prosecutor and an expert in corruption and illicit finance. Both are indicators of just where Democrats intend to take this probe. Last spring, committee Republicans abruptly ended their Russia investigation and said that they had found, quote, no collusion. Democrats at the time called their work unserious and said that those conclusions were premature. So now, armed with subpoena power, Democrats are expected to move quickly to compel documents they've long sought, including some Trump associates' banking and telephone records. They're also going to want to hear from key witnesses like the president's personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, and former campaign officials like George Papadopoulos and Michael Flynn, who have both since cooperated with the special counsel. Republicans are well aware that they'll be in a very different position now than they were last year, and they're already accusing their Democrat counterparts with launching a, quote, sprawling investigation and trying to, quote, manufacture a basis for the eventual impeachment of President Trump. But for their part, Democrats plan to dedicate at least 7 full-time staffers to continue investigating connections between the Trump campaign and Russia, and they've signaled a desire to cast an even broader investigative net than they fought for all of last year. Omar?
Lot to cover. Olivia Gazis, thank you. New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand has joined a growing list of Democrats who have said they intend to run for president. Her announcement came during the taping of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert on Tuesday.
Well, I'm going to run for president of the United States because as a young mom, I'm going to fight for other people's kids as hard as I would fight for my own, which is why I believe that health care should be a right and not a privilege. It's why I believe we should have better public schools for our kids because it shouldn't matter what block you grow up on. And I believe that anybody who wants to work hard enough should be able to get whatever job training they need to earn their way into the middle class.
Gillibrand was elected to her second full term in the Senate last year. You can watch The Late Show with Stephen Colbert tonight at 11:35 Eastern Time right here on CBS. Well, the Department of Justice released a new legal opinion that will impact online gambling. It says a federal law prohibiting interstate wagering applies to any form of gambling, not just sports betting. Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein issued a memo Tuesday saying the opinion will be delayed 90 days to allow businesses to adjust their operations. Now, the opinion is expected to be challenged in court. French President Emmanuel Macron formally launched a 3-month national debate Tuesday following several days of protests from working-class citizens. Macron met with 600 mayors and local officials in Normandy to discuss ways to appease what is known as the Yellow Vest movement. More than 100 demonstrators waited outside of that meeting. Protesters fought with security officials and several were actually arrested. The Yellow Vest protest started in November to challenge a tax hike on fuel. it expanded into a movement against the French president and the French government. British Prime Minister Theresa May's latest Brexit deal has been defeated again. The UK now has less than 2 months to come up with a plan to leave the European Union. If it can't, Brexit would happen without a deal handling much of Britain's international trade, causing huge economic disruptions. CBS News correspondent Roxana Saberi has the latest.
Order! Odds were Prime Minister Theresa May's Brexit deal would face defeat.
The ayes to the right, 202. The noes to the left, 432.
But no one predicted the loss would be so massive.
It is clear that the House does not support this deal, but tonight's vote tells us nothing about what it does support.
Opposition leader Jeremy Corbyn blamed Theresa May for the failure.
This is a catastrophic defeat for this government.
The House of Commons is often lively.
I said...
But tonight's debate was particularly intense.
Order, the House must calm itself. Zen.
With just 73 days to go before the UK is scheduled to leave the European Union, the landslide vote throws its Brexit plans into chaos. May's proposal was a result of negotiating nearly 2 years with the EU on how the UK should go about leaving, on issues ranging from trade to migration. Tonight's vote could thrust the UK into more economic uncertainty if no deal is reached or if a second referendum is held, reversing the decision to leave. May is expected to survive a vote of no confidence here tomorrow. She's vowed to then reach across party lines and present a plan B by Monday. After that, it's anyone's guess. Omar?
Roxana Saberi, thank you. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on. It's been 10 years since a passenger plane made an extraordinary emergency landing on the Hudson River. All 155 passengers on U.S. Airways Flight 1549 survived, and on Tuesday, survivors, including the pilot, Chesley Sully Sullenberger, gathered at the Carolinas Aviation Museum in Charlotte to commemorate the event. Now, earlier, I spoke to Trip Harris, who was on that plane. We discussed the experience and the effect it still has on his life. How does it feel to be celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Miracle on the Hudson? 10 years.
It's amazing. 10 years that I very easily could have not had. I'm celebrating every moment right now.
Walk us through, I'm sure there's a lot of memories you have of that day, some things you might have forgotten, but there's usually something that always is vivid in your mind. Can you take us to that moment that is just burned into your memory?
I think when Captain Sully announced Brace for Impact, it really woke me up. And it did different things for different passengers, but for me, life flashes before your eyes. It didn't flash before my eyes, but what I thought about was everything I was going to miss out on. My son was 2 at the time, and it was all about him growing up and what was he going to do without me, and who's going to teach him to kick a soccer ball or throw a baseball. So it was really all about family and the opportunities that I was going to miss out on if things weren't successful on that flight.
Was that your moment of clarity? Was that what really became important in your life, that you realized this is what matters, not everything else I'm chasing?
That's right. I didn't think a single thing about work. It was all family and quality time. And it really put in perspective how important your family, your friends, is really in perspective. And I was very guilty of spending a lot of time focused on my work life and not good quality time with my family. And so it was awakening for me.
10 years later, how do you deal with this? How do you cope? Have you gone on another commercial flight?
Yeah, I fly pretty often. And as a matter of fact, when I was there, we won a contract, and I flew that same route for like a year and a half. And it took me a solid 6 months of flying to get comfortable. And it's a new comfortable. I have to keep myself busy, playing on my phone, doing something to take my mind off of flying. So that I don't don't have a panic type of attack. Not that I've had one, but I just need to keep myself busy so I'm not thinking about that day.
Do you chat up the person next to you? Have you ever told them, like, I was on that flight? Has that ever come up on a commute flight?
A few times. I try not to talk about it on flights.
But I mean, if you're a survivor of this, what kind of reaction do you get from somebody sitting next to you?
They're like, holy cow, I remember where I was at. I remember exactly what was going on the day that it happened. It's a story that everybody resonated with back 10 years ago. And so it's, the fact that everybody survived and it was such a good outcome, it really makes it a great story to talk about. And, I love to share it. But on a flight, probably people don't want to hear about it.
and you mentioned the outcome. How do you think that outcome would have been different if Captain Sullenberger hadn't been the pilot that day? Do you think they would have a different outcome?
I think he made all the difference in the world. He was so calm and so collected, and he knew exactly what he needed to do. I don't know how many pilots really would have had that discipline and that ability to focus in such a dire situation. So I'm glad he was in the seat. I would fly with him any day.
As would a lot of people across the U.S. and the world. Now, you and other survivors are gathering at the Carolinas Aviation Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina, to mark that anniversary. How does it feel to see the other survivors? You're almost in an exclusive club that you're glad you're in, but nobody really wanted to be in the first place. But what is it like to see the fellow passengers?
It's like a second family. We get together quite often, at a minimum on the anniversaries, but usually try to get together more often, whether there's groups in New York or here in Charlotte. And, we're all, members of the same Facebook groups. We post stuff back and forth. It is like a second family.
Looking back on all of it, you guys survived. It was a cold January. What did you learn from this experience? And is this a bookmark? Is this a birth of a child? Is this that important in your life?
It is. It woke me up from being kind of a robot of, work, and then rest on the weekend to really, I still work and I still drive to do the best for my clients. But then after that, right, when I get home, it's about family and it's about building those memories that I thought I would never be able to do as we were going down. So it really has changed my perspective and made every moment in life more precious.
You think it made you a better dad?
Absolutely. Better dad, better husband. It really changed my life.
Well, I'm glad you're here to tell us about it. Trip Harris, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Star Trek Discovery is boldly going where no man has gone before. The series' second season premieres this Thursday on CBS All Access. Here's a preview.
There is a great responsibility at hand. This could be the defining moment for multiple civilizations, millions of lives. The future may be determined by our actions, yours and mine.
We're really on the other side of the looking glass now, aren't we?
What excites me about this season is that this is the untold chapter of Spock, and this is the blank that we fill in about how he became the character that everyone loves.
Captain, we are riding into danger.
Is that a smile I see on your face?
Yes.
You know, Nimoy's Spock is just so incredible. And that's where we're heading. It's very frightening because I want it to be great, and we have an opportunity to invent these deeper levels of him that are really brought to the surface with the second season of Discovery.
Spock is linked to these signals, and he needs help.
When we pick up with the Discovery facing off with the USS Enterprise, you pick up right where we left off. Spock's not there. Spock's not on the Enterprise. He's taken leave, and nobody knows where he is. And so then Burnham has to go on this journey to find him, and they have a very complicated relationship.
Our characters have gone on such journeys through the first season that we've gotten to spend time with, that we've earned the right with their relationships to stop down a little more. And with that, I think you're going to get a lot more emotion with our characters, and you're really going to get to live with those relationships a little more.
This season, the love and the layers of emotion. And as an alien, I play more human emotion than I played in most any human character I've ever played.
The way that things unfold is really complicated and human, and it's certainly super rich to play.
I think Trek has always been a mirror that holds itself up to the world and asks questions that are relevant allegorically, you know, and it's a duty of Trek in many ways.
Discovery will not allow a catastrophe on her watch. Welcome to Discovery.
You can watch the second season of Star Trek Discovery this Thursday, January 17th on CBS All Access, and there is more Star Trek on the horizon. CBS All Access will be home to 3 new spin-offs, an animated series called Lower Decks, a show featuring the return of Sir Patrick Stewart as the iconic Captain Jean-Luc Picard, and a series centered around Discovery star Michelle Yeoh. Here's a look at some of the stories we're covering in our next hour. President Trump's pick-to-be Attorney General testified before a Senate committee for hours on Tuesday. William Barr said he would protect the Mueller probe, but may not release the results. Plus, officials say an American man was among the people killed in a militant attack in a hotel in Kenya. Those stories and much more when we return. This is CBSN.
Questions about the Russia investigation dominate the confirmation hearing for President Trump's Attorney General nominee.
I don't hold myself out as a foreign policy expert. I think the Russians are a potent rival of our country.
But here we are, day 25.
President Trump is vowing to keep up the fight until he gets $5.7 billion in funding for the border wall, despite hundreds of thousands of federal workers not getting paid.
Everybody was just running everywhere.
A car bomb burned outside the gate of the Nairobi hotel as explosions and gunfire crackled through the complex.
I kept on praying, and God has saved me.
Somali Islamist militant group Al-Shabaab is claiming responsibility for the attack.
10 years that I very easily could have not had.
And we caught up with a survivor who was on the flight that landed in the Hudson River 10 years ago. CBSN starts now. Hi, everyone. I'm Omar Villafranca. Thanks for joining us. President Trump's nominee for Attorney General William Barr told lawmakers Tuesday he will allow special counsel Robert Mueller's probe to finish, adding, quote, the country needs a credible resolution to the Russia investigation. But Barr also suggested the public may never learn what that resolution is. CBS News chief congressional correspondent Nancy Cordes has more from Capitol Hill.
Will not be bullied into doing anything I think is wrong by anybody.
The president's pick for Attorney General was prepared for tough questions about his would-be boss.
The president's going to expect you to do his bidding. I can almost guarantee you he'll cross the line at some point.
68-year-old William Barr is in line to succeed Jeff Sessions, whose close relationship with the president broke down.
Jeff Sessions recused himself, which he shouldn't have done,
over Robert Mueller's Russia probe.
If the president orders the Attorney General to halt a criminal investigation for personal reasons, would that be prohibited under your theory?
I think it would be a breach of the president's duties to faithfully execute the law. It would be an abuse of power.
Barr served as Attorney General once before under President George H.W. Bush. Barr said President Trump tried to recruit him to join his legal team in 2017, but he declined.
Essentially, the president wanted to know, he said, oh, you know Bob Mueller. How well do you know Bob Mueller? And I told him how well I knew Bob Mueller and how, the Barrs and Muellers were good friends.
Do you believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt against anybody?
I don't believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt.
Barr did send an unsolicited memo to DOJ officials last summer, arguing that Mueller's obstruction theory is fatally misconceived and legally insupportable.
It sounds like it was an effort on your part to ingratiate yourself with an administration which is now nominating you for Attorney General.
I can assure you I was not trying to ingratiate myself with anybody.
Republicans argued that concerns about presidential pressure are overblown.
Did he ask you to interfere in Mr. Mueller's investigation?
Absolutely not.
Has anybody in the White House made that suggestion to you?
Absolutely not.
Has anybody in the Western Hemisphere made that suggestion to you?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Nancy joins me now from Capitol Hill. Nancy, what part of Barr's testimony struck you the most?
I think probably, Omar, simply his comfort level with the setting. He's someone who has been Attorney General before, so he's used to a hearing room and he's used to being grilled, and it didn't really seem to faze him very much. So many of the president's cabinet members have never served in government more and have never really worked in the field that their agency deals with. Ben Carson, for example, at Housing and Urban Development, and Betsy DeVos at Education. They've never worked in government in this particular field, but Barr has a comfort level with a lot of the subject matter because he has been doing this for such a long time. Now, yes, he was Attorney General some 30 years ago, so he admitted he has some catching up to do, but there was a comfort level between him and some of these senators, even in some of the more adversarial back and forth moments that you don't always see between this administration's cabinet-level officials and members of Congress.
Now, Barr, of course, spoke in some generalities there today in front of the Senate committee. Did we learn anything significant from what he was saying, maybe about how he would rule, or not rule, but of course go forward as AG on certain cases?
Right. Well, one of the biggest questions that Democrats had for him was about this memo that he wrote last year, unsolicited. So no one asked him to do it, according to him. He just had this idea. He's in private practice as an attorney, and he said that he met with Rod Rosenstein, the outgoing Deputy Attorney General, to share with him that he felt that this investigation into obstruction of justice is unfair and unfounded. And he said that Rosenstein was Sphinx-like. That was his word, that he didn't get any reaction from Rosenstein, so he felt compelled to go back and write this 18-page memo detailing why he doesn't believe that there is any case for obstruction of justice. And he was pretty strident about it. He said that it would harm the presidency going forward if this investigation continues. So that was some pretty strong language, and Democrats, as you can imagine, wanted to know if that is a sign that his view is already colored when it comes to this investigation. How can he oversee the Mueller investigation if he has already made it clear that he doesn't believe it is well-founded, and if the president chose him for the role in part because of those views? He insisted that while he did write that memo, he really doesn't know all the details, and he was sort of making some assumptions about what Robert Mueller is doing when really none of us know everything that Robert Mueller knows, and that he can keep an open mind. And he was asked repeatedly by Democrats if he is willing to recuse himself from oversight of this investigation, as Jeff Sessions did, particularly if ethics officials at the Justice Department advise him to do so. And interestingly, he said no, that is his decision and his alone. Perhaps he'll follow their guidance, perhaps he won't, but that's up to him, he says.
Well, Nancy, and you touched on it there. I want to play for you some of the sound of Barr responding to the question about recusing himself from the Mueller investigation. Let's take a listen to that sound.
I will seek the advice of the career ethics personnel, but under the regulations, I make the decision as the head of the agency as to my own recusal. So I certainly would consult with them, and at the end of the day, I would make a decision in good faith based on the laws and the facts that are evident at that time.
Now, former AG Jeff Sessions recused himself because of what Barr calls a political conflict provision. But that answer that he gave, was that enough for the Democrats that were on that committee?
No, what they want him to do is to follow guidance from ethics officials no matter what. So if those officials say you should recuse himself, then he does. If they say that he is fine to oversee the investigation, then he can stay where he is. The case that Barr was making is that he's very different than Jeff Sessions. Jeff Sessions was an early supporter of the president's. He was with him on the campaign trail. So he was actually present at some of these meetings that are now being examined by the special counsel, and that is why ethics officials so strongly suggested that he recuse himself, and Sessions complied. Barr obviously knows, even beyond that, Omar, that if he were to commit to recusing himself from the investigation, it's very possible the president would pull his nomination. I mean, the president got so angry with Sessions because he recused himself, so that is not a mistake that Barr is going to make at this point by committing to recusing himself. Now, what he does once he actually becomes Attorney General, if he's confirmed, is anyone's guess.
And last question, who will be testifying Wednesday, and what can we expect from tomorrow's round of questions? And is this at this point just a formality?
So what typically happens in these confirmation hearings is the first day you've got the nominee in the hot seat all day long, grilled multiple rounds by senators, in this case on the Judiciary Committee. And on day two, you hear from witnesses both in support of his nomination and expressing concerns about his nomination. So that will be an all day long hearing as well. It won't generate the interest of the first day say, because obviously he's the marquee player here. But what we will get is a better sense from some of these senators about how they intend to vote on his nomination, first in committee and then on the Senate floor. It doesn't appear at this point that he's going to have any trouble with Republicans at all. I mean, they are all universally in support of his nomination. They had a lot to say about how experienced he is, and certainly they had a great rapport with him. The question is whether Democrats will support his nomination. Even if they don't, he can still make it to the full Senate floor for confirmation.
The nomination dance continues. Nancy Cordes from Capitol Hill, thank you.
You're welcome.
On day 25 of the partial government shutdown, the IRS said it is ordering 46,000 employees back to work without pay. That's nearly 60% of its workforce. The workers are being brought back to process tax returns. They are among the hundreds of thousands of federal employees working without pay or not working at all. Carter Evans traveled to a town in Utah that has the highest concentration of federal workers in the West.
The welcome sign says it pays to live in Ogden. Wishful thinking these days, considering thousands of federal employees here haven't been paid in weeks, including Emily Roush.
This is your office now.
Yes, it is.
Today, she's making food deliveries in a car with a broken heater so she can afford to buy her own groceries.
What percentage of income are you making here?
Probably like 1/4 of my paycheck.
Roush normally works for the IRS, which, along with the U.S. Forest Service, employs some 5,000 federal workers in downtown Ogden. At lunchtime, the streets and restaurants here used to be packed.
How much does your business depend on federal workers?
90% of downtown relies on the federal workers that are down here for breakfast and lunch during the day.
Anna Davidson says business at her restaurant is down by half. She's already slashed employee hours and is now covering payroll with her personal savings.
Do you ever see yourself recouping this money?
No, it's a loss. It's gone. I mean, this is a trickle-down effect. It affects everything.
Mayor Mike Caldwell says declining sales means a big drop in tax revenue. He's prepared to cut back city services if he has to.
How much is this going to impact the city financially?
Could be in the millions of dollars, which would be devastating for a community our size.
In a red state that helped elect President Trump, many here support border security. They just never thought financing a border wall more than 800 miles to the south would hit so close to home.
Is this all worth it to you for a wall?
No, it's not. Not at the expense of the American people.
Do you want this wall?
I just want my job. So whatever happens to give me my job back, I don't care. Like, as long as I can work.
Even with today's announcement, there is still a lot of uncertainty here. Some IRS workers could be called back, but they still won't be paid. And that doesn't help at all for businesses that are hurting here in downtown Ogden. Omar?
Carter Evans, thank you. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration's plan to put a citizenship question on the 2020 census. A U.S. district judge said that although the question would be constitutional, the proper procedures to change the survey were not followed. Another lawsuit on the same issue is underway in San Francisco. Now, in response, the Department of Justice said in part, quote, "Our government is legally entitled to include a citizenship question on the census, and people in the United States have a legal obligation to answer. Reinstating the citizenship question ultimately protects the right to vote and helps ensure free and fair elections for all Americans." The Supreme Court is expected to address this issue in February. Well, another caravan of Central American migrants has begun a trek to the U.S. border. The group grew to about 1,000 Tuesday as it neared Guatemala. The migrants started in Honduras and are following the same route used by thousands last year. President Trump used the news to promote funding for his border wall. He called it the only thing that will, quote, keep our country safe. The immigration debate was inflamed last year after the president deemed previous caravans a national security threat. Kenyan officials say a terror attack Tuesday in the country's capital city of Nairobi left more than a dozen people dead, including an American and a British citizen. Assailants blasted a luxury hotel and international office complex with gunfire and bombs. A Somali jihadist group has claimed responsibility for the attack. CBS News correspondent Deborah Patta has the details, and we want to warn you, some of the images are graphic.
The attack began early in the afternoon when armed gunmen stormed the plush hotel and office complex in the capital city. Kenyan police say an explosion ripped through the security barrier, setting 3 cars alight, and then a suicide bomber blew himself up in the hotel lobby. As gunfire rocked the upmarket complex in Nairobi, terrified office workers fled for their lives. This CCTV footage captured the armed gunmen moving through the complex with military precision, looking for victims. They then went from office to office, shooting randomly. In panic, people took cover wherever they could, behind cars, in offices, inside bathrooms. Eyewitness Robert Murira said it was chaos.
When those guys came in, they just started shooting. They were not normal people. There were 3 people with, they had green trousers, green tops, they had something here, and bullets, black bullets.
Security forces raced to the scene to help those trapped inside the building. They were met by a scene from hell. Blood, glass, and bodies slumped over chairs. The Al-Qaeda-linked extremist group Al-Shabaab has claimed responsibility. This is not the first time they've struck in the heart of the capital. Their 2013 Westgate Mall attack left at least 67 dead. Kenya's deployment of troops in Somalia, where Al-Shabaab is based, has resulted in frequent attacks in both Nairobi and other parts of the country.
It's unclear how many gunmen were involved in the attack, but Kenyan police say they've secured the buildings and are in the final stages of mopping up. Omar?
Deborah Pata, thank you. Coming up after the break, new details emerge about the man accused of kidnapping Jamie Kloss and killing her parents. Plus, teachers in Los Angeles march for a second day. We'll take a look at how the strike is affecting students and their families. This is CBSN, CBS News, always on. A Colombian drug trafficker has accused Mexico's former president of accepting a $100 million bribe from a notorious cartel leader. Alex Cifuentes made the claim in U.S. federal court Tuesday in the trial of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Cifuentes told the court El Chapo bragged about the bribe. He said he told officials about the money in 2016. Enrique Peña Nieto immediately rejected the accusation. El Chapo is on trial in New York on drug trafficking charges that could put him in a U.S. prison for the rest of his life. The final remnants of a Confederate statue at the University of North Carolina were removed early Tuesday morning. In a statement Monday, the school's chancellor, Carol Folt, requested the removal of the statue's base and commemorative plaques and announced she would be resigning following graduation in May. The statue is known as Silent Sam, and protesters toppled it last year, saying it carried racist symbolism. Folt said the monument's presence on campus posed a threat to the safety and well-being of the community. The statue and its base will remain in storage until the school decides what to do with them. The partial government shutdown is having an effect on more than just government workers. It's leaving some food banks and domestic violence shelters in Arkansas unsure about whether they can sustain operations. Melissa Zigowitz from our Little Rock affiliate KTHV reports.
This is not an additional payment. It's just a payment that's coming a little bit earlier.
At the Arkansas Food Bank, Chief Development Officer Sarah Riffle says she is reaching out to make sure SNAP recipients know to budget their payments.
And to make sure that they allocate those funds throughout the month to make sure that they can stretch their SNAP dollars as best as they can.
The food bank itself is not affected by the shutdown, but Riffle says she wants to make sure it serves as a resource in case people's funds run out.
Not only for SNAP beneficiaries, but for government workers who are being furloughed so that they have access to food resources as well. We're very concerned.
The government shutdown is also having an effect on domestic violence shelters.
If they cannot receive their funding from the government to operate, it limits how long they can actually operate.
Beth Goodrich with the Arkansas Coalition Against Domestic Violence says all 32 shelters in Arkansas are still operating.
Many of them receive funding through the government through VOCA, which is the Victims of Crime Act. It's a part of VAWA, which is the Violence Against Women Act. However, every shelter is kind of counting down to the time when they will have to begin limiting the services.
But she says if the government does not open back up, it could be only a matter of weeks before shelters are forced to close down.
If ultimately a shelter had to close its doors, then we would be looking at where are they going to go and what are their options for safety. And some would probably choose to return to an abusive partner.
That was Melissa Zigowitz reporting. NASA and TSA workers in Houston rallied against the partial government shutdown on Tuesday. Furloughed and unpaid federal workers rallied outside the Johnson Space Center. 96% of NASA workers are furloughed, and many TSA workers are among those required to work without pay. The teacher strike in Los Angeles entered its second day Tuesday, but educators weren't the only ones who were protesting. CBS News correspondent Tony DeCopel has the latest.
Legos at the dinner table help fill what should have been a normal public school day for the Pierre Louis family.
So you're keeping your kids out of school in solidarity with the teachers?
Correct.
100%.
30,000 Los Angeles educators remain on strike, including teachers for 6-year-old Asai and 8-year-old Nihi. Their parents, Juno and Dara, are sticking to principle.
So this is about fairness for you guys?
Yeah.
Equality.
Equality.
Right. We found a lot of moms and dads on the picket lines, including Juno.
We have to make the sacrifice. We have to fight.
While LA schools are being run by fill-ins, attendance is way down. And a new poll shows 80% of parents support striking teachers, like Scott Mandel.
How long can you keep this up?
As long as we need to for our kids. We've had enough. This is our Armageddon.
It's all against a backdrop that can't be ignored. Many wealthy white families have opted for private school.
This school district is 80% Latino and African American. If you think it were 80% white kids, there'd be the same problem?
Absolutely not. Of course not.
What do we stand for anymore? You know, I mean, you got to work hard. You got to work hard. How can you work hard if you don't have a good education?
As the school district refuses a deal on the basis of dollars and cents, teachers plan to keep walking the line for hearts and minds. At least one group, though, sees a brighter tomorrow.
Raise your hand if you think public school has a future in California.
Yes! Tony DeCopel, CBS News, Los Angeles.
The man accused of kidnapping Jamie Kloss and killing her parents was transferred to a different jail on Tuesday. CBS News correspondent Jamie Yuccas has been looking into Jake Patterson's past.
Never came off violent or anything like that, so it was crazy to me.
Cheyenne Grenier was Jake Patterson's high school classmate. In a photo obtained by CBS News, Patterson is seen sitting alone at a computer as his classmates smile for the camera.
When you heard that he was the suspect in this case,
didn't believe it. Not right away, no.
Not at all?
No.
Jamie Claus spent 88 days here. These photos show the clutter inside. The criminal complaint released Monday provided specific details on the double murder kidnapping. Patterson began preparing the week of October 1st, purchasing a black mask to conceal his identity. Investigators say he told them he attempted to take the 13-year-old 2 earlier times, but turned away after seeing activity in the house. When he did kidnap Jamie on October 15th, Patterson said he was only at the home for 4 minutes, and with Jamie bound in the trunk, had only driven 20 seconds from the house when he pulled over to let officers with lights and sirens on pass by. This is the house the sheriff says Jamie Claus escaped from. We spotted covered windows on the lower level and the Patterson name above the front door. The home is 5 doors down from Daphne Ronning in Wisconsin's North Woods. So there was no indication anything was going on?
No, none whatsoever.
You never heard any commotion?
Nope.
Never heard any screaming?
No.
As details about the crime are released, those close to the Claus family are focused on Jamie's recovery, with a prayer vigil being planned for this weekend. Jamie Yukas, CBS News, Barron, Wisconsin.
In Climate Watch, a new study shows ice in Antarctica is melting 6 times faster than it was 40 years ago. The report finds the ice loss is mainly due to an increase in westerly winds. They push warm and salty water underneath floating ice shelves, causing them to melt. Scientists are warning that this could lead to an alarming rise in sea level and at some point may cause the ice sheet to collapse entirely. Coming up after a quick break, British lawmakers soundly rejected UK Prime Minister Theresa May's Brexit deal, throwing the future of the country's withdrawal from the EU into doubt. We'll break down what happens next. And President Trump's nominee for Attorney General William Barr appeared on Capitol Hill Tuesday for his confirmation hearing. We'll tell you what he had to say about the special counsel's investigation and whether he would recuse himself from it. But first, Broadway actress Carol Channing has died at the age of 97. Channing is best known for her iconic role in the Broadway musical Hello, Dolly, for which she won the Tony Award for Best Actress in 1964. CBS News senior national correspondent Jim Axelrod takes a look back at her life.
Hello, Harry. When you perform a role more than 5,000 times, people may forget you ever did anything else.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
And though Carol Channing had other songs,
I'm a jazz baby,
and other roles, like the Oscar-nominated one in Thoroughly Modern Millie, and was even the first celebrity headliner for the Super Bowl halftime show. It was Hello, Dolly that made her Carol Channing. First playing the matchmaker Dolly Levi in 1964, Channing never missed a performance, even while dealing with ovarian cancer.
I kept doing the shows for selfish reasons. You don't know why you're out there. You feel nothing. You feel no pain.
Born in 1921 in Seattle, the daughter of a newspaper editor, Channing knew by 7 she wanted to star on stage. And while she'd know some disappointment, like when Barbra Streisand played Dolly in the movies.
I was coming from London to New York on the plane when they showed Hello, Dolly. So I got kind of airsick.
Channing lived her childhood dream. 55 years ago tomorrow, she made her Broadway debut as Dolly. More than half a century later, she still has plenty of fans mourning that this Dolly has sadly and finally gone away at 97. Jim Axelrod, CBS News, New York.
In today's Red and Blue political roundup, the president's nominee for Attorney General stood his ground Tuesday, asserting he won't be bullied by anyone. William Barr testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee. He tried to assure lawmakers he would not interfere with the Russia investigation or be at the president's mercy.
I will not be bullied into doing anything I think is wrong by anybody, whether it be editorial boards or Congress or the president. I'm going to do what I think is right.
Barr said his independence compelled him to accept the nomination, adding that he did not seek out the position. He said he felt he could be a leader during a time when our country is, quote, deeply divided. Let's bring in Zeke Miller. He's a CBSN political contributor and a White House reporter for the Associated Press. Well, Zeke, Barr suggested the special counsel's final report might not be released. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say.
The rules, I think, say that the independent, the special counsel will prepare a summary report on any prosecutive or declination decisions, and that shall be confidential. All I can say right now is my goal and intent is to get as much information out as I can, consistent with the regulations.
Well, Zeke, besides the sound of everyone's jaw hitting the ground, how did Capitol Hill respond to that?
You know, by and large, Barr's testimony was fairly well received, even by some Democrats on the committee. It was a lot lower energy, a lot lower drama than we've seen some of these confirmation battles. And that's partly because Barr has done that job before, partly because he was apparently well prepped. But when it came to some of those key questions about the Russia probe, Barr came in there with a message of essentially trying to reassure the committee, Democrats and Republicans, that he was not going to interfere in that investigation. And then when it comes to that critical question of what would be made public after this special counsel Robert Mueller finishes up, which is expected in the next couple of months, what would that look like? And there's certainly some concern from Democrats on that, but Republicans seem to broadly, and they're the majority, they seem to be broadly satisfied with the answers that they heard today.
And it seems the big question is not whether Barr will be confirmed, but whether he's going to recuse himself from the Mueller probe due to his criticism of it. Where does that question stand now? Where it stands right now is it doesn't appear that Barr will do so. He'll certainly committed to talk to the Justice Department's Career Ethics Council, but that is the sort of thing that has not been determinative in the past. Matt Whitaker, who's the acting Attorney General right now, was told by Ethics Council at the Department of Justice that they advised him to recuse himself, and he decided not to go along with that. So it's not necessarily that Barr would do so, and certainly when the president did pick William Barr, was with the expectation that he would not recuse himself from that probe. So it seems to be highly unlikely that would happen. Senator Lindsey Graham is leading this committee, and he sometimes is good cop, bad cop with President Trump. But how is his leadership impacting this process?
You know, from the first couple of questions from Lindsey Graham, we heard him sort of go to some of the sort of what you might call sort of conservative talking points about the Department of Justice and its actions over the past several years. It was kind of striking to hear that from Lindsey Graham, who was certainly a few years ago had been viewed as a sort of more bipartisan broker on Capitol Hill and an occasional critic of President Donald Trump. Certainly ran against him in 2016. But what we've seen from Graham over the last several months is he's cozied up with the White House, and now in this case, sort of asking Barr questions that were meant to sort of distract a little bit from what everyone else seemed to be there to talk about. Does sort of indicate, Graham is in cycle this year. He's up for re-election in 2020 in South Carolina, a conservative state. He had a tough go around last time. No politicians can be removed from their own personal politics, and that seems to be a bit of where Graham is today.
You mentioned Whitaker, the acting Attorney General. Matthew Whitaker agreed on Tuesday to appear in front of the Congress next month. It'll be the first congressional oversight hearing of this term. What are Democrats looking to get out of it?
Well, they're looking to find out, why Whitaker decided not to recuse himself, as Department of Justice career attorneys had advised him to do so. They want to know what actions he has or may be willing or has already taken when it comes to the Mueller probe. Has he not approved any requests or approved some other requests? Has he done anything to the budget or anything along those lines? Sent any internal guidance about that probe or interfered with it in any way? That's the Russia part of it. And then there's this whole other all these other questions about the Department of Justice that the acting Attorney General is involved with. Some of the concerns raised even over the past 24 hours that lawmakers want to know more about is the Department of Justice's ongoing review of rules when it comes to potentially prosecuting journalists and imprisoning journalists in criminal investigation. That's been an ongoing, decades-long fight within Washington. So there are a whole host of questions that lawmakers want to hear from the acting Attorney General, but obviously those Russia questions will be front and center come February 8th.
And of course, Zeke, all of this is happening with the backdrop of the longest government shutdown in history. Congress is reportedly preparing to cancel next week's recess if this drags on. But is that something, canceling a recess, is that going to force lawmakers to actually do anything, canceling their recess?
It's certainly going to hurt some of them. A lot of them have family back home, friends back home, constituents back home. They have commitments that they are potentially going to have to pull out of. But broadly, lawmakers are, as a rule, are popular in their districts, while the rest of Congress isn't. It's not going to hurt them. It might be an inconvenience, but not a political liability for them. It'd be worse if they had gone home and appeared not to be working or vacationing or doing business back in their home districts rather than in Washington dealing with the shutdown. But it's not clear being in Washington is going to change anything. There are no talks, really substantive talks going on between either side, and no off-ramp from this stalemate. So being in Washington isn't, we shouldn't be expecting a big kumbaya moment here next week if they do indeed decide not to go home.
At the local level, and when I say local, I mean D.C., what immediate pain is Congress feeling? I mean, you have staffers there who are young. Are they getting paid? Can they go down and grab coffee from the Cannon basement in the cafeteria there? What are they feeling on Capitol Hill?
On Capitol Hill, they're not really feeling a whole bunch of the pain at all. Congress is one of those the federal agencies that Congress decided to fund. They've dealt with. They're one of the appropriations bill that have already been dealt with. On the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House, it's a very different story entirely. Hundreds of employees are furloughed. Senior staffers, I've been talking to a few of them over the last couple of days, are having to learn how to print and run photocopies and fetch their own coffee and manage their own calendars where they normally have assistants and other folks who do that for them. There are other, certainly more substantive areas, people in policy areas that are not deemed critical who are furloughed. But they're feeling the pain on that side of Pennsylvania Avenue, not so much over at the Capitol.
And we want to talk about the shutdown. Of course, when we're mentioning the shutdown, we always talk about the president. He seems to have like a Twitter press conference sometimes every morning. His message is taking up a lot of the conversation that's in the headlines. Is all that attention helping or hurting his odds of getting what he wants at this point from House Democrats?
At this point, it's really not clear how the president is going to get what he wants. Even Republicans aren't too keen, have never really been keen on the wall, and they've been sending mixed messages to the White House to try to find a way out of it. The president's Twitter messages, like so often we've seen over the last several years, aren't really designed to sort of reach across the aisle. He's certainly not. He's telling Democrats to come back to work, but it's not. It's more of it's not an honest offer in a lot of ways. It's a political cudgel that he's using really to activate his own political base. The president is often, we find, talking to a large but not a majority of the electorate, those who voted for him in 2016, who he wants to have vote for him in 20 once again. And that's, often appears to be the real audience for his messages. He's not trying to talk to lawmakers, really amp up the pressure on them, because he doesn't have a whole lot of leverage over them right now. And that's the challenge that he is facing as the shutdown continues into yet another week.
And meanwhile, Zeke, your colleagues here at the AP, they're reporting the Pentagon is extending the role on the southern border. What more are they planning to do? We saw earlier on them laying out concertina wire, but what more are they planning on doing down there?
We're reporting that they're going to be laying down more concertina wire. There'll be more over other stretches of the border, other infrastructure and construction that the military can do and support that it can provide to Border Patrol, whether it be helicopter flights, sort of setting up basing, helping feed them in some cases, transport, doing repairs on Border Patrol vehicles, things like that. That's sort of where the military can sort of skirt that fine line where they can't be used in a law enforcement capacity, but they can augment the law enforcement and sort of allow them to redirect resources to the front lines.
And lastly, the Treasury Secretary was going to Capitol Hill on Tuesday. He was urging senators to support President Trump's decision to ease sanctions on some Russian companies. What's at stake here, and what's the reaction like?
Well, it seems to be a pretty resounding slap in the face to the Treasury Secretary and the Trump administration as 7 or 8 Republican senators came out after that meeting with Secretary Mnuchin and indicated they were going to vote against or vote with Democrats against the administration and register their opposition to the Treasury Department removing sanctions on a couple of Russian companies who were tied to an oligarch who's very close to Vladimir Putin. It's an indication that the Trump administration doesn't have a whole lot of credibility when it comes to the Russia question, even within the president's own party. That even though Mnuchin was laying out a case that he believed, based on the evidence, based upon negotiations with these companies, that they were going to separate themselves from this Putin ally, that didn't carry a whole lot of water with Republicans. And in a Republican majority, that's the sort of thing that it is striking, and would be striking. It would be the number one story in any day in Washington, but maybe not so much right now in the middle of a government shutdown. But it's a striking moment that really does underline sort of the administration's challenges reaching over to its own party, particularly on this one issue.
Set that coffee maker to start brewing early. Zeke Miller in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you.
New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand has joined a growing list of Democrats who have said they intend to run for president. Her announcement came during the taping of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert on Tuesday.
Well, I'm going to run for president of the United States because as a young mom, I'm going to fight for other people's kids as hard as I would fight for my own, which is why I believe that health care should be a right and not a privilege. It's why I believe we should have better public schools for our kids, because it shouldn't matter what block you grow up on. And I believe that anybody who wants to work hard enough should be able to get whatever job training they need to earn their way into the middle class.
Gillibrand was elected to her second full term in the Senate last year. You can watch The Late Show with Stephen Colbert tonight at 11:35 Eastern Time, right here on CBS. British Prime Minister Theresa May's latest Brexit deal has been defeated again. The UK now has less than 2 months to come up with a plan to leave the European Union. If it can't, Brexit would happen without a plan on how to handle Britain's international trade, which could cause huge economic disruptions. Laura Koonsberg from our partners at the BBC reports.
The ayes to the right, 202. The noes to the left, 432.
No ordinary defeat, no ordinary times.
The ayes to the right, 202. The noes to the left, 432. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock!
Gasps from MPs, sharp intakes of breath. They don't begin to cover it.
The noes to the left, 432.
A grave moment, but celebration outside. How can the Prime Minister move on when her main mission has suffered the biggest defeat for a century?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
MPs had to be shushed to hear her.
The House has spoken and the government will listen. It is clear that the House does not support this deal, but tonight's vote tells us nothing about what it does support. Nothing about how or even if it intends to honour the decision the British people took in a referendum Parliament decided to hold. If the House confirms its confidence in this government, I will then hold meetings with my colleagues, our confidence and supply partner, the DUP, and senior parliamentarians from across the House to identify what would be required to secure the backing of the House. The government will approach these meetings in a constructive spirit, but given the urgent need to make progress, we must focus on ideas that are genuinely negotiable and have sufficient support in this House. Every day that passes without this issue being resolved means more uncertainty, more bitterness and more rancour. The government has heard what the House has said tonight, but I ask members on all sides of the House to listen to the British people who want this issue settled and to work with the government to do just that.
No signal really of a major change of direction. No surprise, Labour will use this moment of danger to push for a vote to collapse the government.
This is a catastrophic defeat for this government. After 2 years of failed negotiations, the House of Commons has delivered its verdict on her Brexit deal, and that verdict is absolutely decisive. She cannot seriously believe that after 2 years of failure, she is capable of negotiating a good deal for the people of this country. The most important issue facing us is that the government has lost the confidence of this House and this country. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, inform you I have now tabled a motion of no confidence in this government. And I'm pleased that motion will be debated tomorrow, so this House can give its verdict on the sheer incompetence of this government and pass that motion of no confidence in the government.
The Prime Minister whisked back to Downing Street, where she'll plan how to fight that tomorrow. Neither she nor her ministers were expecting a result as bad as this.
We've heard a lot from people about what they're opposed to. We've heard very little from people about what they're actually in favour of. People are saying they want to uphold the result of the referendum, but they're not saying actually what they want to vote for.
The Prime Minister will discuss with her own backbenchers, with the DUP and with other opposition parties to find the way forward that is potentially negotiable with the EU.
The crowd might not want it. The government is likely to survive the vote tomorrow.
Absolutely brilliant. I hope May gets the sack now.
It's time really to put Brexit in the bin.
Delighted. I couldn't be happier. I believe democracy has been served tonight.
The deal is horrendous. The question really is what happens next.
Well, there's no shortage of big voices lining up to tell her what.
What she needs to do is, with a high heart, fortified by, the massive rejection of the House of Commons, go back to our friends and partners and say, look, we need another way out of this.
She now needs to set aside any conditions she has, if you like, of what she thinks is the route forward, and now appreciate that actually, in asking MPs, perhaps we can find a consensus.
The significance of this is I think that this is the beginning of the end of Brexit.
Let's go back to the European Union, make it clear to them this deal is not going to work, and they have to come up with a deal which reflects a change on the difficulties which caused her to lose this vote tonight.
The plan has to be to put it back to the electorate. Parliament's not suddenly going to manage to solve the conundrum that it's failed to solve in the last 2.5 years.
All of those fine words, perhaps, but guess what? None of them agree. That's the Prime Minister, Number 10, and the Cabinet's nightmare after more than 2 years of argument.
Take care. Yeah, goodbye.
Remember, this deal was hard fought in the inner sanctums of the EU. They're frustrated too.
Now it's time for the UK to tell us the next steps. And on our side, we will remain united and determined to reach a deal.
Do you trust Theresa May? Can she do it?
The Prime Minister hasn't just lost, her plan's been crushed by an accidental alliance that doesn't agree. But the government, let alone Theresa May, shows no sign of packing up yet.
A hospital in Australia is starting a new trial they say involves a little magic. Researchers hope to provide anxiety relief to some who need it the most. Rachel Carey with our partners at Network 10 Australia reports.
Fighting a disease with no cure, 72-year-old Liz Murphy is now in palliative care.
I'm just sort of trying to live each day as it is, without dwelling too much.
For many terminally ill patients, what happens next is just too hard to comprehend. So researchers are turning to the psychedelic past for help, using psilocybin, an ingredient found in magic mushrooms, for relief.
People who are really, really stuck and quite paralysed by their anxiety or their depression, and they're just unable to enjoy that meaningful time that they've got with that precious time that they have got left.
Following on from successful trials in the US and UK, St Vincent's Hospital will trial psilocybin on carefully selected patients from April. Taken in tablet form, one dose can provide up to 6 months of relief.
It allows them to have a heightened awareness of their situation, to allow them to feel relaxed and to be able to see the issue and the problem and sort of move through it.
The drug will be stored in a safe capable of withstanding a blowtorch and will be taken in a calming environment in conjunction with psychotherapy. Trials of psilocybin in the US have been so successful, the drug is now being used to treat depression. We'll know if the trial's a success back home in Australia in about 3 years. The privately funded trial has the support of the state and federal governments. Now researchers just need the permits approved to import it. For CBSN, I'm Rachel Carey in Melbourne.
We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on. In Spacewatch, China says it has grown the first plant on the surface of the moon. Researchers released these photos of cotton seeds germinating on its Chang'e 4 spacecraft. It landed on the far side of the moon on January 3rd. Now, scientists regularly study how plants grow in orbit on the International Space Station, but never on the moon. Netflix and chill just got a little bit more expensive. On Tuesday, Netflix announced it is raising its prices on all U.S. customers. The streaming service's most popular plan will increase from $11 to $13 per month, and Netflix says it will use the money to finance new projects and pay off debts. Shares of the streaming giant rose 6% after the news. Star Trek Discovery is boldly going where no man has gone before. The series' second season premieres this Thursday on CBS All Access. Here's a preview.
There is a great responsibility at hand. This could be the defining moment for multiple civilizations, millions of lives. The future may be determined by our actions, yours and mine.
We're really on the other side of the looking glass now, aren't we?
What excites me about this season is that this is the untold chapter of Spock, and this is the the blank that we fill in about how he became the character that everyone loves.
Captain, we are riding into danger.
Is that a smile I see on your face?
Yes.
You know, Nimoy's Spock is just so incredible. And that's where we're heading. It's very frightening because I want it to be great, and we have an opportunity to invent these deeper levels of him that are really brought to the surface with the second season of Discovery.
Spock is linked to these signals, and he needs help.
When we pick up with the Discovery facing off with the USS Enterprise, you pick up right where we left off. Spock's not there. Spock's not on the Enterprise. He's taken leave, and nobody knows where he is. And so then Burnham has to go on this journey to find him, and they have a very complicated relationship.
Our characters have gone on such journeys through the first season that we've gotten to spend time with, that we've earned the right with their relationships to stop down a little more. And with that, I think you're going to get a lot more emotion with our characters, and you're really going to get to live with those relationships a little more.
This season, the love and the layers of emotion. And as an alien, I play more human emotion than I played in most any human character I've ever played.
The way that things unfold is really complicated and human, and it's certainly super rich to play.
I think Trek has always been a mirror that holds itself up to the world and asks questions that are relevant allegorically, you know, and it's a duty of Trek in many ways.
Discovery will not allow a catastrophe on her watch.
Welcome to Discovery.
You can watch the second season of Star Trek Discovery this Thursday, January 17th on CBS All Access, and there is more Star Trek on the horizon. CBS All Access will be home to 3 new spin-offs, an animated series called Lower Decks, a show featuring the return of Sir Patrick Stewart as the iconic Captain Jean-Luc Picard, and a series centered around Discovery star Michelle Yeoh. Coming up in our next hour, it's Red and Blue. President Trump's pick to lead the Justice Department promises to protect Special Counsel Mueller's probe. More on William Barr's sometimes contentious confirmation hearing. Plus, some top Republicans are putting pressure on one of their own to resign. Why Congressman Steve King was removed from his committee assignments. All that and more coming up next on Red and Blue.
This is extraordinary.
This has altered your life.
This is for the worst of Florence.
This is bigger, though, than opening up the border. This is historic. This.
Tonight on Red and Blue, Bar and Grilled.
Do you believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt against anybody?
Are you advocating a wall?
Is Putin a friend or a foe?
The nominee for Attorney General reassures Democrats about the Mueller investigation, but also suggests keeping the special counsel's report under wraps. And later, condemning Steve King. The House backs a resolution rejecting the congressman's comments on white nationalism. Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero. In day one of his confirmation hearing, President Donald Trump's nominee for Attorney General faced a grilling by lawmakers on Capitol Hill about the Mueller investigation. If confirmed, William Barr would oversee the special counsel probe into Russian meddling and collusion. CBS News Washington correspondent Paula Reed is in our D.C. bureau with the very latest. Paula?
Tanya, Special Counsel Robert Mueller actually at one time worked under William Barr back when he served as President George H.W. Bush's Attorney General. But today Barr called Mueller, who he refers to as Bob, a, quote, straight shooter. But that did not stop a barrage of questions from senators on both sides of the aisle.
I believe it is in the best interest of everyone, the President, Congress, and the American people, that this matter be resolved by allowing the special counsel to complete his work.
Attorney General nominee William Barr tried today to ease concerns about the future of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 campaign. He would oversee the investigation if he is confirmed, but the president has repeatedly dismissed this investigation as a witch hunt.
Do you believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt against anybody?
I don't believe Mr. Mueller would be involved in a witch hunt.
Democrats grilled Barr about an unsolicited memo he wrote to senior justice officials last year, criticizing Mueller's investigation into whether the president obstructed justice.
I was speculating. I freely said at the beginning, I was writing in the dark, and we're all in the dark. Every lawyer, every talking head, everyone who thinks about or talks about it doesn't have the facts. I was not calling Mueller grossly irresponsible.
I understand.
He was also asked about Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein's plan to step down. Rosenstein had been overseeing the Mueller investigation, but Barr asked to be able to select his own deputy, and so Rosenstein will depart once a new Attorney General is confirmed.
You have not undertaken to run him out in any way?
Absolutely not.
If confirmed, Barr would take over from acting Attorney General Matthew Whitaker, who's been holding the top job since President Trump fired Jeff Sessions last year. Sessions was a frequent target of the president's attacks, but he stayed in the job until he was essentially fired in November. But Barr says he would not be easily intimidated.
I am not going to do anything that I think is wrong, and I will not be bullied into doing anything I think is wrong by anybody, whether it be editorial boards or Congress or the president. I'm going to do what I think is right.
Barr said he will seek the advice of Justice Department ethics officials about whether he should recuse himself from overseeing the special counsel investigation. But he says the final decision will be his. When asked if he would carry out an order by the president to fire Mueller without cause, Barr said he would not.
Paula, Barr was also asked whether he would make the final Mueller report public. How did he respond to that?
Well, Tanya, despite his promises of transparency, it appears that Barr does not intend to make Mueller's final report public. Under the special counsel regulation, special counsel Mueller's only obligation is to hand a final report off to the Attorney General. It's ultimately up to the Attorney General whether or not any of that is eventually made public. And today, Barr repeatedly testified that he believes that final report, that final summary, is, quote, confidential. But he may make his own summary of Mueller's summary and make that public. Tanya, the language here is very important. Barr said he isn't sure what Mueller's preparing, but he expects it will summarize, quote, prosecutive and declination decisions. Those are basically decisions to prosecute or not to prosecute a crime. Traditionally, within the Justice Department, those memos summarizing cases where they decide not to charge someone, those are very closely held. Those are not often or ever made public. One instance where they did make it public was, of course, in the Clinton email investigation. So based on his testimony today, it does not appear that Barr intends that the Mueller report will ever see the light of day.
Well, a lot of people will not be happy about that. Paula Reed, thank you so much. Exactly. I want to bring in CBSN legal contributors Keir Dugal and Rebecca Roiphe. Keir is a former assistant United States attorney for New York's Eastern District. Rebecca is a former assistant district attorney here in New York City and is now a professor of law at New York Law School. Keir and Rebecca, thanks to both of you for being with us. You know, let's start with Barr and whether or not he would recuse himself in the Mueller probe. Democrats have said they would like to see that happen. First off, how did Barr respond, and are you satisfied with that response? Rebecca, let's start with you.
Well, first of all, I think Barr did a really good job of portraying the image of a professional. So I think that in many ways that's convincing, especially when he said, look, I don't have anything to lose here. I'm at the end of my career. All I have to gain is my legacy and my reputation. I don't have any political aspirations. Like, I'm only doing this for the public good. So I believe him on that, I would believe him except for that. I think there's some things that are sort of in tension with that and makes one a little bit concerned about how much discretion this position involves. And I think this is one of those things where it's like that and every other decision just involves so much discretion.
But on the topic of recusing himself from the Mueller investigation specifically, do you see any issue that you believe from a legal perspective might compel him to recuse himself here?
So there are different standards, but the one that, and he acknowledged that there were conflicts that would require recusal under certain circumstances. The situation that we're talking about now is one where he would seek the advice of the ethics professionals, but what he did not do today was, and what is different, it's because other nominees have agreed to do this, is to follow the advice of these ethics professionals. He said in the hearing today that that the final decision was his, and that he didn't want to abdicate that responsibility or just give it away by a pledge. And I understand that. I can respect him wanting to maintain his authority as the head of the Justice Department.
Sure, it seems a lot to imagine that he would actually say, yes, I will recuse myself without, fully understanding the background, correct?
Right, but I have some follow-up questions that I would hope someone on the Senate panel would ask him. One is, will you, if the advice comes back to you that you should recuse, will you disclose the basis for that advice, why they suggested that you ought to consider recusing? If he decides that he is not going to recuse, I'd like for him to commit to explain why, what the basis for his decision not to recuse himself was. And I'd also hope that someone on the Senate panel would ask him that, given the fraughtness of the moment that we're in right now, whether or not he appreciates how his refusal to recuse, to take that advice, has the potential to undermine public confidence in the investigation at this stage.
All right, speaking of another topic that could undermine public confidence, when Special Counsel Robert Mueller concludes his investigation, it will likely fall to the Attorney General, if it's William Barr, if he's confirmed, to decide whether those findings are made public. And here is what Barr had to say about that. Let's listen.
As I said in my statement, I am going to make as much information available as I can, consistent with the rules and regulations that are part of the Special Counsel regulations.
Okay, so he brought up the rules and regulations. Rebecca, what are the rules and regulations?
Well, I mean, generally, as Paula said, decisions to charge and decisions not to charge are not made public. But this is not a normal situation. This is a situation that may indeed not end in an indictment because there are rules and regulations regarding indicting a president. Right. So the need for transparency is greater because of that, and also greater because of the subject matter and how important this is to the national interest. So I don't know what rules and regulations that he's talking about. I think he's probably referring to executive privilege and other things like that might prevent the revealing certain information. If that's what he's referring to, then that's perfectly fine. But it's just a little hard to know. It's like the devil's in the details, and there's no way. I mean, he won't tell us everything up front, as frustrating as that
despite his pledge to provide transparency, Keir, from what you heard him say today, does that suggest to you that he does not perhaps plan on making Robert Mueller's findings public?
He's asking us, the bottom line to all this is that he's asking us, the American people and the Senate, to trust him. Mm-hmm. And so the special counsel regulations that I believe that he's relying upon right now do say that Mr. Mueller's report will be confidential when it's delivered to the Attorney General's office. in addition to those other issues, as Rebecca just mentioned, there will be issues potentially of executive privilege, of national security, of potentially attorney-client privilege. There could be a number of issues for sections of the report that might need to be protected.
So I'm just curious whether there is anything that could legally compel the report to be made public. For instance, if there is evidence of wrongdoing that could, point to an impeachment, or, if there is evidence of wrongdoing at that level, would that legally compel the report to be made public?
I don't think so. I think the only thing that could compel the report to become public is a subpoena from Congress. So now look, elections have consequences, and we now have a Democratic Congress, and I think that the Democratic Congress will do its best to get a hold of that material. And then if there are then questions about individual parts of it, it will end up in the courts. But I don't know.
So at the end of the day, this is all in Congress's hands? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, yeah, effectively. So here's the thing. The DOJ has a policy right now that suggests that a president cannot be indicted while sitting in office. That would be an alternative form of a check on a president who had committed wrongdoing. Mm-hmm. If you are the Attorney General and you believe that that is the correct policy, then what's left to you is Congress. The framers' plan for dealing with a president who had done something wrong is impeachment. And so if you believe that you can't indict a president in the courts, then you need to take it to Congress.
And did we get a better sense today of William Barr's feeling as to whether a sitting president can be indicted? Did we get any sense?
I did not hear them ask that question, nor did I hear him respond to that question. I feel fairly sure I know what his response would be. So, I don't find it to be a great omission.
What would that be based on his writings and based on everything
that he
you
has
know
said
about him?
and all of his writings? He would agree with the Office of Legal Counsel that a sitting president cannot be indicted.
So his job, is to protect the Department of Justice, to keep it separate. Did you get the sense from today's hearings that he would take that job seriously and he would remain an independent player from the president, Keir?
I did. Mm-hmm. I think that he has the qualifications and the gravitas and the history to credibly say that he would keep the department at arm's length. And in his opening statement, he said that, one part of the government where politics cannot hold sway is in the Justice Department. I take him at his word with those statements.
Okay, just as a quick takeaway, you take him at his word. What is the most concerning thing that you felt that came out of the hearing, Rebecca, to you?
I felt that he said many things that were consistent with his unitary executive position, that the president has plenary power, full power over all prosecutors. And I think that's a troubling position for somebody to have who also wants to protect the independence of the Department of Justice. So,
Rebecca, Roy Fee, Keir Dougall, thanks to both of you for sharing your expertise with us.
Thank you so much.
And let's turn now to a USA Today Washington bureau chief, Susan Page, and Washington Post congressional reporter, Sean Sullivan. Thanks to both of you for being with me. First, I'd like to get each of your initial thoughts on the day's hearing. Sean, why don't you begin?
Well, Tanya, it seemed like Barr had two real goals that he was trying to accomplish here. One was to demonstrate to skeptical senators that he was going to be independent enough of President Trump when it comes to the Mueller investigation, that he was not going to just cave or cater to every whim that the president had, or if the president asked him to do something, that he wouldn't simply do that. I think it was clear that he was trying to send that message, but at the same time, he left some questions unanswered, including, what he would potentially release when it comes to the Mueller report. He seemed to also want to be demonstrating to Republican senators and conservatives that when it comes to the president's policies, he is going to be somebody who's going to defend those policies. He's going to defend those policies against legal action. So I think we saw him try to shore up support among conservative Republicans, but also centrists in both parties who might be skeptical of him, particularly when it comes to the Mueller investigation.
Susan, what were your takeaways from the hearing today?
I thought he had a pretty good hearing. He was calm and collected. He made the point that he's a little older. He's 68 years old. At the end of his career, he's not looking to score political points with this job. The fact that he made it so clear that he has a lot of respect for Bob Mueller, that they're friends, that he expects them to be friends when this is all over, I think was reassuring to Democrats who are very anxious to protect the Mueller investigation. Now, last time around in 1991, he was confirmed unanimously by a Democratic-controlled Senate. There's not going to be that kind of vote this time, but it seemed to me there was nothing that happened today that disrupts what is his likely confirmation.
Right. I just want to ask about whether, though, William Barr may find himself at odds in some places with the president, at least on the matter of the Mueller probe and phrasing around the Mueller probe. We heard him say he did not believe it was a witch hunt. We, of course, have heard the president call the investigation several times a witch hunt. Could this perhaps lead to some disagreement down the road?
I think it certainly could with the White House. I think that is at odds with what we've heard from President Trump quite consistently, that it's a witch hunt, that it's a big fat hoax. He's used that language just in the last 24 hours. So on that, the president and his attorney general nominee disagree. So yeah, I think there are ways in which there could be disputes down the road between the president and this appointment.
And Sean, one area where the next attorney general will have significant latitude is on the issue of immigration. Here's how Barr characterized his approach to the subject.
I was pursuing a strong immigration policy even when I was deputy, long before the election was on the horizon. And in traveling around the country, visiting the border, paying a lot of visits to California, I saw how important the issue was. And I thought the administration had to be more responsive to it. And yes, there was a political benefit to it.
And so, Susan, what might that tell you about the future of the Trump administration's immigration policy?
You know, he took the line with the Trump administration on that issue, on immigration. He described it as a big problem. He said he supported the idea of a wall, maybe not he didn't address the issue of it being along the entire southern border, but he did say that that was something that ought to happen, and he encouraged Congress to approve funding for it.
And so, Sean, Susan sees that this is going to be a pretty easy confirmation, or fairly easy in today's climate anyway. So, Sean, do you see any situation where the Senate rejects Barr's nomination?
Well, it would be a huge, huge blow to the administration and to Republicans in the Senate if that were to happen, because Republicans expanded their majority in the midterm elections. They now have 53 seats. It was very, very narrow when it came to confirmations. In the last Congress, they only had 51. And right now, it looks like there aren't going to be any major cracks. And again, it seems that today, what he sought out to do was to try to address any fears that some lawmakers might have that he was not going to be responsible or independent when it came to the Mueller investigation. And if he convinces enough Republicans that is the case, then he shouldn't have any problem getting confirmed. He may even, potentially win the support of what is now a shrinking group of moderate Democratic senators, but there are still some. But at this point, it doesn't look like there were any major blunders today that would cause a mass exodus of support from Republican senators.
And quickly, Sean, on other topics, aside from the Mueller investigation, did Barr seem in lockstep with the administration on things such as criminal justice reform and, state marijuana laws?
For the most part, yes. And, hearing him express concerns about some of the legal challenges that the administration's policies have faced is something that I think is going to hearten a lot of conservatives. That's something that has angered supporters of Trump when they have seen him try to implement some of these controversial policies, only to see them met by a court challenge, only to see them, in some cases, struck down. So when it comes to the policy front, I think it looks like he is a nominee who is largely in lockstep with the president.
All right, Susan Page and Sean Sullivan, please stay with us. We'll have more for you coming up in just a moment. Also coming up, Iowa Republican Congressman Steve King votes yes on a resolution rebuking his own comments on white supremacy. You're streaming Red and Blue. President Trump invited both Republicans and Democrats to a White House lunch on Tuesday, but the Democrats declined. The president is trying to peel off Democratic support for his border wall, but Democrats are digging in on their demand that Mr. Trump reopen the government before they negotiate on a wall. Republicans spoke after their meeting with the president, and they were critical of what they called a no-show by Democrats.
The president, the White House, did invite the Democrats to the table. This was about coming to the table and having a discussion. And that's what we're asking them to do, is to come to the table, have a discussion, negotiate issues around border security, negotiate a way to reopen this partial shutdown of the federal government, something we don't want at all. We absolutely don't want this.
The shutdown has been going on for 25 days now. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer says the House will not take its scheduled recess next week if the government is still partially closed. Let's bring back in Susan Page and Sean Sullivan. Susan is Washington bureau chief for USA Today, and Sean is a congressional reporter for the Washington Post. Thanks to both of you for sticking around. Sean, do we know if anything came out of that White House lunch to which Democrats were invited but did not attend?
Well, outwardly, nothing really came out of it because the point of it was to sort of bring Democrats at least into more of a discussion, into more of a dialogue with the White House, with the president, and that clearly did not happen. One thing Republicans are realizing right now is Democrats across the spectrum are pretty united right now when it comes to this fight. They are almost universally opposed to devoting any money to Trump's border wall, and they're digging in. They're not giving up any ground or ceding any position to the president and to the Republicans right now in this fight. And I think that's something that's frustrating some Republicans. But Democrats look at the situation, they say, look, we just won a big election victory, at least on the House side, where we took over the majority. In a lot of those races, candidates campaigned openly against the president, against his agenda. They look back to a few weeks ago and they point to the president himself saying that he would be proud to shut down the government over border security. So from their perspective, politically, he owns this shutdown. They've expressed concerns about the impact of the shutdown itself, but right now it looks like they feel that they have the political high ground. And so it's not surprising we didn't see any Democrats there today. It's also not surprising that we have not really seen any signs of progress in the talks this week.
And so, Susan, does it seem like one side is facing enough pressure at this point to come to any kind of deal? Who is going to start to cave here?
You know, Tanya, this is the most extraordinary thing I've ever seen. This is the sixth shutdown I've covered in Washington. And Trump is losing this debate. He is blamed by double digits in a series of polls that have come out in the last couple of days, disproportionately being blamed by voters for the shutdown that is causing pain, not just for the workers who aren't getting paid, the federal workers, but for federal contractors and for people who want to go to national parks and for people who want to get through TSA at the airport. And so traditionally, this would be the point where the president caves and takes some face-saving compromise to reopen the government. That's not happening. He is totally defiant. And I think Democrats in the House see no reason to compromise on a fight that they're winning politically. The only person There are two people who could lead us out of this shutdown. One is Donald Trump by changing his position. The other is Mitch McConnell, the Republican Senate leader. The Democrats have passed funding measures in the House and sent it to the Senate where they would pass if Mitch McConnell brought them up. He's refusing to do that. He says he won't bring anything up unless he is assured that President Trump will sign it, and President Trump is not ready to do that.
It's interesting that you bring up Mitch McConnell because others have pointed to him as well and said, look, you've got the power to do something here as well. He hasn't yet used that power. Sean, you've been reporting about a bipartisan group of senators trying to come up with a deal. Has there been any movement on that front?
Not really. They held an initial meeting yesterday as senators came back into town, and the takeaways from the meetings from senators who were leaving was that, that there wasn't really anything in the way of an emerging deal. This was more of a preliminary sort of session, and what really seemed to have happened is that both sides restated their positions, and their positions are very, very different right now.